Chapter 1 Getting Out of Prison. I'm finally out. Chen Ping roared out with vigor as he breathed in the fresh air outside. Behind Chen Ping was the Hongqiang prison, where he had stayed for 3 whole years, and today he was finally released at the end of his sentence. Hey, I don't know how my parents are doing? Chen Ping was carrying a broken canvas bag and hurriedly walked towards his home. His parents had never seen him once in the past 3 years, and now Chen Ping was very worried about them. On the way home, Chen Ping kept surveying a bronze-colored ring he wore on his hand. There was a lifelike dragon carved on the top of the ring, and there was also the word order at the dragon's head position. This ring was given to him by his cellmate, Old Dragon Head, when he was released from prison today. This Old Dragon Head was a very strange person. All day long he was godly, saying that he was the master of the heavenly dragon hall, knew astronomy and geography, and was proficient in the art of healing, and was able to bring people back from the dead. Everyone treats this Old Dragon Head as a madman and is unwilling to care about him. Only Chen Ping will find the Old Dragon Head to chat with him when he is not doing anything, and he even gives a little bit of his own meal to him. The Old Dragon Head told Chen Ping some strange things every day. What heavenly dragon hall? What locked dragon island? Chen Ping never heard of things. Later this Old Dragon Head let Chen Ping every day with him to meditate. Practicing. Chen Ping is also bored. Followed along to learn. But who knows? 3 years have passed. Chen Ping actually really followed that Old Dragon Head to practice all the skills and medical skills. In today's release from prison, the Old Dragon Head gave this ring to Chen Ping, and told Chen Ping, the day of July 15th this year, let Chen Ping no matter how to go to the East China Sea of the nameless island, as long as the island to light up the ring, since there will be someone to pick him up, then Chen Ping will have a big chance. Because of following the Old Dragon Head did learn a lot of skills, so Chen Ping to the Old Dragon Head words very much believe. Full of promise. Only now from the 15th of July there are still several months of time it. Unconsciously, Chen Ping has walked to the door of his house. Looking at the front of the somewhat dilapidated house, Chen Ping is full of complexity. He does not know, these 3 years how his parents, because of his own impulsive, his parents must have suffered a lot of pressure. Thinking back to 3 years ago, Chen Ping's eyes still flashed with anger. 3 years ago, Chen Ping and his girlfriend Gung Shanshan has reached the point of marriage. The two people are university classmates. Talked about 2 years, but one day in the Sen Gung Shanshan home at night, the two encountered a drunken Xiao Lei. This Xiao Lei is a famous rich second generation in Hongqiang, and has done all the bad things. As a result, Xiao Lei saw that Gung Shanshan is beautiful, so he had bad intentions and made a move on Gung Shanshan. As a famous local rich kid, Xiao Lei didn't even look at Chen Ping at that time. Seeing his girlfriend being insulted, Chen Ping went crazy. He picked up a brick and smashed it hard on Xiao Lei's head. The result is predictable. The powerful Xiao Lei was beaten. Of course, he would not let it go. Directly called the police and arrested Chen Ping. With the crime of intentional injury, he was sentenced to 3 years in prison. It was not until today that Chen Ping was released. After hesitating for a long time, Chen Ping then gently knocked on the door of his room. Who is it? The door opened, and an old woman with a head full of white hair and a stooped figure poked her head out, one hand constantly groping forward. Who is it? Who is knocking? The old woman's eyes were tightly closed. It was obvious that she could not see things. It turned out to be a blind person. After Chen Ping looked at the old woman in front of him, his entire body froze. His eyes were round and his body was trembling slightly. He couldn't believe that the old woman in front of him with a head full of white hair and a wrinkled face was actually his own mother, Tang Hongying. It had only been 3 short years. How could his own mother have turned into this appearance? Mom, it's me. I'm Chen Ping. Chen Ping went forward to hold his own mother and shouted with an excited face. Chen Ping, is it really you? Tang Hongying touched her hands on Chen Ping's face, and she could not stop her tears from flowing out. Mom, it's me. It's me. Chen Ping's eyes also turned red. Mom, what's wrong with you? What's wrong? Chen Ping did not understand. When he left, obviously his own mother was fine. Why in just 3 years did she turn into this appearance? Hey, it's a long story. Come in and talk. Tang Hongying pulled Chen Ping into the room. Looking at the humble room, almost empty, Chen Ping was dumbfounded. Although their family was not rich, but his father had a formal job, so it was still possible to reach a modest income. But now how did the family become like this? Mom, what happened at home? Chen Ping saw this appearance at home and asked his mother after him. AI, Tang Hongying sighed. After you left, Tang Hongying told the matter once and for all. It turned out that after Chen Ping went to jail, the Xiao family did not intend to let them go, but also demanded compensation of $1 million. Finally there is no way. Chen Ping's parents sold Chen Ping's matrimonial home, and borrowed a lot of money, but still did not come up with enough. The last remaining 300,000, they can only pay to the Xiao family in installments. For this matter, Chen Ping's father's job is no longer available, can only rely on street sweeping to make a living, and his mother is in tears all day long. and both eyes have been blinded by crying. This was also the reason why Chen Ping had been in jail for 3 years, but his parents had not seen him once. Listening to his mother's narration, Chen Ping slowly clenched his fist, and a majestic killing intent rose from the depths of his eyes. He did not expect the Xiao family to be so ruthless. This was to drive their family to extinction. Mom, could it be that Gung Shanshan didn't care about you guys at all? Chen Ping asked with a face full of confusion. That Gung Shanshan was his wife that he was going to marry soon, and he was in jail for that Gung Shanshan. Gung Shanshan couldn't possibly look at her parents like this and not do anything about it, right? Alas, don't mention it. The Gung family not only don't care, even the dowry we gave. I want to come back. They don't give it back, saying that not being able to get married isn't their fault. It's because you're in jail, so the dowry won't be returned. Your father looked for their theories, but also by their family to beat out. The more Tang Hongying said, the more sour her heart became, and in the end the tears simply could not be stopped. Chapter 2 Green Hat Turtle. So the Gung family is really like this? Chen Ping's brows were tightly knitted together. He couldn't believe that Gung Shanshan would really be like this. At that time when he was arrested, Gung Shanshan was still crying and saying that she would wait for him to come out and the two of them would be getting married. How did it turn out to be like this? Chen Ping decided to find that Gung Shanshan to ask for clarification, but just at this moment, the door of the room was suddenly slapped hard, so vigorously that it almost shook the door off. Hearing this knock, Tang Hongying's face suddenly turned pale, and it was obvious that she was terrified. Mom, who is this? Looking at Tang Hongying's expression, Chen Ping asked with a frown. You don't need to care, you hurry back to the house, don't ever come out. Tang Hongying pushed Chen Ping into the room and then went to open the door with a nervous face. The door to the room had just opened, and a bald man walked in with 4 or 5 guys covered in tattoos with fierce faces. How's the money ready? The bald man asked as he glanced at Tang Hongying. Brother Bald, it's all ready. Ready. Tang Hongying kept nodding her head, reaching out and fumbling to take out a cloth bag from the corner. At this time, many of the neighbors also gathered around, looking at the bald several people, all hiding far away. These guys come every month to ask for money. Really want to force people to die? Yes, there's no law at all. Shoo, keep your voices down. These guys are sent by the Xiao family to collect money on a regular basis. A few neighbors hid at the side, discussing with anger, but no one dared to care. At this moment, the bald man grabbed the cloth bag in Tang Hongying's hand and opened it to take a look. What the is all this? The bald man frowned and turned the cloth bag directly over. Inside some worn-out banknotes were scattered all over the place. There were 100, 50, and 1 or 2 pieces. There were even a lot of coins of a few cents. Can these rags have 10,000? Baldhead questioned loudly at Tang Hongying. Brother Baldhead, exactly 10,000. We've all counted it. If you don't believe me, you can count it. Tang Hongying accompanied a smiling face and nodded his head. Fart. The bald man kicked Tang Hongying in the abdomen, directly kicking Tang Hongying to the ground. Let me count? I don't have that kind of time. Change it all to 100 tickets for me. Mom. Chen Ping scurried out from the inner room and hurriedly helped Tang Hongying up. His gaze swept icily over the bald few people, a cold aura flashing in his eyes. The bald few people froze, and all winced under Chen Ping's gaze. Chen Ping, who told you to come out? Hurry up and go inside. Don't care. Tang Hongying desperately pushed Chen Ping towards the inside of the room. Mom, since I've come out, let me handle this. Sit back down. Chen Ping helped Tang Hongying to sit on the stool, while then turned to look at Baldhead coldly. The Baldhead on the other hand sized up Chen Ping and said with a sneer on his face, isn't this the guy who hit young Master Xiao and spent 3 years in jail? I didn't expect to come out. It's really time to come out. Today is the big day of your girlfriend and young Master Xiao's wedding. Aren't you, the ex-boyfriend, going to attend? Green Hat Turtle. Ha ha ha. The Baldhead followed by a few juniors all laughed out loud. What did you say? Chen Ping frowned, his eyes full of incredulity. I said that the woman you went to jail for is going to marry young Master Xiao today. The wedding is being held at the Regal Hotel. It's luxurious. Aren't you going to take a look? The Baldhead looked at Chen Ping with a sneer on his face. Chen Ping's brows wrinkled even tighter. His hands clenched his fists tightly. Behind him, Tang Hongying's face changed, and she was also trembling with anger. How to say that his son was also in jail because of that Gung Shanshan? He didn't expect that this woman would turn around and follow her enemy to get married. Kneel down and apologize to my mother. I can spare your lives. Chen Ping's eyes flashed with a cold aura, and the killing intent on his body rose up. The temperature inside the room plummeted a few points, and the laughter of the bald few came to an abrupt end. It was only after a moment that the bald man reacted and said with a face of anger, what did you say? You're asking me to kowtow and apologize? As the bald man said, he slammed his fist towards Chen Ping. With Chen Ping's skinny body, this punch would be able to make Chen Ping fall to the ground. Boom! But who knew? Just as the bald head had rushed up, Chen Ping kicked out, The bald head's entire body suddenly covered his crotch and fell to the ground, sweating profusely in pain and wailing continuously. Chen Ping, you can't fight anymore. Hearing the bald head's wailing, Tang Hongying hurriedly yelled at Chen Ping. Chen Ping was in jail because of fighting. This just came out. If he was sent in because of fighting, what's wrong with that? Beat him to death for me. Beat him to death. The bald man roared, glaring at Chen Ping with eyes full of malice. Several of the bald head's men rushed towards Chen Ping. Chen Ping glanced at his mother. His hands violently flicked. Several white arms flashed. Those few people all felt their legs numb. They all fell to their knees. At this moment, the bald man was shocked and looked at Chen Ping with a face full of unbelief. A chill rose up in his heart. Outside, those neighbors saw the scene in front of them, also stared with wide eyes, somewhat in disbelief. Apologize to my mother. Chen Ping's ice-cold voice sounded once again. The bald head hesitated for a moment, but looking at this Chen Ping's icy cold eyes, he could only kneel on the ground. I'm sorry. The bald head brought a few of his men and started apologizing. Get lost. Chen Ping waved his hand. He did not want to kill anyone in front of the neighborhood and his own mother. If he wanted to kill these punks, it would only be a matter of snapping his fingers. The bald head was helped to stand up by his men, took a vicious look at Chen Ping and limped away. Obviously he was very unconvinced in his heart, but Chen Ping was not afraid of the bald head's retaliation. Chapter 3, Bumped. Mom, are you okay? Those people are gone. After the bald man left, Chen Ping asked Tang Hongying with concern. You said you just came out. What are you doing messing with him? Tang Hongying grumbled at Chen Ping. Quickly pick up the money on the ground. It's always saved up 1 point at a time. Chen Ping squatted down and reloaded all those scattered bills on the ground. Mom, I'll just earn money in the future. You and Dad both take a good rest, and I'll find a way to look after your eyes. Chen Ping put the money away and then handed the cloth bag to Tang Hongying. It's good that you have this heart, Tang Hongying said, and even cried. Now that you're back, Mom is relieved. If it wasn't for worrying about you these past few years, Mom would have died. Looking at his mother, Chen Ping's eyes all began to turn scarlet. Boom! Chen Ping could no longer hold back and slammed his fist on the only table available. With a crash, the table was instantly smashed to pieces. Xiao family, Gung family, I will make you all pay, for sure. The anger in Chen Ping's body burned brightly. Seemingly sensing the anger in Chen Ping's body, Tang Hongying hurriedly said, Chen Ping, you mustn't get into trouble. Now that you're out, get a good job and everything will be fine. Mom, don't worry, I know what to do. I'll go out. Chen Ping comforted at his mother, then walked out of the house. He was going to find Gung Shanshan to ask what was going on. After walking out of the house, Chen Ping's body still carried endless anger, but just when Chen Ping was crossing the road, suddenly a red Porsche rushed over from the road, and it was so fast that it directly knocked Chen Ping off his feet. Boom! Chen Ping's body fell heavily to the ground. If he hadn't practiced with Old Dragon Head, it was estimated that this would have killed Chen Ping, who drove without looking. Chen Ping was already angry in his heart, and when he was knocked off this time out, he was even more angry in his heart. How the hell do you walk? Don't you have eyes? Just as Chen Ping cursed angrily and was about to stand up, suddenly a dainty cry came out, only to see a girl coming down from the Porsche. The girl was dressed in a white dress, stepping on a pair of high heels, very pretty looking, but at this time, she was looking at Chen Ping angrily. Chen Ping frowned, originally wanted to stand up the body, once again lay back. Which one of us is blind? Obviously you bumped into me. Look at you, quite a pretty girl. Why do you speak with a mouth full of flavor? Chen Ping said to the girl without showing any weakness. You dare to scold me? The girl looked at Chen Ping angrily and suddenly raised her foot and kicked towards Chen Ping. The girl wore high heels, the heel of which was like a sharp knife. If this was kicked on the body, it would definitely be a bloody hole. Yu Qi, stop. Seeing that the girl was about to kick on Chen Ping's body, a middle-aged man opened the car door and came down from the back seat. The middle-aged man carried an unruffled and dignified aura on his body, and he looked to be someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Only, at this moment, the middle-aged man's face was a little pale and he was breathing rapidly, holding onto the car door and continuously gasping for air after shouting out these words. Dad, why did you come down? After the girl saw the middle-aged man, she ran over in a panic, holding that middle-aged man and asked, let's quickly go to the hospital. Don't delay any longer, the middle-aged man said to the girl. The girl nodded, re-walked to Chen Ping's front, directly pulled out a pile of money from her bag and threw it onto Chen Ping. There are $10,000 here. Hurry up and take the money and leave. We still have an emergency. Chen Ping did not go to take the money, but stood up and looked at the middle-aged man not far away and said, no need to go to the hospital. It's already too late. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. He could tell that the middle-aged man was already in critical condition. He simply could not hold on to the hospital. Stop. The girl directly stopped in front of Chen Ping and looked at him angrily. What do you mean? Give me the words clearly, or don't even think about leaving. At this time, the middle-aged man also frowned and took a few steps towards Chen Ping. Your father is suffering from an attack of a hidden disease. The injury is in his left lung. In less than 5 minutes, he will have difficulty breathing and suffocate to death. Can you make it to the hospital in 5 minutes? Chen Ping calmly asked after the girl. You nonsense. My father just hurt the wind. Yuchi, the middle-aged man called out to the girl, and then once again took 2 steps toward Chen Ping, his eyes full of shock. Little brother, how did you see that my left lung had been injured? Tell you, you don't understand. I still have urgent matters now. I don't have time to delay my efforts blindly with you guys here, Chen Ping said, about to turn around and leave. Little brother, cough cough, the middle-aged man called out to Chen Ping, then coughed violently. When calmed down a little, immediately went forward and pulled Chen Ping's arm. Little brother, since you can see my disease, it must be able to cure. I hope that little brother to save my life. Pay how much I am willing. This is my business card. The middle-aged man took out a business card and handed it to Chen Ping. Originally, Chen Ping did not want to take it, nor did he want to care, but when he saw the name on the business card, he immediately took it into his hands. You are Su Wenzong, the president of Su Group? Precisely. Su Wenzong nodded. Suddenly, Chen Ping struck out towards Su Wenzong, his 2 fingers pointing at Su Wenzong's Tian 2, Ran Hai, and Gue Zhong acupoints. Chen Ping's speed was extremely fast, so much so that Su Wenzong and that Su Yuchi did not react. Chapter 4 Girlfriend wants to get married. What do you want to do? Su Yuchi hurriedly stepped forward to block in front of Su Wenzong, but by this time, Chen Ping had already withdrawn his hand long ago. However, after Su Wenzong had hit a few acupoints with Chen Ping's hand, he immediately felt that his breathing was smooth and his face was much rosier. I have only temporarily controlled your injuries. It will take some time for you to heal. This hidden disease of yours needs to be tempered slowly because of its age, Chen Ping said indifferently. Thank you little brother for coming to the rescue. Thank you so much. Su Wenzong went forward and excitedly grabbed Chen Ping's hand, thanking him continuously. Su Yuchi was also surprised to see that her father's face was visibly rosy and his body was much better. I stepped in to save you because I know that you often do good deeds and have donated more than a dozen elementary schools. In all reason, I should step in. The reason why Chen Ping saved Su Wenzong was because he knew that Su Wenzong was a great benefactor. If it was a person who met in plain water and knew nothing about him, Chen Ping would not necessarily step in to save him. Not to mention that just now Su Yuchi had also badmouthed him and almost ran him over. Chen Ping was not a virgin bitch who would save anyone. When Su Wenzong heard this, he was slightly embarrassed. This little thing I did, what kind of good deed is it? It's not even close. Little brother saved my life. What do you want? Just say it. Now it's almost noon. I'll invite my little brother to go to Regal Hotel to have a meal. How about it? No need. I still have some things to take care of. Chen Ping shook his head and refused. He still had to meet Gung Shanshan to ask for clarification. Seeing Chen Ping's refusal, Su Wenzong was still a bit surprised, knowing that as the richest man in Hongchang, there were countless people who wanted to invite him to dinner, and those who could sit and eat with him were all people of power and wealth. Now that he took the initiative to invite Chen Ping for dinner, he did not expect Chen Ping to refuse, which was a bit unexpected. Little brother, whatever we say, we have to sit and have a meal together to express my gratitude. Su Wenzong pulled Chen Ping's arm in a deadly manner. Chen Ping could see that Su Wenzong desperately wanted to invite himself for dinner. It was only because he wanted to know about the follow-up treatment of his disease, but seeing that Su Wenzong was also considered sincere, Chen Ping then nodded his head and said, let's do it this way. I'm going to take care of things first, and then I'll go to Regal Hotel to look for you. Seeing Chen Ping say this, Su Wenzong then loosened his hand. That's good. It's a deal. When little brother arrives, just call me. Chen Ping nodded and couldn't wait to leave. Rushing towards the Gung family. Where is Gung Shanshan? I want to see her. In front of a slightly outdated villa, Chen Ping said to the middle-aged woman in front of him. This middle-aged woman was Gung Shanshan's mother Jia Mei. If it was before, Chen Ping would never have dared to follow Jia Mei with this tone of voice. But now, after listening to his own mother's complaint, Chen Ping had long been angry, and did not directly take action, even if it was good. Jia beautiful Achongsam, high and mighty, hands crossed in front of the chest, a face of disdain to look at Chen Ping. You quickly give me a roll. My daughter married today. You this prisoner of labor here is too bad luck. Marriage? Chen Ping frowned. It seemed that what that bald guy said was true. Where is Gung Shanshan? Who is she married to? Have her come out to meet me to make it clear. Chen Ping grimaced coldly and rushed towards the villa. Hey, you crazy person. How can you just barge into someone's yard? Jia Mei desperately pulled Chen Ping. But where was she as strong as Chen Ping? Her entire body was dragged into the courtyard by Chen Ping. As Chen Ping was about to rush in, A girl in a wedding dress walked out with a gloomy face. Upon seeing the girl, Chen Ping stopped at once. Gung Shanshan, what the hell is going on? What's going on? Tell me clearly? Chen Ping angrily weighted his eyes and questioned Gung Shanshan. Chen Ping, go away and don't come looking for me again. I've decided to marry Xiaolei. Gung Shanshan said as she looked at Chen Ping expressionlessly. Chen Ping's eyes stared and he clenched his fists tightly, although he already knew. But when Gung Shanshan said it herself, Chen Ping's heart still jerked hard. He had been imprisoned by that Xiaolei, but now his girlfriend was going to marry him? This was too ironic. Suddenly, Chen Ping laughed bitterly to himself. He felt that he was really too cheap. Is this your own meaning? Chen Ping looked at Gung Shanshan. His face was no longer angry, and his hands slowly loosened. Yes, Gung Shanshan nodded. I want to have had a rich man's life. You simply can't give me that, and you're still a reformed laborer. Even if you come out, I'm afraid it's hard to even feed yourself, so what can you do to feed me? For the sake of our previous relationship, you can take these few $100s and save yourself from sleeping on the streets. After Gung Shanshan finished speaking, she pulled out a few $100 bills from her bag and slammed them in Chen Ping's face. At this moment, Chen Ping looked at Gung Shanshan and completely died. The person in front of him was no longer his girlfriend. You will regret it. Chen Ping turned around and left after saying that, and did not take Gung Shanshan's money. Bah! Marrying a poor man like you is what you will regret. Jia Mei spat viciously behind her. Chapter 5 Used Goods. When Chen Ping had just walked to the door, a convoy welcoming the bride directly blocked the way. A young man in a suit with a bouquet of flowers in his hand walked down from the float. This person was none other than Xiaolei. Xiaolei was slightly stunned when he saw Chen Ping, but then he laughed out loud. I forgot that you got out of jail today. What a coincidence. Do you want to join me in Shanshan's wedding? Xiaolei looked at Chen Ping playfully, his eyes full of mockery. Chen Ping just gave Xiaolei a cold look, sidestepped and wanted to leave. He didn't want to follow this kind of people nonsense. Don't go. Xiaolei stopped Chen Ping again. Don't you have money to pay your share? It doesn't matter. You don't need to take the money. When the time comes the leftovers you can eat whatever you want. We are organizing the wedding at the Regal Hotel. If you don't go, I'm afraid you won't be able to have the chance to dine there in the future for the rest of your life. Xiaolei laughed shamefully at Chen Ping and even reached out to pat Chen Ping's face. Chen Ping forcefully knocked Xiaolei's hand away. Asterisk 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 what's there to fool around with when you marry a second-hand product? It's all left over from Lousy's play. Chen Ping coldly smiled. In fact, Chen Ping had not touched Gung Shanshan at all, and had not even pulled his hand, and he said this in order to be disgusted with Xiaolei, and in the meantime, to rectify that Gung Shanshan. Xiaolei froze after hearing this, and hurriedly looked at Gung Shanshan. Gung Shanshan had told him that she had not even held hands with Chen Ping, so what was the situation now? When Gung Shanshan saw Xiaolei looking over, she immediately became anxious and yelled towards Chen Ping. Chen Ping, what are you talking about? Who is left by you? With your demeanor, I didn't even let you touch my hand. Jia Mei also panicked and cursed at Chen Ping. Chen Ping, don't say sour grapes when you can't eat grapes. How could my daughter let you touch her with your virtues? Xiaolei, don't believe his nonsense. He clearly wants to disgust you. Jia Mei followed Xiaolei to explain. It was hard to find a golden son-in-law, but can't be stirred up by Chen Ping's words. Auntie, don't worry, I won't believe it. Xiaolei wasn't stupid, and of course he wouldn't gullibly believe Chen Ping's words. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Chen Ping was too lazy to pay attention to that Xiaolei, directly bypassing him and walking out. Wait, Xiaolei called out to stop Chen Ping. You'd better keep your mouth shut. Don't go around saying bad things about my wife, or I'll make you look good. Xiaolei was afraid that Chen Ping would go around talking nonsense and ruin the reputation of their Xiao family. Mouth is long on me. I'm happy to say what I want to say. What do you care about me? Chen Ping coldly looked at Xiaolei. Rather, you have to pay attention. Don't lose your life one day and still don't know what's going on. Looking at Chen Ping's icy cold eyes, Xiaolei unexpectedly went into a trance for a moment and had a trace of fear in his heart. But just for a moment, Xiaolei felt humiliated. His eyes glared and reprimanded. If you kid is not afraid to die, you can try. Don't kneel down and beg for me at that time. Xiaolei's face was full of anger. If he wasn't getting married today, he would have given Chen Ping a good look. We still don't know who will kneel down and beg for who, right? Let's wait and see. Chen Ping stared at Xiaolei. Xiaolei, the time has come. Let's not bother with this poor bastard. Stupid X. Jia Mei ruthlessly despised Chen Ping. Xiaolei held the flowers and the group walked towards the house. Chen Ping looked at Xiaolei's back and suddenly flexed his fingers. A silver light suddenly entered Xiaolei's body. Xiaolei visibly shivered for a moment, but didn't care and continued to walk towards the house. I would like to see if you will kneel down and beg me. Chen Ping revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth as he turned around and left, heading towards the Fortune Hotel. The entrance of the Fortune Grand Hotel. Su Wenzong personally waited for Chen Ping at the entrance. Su Wenzong's appearance caused all the people who entered the Fortune Grand Hotel to talk. Isn't this Su Shoufu actually standing at the entrance of the hotel as if waiting for someone? I wonder what the other party could be from, that they could make Su Shoufu wait. I heard that the Shao family's eldest son is getting married and the wedding will be held here. It can't be waiting for someone from the Shao family, right? It's possible. After all, the Shao family is also a powerful family. It's only right to give some face. The crowd walked into the Regal Hotel in a flurry of discussion, while Su Wenzong was still hovering at the entrance, looking at his watch from time to time, with a few moments of impatience on his face. Dad, I think that kid is just talking nonsense. He said that you injured your left lung, and it's still a hidden disease that is life-threatening. It's just nonsense. You're just suffering from a cold and flu, and your lungs are just inflamed. Don't wait. It's better for me to accompany you to the hospital. Su Yuqi persuaded Su Wenzong. Su Wenzong had already waited here for half an hour, but there was still no sign of Chen Ping's arrival. Su Yuqi had a feeling that Chen Ping was just talking nonsense. Besides, Su Wenzong had never told them that he had injured his left lung, and that this had never happened before. Yuqi, there are some things that you don't understand. This injury of mine, even if I go to the hospital, I simply can't see it well. This is a hidden disease of mine. It has been more than 20 years. The reason why I haven't told you guys is because I'm afraid that you guys will be worried. Su Wenzong sighed and said with a gloomy expression. When Su Yuqi heard this, the whole person was a little silly, nervously pulling Su Wenzong's hand. Dad, what is this all about? Don't scare me. Don't scare me. I've already called Dr. Son, he'll come over soon. Su Yuqi panicked. From the time she remembers, she has not seen her own mother. Has always been Su Wenzong brought her up single-handedly. The two people depend on each other. If Su Wenzong has a long and short, Su Yuqi does not know how she should live on. This matter is a long story. There is time, Dad, and slowly tell you. Su Wenzong finished, once again looked at his watch, then anxiously looked into the distance. Chapter 6, You're a Liar. When he saw Chen Ping's figure appear, Su Wenzong's entire body instantly became excited and directly ran towards Chen Ping. Little brother, you finally came. Quickly inside please. Su Wenzong pulled Chen Ping's hand. His heart was finally relieved. Mr. Su, since I promised you, I will definitely come. Chen Ping knew that Su Wenzong was afraid that he would stand him up. Su Wenzong showed a hint of embarrassment and could only smile. Little brother, please, please. Su Wenzong had put himself in an exceptionally low stance, which caused the people who came to the hotel to speculate about Chen Ping's identity after seeing it. That Su Yuqi saw Chen Ping's waist straight while his own father was bowing down. She was instantly enraged. What's wrong with you, kid? My dad has been waiting for you at the door for more than half an hour. And if you look at my dad's face, it's obviously getting harder and harder to see. Will you cure him or not? Su Yuqi had originally had a deep opinion of Chen Ping. At first, when Chen Ping controlled Su Wenzong's condition, Su Yuqi was still surprised and thought that this Chen Ping really had some skill. However, after a short period of time, Su Wenzong's originally rosy face became more and more ugly, which made Su Yuqi feel that Chen Ping was a liar. Maybe he was just cheating money. Yuqi, no nonsense. Quickly follow the little brother to apologize. Su Wenzong's face turned cold as he roared towards Su Yuqi. I'm not going to apologize with him. Look at him, his hair hasn't even grown all the way. What kind of miracle doctor would it be? I think it's just a big liar. Su Yuqi looked at Chen Ping with cold eyes. She felt that the reason why Su Wenzong did not go to the doctor was because of this Chen Ping. Seeing Su Yuqi not listening, Su Wenzong's angry face instantly reddened and his breathing began to become rapid. Cough, cough, cough. Su Wenzong wanted to say something, but without a single word coming out, he began to cough violently. Dad! Su Yuqi hurriedly rushed over and supported Su Wenzong, and Su Wenzong coughed out a mouthful of black blood, frightening Su Yuqi to the point that her face changed. Looking at the black blood that Su Wenzong coughed out, Chen Ping's brows instantly wrinkled. It seemed that this Su Wenzong's injury was more serious than he had imagined. Chen Ping did not know how Su Wenzong could have lasted until now with such a serious injury. Quickly help your father to the room, Chen Ping said to Su Yuqi, who had already panicked. However, Su Yuqi froze and didn't move a muscle because she didn't trust Chen Ping very much. When Chen Ping saw Su Yuqi didn't move, he frowned and snapped. Do you want to watch your father die? Su Yuqi was yelled at by Chen Ping, and only then did she help Su Wenzong, and walked into one of the hotel's private rooms. After entering the box, Chen Ping took Su Wenzong's pulse and his expression became grave. Just as Chen Ping was about to give Su Wenzong medical treatment, suddenly the door of the box was pushed open and a doctor wearing glasses and a white coat walked in. Dr. Son, hurry, quickly take a look at my father. He just vomited blood. After Su Yuqi saw the visitor, it was as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. What? Quickly let me take a look. That Dr. Sun was shocked and hurriedly opened the medical box. Duck away. Su Yuchi pushed Chen Ping aside, while then holding Su Wenzong to Dr. Sun. Dr. Sun, my father's illness depends on you. You must save him. At this time, Su Wenzong was already nearly comatose, and his breathing had become very weak. Don't worry Ms. Su, I will definitely do my best. Dr. Sun said and began to take Su Wenzong's pulse. As the pulse took longer and longer, Dr. Sun's frown became deeper and deeper. Su Yuchi looked at Dr. Sun's appearance. Her face was full of anxiety, and she didn't dare to make a sound. Miss Su, Mr. Su has injured his spleen and lungs. A hidden disease has become a problem. This kind of accumulated chronic disease must be slowly adjusted to work, but someone has forcefully pushed Mr. Su's immunity, although it seems to have an effect for the time being, but this aggravates Mr. Su's condition. I'm afraid Mr. Su is in danger right now. What kind of person has seen Mr. Su before me? Dr. Sun said with a gloomy face. When Su Yuchi heard this, she was instantly furious, and directly looked at Chen Ping on the side. Just Chen Ping had treated her father, and at that time it was true that as Dr. Sun said, her father's condition had improved a lot, but she didn't think that this had harmed her father. You liar, if my father has a short or long life, I will definitely not spare you. Su Yuchi yelled at Chen Ping. Her face was filled with anger. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't get away from supporting Su Wenzong, it was estimated that Su Yuchi had already made a move on Chen Ping. Who are you to call me a liar? What have I cheated your family? If it wasn't for me, your father was afraid that he would have already been a corpse. Simply unbelievable. Chen Ping snorted coldly, disgusted with this Su Yuchi, a girl's family, opening her mouth and shutting it with a mouthful of a liar. Where was the slightest bit of a girl's gentleness? You. Su Yuchi was furious, but at this time, she could not follow Chen Ping to quarrel. Saving her father first was most important. Dr. Sun, please, quickly think of a way, please. Su Yuchi was so anxious that she was about to cry. Dr. Sun opened the medical box, took out a black pill from it and stuffed it into Su Wenzong's mouth, then took out a packet of silver needles, and stabbed it in Su Wenzong's huizhong, tian hai, and foot chi was several acupoints. What you are doing is not saving people. This is harming them. Chen Ping looked at Dr. Sun's needling and said nonchalantly. Dr. Sun frowned. What do you mean? Are you questioning me? Could it be that you know acupuncture as well? Acupuncture is Chinese medicine, which is not like Western medicine. Learn a 3 or 5 years can be proficient. Chinese acupuncture without a decade or 8 years are afraid that it is difficult to begin. To learn to be proficient, I am afraid that it will take a few decades, and some people learn their whole life. Do not dare to say that they are proficient. But Chen Ping looked at the age of 20 or so. Even if it is from the mother's womb inside the study of acupuncture, can still be high to what place? Chapter 7 Putting up a fight. What are you babbling about? You are not needed here. Hurry up and get out. Su Yuchi was afraid that Chen Ping would affect Dr. Sun's medical treatment, so she roared angrily. Good, this is what you told me to roll. I'll just sit outside in the corridor. In less than 5 minutes, you will definitely beg me to come back. Chen Ping finished speaking and directly opened the door of the box and walked out. Chen Ping walked back. No one was minding him. That Dr. Sun began to carefully needle Su Wenzong, and soon he was sweating profusely. When the last needle was placed, Su Wenzong woke up leisurely and slowly opened his eyes. Dad, my dad has woken up. Dr. Sun, my dad has woken up. It's great. Seeing Su Wenzong wake up, Su Yuchi shouted happily, her eyes filled with tears. She was really scared just now. Scared that her father would never wake up again. Dr. Sun saw Su Wenzong waking up and also let out a long breath. He actually didn't have much certainty, but just when Su Yuchi and Dr. Sun both breathed a sigh of relief, Su Wenzong, who had already opened his eyes, suddenly shook violently. His expression was very painful, his breathing was difficult, and his entire face turned a saucy purple color. Dad! Dad! Su Yuchi shouted loudly, panicked and looked at Dr. Sun. Dr. Sun, what's going on? At this time, Dr. Sun was also a bit flustered, looking at a loss for words. I don't know. How could this be? How could this be? Who are you asking? You are the doctor. Su Yuchi was anxious and yelled towards Dr. Sun. At this time, Su Wenzong's shaking amplitude was getting smaller and smaller, and finally directly did not have any movement, and even his breathing could not be detected. At this moment, that Dr. Sun panicked even more. If Su Wenzong had an accident, he was afraid that he wouldn't want to live well either. Dad, don't scare me. Don't scare me. Su Yuchi cried. Miss Su, let's send Mr. Su to the hospital. There's nothing I can do. Dr. Sun said with an anxious face. The reason why he chose this time to send Su Wenzong to the hospital was nothing more than to avoid responsibility. If Su Wenzong died in the hospital, it would have nothing to do with him. Do you take me for a fool? My dad is in this condition now. Can he still hold on to the hospital? You hurry up and save. If you can't save my dad, you don't live either. Su Yuqi had lost her mind at this point, her eyes filled with anger. The Su family was the richest in Jiangcheng. To deal with a small doctor, it wasn't a simple matter. This time, it scared that Dr. Son, but he had no way out. Just when he was anxious, he suddenly thought of Chen Ping. Dr. Son hurriedly said, Miss Su, that young man who just went out, maybe he really has a way. I think that young man has two skills. When Dr. Son said so, Su Yuqi also remembered Chen Ping, but just now that Dr. Son was looking down on Chen Ping, but now he was praising him. It was only because he wanted Chen Ping to come over and help himself to cover the thunder. As long as Chen Ping made a move to heal him, even if Su Wenzong died, his responsibility could not be found. It was all Chen Ping's responsibility alone. Su Yuqi hesitated, but in the end, she still put Su Wenzong on the chair and rushed out of the private room. At this moment, Chen Ping was sitting on a chair in the corridor. He knew that Su Yuqi would definitely come out to look for him. Seeing that Chen Ping hadn't left yet, Su Yuqi hurriedly ran over, but just as she was about to open her mouth, she suddenly realized that she didn't even know how to address Chen Ping. Please save my father. Su Yuqi had an embarrassed look on her face as she begged at Chen Ping. Chen Ping slowly raised his head to look at Su Yuqi while Su Yuqi did not dare to look straight into Chen Ping's eyes. Just now she had cursed angrily at Chen Ping, but now she had come to beg Chen Ping. You believe that I can save your father and believe that I am not a liar? Chen Ping asked. Su Yuqi didn't say anything. She didn't know how to answer, because at this moment, Su Yuqi didn't completely believe in Chen Ping. She just didn't have a way. The dead horse was a living horse. Looking at Su Yuqi's appearance, Chen Ping smiled and did not make things difficult for her, but got up and walked towards the private room. Su Yuqi hurriedly followed behind and entered, while that Dr. Son was sweating profusely, anxiously crossing his steps inside the private room. Seeing Chen Ping coming, Dr. Son seemed to have seen a savior. No matter if Chen Ping could cure Su Wenzong, as long as Chen Ping stepped in, then his own responsibility was even pushed out. Little brother, it was my fault just now. Please save Mr. Su quickly. Dr. Son also lowered his stature and begged Chen Ping, following his own life compared to his own body and family. What was it to say a few kind words? Chen Ping glanced at Su Wenzong and sighed lightly. It seems I can only put up a fight. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he looked at that Dr. Son and asked, do you still have the silver needle? Yes, inside the medical kit. Dr. Son hurriedly took out a pack of silver needles and handed it over to Chen Ping. Not enough. Chen Ping shook his head. Not enough? Dr. Son froze. This pack of silver needles has more than 30 needles. Isn't it enough? Normally with acupuncture, being able to apply a dozen needles was already remarkable. Even Zhou Jimin, the president of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Association, who was known as a divine doctor, was only able to apply 24 needles. More than 30 silver needles, by all accounts, was enough. Not enough. I need many silver needles. Chen Ping said. How many do you need? Dr. Son asked carefully. 981. As soon as Chen Ping's words fell, that Dr. Son just froze, and his entire body froze. A moment later, a hint of panic appeared in Dr. Son's eyes, but without saying anything, he directly took out all the silver needles from inside the medical kit. Chen Ping received the silver needles and directly placed Su Wenzong's body on the ground to flatten it, followed by waving his hands, continuously having silver needles stabbed into Su Wenzong's body. Cold sweat began to emerge from Chen Ping's forehead. The entire person appeared to be in great strain. His clothes were soaked through. After the last silver needle was stabbed into Su Wenzong's body, Chen Ping let out a long breath, and the entire person sat down directly on the ground as if he was deflated. During this time, Su Yuqi had been fidgeting and watching. She didn't know anything about acupuncture. She wanted to ask, but she was afraid of disturbing Chen Ping. But at this time, Dr. Son had been stunned on the spot. His mouth was wide open, enough to stuff an egg into it. After a while, Dr. Son changed from shock to excitement, kneeling in front of Chen Ping with a plop. Dr. Son's sudden action made Chen Ping and Su Yuqi startled. Chapter 8, 9 Revolution's Soul Restoring Needle. Divine Doctor, please Divine Doctor take me as your disciple. Dr. Son said and kowtowed to Chen Ping. Chen Ping opened his mouth, but found that he had no strength at all. While that Su Yuqi looked at Dr. Son in shock. Dr. Son, what's wrong with you? My father hasn't woken up yet? Su Yuqi didn't understand. Her father obviously hadn't woken up yet. How come this Dr. Son shouted that Chen Ping was a miracle doctor? MS. Su doesn't know. Just now the divine doctor used the 9 revolution soul restoring needle. Even the dead can be revived. Mr. Su is definitely fine. Dr. Sun explained after Su Yuchi. So powerful? Su Yuchi looked at Chen Ping with some disbelief. If what that Dr. Sun said was true, then this Chen Ping could really be called a divine doctor. I didn't expect you to know about the 9 revolution soul restoration needle. Chen Ping took 2 breaths and said with some surprise. This 9 revolution soul restoration needle was an ancient needle technique that had long been lost for a long time. This was still something that Chen Ping had learned from following the old dragon head, and he did not understand how this Dr. Sun knew about it. Divine Doctor, I am Sun Song, the Vice President of the Hongqiang Traditional Chinese Medicine Association. I have seen this kind of needle technique in an ancient book. I didn't expect that I would have the honor of seeing Divine Doctor administering the needles today, and I would like to ask Divine Doctor to take me on as a disciple. With that, Sun Song started kowtowing to Chen Ping. Sun Song's behavior made Chen Ping somewhat at a loss for words. Just at this moment, a few coughs rang out and Su Wenzong woke up. Dad! Su Yuchi reacted, hurriedly stepping forward to help Su Wenzong up, but was pulled back by Chen Ping. Miss Su, you can't move right now. Wait for me to remove the silver needles from your father's body. Chen Ping pulled Su Yuchi's delicate hand, holding it in his hand that is soft and warm. Let Chen Ping's heart is a burst of excitement, and that Su Yuchi also seems to feel the temperature of Chen Ping's hand. Her face reddened and said, "Thank you." Chen Ping hurriedly let go of Su Yuchi, fixed his mind, and gently waved his hands in front of Su Wenzong. 81 silver needles. All of them were sucked into the palm of Chen Ping's hand. It's done. Chen Ping handed the silver needles back to that Sun Song and said to Su Yuchi. At this moment, Su Yuchi didn't dare to have the slightest doubt about Chen Ping anymore, and after saying thank you, she went forward to help Su Wenzong up, tears of excitement coming out of her eyes. Dad, how are you feeling? Su Yuchi asked as she supported Su Wenzong. I'm fine, pretty good. Su Wenzong smiled faintly, but when he saw Sun Song kneeling on the ground, his face was filled with doubt. What's going on? Su Yuchi could only tell him about Chen Ping saving him with the 9 revolution soul restoring needle, and when Su Wenzong heard it, he was astonished. He had a feeling that Chen Ping should have 2 tricks up his sleeve if he could tell what was wrong with his body, but he didn't expect that he would be so powerful that even that Sun Song, the vice president of the Chinese Medicine Association, would have to kneel down to pay homage to his master. Little brother, this is the second time you have saved me. From now on, you are the great benefactor of my Su family. As long as you say a word, what I, Su, can do, I will never excuse myself. Su Wenzong said with an excited face. Mr. Su is polite. It's just a matter of lifting your hand. Besides, you have been doing good deeds for a long time. This is also your blessing, Chen Ping said indifferently, but his words then changed. Although I used the 9-turn soul restoring needle to temporarily save your life, but if you don't cure this disease, you won't live for more than 3 months at most. Hearing Chen Ping say this, Su Wenzong knelt down in front of Chen Ping with a plop. Please sir, save my life. I am willing to pay for my life's wealth. Su Wenzong was scared. He no longer called Chen Ping his little brother, but changed his name to respectfully call him sir. He was really afraid that Chen Ping would not save him. In order to live, he was willing to give all his family's wealth to Chen Ping. As the richest man in Hongqiang, Su Wenzong's assets were quite a lot, and now he was even going to give them all to Chen Ping. I am afraid that anyone who saw this would be envious. Mr. Su doesn't have to be like this. Since I let me come across it, I will naturally save you. It's just that I still need some rare medicinal herbs, so I need you to go and get the medicinal herbs ready before I can do that. Chen Ping didn't have the money to buy medicines for Su Wenzong, and these medicinal herbs that he needed were all worth a fortune, so an ordinary person really couldn't prepare them all. Sir, just say what you need. Su Wenzong hurriedly nodded his head before turning to Su Yuchi. Yuchi, quickly prepare a pen and paper to record it. Chen Ping felt uncomfortable by Su Wenzong's sudden change of address to sir, so he said, Mr. Su, my name is Chen Ping. You can just call me by my first name. How can that be? Mr. Chen is my savior. My Su family will never forget it. Seeing Su Wenzong's stubbornness, Chen Ping did not insist anymore, but instead wrote a full list of medicines with a pen and paper and gave it to Su Yuchi. Mr. Su, most of the herbs on this medicine list are the herbs you need, but there is a small portion that is for my mother. My mother is blind in both eyes, so if she wants to be cured, she will need some herbs as well, Chen Ping truthfully said after Su Wenzong. Chen Ping's mother, Tang Hong Yingsai disease, was blind because she had cried for too long. To be cured was actually not a difficult task for Chen Ping. Only with his current ability to prepare the medicinal herbs for the treatment, he was afraid that it would still be a bit difficult, so he simply let the Su family prepare it together. However, there were 2 things that Chen Ping was worried that the Su family would not be able to find. one of which was a brush that had a certain amount of spirituality, such as the brushes used by those literary greats for long periods of time, which possessed spirituality. Or maybe brushes made from animal hairs with spirituality would also work. These brushes with spirituality were just one of them. Cinnabar also needed to be used. Although cinnabar was very common nowadays, the cinnabar that Chen Ping needed to use had to be made from more than 100 years of little leaf zeton or old mountain sandalwood, and in conjunction with the spiritual brushes. When the time came, after just a couple of dabs on Tang Hanying's eyes, he would basically be able to see things. Although these two things, Chen Ping also wrote to the list, but he does not expect the Su family can find these two things. These two things can be encountered but not to be sought. Besides, only those who know how to tell the difference. Chapter 9 giving you a suite of rooms. Mr. Chen, just ask for whatever you need. As long as I can do it, I will never excuse myself, Su Wenzong hurriedly said. Mr. Chen, the brushes and vermilion sand on top of this list of yours, what are they for? At this time, Su Yuqi opened her mouth to ask. After all, the brushes and vermilion sand didn't look like something that could be used for curing diseases, and these two things were all over the streets. Yuqi, since Mr. Chen wrote on it, it has its own reasoning. No talking too much. Su Wenzong glared at Su Yuqi and said, no harm done. Chen Ping smiled. These two are also for healing, but these two are not ordinary brushes and vermilion sand. They need brushes and vermilion sand with spirituality to work. With spirituality? This time Su Yuqi was baffled. Su Wenzong was also baffled. They didn't understand what carrying spirituality was at all. Seeing that both of them were baffled, Chen Ping explained, everything in this world has birth and extinction, and anything has spirituality, even dead things seen in the world, like a table and a chair here for example, can have spirituality, but that requires particularly harsh conditions and opportunities. For example, this chair that I made, if I sit on this chair for years and years to practice, for 10 years, 50 years, or even 100 years, this chair will slowly take on a spiritual nature. Chen Ping was afraid that the two people would not understand, so he could only follow the two people in a particularly colloquial manner. Oh, I understand. Su Yuqi suddenly shouted in surprise. Mr. Chen, this means it's just like what's played out on TV. A tree in an immortal's cave can have spirituality over time, and even transform into a human form. Yuqi, no nonsense. Su Wenzong was speechless as he listened to Su Yuqi's explanation. In his opinion, there is no such thing as a fairy in this world. What century is this? MS. Su explained it correctly, that's what it means. Chen Ping said with a faint smile. In the past, Chen Ping didn't believe in it either, but after following the old dragon head for the past 3 years, he realized that in this world, there existed too many things that he didn't know. For example, the condensed heart skill that the old dragon head had passed on to him was a method of immortal cultivation, and as long as Chen Ping practiced it, he would really become an immortal. Su Wenzong smiled awkwardly. He did not expect Su Yuqi to really give the right explanation. If it was someone else who said something about spirituality, immortals and so on, Su Wenzong would have definitely scoffed. Except that Chen Ping said it, but it made Su Wenzong a little shaken. Chen Ping and Su Wenzong were talking, and did not look at Sun Song who was kneeling on the ground. Although this Sun Song's human nature was not particularly bad, but it was also very difficult to take responsibility. Chen Ping did not want to accept him. Besides, without the old dragon head's permission, Chen Ping would not just accept any disciple. After about 10 minutes of conversation, Chen Ping also knew how Su Wenzong was injured. It turned out that Su Wenzong was beaten by a business competitor when he was young, because there was no trauma, and after checking, he was fine, so he didn't care. But time is not long. Su Wenzong felt his body is getting weaker and weaker. From time to time breathing difficulties, have been taking some tonic medicine to support, until now. However, Su Wenzong was afraid that his family was worried, so he kept it hidden, which was why Su Yuqi did not know that her father had a hidden disease. Chen Ping understood as soon as he heard it. The person who injured Su Wenzong must be a martial artist who had already cultivated internal energy. It looked like he wanted to cause Su Wenzong's death, except that Su Wenzong had money. Relying on the great tonic medicine that he had bought with heavy money, he could only be able to support himself up to this point. If he didn't need himself, Su Wenzong was afraid that he wouldn't be able to survive at all. I beg Mr. Chen to accept me as a disciple. Kneeling on the ground, Sun Song shouted once again. At this time, his legs had long since gone numb, accompanied by a sense of pain, making it very difficult for Sun Song right now. Chen Ping glanced at Sun Song. Get up. I am not going to take in a disciple, but if you don't understand anything, I can point you in the right direction. Chen Ping saw that Sun Song had knelt for such a long time, and was also considered sincere, so he agreed to instruct him, but as a disciple, Chen Ping would never accept. Seeing Chen Ping say so, Sun Song's heart was happy, and he thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Sun Song slowly stood up, but his legs were numb and painful, leaving him no way to stand. Seeing this situation of Sun Song, Chen Ping reached out and clicked on Sun Song's legs. The painful numbness instantly disappeared, which made Sun Song shocked. Mr. Su, there are still parents at home. I have to go back. After the herbs are prepared, you can call me. Chen Ping slowly got up and said. Chen Ping's mother was still at home alone, which made him uneasy. Mr. Chen, I don't know where you are living now? Su Wenzong asked. Living in the Happiness Lane neighborhood. What's wrong? Chen Ping said with a strange face. Oh, nothing. I just have a house that has been idle and useless, so I will give it to Mr. Chen. That place is also particularly suitable for convalescence. I hope it will be useful to Mr. Chen. Su Wenzong said, pulling out a key from his pocket. Then thank you, Mr. Su. Chen Ping originally wanted to refuse. He did not give Su Wenzong a medical treatment in order to get anything, but when he thought of his parents living in that shabby house, he was afraid that it would be a while before he could earn enough money to buy a house, so he agreed to do so. But when the key was handed over to Chen Ping froze. This is a key to the Panlong Wan Villa area. Chapter 10. Participate in the wedding. Panlong Bay Villa area, but the entire Hongchang best neighborhood. The entire district built in Hongchang, only a mountain. The district inside the pleasant scenery. The air quality is particularly good. The people who can live here are either rich or noble. They are all upper class people. Ordinary people don't say they live in the neighborhood. Even the property fee can't afford to pay. Mr. Su, this house is too expensive. You'd better take it back. Chen Ping hurriedly wanted to return the key. Mr. Chen, don't push back. Can you say that my one life is not worth a house? Su Wenzong said with a faint smile. Su Wenzong said so. Chen Ping could only accept it, while Su Wenzong took out another bank card and gave it to Chen Ping, which contained $10 million. Chen Ping knew that he couldn't shrug it off, so he could only put the bank card into his pocket as well. Just as Chen Ping was about to say goodbye, there was a loud noise coming from downstairs. Chen Ping frowned slightly. Seeing Chen Ping frowning, Su Wenzong immediately called the hotel manager over. What's going on here? So noisy? Su Wenzong questioned. Mr. Su, today is the marriage of the Xiao family's Duke Xiao, who is holding a wedding banquet in the second floor ballroom. That's why it's so noisy. The manager hurriedly followed Su Wenzong and explained. When Su Wenzong heard this, he let it go. After all, this hotel of his is open for business. People are getting married. Some noise is unavoidable. Mr. Su, goodbye. Chen Ping arched his hand to Su Wenzong and walked out of the private room. Just after Chen Ping went downstairs, he met Xiao Lei walking into the hotel with his bride Geng Shanshan in his arms. After seeing Chen Ping, Xiao Lei was stunned, but then laughed. Chen Ping, I didn't expect you to really come to our wedding. Do you want to come to dabble in the food and drink? Chen Ping coldly swept a glance at Xiao Lei, did not speak. Aside, want to leave. Don't go. Xiao Lei blocked Chen Ping's way at once and said with a face full of mockery. Take a quick look at your ex-girlfriend. Isn't she pretty now? Don't you have anything to say to her? Xiao Lei was deliberately making a fool out of Chen Ping. Brother Lei, ignore him, the hour is almost up. Geng Shanshan, who was in Xiao Lei's arms, didn't even look at Chen Ping and said to Xiao Lei delicately, Xiao Lei, don't pay attention to this trash. We can't miss the hour. You guys go into the hall first. I'll drive this trash away. Jia Mei urged Xiao Lei, and then looked at Chen Ping and said, Are you this guy finished? You even chased me to the hotel, with your toad-like appearance. Can my daughter fall for you? Don't even piss on yourself. Get lost. Don't want to make trouble here. Jia Mei's words were harsh and mean, and could be said to be heartbreaking. The surrounding friends and relatives were all talking to each other, looking at Chen Ping and constantly sending out sneers. At this moment, Chen Ping was like a clown, being watched by everyone as a joke. One day, you will all kneel at my feet and beg me. Chen Ping suppressed the anger in his heart and pushed away Xiao Lei, who was blocking the way before walking out. Stop him. Xiao Lei frowned. Today you have to participate even if you want to, and you have to participate even if you don't want to, and I'm going to make you a punk. Watch your girlfriend marry me with your own eyes. As soon as Xiao Lei gave his word, several people immediately stopped Chen Ping. They were beaten up in Chen Ping's house. There was still resentment in their hearts. Now it was the right time to take revenge on Chen Ping. Looking at several people stopping themselves ferociously, Chen Ping slowly turned back to look at Xiao Lei. Are you sure you want me to attend your wedding? Not bad. I am letting you watch with your own eyes. I want to let you know. Dare to fight with me. You are not yet worthy. Xiao Lei was filled with a cold smile. Well, your wedding won't be organized if I attend. Chen Ping finished speaking and turned around to walk into the second floor wedding banquet hall, which had more than 100 tables inside. Ha ha ha. I want to see how you'll make my wedding not be organized. Xiao Lei laughed out loud. He didn't believe Chen Ping's threat in the slightest, but in order to prevent Chen Ping from making trouble and disturbing the crowd's pleasure, Xiao Lei said to that bald head, you bring a few more people, give me a good follow to that Chen Ping. If he dares to come back, immediately arrest him for me. Don't worry, Mr. Xiao, leave this matter to me. The bald man nodded. His eyes had a few more strands of coldness in them. He was just about to seek revenge on Chen Ping. Inside the marriage hall, Chen Ping found a corner and sat down. The people who were able to participate in the wedding of the Xiao family's son were either rich or noble. All of them were people of honor in Hongchang, and ordinary people like Chen Ping were not qualified to come and participate at all. Therefore, Chen Ping's appearance caused many guests in the hall to cast a strange look. Such a luxurious wedding scene. The sudden appearance of a youth full of ordinary people seemed a bit out of place. However, soon enough, Chen Ping's identity spread amongst the many guests, and this time there were even more gazes towards Chen Ping, most of them with playful mockery, and some with sympathy. Only Chen Ping did not care about these gazes, sitting alone in the corner, eating the dried fruits on the table, without a single expression on his face. The bald head, on the other hand, was leading a dozen or so people, standing behind Chen Ping and staring tightly. As long as Chen Ping dared to make a move, he would not hesitate to strike. Yell, isn't this Chen Ping? When did you get out of jail? A voice with mockery rang out. Chen Ping looked up to find an alluringly dressed, heavily made-up woman walking towards Chen Ping, with a youth following at the woman's side. The woman's voice instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding guests. They at first only thought that Chen Ping was the bride's ex-boyfriend, who came over to see the last side of his girlfriend, but they didn't want to realize that Chen Ping had also been in jail. This time the surrounding guests were even more interested in Chen Ping. Chapter 11 Communal and Private Revenge. Chen Ping looked at the heavily made-up woman. A touch of disgust appeared on his face. This woman is called Jiang Wenjing, is also Chen Ping's classmate. Once in the school also chased Chen Ping it. When Chen Ping's father has a formal job, is considered an iron rice bowl, so the pursuit of Chen Ping a lot of people. Only Chen Ping did not like this Jiang Wenjing, followed Geng Shanshan together. He felt that Geng Shanshan, whether it is appearance or character, are better than Jiang Wenjing, this vain woman, but now it seems that both women are all the way. Chen Ping looked away. Chen Ping, why don't you say anything when you see your old classmate? Are you dumb? You were quite popular when you were inside the school. You were still the student council president. If you let the school principal and teachers know that you, the student council president who was a good student in their eyes, became a labor prisoner after graduation, what do you think they would think? The youth beside Jiang Wenjing also spoke up. The youth was called Fu Wei. Following Chen Ping used to be a roommate, and the two of them were still regarded as buddies, except that this Fu Wei was also secretly in love with Geng Shanshan, and then after seeing Chen Ping and Geng Shanshan together, he held a grudge against Chen Ping, and didn't do much to sabotage Chen Ping and Geng Shanshan's affairs, except that none of them succeeded. Chen Ping and his relationship was also directly broken. After graduating from university, there has been no contact. Now that this Jiang Wenjing and Fu Wei appeared here at the same time, they should have been invited by Geng Shanshan. Otherwise these two people would not be qualified to participate. Chen Ping just swept a glance at the two people, then put his head down and silently sipped his tea. He was too lazy to care about these two people. Seeing Chen Ping put his head down, Fu Wei and Jiang Wenjing became even more complacent. They felt that Chen Ping was afraid of them. Chen Ping, just got out of jail. Is it that you haven't found a job yet? Do you want me to introduce you to a job of emptying toilets? Although it's a bit dirty and tiring, at least you will be able to get enough to eat. Now that your father has lost his job, you're thinking of counting on him. I'm afraid you can't count on him anymore. Fu Wei faced with a smug smile, to be able to step Chen Ping underfoot. Don't mention how happy, when he was in school, if it wasn't for Chen Ping's father having a formal job, how could he be compared to Chen Ping? Fu Wei, don't be ridiculous. The president of the student council, how can he go to empty the toilet? At least find a cleaner job. I think go sweep the road? Jiang Wenjing covered her mouth and giggled. Ha ha ha. Fu Wei and Jiang Wenjing's mockery of Chen Ping caused the bald head and the many guests to burst into laughter. Only then did Chen Ping slowly raise his head. If you two don't want to die, then hurry up and leave from here. Chen Ping looked indifferent. His tone was flat and did not carry a trace of anger. But when these words were heard in Fu Wei's and Jiang Wenjing's ears, both of them shivered. Especially that Jiang Wenjing, her whole body was like falling into an ice cave. Her whole body was so cold that she didn't even dare to look directly at Chen Ping. The words that were originally prepared for ridicule were suddenly unable to be said at this moment. After a while, Fu Wei seemed to have been greatly insulted, and roared at Chen Ping with a fierce face, "You're a prisoner of labor. What are you dragging for? Your own girlfriend is married to someone else. You don't even dare to fart. What big words are you saying to us?" That's right, knowing that the Xiao family is rich and powerful, you don't dare to mess with them. So you're taking it out on the two of us? We are not the ones to be messed with. Jiang Wenjing also slowed down at this time, counting down Chen Ping with her finger. Don't mess with me. Chen Ping finished speaking and lowered his head again. Damn. I'll mess with you. How dare you? This is Duke Xiao's wedding banquet. Fu Wei cursed angrily, stepped forward and picked up Chen Ping's collar, directly picking him up. The reason why they targeted Chen Ping like this was because they wanted to please the Xiao Lei. As long as they pleased Xiao Lei, then they would be able to get their jobs in the future. Fu Wei picked up Chen Ping, all of a sudden, and was about to make a move towards Chen Ping, but he only saw Chen Ping slap over. Slap! A slap sound that was loud enough to startle the entire banquet hall rang out, and Fu Wei's entire body flew out directly, smashing heavily on a table. With a crash, the table became shattered, and the plates and bowls and tea utensils all fell to the ground and were smashed to pieces. All the guests turned their gazes here, while Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan, who were on the wedding stage, no one was paying attention to them anymore. Even Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan could not help but look in the direction of the sound that was made. Damn, you're looking for death. Seeing that Chen Ping had made a move, the bald head instantly became excited and yelled, all of you, get on me and get this kid killed. The bald head can now be justified in the communique of personal revenge. He knows that Chen Ping has some hands, so he does not go on himself. Directly let the back more than 10 minions swarmed up. Kid, dare to make a fuss at Duke Xiao's wedding. You are looking for death. A dozen or so thugs with sticks greeted towards Chen Ping. When the many guests saw this scene, they couldn't help but shake their heads. They knew that Chen Ping would not survive. Chapter 12, suspected of living a long life. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. Fu Wei, who had been smacked away by Chen Ping, covered his face and stood up, roaring hideously. On the wedding stage, the corner of Xiao Lei's mouth lifted, revealing a cruel smile. Everyone was watching Chen Ping's jokes. No one pitied him, and even less would save him. Facing the siege of more than a dozen people, Chen Ping showed a sneer and fiercely took a step forward. Boom! Chen Ping's step was like an earthquake. The entire hall seemed to shake. The dozen or so fighters instantly let out a miserable scream, followed by all of them flying out backwards, smashing the surrounding tables and chairs to smithereens. The scene was a mess. At this moment, all the guests froze. That bald man looked at the fallen man. A chill instantly rose from the soles of his feet. At this moment, on the side of the wedding stage, a middle-aged man dressed appropriately had his brows tightly furrowed together. This person was Xiao Yan, the Xiao family head, and Xiao Lei's father. And of course he had to be present at his son's wedding. Just now, when Chen Ping had shaken off the dozen or so fighters, Xiao Yan had seen it all in his eyes. He himself was a martial artist and could tell that Chen Ping's strength was not simple. While Xiao Lei on the wedding stage saw this, he frowned. Damn, they are all ing wastes. Roaring angrily, Xiao Lei rushed down with a single healthy step. Husband, Geng Shanshan also followed along and ran over. Layer, don't act rashly. At this time, on the side of the wedding stage, Xiao Yan, who had been sitting unmoving, also rushed over, fearing that his son would suffer. What's going on? What's going on? A dozen hotel security guards rushed in with rubber bats. Regal Hotel had been open for 5 or 6 years, and had never seen anyone who dared to cause trouble here. And one must know that this Regal Hotel was the property of the Su family, the richest family in Hong City. What's more, this time is still the eldest young master of the Xiao family organizing the wedding. The strength of the Xiao family is not much worse than the Su family. At this juncture, who still dare to come here to make trouble? That is not the birthday old man ate arsenic, smack of a long life? In the third floor private room, Su Wenzong listened to the crackling sound below, his brows directly wrinkled. The manager of the hotel rushed in with a cold sweat on his head. What's going on down there? Su Wenzong asked with some displeasure. Mr. Su, someone is causing trouble at the Xiao family's wedding banquet, hitting people and smashing things. The hotel manager hurriedly explained. Someone dared to cause trouble here? Su Wenzong's face was furious. What are you guys doing? Waste of space. Hurry up and send the security guards over. Don't affect our hotel's reputation. Already sent over, the manager said. Then why don't you get lost and deal with it? Waiting for people to get angry? Su Wenzong roared angrily, scaring the manager into running away. Dad, you're not well, don't be angry. I'll go down and take a look. Su Yuqi comforted Su Wenzong and also walked out of the private room. Now Su family a lot of things. Are Su Yuqi is dealing with? After all, Su Wenzong only her so a daughter. Now Su Wenzong's health is not good. All the burden is also placed on the shoulders of Su Yuqi. Second floor marriage hall. A dozen security guards surrounded Chen Ping. The hotel manager hurriedly ran, nodding his head in front of Xiao Yan. Mr. Xiao, I'm really sorry. I didn't think that there would be unafraid of death. Dare to make trouble in the Xiao family wedding. I'll drive the troublemakers away now. Is finished, toward the dozen of security guards said. What are you guys still frozen doing? Beat the troublemaker out of me. Wait, Just as the security guards were about to make their move, Xiao Yan spoke up. Making trouble at my son's wedding and disturbing my guests. Can't we just let him go like this? In that case, where would my Xiao family's face go? Even if I don't want his life today, I have to leave my arms and legs behind before I leave. The hotel manager was in a difficult position. If this chopped off his hands and feet, what if he remembers the hotel in the future and comes back to cause trouble again? Xiao Yan could see the hotel manager's meaning and said with a disdainful smile, I will deal with this matter myself. You guys can get lost. Fine. We will roll immediately. Being able to not have to care about anything, the hotel manager hurriedly nodded his head happily. Dad, I don't want his hands and feet. I want his life. Dare to make trouble at my wedding. I want him dead. Xiao Lei finished speaking, while then looking at Chen Ping angrily. Chen Ping, today I must let you die. I'll let you know what happens when you mess with me. I just said that if I come to the wedding then your wedding won't be organized. You always don't believe me. Do you believe me now? Chen Ping looked at Xiao Lei and laughed without any fear. I believe your mom. Xiao Lei swung a fist fiercely towards Chen Ping. Boom. Click. Only a crunching sound was heard, followed by Xiao Lei's arm unexpectedly and bizarrely bent down, obviously broken. The intense pain caused Xiao Lei to scream with his heart torn out. Everyone who saw the scene was dumbfounded. This Chen Ping dared to lay hands on Xiao Lei, afraid that he was really looking for death. Chapter 13, a little too much. Layer. Xiao Yan hurriedly stepped forward to support Xiao Lei, and after checking it, he realized that Xiao Lei's arm was broken, and to recover, it would not be good without a few months. Bastard, you dare to hit my son. I want you to die. Xiao Yan began to only think of teaching Chen Ping a lesson. Let him raise his memory even. After all, there is still a wedding to be held. But now Xiao Yan only has one thought, that is to kill Chen Ping. Otherwise in front of so many merchants and businessmen in Hongchang, he will be disgraced to death. Xiao Yan took out his cell phone and summoned all the bodyguards at home. These bodyguards were all hired at great expense, and all of them were martial artists. They were much stronger than that bald guy, who was a street punk and had been following Xiao Lei's ass around, flattering Xiao Lei as a rich second generation. Seeing Xiao Yan call people, Chen Ping is not in a hurry, even sat back again, picked up a cup of tea and drank it. Chen Ping's this action is considered to be completely pissed off Xiao Yan. This is obviously looking down on their Xiao family. Dad, kill him for me, I want to kill him. Xiao Lei, whose arm was broken, shouted with a face full of grimace. Layer, don't worry, I will definitely throw this brat into the river to feed the fish today. Xiao Yan looked at his son with heartache and assured him. Xiao Yan could see that Chen Ping had some strength, so he did not strike right away, but waited for his family's bodyguards to arrive. Just at this moment, the door to the second-floor marriage hall was pushed open and Su Yuqi walked in with quick steps. She wanted to see who was causing trouble here. Uncle Xiao, what happened? As soon as she entered, Su Yuqi asked Xiao Yan. This kid dared to make trouble at my son's wedding and also dared to hit my son. I will have to have a good time at your hotel today, Xiao Yan said as he pointed at Chen Ping who was sitting at the table drinking tea. When Su Yuqi looked over, her entire body froze. How could she not have expected that this troublemaker would be Chen Ping, who had not left? Mr. Chen, Su Yuqi asked with a puzzled face. Why is it you? Is Ms. Su very strange? Chen Ping smiled faintly towards Su Yuqi. Niece Yuqi, you recognize this person? Xiao Yan frowned. Uncle Xiao, this might be a misunderstanding. This Mr. Chen was invited to cure my father. This is definitely a misunderstanding. Su Yuqi explained. Cure? Xiao Yan's brows wrinkled deeper. Who are you? What is this nonsense? This guy doesn't know how to heal. He was just released from his cell today. He can't see a damn disease. I've known him for many years. I've never seen him see anyone. You guys mustn't have been cheated by him. Gung Shanshan yelled towards Su Yuqi. Su Yuqi's face was instantly cold, but looking at the wedding dress on Gung Shanshan, she knew that this was the bride of the Xiao family. Su Yuqi endured a bite and said, Will Mr. Chen see a disease? I'm free to part with my opinion. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean Mr. Chen won't. Quickly pull back. Just his 2 tricks. What don't I know? Our 4 years of college classmates. Talk about love on a few years. I was sick with a cold. Have to run to the hospital. Once it was raining heavily, or he carried me to the hospital. If he will see the doctor. Still need to go to the hospital? Gung Shanshan had a disdainful look on her face. In her eyes, Chen Ping was now worthless. Hearing Gung Shanshan say this, Su Yuqi looked at Chen Ping. She seemed to understand why Chen Ping had caused trouble at the wedding. Niece Yuqi, you don't have to care about this matter. For your father's illness, I'll bring him an expert from abroad. This brat must die today, Xiao Yan said in an undeniable tone. His seniority was greater than Su Yuqi's, so naturally, he did not need to be polite. No, You absolutely cannot touch Mr. Chen. Suyuchi instantly blocked in front of Chen Ping. Her own father's life was still counting on Chen Ping to save it. Suyuchi could not watch something happen to Chen Ping. Xiaoyan's face turned cold. Niece Yuqi, are you forcing me to make a move? Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with a murderous aura. As the words fell, dozens of Xiao family bodyguards full of aura rushed in. Seeing that his bodyguards had arrived, Xiaoyan looked at Chen Ping with even colder eyes. Uncle Xiao, no matter what, I can't let you touch Mr. Chen. After Suyuchi finished speaking, a dozen hotel security guards also rushed in, tightly protecting Suyuchi. The atmosphere inside the banquet hall instantly became condensed, and many guests retreated backward one after another, fearing that they would be involved in a fight in a moment. Little girl, if not for your father's face, I would be able to pinch you to death in a minute. Now get the hell out of my way right now. Just by relying on this little bit of your broken security guards, can you stop me? Xiaoyan was enraged and was not polite to Suyuchi, and as Xiaoyan's words fell, dozens of bodyguards from the Xiao family all exuded the aura of their bodies, and this aura alone scared those dozens of security guards pale. Suyuchi's face did not look good either, but she still tightly protected in front of Chen Ping with determination in her eyes. Old Xiao, at your age, scaring little kids, isn't it a bit too much? At this time, the door of the banquet hall was once again pushed open, and Su Wenzong walked in with a hint of displeasure on his face. Chapter 14 Underground Emperor. Seeing Su Wenzong arrive, Xiaoyan smiled coldly. Old Su, you have come at the right time. Take your daughter away. I will definitely get this brat killed today. Su Wenzong ignored Xiaoyan and instead looked towards Chen Ping. Mr. Chen, I've given you a fright. Su Wenzong's bout appearance caused everyone to be shocked. There is no harm. The district Xiao family cannot help me yet. Chen Ping smiled faintly. Chen Ping's words once again enraged Xiaoyan. Kid, if I don't kill you today, how can my Xiao family gain a foothold in Hong City? After saying that, Xiaoyan looked towards the dozens of bodyguards under his command. Whoever can kill this brat will be rewarded with $1 million. Upon hearing the bounty of $1 million, the eyes of those dozens of bodyguards turned red and each of them rubbed their fists together. I'll see which one of you dares to move. Su Wenzong shouted angrily. Don't forget, this is on my territory. This is my hotel. As Su Wenzong's words fell, dozens more security guards hurriedly arrived, and the Su family's old butler also arrived sweating profusely. Master, I have already explained what you ordered. The security guards of the Su family and the industry are all rushing towards here, and those bodyguards of the Su family will also arrive soon. The old butler reported after Su Wenzong. Su Wenzong nodded and the old butler retreated. Xiaoyan's brows instantly knitted together as he listened to the Su family's old butler's report. Su Wenzong, are you planning to fight to the death with me for such a brat? Xiaoyan, if you want to insist on killing Mr. Chen, what's the point of fighting with your Xiao family? Do you think I will be afraid of you? Su Wenzong said without the slightest fear. The Xiao family and the Su family were already of equal strength, so if there was really a battle, it would definitely be a lose-lose situation. All the guests were hiding far away at this time, calculating small plans in their hearts. If the Su family and the Xiao family fought, then the ones who would benefit would definitely be the other families. Xiaoyan's face turned red with anger, and the killing intent in his eyes grew thicker and thicker. Su Wenzong, you are forcing me again. Then don't blame me for being impolite. You have forgotten one thing, and that is that Master Tiger owes our Xiao family a favor. As soon as Xiaoyan's words left his mouth, Su Wenzong's face suddenly changed, and there were a few moments of panic in his eyes. Even the surrounding guests shivered when they heard the two words, Master Tiger, and chills could not help but rise from the bottom of their hearts. This Master Tiger's name was Lin Tianhu, and he was the head of the Gathering of Righteousness Hall, and this Lin Tianhu was the underground emperor of the entire Hong City. There is a famous saying in Hongqing, it's better to mess with the King of Hell than to mess with the Gathering of Righteousness Hall. This sentence is enough to show the strength of the Gathering of Righteousness Hall in Hongqiang. As the head of the Gathering of Righteousness Hall, Lin Tianhu, that is the main stomping of foot. Hongqing trembled 3 times. Seeing Su Wenzong's scared expression, Xiaoyan laughed out loud. Su Wenzong, if you bring someone to leave now, I will pretend that nothing has happened. And don't force me to call Master Tiger. The muscles at the corners of Su Wenzong's eyes were constantly twitching. He hesitated because that Lin Tianhu's name was just too loud. Their Su family could not afford to mess with him. Mr. Su, I'll handle my own matters. I'll handle them myself. You'd better take the people away. Chen Ping could see that Su Wenzong was hesitating, so he spoke out. Su Wenzong clenched his teeth together and said, Mr. Chen, my life was saved by you. If you say that, aren't you slapping me in the face? In a moment, if there is a fight, I'll let Yuqi bring Mr. Chen to take advantage of the opportunity to escape, and at that time, no matter if it's Lin Tianhu or Xiaoyan, they won't dare to kill me. Dad! Yuqi grasped Su Wenzong's sleeve in a death grip. Yuqi, after you leave with Mr. Chen, go to the Su family's secret room. You know the location, and come out after the wind and waves have calmed down. Su Wenzong barked at Su Yuqi. Su Wenzong, how's the consideration going? Do you want me to trouble Master Tiger? Xiao Yan saw that Su Wenzong had not been making a statement, so he prodded and asked. Xiao Yan, Mr. Chen, I am guaranteed, Su Wenzong said with a firm face. Good, you kid has guts. Xiao Yan gritted his teeth in anger and directly dialed Lin Tianhu's phone. In fact, this favor, Xiao Yan very much did not want to use, because this was used by the Xiao family to save their lives. Back then, Xiao Yan's father had once allowed Lin Tianhu to borrow a night on a rainy day. So back then, Lin Tianhu, who was still very young, said that he owed a favor to the Xiao family, and that he could be approached to pay back this favor at any time. Originally, the Xiao family was counting on using this favor again when the family encountered a great difficulty, but in today's situation, if Xiao Yan did not kill Chen Ping, he would not be willing to do so, and their Xiao family would also be laughed at. So Xiao Yan decided to use this favor to invite Lin Tianhu. Not long after the call was made, only a rumbling sound was heard, followed by a burst of disorganized footsteps. Many people looked out through the window, and one by one, they were instantly dumbfounded, only to see a person wearing a black suit, hand holding a machete, directly to the entire Regal Hotel surrounded. The number of hundreds of people, each person with a murderous aura. Seeing this scene, Su Wenzong's heart was a little bit disheartened. It seemed that Chen Ping could not escape today. Creak, the banquet hall door was pushed open. First rushed in more than 20 men in suits with a height of 1 meter 9, robust body and cold face. 20 men stood in 2 rows, chest out and head up, lined up in a row. Greetings, Master Tiger. The 20 suited men shouted in unison. The shouts shook the roof lights. What a big row, worthy of being Master Tiger. All shut up, be careful of your little life, the crowd whispered, but soon they all shut their mouths. Everyone's gazes looked in the direction of the doorway, followed by a middle-aged man who was nearly 50 years old, wearing a well-fitted suit with leather shoes on his feet walked in. A pair of leather shoes were so oily and bright that they were able to reflect the silhouette of a person. This person was the underground emperor of Hong City, the Gathering of Righteousness Hall's master, Lin Tianhu. Master Tiger. Xiao Yan hurriedly stepped forward and shouted with a respectful face. I am very busy. Who do you want to kill? Lin Tianhu asked directly. Xiao Yan pointed at Chen Ping and said, it is him. Lin Tianhu swept his gaze over Chen Ping. He was dressed in an ordinary outfit and looked at his body, which was also a bit thin and weak. There was nothing special about him. He did not know why Xiao Yan was killing him. Lin Tianhu walked towards Chen Ping. Su Wenzong and Su Yuqi blocked in front of Chen Ping. Looking at Lin Tianhu, who walked over, the two people's bodies all trembled. Get lost. Seeing the Su family father and daughter blocking in front, Lin Tianhu frowned and said, with these two words, Lin Tianhu's body exuded a monstrous momentum, and the two people, Su Wenzong and Su Yuqi, were instantly pressurized by this momentum and could not catch their breath. Seeing this, Chen Ping directly put his hands on the shoulders of Su Wenzong's father and daughter. Mr. Su, Ms. Su, you guys step back. I'll deal with my own matters. I'll deal with them myself. Chen Ping pushed Su Wenzong's father and daughter aside and took a step forward, facing Lin Tianhu directly. Chapter 15. They are not worthy. Master Tiger, don't kill him at once, torture him to death. Seeing Lin Tianhu arrive, Xiao Lei immediately screamed. You're teaching me things? Lin Tianhu frowned and looked at that Xiao Lei. Just this glance, scared that Xiao Lei almost didn't pee his pants and backed up. I don't dare, asshole, how dare you talk to Master Tiger like that? Xiao Yan went forward and fiercely gave Xiao Lei a slap, and then said with a face full of compensatory smile, Master Tiger, my dog's son is ignorant. I hope that Master Tiger will not take offense. Xiao Yan, let me tell you, I, Lin Tianhu, do owe your Xiao family a favor, but I am not your Xiao family's subordinate. I hope you understand. Lin Tianhu said in a cold voice. Understand. Master Tiger is my Xiao family's guest. How could he be an inferior? Xiao Yan was scared into a cold sweat and glared fiercely at his son. That Xiao Lei was originally in pain from his broken arm, and having just been slapped by Xiao Yan, he now lowered his head and did not dare to say a word. Seeing that Xiao Yan's attitude was okay, Lin Tianhu returned his gaze to Chen Ping. Master Tiger, Mr. Chen was also impulsive. That bride was Mr. Chen's girlfriend but was snatched away by this Xiao Lei. So Mr. Chen has some grievances. Su Wenzong hurriedly stepped forward and explained after Lin Tianhu with a smile on his face. Oh, Lin Tianhu nodded his head, finally understanding that this guy who looked at ordinary but dared to cause trouble at the Xiao family wedding. It turned out to be that his girlfriend had been snatched. However, very quickly, Lin Tianhu reacted and suddenly froze, turning to Su Wenzong. What did you call him? Su Wenzong was the richest man in Hongchang. How could he address a young man in his early 20s and ordinary as Mr.? There must be a reason for this. Mr. Chen. Su Wenzong was at a loss, but quickly figured out what Lin Tianhu meant, so he explained. Mr. Chen saved my life, so no matter what, I have to protect him today. Only at this point did Lin Tianhu completely understand what was going on. It was not a big deal to say, but with the Su family and the Shao family going toe-to-toe, it was a big deal. That's why the Shao family had brought themselves here. Just a little bit of, look at what you two have gotten into. You are both considered to be dignified figures in Hong City. Pay attention to your influence. Since that kid made a mess at the wedding and beat up the Shao family kid, he can't be let off easily. But his crime isn't to death, so let him cut off one of his own arms and apologize in public. Admit his mistake and get lost. Lin Tianhu reprimanded both Su Wenzong and Xiao Yan, but neither of the two dared to retort. To be able to do Hongcheng's underground emperor, Lin Tianhu can not only rely on two fists, but also rely on the mind. On this small matter, Lin Tianhu can completely let Chen Ping disappear, but that would offend the Su family. Although he is not afraid of the Su family, but the balance of pros and cons, it is not worth it. The Shao family is just to have a face, so that Chen Ping to cut off an arm in public to apologize to the Shao family to give the Shao family a face. Let Shao lay out of the gas is also. In this way, the Shao family has face, and the Su family is not offended. For Lin Tianhu, the best of both worlds. Do you two think what I said is okay? Lin Tianhu saw that Su Wenzong and Xiao Yan did not speak, so he asked again. He did not ask Chen Ping, the person in question, because in his eyes, Chen Ping was a pawn, and he would move however he was told to move. All listen to Master Tiger, who dared to refute Su Wenzong and Xiao Yan. Isn't that all? Why make a big deal out of it, as if it's so serious? Lin Tianhu laughed, before he looked at Chen Ping and said, Kid, you made a mess of someone's wedding and beat up their son. Now you cut off one of your own arms to apologize to them, and they will let you go. Otherwise you are afraid that you won't be able to leave today. Chen Ping looked at Xiao Lei who was full of smugness. He was waiting for Chen Ping to break his own arm and then go over to apologize to him. They don't deserve it. Chen Ping fatally spat out 4 words. Chapter 16, Canceling the Wedding. Swish. All of a sudden, everyone present was dumbfounded, knowing that in Hong City, no one had ever dared to disobey Master Tiger. But today, this ordinary-looking Chen Ping did not give the slightest bit of face. Lin Tianhu's face went cold. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Xiao Lei on the side was laughing his ass off, his heart constantly shouting, Get him, Mr. Chen. You quickly apologized to Master Tiger. Su Yuqi hurriedly pulled Chen Ping's sleeve, nervous cold sweat pouring out. Kid, you dared to disobey Master Tiger. Looking for death. A henchman beside Lin Tianhu roared angrily and slammed his fist towards Chen Ping. Master Tiger, I apologize to you on behalf of Mr. Chen. Su Wenzong saw Lin Tianhu's men make a move. The whole person was anxious, but he didn't dare to let his own men make a move. Now even if he put his life on the line, just the dozens of security guards under his own men, where are the opponents of the hundreds of men that Lin Tianhu had brought with him? The ending would be the same, only to piggyback on their Su family. Lin Tianhu was silent, not paying any attention to Su Wenzong, nor did he make a sound to stop his men. You have to know that Lin Tianhu's men are taller than Chen Ping, and the muscles on his body are tall and bulging. If this punch goes down, Chen Ping, even if he doesn't die, he is afraid that he will be crippled. Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan were all looking at Chen Ping with a sneer. Looking at Chen Ping's tragic situation in a while, there are also that Fu Wei and Jiang Wenjing, 2 people, all waiting to see Chen Ping's jokes, especially that Fu Wei. Has just been Chen Ping's slap flying, and now it still hurts a lot. He would like to see Chen Ping being crippled, but just after Lin Tianhu's man's fist arrived in front of Chen Ping, only to see Chen Ping reached out and directly grabbed Lin Tianhu's man's sandbag-sized fist. No matter how hard Lin Tianhu's man tried, he found that there was no way to move a single bit. At this moment, everyone was subdued. Even Lin Tianhu couldn't help but look at Chen Ping a little more closely, but it was this closer look that made Lin Tianhu's scalp explode. He saw the bronze-colored ring that Chen Ping wore on his hand, and the word order on top of the ring. Heavenly Dragon Order. This was the Heavenly Dragon Order. The one who wore the Heavenly Dragon Order. That could be the Heavenly Dragon Hall Master. Lin Tianhu was a bit dumbfounded, followed by a furious roar. Get back to me. Who told you to do it? After a furious roar, he kicked his own men out. Mr. Chen, my men are ignorant. I'm offended. Lin Tianhu hurriedly followed Chen Ping and apologized. How could he not have imagined that in the small Hong city, the Heavenly Dragon Hall Master had come in person, knowing that the Heavenly Dragon Hall was the most mysterious organization in the world. Stomping one's foot, the entire world would tremble 3 times. Lin Tianhu's Gathering Hall belongs to the Heavenly Dragon Hall. The Heavenly Dragon Hall has 13 halls in the whole of Dasha. Gathering Hall is just one of them, only in the absence of the Hall Master's call. These halls are all operating separately, and cannot reveal their identity. So on this occasion, Lin Tianhu could only address Chen Ping as Mr. Chen. Seeing this sudden change in Lin Tianhu's attitude towards Chen Ping, everyone was confused, not understanding what Lin Tianhu was singing. Even Chen Ping himself was somewhat confused. No need for me to apologize? Chen Ping looked at Lin Tianhu and asked tentatively. I don't dare. How dare I ask Mr. Chen to apologize? What claims does Mr. Chen have? Just say it. Lin Tianhu was so scared that he shook his head hurriedly, beating him to death. He wouldn't dare to make the Heavenly Dragon Hall Master apologize. I said that I came to the wedding, and their wedding will not be organized, Chen Ping said indifferently. Lin Tianhu nodded, then turned his head and loudly announced, today's wedding is cancelled. Everyone get lost. Master Tiger. Xiao Yan froze and looked at Lin Tianhu. If this were to cancel the wedding, then their Xiao family would become a laughingstock in the entire Hong City. Chapter 17, Never Find a Daughter-in-Law. Clear the area. Lin Tianhu didn't pay the slightest attention to Xiao Yan. After a sentence of clearing the scene, hundreds of men swarmed in. Those guests were so scared that they all ran outside. That Fu Wei and Jiang Wenjing originally wanted to see Chen Ping's jokes, but now they didn't get to see it and were also driven out. At this time, Xiao Yan's face is not to mention how ugly, and that Xiao Lei, glaring eyes, full of fierce hate to eat Chen Ping. Today Xiao family planted such a big face. How to see people in the future. Chen Ping, you toad. Even if Shanshan's wedding is not organized today, you like this don't want to. You're such a virtue. You'll never find a daughter-in-law. Jia Mei was furious and roared at Chen Ping. Their family had managed to climb the big tree of the Xiao family with great difficulty, letting Chen Ping stir up the wedding that was not organized. Jia Mei was going to die of anger. Chen Ping, do you think you can stop me from marrying Xiao Lei with this? Don't you dream. I don't have any relationship with you anymore. Don't pester me. Gung Shanshan's eyes glared at Chen Ping. There was not the slightest bit of emotion in her eyes other than hatred. Me pestering you? Chen Ping smiled coldly. I remember it seems like you guys were the ones who insisted that I come to the wedding. I said at the time, if I come to the wedding, then your wedding won't be able to be organized. You. Gung Shanshan gritted her teeth in anger and glared at Chen Ping. Shanshan, don't pay attention to him. This toad is just intentionally angry with you. Intentionally talking to you. Look at his dog-licking appearance. And he's a labor reformer. Just wait to be a bachelor. Jia Mei pulled Gung Shanshan and cursed Chen Ping with full of malice. Mr. Chen, if you don't mind, can I be your girlfriend? Just as Jia Mei cursed Chen Ping, unable to find a girlfriend for the rest of his life and being a bachelor, Su Yuqi stepped forward and asked Chen Ping very seriously. At this moment, Chen Ping's entire body instantly froze on the spot. He did not expect Su Yuqi to say such words in public, bearing in mind that she was the eldest miss of the Su family, and was also the helmsman of the Su family in the future. When Gung Shanshan and Jia Mei heard Su Yuqi say this, they were even more blue in the face. This was obviously hitting them in the face, especially that Jia Mei, who had just finished saying that Chen Ping was a toad and could not find a girlfriend for the rest of his life, and then immediately had a Su family miss confessed her love for him. Gung Shanshan was even clenching her fists in death. Her face was burning hot. Just a moment ago, he had said that he wouldn't let Chen Ping pester him, but in the blink of an eye, Chen Ping was actually being confessed to by the Miss Su family. To know that compared to following Miss Su family's eldest daughter, she, Gung Shanshan, was nothing. Miss Su, let me think about it for 2 days. I'm not ready yet. Chen Ping smiled gratefully towards Su Yuqi. He knew that the reason why Su Yuqi said this was to help him out, to slap that Gung Shanshan mother and daughter in the face, but for a girl to even give up her reputation in order to help herself. Chen Ping was very grateful. Mr. Chen, I will work hard to make you accept me. Su Yuqi smiled faintly. Whether it was Xiao family or Gung Shanshan's family all left. As they were leaving, that Xiao Yan's gaze was itching to eat Chen Ping. It looked like he would not let it go. Su Wenzong and Su Yuqi were also invited out by Lin Tianhu's people, and only Chen Ping and the people from the gathering hall were left in the large wedding banquet hall. What do you want? Just come. Chen Ping knew that there must be something else going on when Lin Tianhu suddenly helped him clear away all the people. But what Chen Ping did not expect was that just after he finished his words, that Lin Tianhu kneeled in front of him with a plop, followed by hundreds of people from the Gathering of Righteousness Hall all kneeling down. This time, it is the Chen Ping looks silly. Do not know this Lin Tianhu is not eat the wrong drug. Chapter 18 Knowing a daughter is like a father. My subordinate, Gathering of Righteousness Hall Master Lin Tianhu, pay my respects to your highness. Greetings to your highness master. Hundreds of people from the Gathering of Righteousness Hall shouted in unison. This was a shock to Chen Ping, who himself didn't know what hall master he was. You guys recognized the wrong person, right? I am not any hall master. Chen Ping shook his head in a hurry. The one who wears the Heavenly Dragon Order is the Heavenly Dragon Hall Master. There is no mistaking it, Lin Tianhu said. Boom! Lin Tianhu's words instantly made Chen Ping remember. When he was in prison, that old dragon head had always said that he was the Heavenly Dragon Hall Master, and later on had given himself this ring. It looked like it was because of this ring that this Lin Tianhu had recognized himself as the Heavenly Dragon Hall Master. What do you mean? Is it because I am wearing this ring? Chen Ping took the ring off and asked Lin Tianhu. Yes, this is none other than the Heavenly Dragon Order of the Heavenly Dragon Hall. The Heavenly Dragon Hall ancestral tradition that the wearer is the Heavenly Dragon Hall Master. Lin Tianhu tilted his head and looked at the ring in Chen Ping's hand and said, "You guys get up first." Seeing Lin Tianhu and the others all kneeling, Chen Ping was a little uncomfortable, so he waved his hand. "Thank you, Palace Master." Lin Tianhu and a group of people from the gathering hall all stood up. "Let me tell you, I'm not any hall master. This ring was given to me by someone else. You guys recognized the wrong person," Chen Ping explained. "We only recognize the Heavenly Dragon Order, not the person. Since the Heavenly Dragon Order is on you, then you are our hall master," Lin Tianhu said respectfully. Chen Ping was speechless. It appeared that it was that old dragon head who had intentionally passed this hall master position to him. "Are you also from the Heavenly Dragon Hall?" Chen Ping asked. "Yes, there are 13 halls in the Heavenly Dragon Hall. Our gathering hall is just one of them. However, I am not familiar with the brothers of the other halls and seldom interact with them. Unless we receive a summons from the hall master, we are not allowed to expose ourselves easily," Lin Tianhu explained. Chen Ping was staggered when he heard this. A single gathering hall can stomp its feet in Hong City and all tremble 3 times. If there are 13 such halls, then the strength of this Heavenly Dragon Hall can be truly terrifying. "Hall Master, apart from the 13 halls in Daxia, we have subruns all over the world. As for the specific information, I can't understand it because my position is too low." As Lin Tianhu's words fell, Chen Ping was even more shocked. Having subrunners all over the world, this was too powerful. He really couldn't figure out that old dragon head, such a scruffy fellow, was such a powerful character. The current Chen Ping was looking forward to the 15th of July. Perhaps he would be able to understand more about this Heavenly Dragon Hall. Shocked for a moment, Chen Ping waved his hand and said, "All of you go back. If there is something, I will find you again." "As you wish." Lin Tianhu bowed slightly. Lin Tianhu led the people away, but Chen Ping did not move. His heart was still unable to calm down for a long time. This sudden extra identity made him unable to accept it for a while. At this time, in the top floor office of Regal Hotel, Su Wenzong and Su Yuqi did not leave, but came to the top floor manager's office. This was his Su family's property, so they could go wherever they wanted. "Yuqi, what you just said to Mr. Chen, were you serious?" Su Wenzong looked at Su Yuqi and asked. "What words?" Su Yuqi played dumb and pretended not to know. "Less pretend. Knowing your daughter is like a father. What do you think in your heart? Think I don't know?" Su Wenzong smiled faintly. "Dad, I just did it to help Mr. Chen out. Only just met. How could I possibly like him?" Su Yuqi blankly glanced at Su Wenzong, but her cheeks reddened. "Mr. Chen is a good person. His looks are quite okay, and he has excellent medical skills, but I just don't know how he is in other aspects." Su Wenzong had a good feeling about Chen Ping, but in order to become the son-in-law of their Su family, it was not possible to be able to practice medicine alone. After all, Su Wenzong only had such a daughter, and the Su family's huge family business was going to be handed over to Su Yuqi, and when the time came, they had to find someone who could help Su Yuqi take care of the company. Chapter 19, The Tutor. "Dad, just stop imagining things." Su Yuqi turned her head to the side, ignoring Su Wenzong. In fact, within Su Yuqi's heart, she really did have a lot of good feelings towards Chen Ping, especially just now when she was facing Lin Tianhu. Chen Ping pushed her aside and took that step forward, which suddenly gave Su Yuqi an inexplicable sense of security. General Manager Su, Lin Tianhu left with someone, and Mr. Chen has also left. The hotel manager walked into the office and said, Got it." Su Wenzong nodded, then turned to Su Yuqi and said, "Yuqi, you need to hurry up with the medicinal herbs that Mr. Chen needs. The other thing is to send someone to secretly protect Mr. Chen. I think the Chao family will definitely not be willing to stop." "Got it." Su Yuqi nodded and went to make arrangements. Chen Ping left from Regal Hotel and went straight back home. It was already noon now, so he thought his mother must be waiting for him. When Chen Ping returned home, he found that there was already a table full of food sitting. His own parents were waiting for him to come back. "It's Chen Ping, right?" Hearing the sound of the door opening, Tang Hongying hurriedly asked. "Mom, it's me." Chen Ping quickly stepped forward and held Tang Hongying and said, "You child, you just came home, and you went out for half a day. Your dad had already made the meal. just waiting for you to eat. Tang Hongying grumbled at Chen Ping, but her face was full of smiles. Mom, I went out to do some errands, Chen Ping explained, and then looked at his father Chen Bagua, who walked out from the kitchen. At this time Chen Bagua had a head full of white hair. His face was full of wrinkles, and he had obviously changed a lot. Back, seeing Chen Ping, a trace of excitement could be seen in Chen Bagua's eyes, but he tried hard to restrain himself and did not show it. Instead, he faintly asked Chen Ping. Aha! Chen Ping nodded, his eyes reddening. His own father was once an iron rice bowl, and a civil servant that people envied. Every day he was dressed in a suit, and he was spirited, but then he looked at the present. In just 3 years, it was like he had aged by more than a dozen years, and he no longer had the same essence that he used to have. Hurry up and eat, it will get cold in a while, Chen Bagua said, picking up a bowl of rice and putting it in front of Chen Ping. To know that Chen Bagua's tutelage is particularly strict, and at home is very authoritative. Never give Chen Ping has served rice, even more not in the kitchen, but now everything has changed. The environment is really able to create everything. The family ate their meals. Chen Bagua did not speak. Chen Ping also did not speak. In front of his father, Chen Ping always had a sense of fear, but it was Tang Honying who nagged vigorously. Chen Ping, come back, get a good job, and find a girlfriend. Although the family is poor now, you two masters do a good job. The days will get better. Your father sweeping the streets can also save some money. When the time comes, I'll let your sixth aunt to introduce you to an object. The second marriage we do not mind, and so on the marriage and have a child. Everything is good. You don't want to go looking for that Gung Shanshan. She is now the youngest grandmother of the Shao family. We can't afford to mess with her, but we can afford to avoid her. Remember this time, don't be stupid. If you go in once, mom's old life will really be gone. Tang Hongying nagged. Chen Ping could only nod his head and respond. After dinner, Chen Ping took the initiative to clean up the dishes, while Chen Bagua changed into his sanitation worker's clothes and prepared to go to work. Dad, don't go sweeping the streets. Since I'm back, leave the household matters to me, Chen Ping said, pulling out a key. I have a friend that lent me the unused house. Let's clean it up and stop living here. The house here was really too shabby, and the environment was not good. Chen Ping wanted to receive his parents to Pan Longwan to live, but he didn't dare to tell the truth. He could only say that it was borrowed by a friend. Chapter 20 Daydreaming. As for the $10 million bank card, Chen Ping did not dare to let his parents know yet. He had no way to explain where the money came from. Could he tell his parents that after 3 years in prison, he had practiced immortal techniques and had become the head of some heavenly dragon hall? He was afraid that after saying that, his parents would lock him up as a psychopath. A friend's house. Where is your friend's house? Tang Hongying asked curiously. In Pan Longwan, Chen Ping said with an effort to calm himself. What? Tang Hongying and Chen Bagua exclaimed in shock at the same time. It was important to know that Pan Longwan was the most expensive neighborhood in the entire Hong City. The people living inside were either rich or noble. Even if Chen Bagua had not lost his job, even if he worked for 100 years, he was afraid that he would not be able to buy a house in Pan Longwan. What kind of friend of yours actually has a house in Pan Long Bay and lends it to you? Chen Bagua coldly questioned Chen Ping. I am just a friend of mine, Chen Ping said vaguely. Humph, Chen Bagua snorted coldly. Do you think your mom and I are stupid? Then such words lie to us. How can you have such a friend? There is no way that someone will lend you the house in Pan Longwan. Inside the prison does not learn well. Bragging skills are learned in the future to get a job. Less daydreaming. Chen Bagua finished, changed into overalls and was ready to leave. He didn't believe that Chen Ping could borrow the house in Pan Longwan. Dad, you haven't seen it yet. Why are you saying I'm bragging? I've grown up so much. Is it that hard for you to acknowledge me once? I still have to take you guys to move there today, Chen Ping shouted loudly. From childhood, Chen Bagua had never praised Chen Ping. Even if Chen Ping excelled in his studies at the university and became the president of the student council, he still could not get Chen Bagua's recognition. This was probably Chen Bagua's way of education. Alright, Tang Hongying hurriedly discouraged. Old man, you say you're really two. The child just came out. Can't you speak nicely? Tang Hongying reprimanded Chen Bagua for a few sentences, and turned to Chen Ping. Chen Ping, Mom believes in what you said. Take Mom to Pan Longwan for a spin. I've never been there yet. Mom, I'll go out and call a cab. By the way, I'll pack up my things at home. Chen Ping finished his speech and walked outside. As he passed by Chen Bagua, Chen Ping whispered, Dad, I really didn't lie to you. You'll know when you go with me. After Chen Ping left, Chen Bagua hesitated and finally took off his overalls. Pan Long Bay Villa area. The security guards standing on both sides, a head held high. To be able to be a security guard here, it was all an incomparable honor. Without some relationship backdoor, it was impossible to come in. a cab steadily stopped at the entrance of Pan Long Wan Villa. A security guard saw this, hurriedly ran forward. "Stop the cab. What do you do?" the security guard asked strangely. He has been a security guard here for 3 years now. He has never seen anyone come to Pan Long Wan. Who came as a cab? Who can live here? Which one is not a luxury businessman, with several cars at home, and even the drivers have several of them? We are the owners here. Chen Ping stepped down from the passenger side and said politely to the security guard. Owners? The security guard sized up Chen Ping, and then looked at Chen Ping's parents inside the cab, and suddenly let out a sneer. I've seen a lot of people like you. If you want to visit Pan Long Wan, just turn around outside. You won't be allowed to enter inside. The security guard's meaning was obvious. That is, he did not believe Chen Ping was the owner. Whether it was from Chen Ping's dress, or the appearance of Chen Ping's parents in the car, it did not look like someone who could afford to buy a house in Pan Long Wan. Because of the beautiful scenery of Pan Long Bay, there were many people who pretended to be homeowners and then mixed inside Pan Long Bay to take a look around, just as if they were traveling. And this security guard also took Chen Ping as this kind of person. Chapter 21 Stealing the Key. Chen Ping frowned. I am really the owner of this place. I have the key to the house inside, Chen Ping said and took out the key. This key was the one that Su Wenzong had given to Chen Ping. The key was inlaid with the golden Pan Long Wan logo. It was very delicate and one could tell the authenticity of the key at a glance. The security guard took the key and looked at it. He couldn't help but measure Chen Ping twice again. Say, where did this key come from? This is the key of the Pan Long Bay Hilltop Villa. This villa is the most expensive. It was bought by Master Su. How could it have come into your hands? Chen Ping was also stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect the villa that Su Wenzong gave him to be the most expensive one in Pan Long Bay. This gift was really not small. This is what Mr. Su gave me, Chen Ping said truthfully. Nonsense. I think this key must have been stolen or picked up by you. How could it be given to you? The security guard let out a stern cry. Then with a wave of his hand, 4 or 5 security guards surrounded him. Keep an eye on them. I'm going to make a call. The security guard who had just commanded, then took the car keys and left in a hurry. Seeing this, Chen Baogua hurriedly pulled Tang Hongying out of the cab, while that cab driver was also terrified, putting down Chen Ping's and their belongings and drove off. Chen Ping, what's wrong? What happened? Tang Hongying couldn't see and could only ask in confusion. Mom, it's fine, we'll go in after a while. It's just a routine check. This Pan Long Wan security is very tight. Chen Ping comforted Tang Hongying. That's for sure. This is the best villa area in Hongcheng. Mom can smell the fragrance of flowers here. Tang Hongying was all excited. Chen Baogua, on the other hand, looked at Chen Ping with an angry face. Now that they were stopped and surrounded by security guards, it was obvious that something had gone wrong. He simply did not believe that Chen Ping would have a friend who would lend him a house in Pan Long Wan. Just at this time, a black Mercedes slowly stopped in front of Chen Ping and them. Hey, isn't this Chen Ping? Why did your family come here? And with so many things, you wouldn't have moved to Pan Long Wan to live, would you? The car door opened and Fu Wei walked down from the passenger side, looking at Chen Ping with a sneer on his face. Then Geng Shanshan and that Zhang Wenjing also walked down from the car. The three of them looked at Chen Ping's family teasingly together. They also came to Pan Long Bay to take a stroll, mainly because Geng Shanshan wanted to show off the matrimonial home that Xiao Lei had bought in Pan Long Bay, so she brought Fu Wei and Jiang Wentian with her. As a result, they happened to come across such a scene, and the three of them happened to take a look at the action. Chen Ping coldly swept a glance at the three people and didn't bother with them. What's going on here? Geng Shanshan asked to a security guard. That security guard saw that Geng Shanshan was dressed beautifully and drove a Mercedes-Benz, so she didn't dare to offend them, and said in a low voice, "This young lady." These people said that they were the owners of Pan Long Wan, and took out the key to the villa inside. Our captain suspected that the key was something that they had picked up or stolen, so he went to verify it. As soon as the security guard's words left his mouth, Geng Shanshan's three people burst out laughing, unable to catch their breath. Ha 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 ha, Chen Ping, you're a ING talent. Take a villa key and run around saying you're the owner. Are you stupid yourself, or are you treating others as fools? Fu De laughed, his eyes full of mockery. Do you know how much a villa here costs? Can you afford to buy it? Relying on your old man who sweeps the roads, 100 years wouldn't buy you a villa here. Zhang Wenjing couldn't help but scoff as well. You guys hurry up and get rid of these people, especially this guy. He's a reformed laborer, only released today. If we let him in, it will affect the reputation of the neighborhood, Geng Shanshan said as she pointed at Chen Ping. Chapter 22 Disgraceful. Several security guards heard. All tense up, all the batten out. If Chen Ping is really just released from the labor reformer, that community owners will certainly be uncomfortable. Then these security guards can be bad luck. Chen Ping, don't quickly take your blind mom and street sweeping old man to get out. Really want the security guards to take action before leaving? Fu Wei looked at Chen Ping with a sneer. What did you say? Chen Ping heard Fu Wei say his parents. His fists could not help but clench together. What? You still want to hit me? Fu Wei wasn't afraid in the slightest and couldn't help but laugh as he walked up to Chen Ping. I know that you learned a couple of tricks inside the prison, but do you know what kind of place this is? Do you dare to make a move? Believe it or not, I will send you in. Fu Wei had an arrogant face and pushed Chen Ping fiercely. Chen Ping, let's go. Let's go. Tang Hongying pulled Chen Ping's arm and said with a supplicating voice. She was afraid that Chen Ping was getting into trouble. She had to know that Chen Ping had just been released today, and all had a criminal record. If he was sent in for fighting again, Tang Hongying would really not have the courage to live. And Chen Bagua was furious at this time. His face was green, glared at Chen Ping and said, Still don't take your things and get back. Shame on you. Chen Bagua began to pack up his things, ready to walk back on his back. He really couldn't afford to lose this person. Ha ha ha, hurry up and get lost, before letting me see you. That slap of revenge. I must report. Fu Wei viciously cursed at Chen Ping. Alright, hurry up and get in the car. Talking to this kind of person is beneath you. Gung Shanshan shouted at Fu Wei. Then the three of them got into the car and drove directly into the Pan Long Wan Villa area. Mom, wait a little longer. This villa is really a friend who lent it to me. Chen Ping persuaded Tang Hongying, telling her not to be in a hurry. Wait, what wait? Waiting to be humiliated and beaten out later? Chen Bagua yelled at Chen Ping. Chen Ping opened his mouth to retort, wanting to follow his father to have a fight, but looking at his father's head full of white hair, Chen Ping's words reached the edge of his mouth and swallowed back. At this moment, the security chief with the key hurriedly ran back. After seeing Chen Ping, he immediately said with a fawning face, Mr. Chen, I'm really sorry, we made a mistake. Really damned, now we'll send you up. After saying that, the security chief yelled at the few security guards with batons. Still don't put the batons away. Go and drive. Send Mr. Chen's family in. Oh, the several security guards nodded in a panic, then drove a car, loaded the things onto the car, and sent Chen Ping's family into Pan Long Wan. In the car, Chen Bagua's face changed. He wanted to talk to Chen Ping, but he didn't know what to say. Chen Ping, I didn't expect it to be true. What kind of friends do you have that would dare to lend you a villa like this? Tang Hongying sat in the car, smelling the fragrance of the flowers in the Pan Long Bay Villa area, not to mention how excited she was. Mom, when I have the chance, I'll let you meet this friend of mine. Chen Ping knew that Tang Hongying was curious, so he planned to find an opportunity for Su Yuqi to meet his parents. In front of a villa halfway up the hill in Pan Long Bay, Gung Shanshan's car stopped and all three people walked down from the car. Shanshan, you are so happy. This villa is so luxurious. And this scenery, if I had a house like this, I would be willing to live 10 years less. Jiang Wenjing looked at the villa in front of her, her eyes full of envy. What's wrong with this? This Pan Long Bay villa, but the more you go up, the more expensive. The most expensive is the villa on the roof. I don't know buy that big brother to buy it, Gung Shanshan said, looking out in the direction of the hilltop. Chapter 23, Luck of the Dog. At this moment, a car drove past them. The window was open and Chen Ping's face was revealed, with a few cold smiles on his face as he was looking at the three Gung Shanshan people. Chen Ping, isn't that person in the car Chen Ping? Fu Wei was the first to spot Chen Ping and shouted loudly. Gung Shanshan and Jiang Wenjing also spotted Chen Ping at this time, and seeing that cold smile on Chen Ping's face, Gung Shanshan was furious. This guy, how did he get in? Are these security guards losers? Gung Shanshan roared. Could it be that this guy is really the owner? Can't you see that the driver is also a security guard? Sending them in. Jiang Wenjing frowned with a puzzled expression. They're still driving towards the mountains. Could it be that their villa is still up there? Fu Wei also tilted his head, watching the vehicle drive further and further up the hill. Impossible. That Chen Ping definitely couldn't have bought a house here. That bit of his family's background, I know it best. Gung Shanshan desperately denied it. She knew that it was impossible for Chen Ping to have the money to buy a house here. Then could it be given to him by that Su family? I remember that Mr. Su said that Chen Ping seemed to have saved his life. Jiang Wenjing carefully analyzed. It's possible. Fu Wei nodded. This guy didn't know what kind of luck he had. He even saved that Mr. Su's life. Otherwise today at Regal Hotel, Chen Ping would definitely die. Gung Shanshan gritted her teeth in death, while then opened the car door and said, follow up and take a look. Gung Shanshan must see if Chen Ping really has a house in this Pan Long Bay. Gung Shanshan's Mercedes-Benz followed behind. Watching the car, Chen Ping and the others were sitting and drive all the way towards the top of the hill. This Chen Ping's house wouldn't be the most expensive one at the top of the hill, right? Jiang Wenjing said with a face full of shock as she watched the car in front of her traveling all the way to the top of the mountain. How can it be? That house at the top of the hill is worth at least $100 million. Sell Chen Ping's family. He can't afford to buy it, even if it's a gift from the Su family. It's not possible to be so generous as to give away $100 million house. Fu Wei was a bit unconvinced, but soon, the car in front of them really traveled to the top of the hill, while Gung Shanshan and their Mercedes was stopped. Hello miss, you can't go any further forward because the top belongs to a private place now. A security guard stopped Gung Shanshan's car. Chen Ping had long realized that Gung Shanshan and the others were following behind, and seeing that they were stopped, a cold smile appeared on Chen Ping's face. After arriving at the top of the mountain, the entire mountain was surrounded by clouds and mist, as if it was a fairyland. Chen Bagua and also Chen Ping were stunned by the scenery. Tang Hongying couldn't see it, but she felt the fresh air around her and was also filled with intoxication. A few security guards moved Chen Ping's and their things into the house and put them away, and the security chief apologized to Chen Ping again before leaving. Mom, you and my dad will live here from now on. The air here is especially good for you to heal your bodies. Chen Ping pulled Tang Hongying's hand and walked towards the inside of the villa. Chen Bagua entered inside the villa. The whole person was stunned. The opulence, he had never seen it before in his life. At this moment, Chen Bagua opened his mouth. He wanted to follow Chen Ping and apologize. After all, it was his own misunderstanding. But no matter how hard he tried, Chen Bagua was unable to say anything. After circling around the house, Chen Ping said, Dad, Mom, I'll take you guys outside to take a look around, and also recognize the road. Don't get yourself lost in the middle of the road at that time. Good. You give Mom a good talk. Although Mom can't see, she can feel it. Tang Hongying smiled with a face full of creases. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely cure your eyes. Chen Ping brought his own parents out of the villa and enjoyed the view from the top of the mountain. Chapter 24 Meeting the Parents. As Chen Ping introduced Tang Hongying, he felt a trace of freshness from nature, which was also mixed with aura. Knowing that what Chen Ping needed to cultivate was spiritual qi. The spiritual qi here was obviously a lot denser than down below, which helped Chen Ping cultivate even more. This is really a good place to cultivate. Chen Ping could not help but exclaim. What did you say? Tang Hongying asked. Oh, nothing. I said that this can be a really good place to retire. Chen Ping smiled faintly. When they turned to the road they came from, they realized that the three Gung Shanshan people had not left yet, and at this time, when the three people saw Chen Ping appear, they all focused their eyes on Chen Ping. Chen Ping, on the other hand, was looking at Gung Shanshan and the others with a sneer on his face. A few people were separated by a gate in the middle, but it was this gate that became a symbol of the two statuses. Chen Ping looked down at the three, his eyes full of disdain. Gung Shanshan looked at Chen Ping that way, her teeth clenched in anger. How could she not understand how this Chen Ping became the owner of the hilltop villa? Chen Ping, this friend of yours is really good. Such a good villa is willing to lend it to you. When there is time, ask this friend of yours to have a meal together. Tang Hongying didn't even know that Gung Shanshan was right in front of her, so she said to Chen Ping, okay. Chen Ping nodded. Asterisk. So it was borrowed. I thought it was his. When Gung Shanshan heard this, she immediately felt a lot of pain in her heart. I asked my friend. This villa belongs to the Su family. It seems like this Chen Ping borrowed it for pretending. Fu Wei took his cell phone and looked at the message on it and said, this guy, saved that Su Wenzong's life. This is planning to eat on the Su family for the rest of his life. Even the villa is borrowed to pretend to be a bully. Jiang Wenjing sneered. The three people all looked at Chen Ping with contempt, no longer having that feeling of being short just now. Even if I borrowed the villa, it's still better than you guys. If you have the ability, you guys come up. Chen Ping listened to the sour taunts of the three people and hooked his hand towards them. Chen Ping, don't be complacent. I don't believe the Su family will protect you for the rest of your life. Gung Shanshan spat viciously and turned her head away. They did not like the way they looked up at Chen Ping like this. Chen Ping, you shouldn't be following that Gung Shanshan to have any contact in the future. That kind of woman is a snake and scorpion. Anyone who gets close will be bitten. After hearing Gung Shanshan's voice, Tang Hongying advised Chen Ping. Mom, I know. Let's turn around again. Chen Ping helped Tang Hongying continue to walk around. Chen Bagua followed behind with his hands behind his back. After getting tired of strolling around, they returned to the villa to rest. When a red Porsche stopped at the entrance of the villa, Chen Ping took a look. It was Su Yuqi who had arrived. Ms. Su, why are you here? Chen Ping asked with some surprise. Don't always call me Miss Su. I have a name. Just call me Yuqi. Su Yuqi said to Chen Ping. I heard the security guards here call, saying that they suspected you of stealing the key and stopped you guys. I was afraid of any misunderstandings, so I rushed over. Chen Ping saw that Su Yuqi even rushed over specially for this. His heart burst with gratitude. It's alright, the misunderstanding has been explained clearly, but there is something I still need you to help. What is it? You tell me. Su Yuchi nodded. I told my parents that this house is borrowed. You happen to be here. Just go in and help me cope. Just say that the house is lent to me by you. There are many things that I don't want my parents to know. Chen Ping whispered. That's fine. Su Yuchi smiled faintly, and walked towards the inside of the villa. But just after taking 2 steps, Su Yuchi jerked back to look at Chen Ping. You say, do I count this as meeting my parents? Chen Ping was speechless for a while and froze on the spot. Chapter 25, Words Have Meaning. Just kidding with you. Look at how scared you are. Su Yuchi smiled and walked into the villa. Chen Ping let out a bitter smile and also followed him in. In fact, after Su Yuchi just said the words about meeting her parents, Chen Ping's heart really throbbed. He was just an ordinary person who couldn't be any more ordinary. While Su Yuchi was the eldest miss of the Su family, the difference between the two people's identities was too much. So Chen Ping was a little afraid. Dad, Mom, this is the friend I told you about who lent me the house. Su Yuchi. Entering the villa, Chen Ping followed Chen Baoguo and Tang Hongying and introduced them. Upon hearing that this house was someone else's, Tang Hongying and Chen Baoguo, who were originally sitting on the sofa, hurriedly stood up. Good uncle, good aunt, I came in a hurry and didn't buy you two any gifts. Su Yuchi said politely. Miss Su is polite. You can lend such a good house to my family. Chen Ping. Our family doesn't know what to say. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to live in such a good house for the rest of our lives. Tang Hongying had a humble look on her face, and after she finished speaking, she pushed Chen Baoguo beside her. Old man, hurry up and go pour Miss Su some tea. Oh, Chen Baoguo nodded hurriedly. Just now, Chen Baoguo had looked dumbfounded. He really couldn't imagine that Chen Ping still had such a beautiful friend. And looking at the dress and temperament on Su Yuchi, she must be the daughter of a big family, and a powerful one at that, or else she wouldn't have been able to afford to buy a villa in Panlong Bay. If Chen Baoguo knew that Su Yuchi was the daughter of Hongqing's richest man, Su Wenzong, he would probably be scared silly. Uncle, no need to be busy. I can do it myself. Su Yuchi hurriedly greeted her and poured herself a cup of tea. Then she poured a cup of red date tea for Chen Baoguo and Tang Hongying. This was Su Yuchi's home. Of course she knew where things were kept. Uncle, auntie, this is red jujube tea. It has a light sweet flavor when you drink it, but it's very effective in lowering fat and blood pressure. It's suitable for you older people. Su Yuchi put the tea in front of Chen Baoguo and Tang Hongying. Miss Su is too polite, although I can't see it, but I can tell by listening to the voice. Miss Su is a beautiful big beauty and has a good heart. If anyone can marry Miss Su, it would really be a blessing of 8 lifetimes. Tang Hongying said with a hint in her words. No matter what Su Yuchi's status was, to be able to lend such an expensive villa to Chen Ping, that proved that she didn't hate Chen Ping, and even had a good feeling towards Chen Ping, or else who would lend such an expensive villa to an ordinary friend? So Tang Hongying thought of condoning Su Yuchi's words to see what Su Yuchi meant. Auntie, I'm not as good as you say. In fact, I'm quite bad-tempered. Chen Ping dislikes me for being bad-tempered, and has even yelled at me. How could Su Yuchi not hear the meaning of Tang Hongying's words? So she smiled faintly and said half-jokingly, Really? Tang Hongying froze, immediately waved her hand towards Su Yuchi and said, Miss Su, you sit here with me. In fact, my family Chen Ping is usually quite honest. It's just that there are times when he's like a stubborn donkey. This follows his father. If he dares to yell at you, tell me. I'll teach him a hard lesson for you. When Su Yuchi heard this, she giggled. Like a stubborn donkey? While laughing, Su Yuchi did not forget to look at Chen Ping, causing Chen Ping to look embarrassed. Mom, don't talk nonsense about everything. People are still busy. They don't have time to sit and chat with you. Chen Ping was planning to let Su Yuchi leave. Otherwise in a moment, maybe Tang Hongying could still say something. It's fine. I like to follow auntie and chat. Su Yuchi actually sat next to Tang Hongying. This time, Tang Hongying couldn't stop smiling. Grasping Su Yuchi's hand, the two of them chatting for more than 2 hours, until it was dark. Su Yuchi only left. Chapter 26, Practicing Qi. Chen Ping, Miss Su is really good. Listening to her speech, I know that she is a big family lady, but she doesn't have any attitude at all. You have to work hard. After Su Yuchi left, Tang Hongying said to Chen Ping, Mom, we are just ordinary friends. Chen Ping said with a helpless face. Chen Ping, I think Miss Su is not bad. Listen to your mom and work harder. Your dad is never wrong about people. At this time, Chen Baoguo also spoke up. To know that Chen Baoguo but easily will not follow Chen Ping to say these words. This time it seems to be really look at this Su Yuchi. Feel Su Yuchi is good. Only to persuade Chen Ping. Alright, you guys leave it alone. Chen Ping was speechless for a while and walked into the bedroom. After entering the bedroom, Chen Ping did not directly lie down to sleep, but instead sat on his knees, slightly closing his eyes. His mind moved, and the concentration skill began to activate, and the surrounding spiritual qi instantly surged towards Chen Ping as if it was a tidal wave. In these 3 years, Chen Ping had been persisting in his cultivation, never taking a day off. This was also the old dragon head's request. Now even though he was released from prison, the old dragon head couldn't control him anymore, but Chen Ping would persist. Soon, the spiritual chi from the top of the mountain accompanied Chen Ping's exhalation and slowly entered into Chen Ping's body. These spiritual chi formed a small vortex around Chen Ping's body before being inhaled by Chen Ping. Right now, Chen Ping was only at the strength of chi practicing stage, so the amount of spiritual chi absorbed in his exhalation was relatively small. Even if he inhaled a large amount of spiritual chi, his current body could not consume it all at once, and he needed to increase his strength in a gradual manner. Time flew by. Soon the sun was revealed in the sky. Only then did Chen Ping slowly open his eyes. Taking a long breath, Chen Ping felt his body was unprecedentedly relaxed. The aura here was much thicker and purer than inside the prison, and there was not a trace of fatigue after practicing. Chen Ping, it's time for breakfast. Tang Hongying's voice sounded outside. Only then did Chen Ping stretch his muscles and open the door to walk out. The breakfast was made by Chen Bagua. It was very sumptuous, and after yesterday's arrival of Su Yuqi, Chen Bagwa's attitude towards Chen Ping was obviously much softer. At the very least, there was a smile on his face. He was no longer that curmudgeonly. After breakfast, Tang Hongying let Chen Bagua accompany him out for a walk, while Chen Ping was planning to go down the mountain and find an antique market to see if he could find brushes and cinnabar with spirituality. He wanted to cure his mother's disease as soon as possible, so that his mother could see the light again. Halfway up the mountain, in Gung Shanshan's villa, Gung Shanshan, Fu Wei and Jiang Wenjing didn't leave at night and stayed here. At this moment, Gung Shanshan was furious. Remembering the wedding that was ruined by Chen Ping yesterday, she was furious, and now Chen Ping was even living on top of her head. How could Gung Shanshan endure this? Fu Wei, when will the few buddies you mentioned arrive? Gung Shanshan asked to Fu Wei. Soon. These few buddies of mine are all practiced, more than enough to beat up a Chen Ping, and they are all on the road. Definitely righteous enough. Fu Wei knew that Gung Shanshan was not out of breath, so he called a few friends to come over, ready to deal with Chen Ping, in addition to avenging his own slap. That's good. I don't believe that Chen Ping will never come down, that the Su family can control him for the rest of his life. Gung Shanshan gritted her teeth. This piece of trash broke brother Lei's arm and ruined my wedding. Simply deserved to die. After finishing indignantly, Gung Shanshan looked at Fu Wei and said, I'm going to go to the hospital to see brother Lei. The matter of cleaning up Chen Ping, I'll leave it to you. When it's done, the favor fee won't be less than a penny. No problem. Just wait for my good news. Fu Wei nodded happily. Chapter 27, Appetizing in Advance. Chen Ping walked down the mountain, but just as he reached the halfway point, he was stopped by 4 or 5 people. Chen Ping, I've been waiting for you for half a day. You finally come down. Fu Wei looked at Chen Ping with a cold smile on his face. Behind Fu Wei, several people were holding clubs and sticks with fierce faces. What's the matter with waiting for me? Chen Ping coldly swept a glance at Fu Wei. If it's a fight, these few people of yours aren't enough for me to fight. A dozen or so people from the Xiao family were put down by me yesterday. Do you think you can deal with me with just a few people? Ha ha ha, Chen Ping, you're afraid that you don't know what kind of people I've found today, so you dare to say such big words. In a moment, when you're on your knees begging for forgiveness and crying for mercy, you'll know. Fu Wei laughed, not putting Chen Ping in his eyes at all. Yesterday, Fu Wei saw it all. That bald 10 or so people, all punks, not much strength at all, was put down by Chen Ping with one punch and one. But today is not the same. He looked for these people can be practiced. Are 1 against 10 good? Deal with Chen Ping more than enough. It seems that the slap really lightened you up. At that time, I should have broken your arms and legs as well, so as to save you from jumping in front of me. Chen Ping glanced at Fu Wei and said, Damn, you still talk to mention yesterday's matter. If I don't beat you to your knees and beg for forgiveness today, I won't be surnamed Fu. Fu Wei said, turned his head to look at the few people behind him and said, Brothers, beat this kid to his knees and beg for forgiveness. Someone will pay $100,000 in hard labor. Whether or not you can earn this money depends on you. Upon hearing that there was $100,000 of hard work fee, a few people's eyes immediately began to glow. Don't worry, if you say let him cry, we will never let him laugh. If you say let him kneel, we'll never let him stand. As far as this kid is weak, I'll make him cry with one kick. Several people looked at Chen Ping with disdain, not putting Chen Ping in their eyes at all. This $100,000, it's Gung Shanshan's money, right? Chen Ping asked to Fu Wei. Not bad, I'm not afraid to tell you. Do you still dare to find trouble with her? You beat up the Xiao family's son. There is no way the Xiao family will let you go. I'm just giving you an appetizer in advance now. Fu Wei nodded his head unabashedly. Well, it seems like I really shouldn't show any mercy. Chen Ping spread his hands somewhat helplessly, and then violently kicked towards Fu Wei. Only hearing a bang, Fu Wei's body instantly flew backwards. The several people who were just now full of disdain. At this moment, their expressions instantly froze. All of them could not believe the scene in front of them. To know that a kick to send someone flying, that would require a lot of strength. It seemed that this Chen Ping really did have some skills. Cough cough cough. Fu Wei fell to the ground and coughed out a mouthful of blood, and then roared hideously. Get him, get him. 4 or 5 people looked at each other. Remembering the $100,000 of hard work, all gritted their teeth and rushed up. These few people were really practiced, and they cooperated with each other well. Tenacious, Chen Ping let out a cold laugh and immediately met them. Boom boom boom. Not more than half a minute. These few Fu Wei found the practitioners. At this time all fell on the ground wailing, one expression very painful. This time, Fu Wei was dumbfounded, swallowing his saliva, his expression full of astonishment. He really could not imagine. This Chen Ping in prison 3 years experienced what? How to become so powerful, to know that the few people he had found, but all of them were from the former martial arts school, and now have some fame in the road. But even they were also beaten down by Chen Ping. Are you still getting me killed? Chen Ping looked at Fu Wei playfully, slowly walking towards the fallen Fu Wei. What are you going to do? Fu Wei's face was filled with panic as he kept retreating backwards. This is all Gung Shanshan's idea? However, before Fu Wei could finish his words, Chen Ping stomped down, directly on Fu Wei's arm. Fu Wei screamed miserably, followed by a sharp pain emanating from his entire arm. Fu Wei's arm was broken. Don't use Gung Shanshan to pressure me anymore. Whether it's her or that Xiao Lei, I won't let them off easily. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he turned around and walked away, not paying any attention to that Fu Wei's miserable screams. Chapter 28, Fetus. Hongcheng Antique Street. Here is considered the largest antique street in the entire north of the river. Many antique lovers will come here to tabaw. The street on both sides of the stalls placed a variety of gold, silver and jade, coins and paintings, and so on, all kinds of flowers. In this place, almost no you cannot buy things, but the authenticity of things rely on their own skills. Here even if the experts know how to do, there are times to hit the eye. This place is too strong counterfeiting technology. All things are half true and half false. Can you find the treasure? A look at their own strength. Too depends on luck. Chen Ping had never been to this kind of place before, and now looking at the wide array of things, he felt a little curious. Seeing Chen Ping's appearance, many stall owners showed joy on their faces. This was obviously a rash young man, coming here for the first time. Such a person was the best to cheat. Little brother, what do you want? I have everything here. It's guaranteed to be genuine. A greasy fat stall owner pulled Chen Ping, face overflowing with enthusiastic smile, and then in Chen Ping's ear, I tell you, these things can be dug out from the ground, have thousands of years of history. If you buy into the hands of the guaranteed price doubled. Chen Ping swept a glance at the fat stall owner's ground stall, only 2 meters long stall, placed a scattered dozen of items. Looks like they are all very old. Some of the bronzes are covered with patina. Seeing Chen Ping looking towards his stall, the fat stall owner became even more enthusiastic. Little brother, feel free to take your pick and see which one you like. I'm in a hurry to get rid of these things because I have a patient at home. Otherwise I wouldn't have sold them. Chen Ping did not pay any attention to the stall owner, but squatted down, picked up a rusty iron lump and scrutinized it carefully, because all of these things in front of him were all dead. Only this unassuming iron pimple was actually emitting a hint of spiritual chi inside. Little brother, you really have a good eye. This is a guard's waistplate from the Qing dynasty, only that it was soaked in water underground, and now it is rusted into an iron pimple. But no matter how, it is also an item from the palace. If you like it, $10,000 will be sold to you. The fat stall owner saw Chen Ping holding that iron lump and looking at it, and immediately introduced it with enthusiasm. This dead fat man, I'm afraid I'm going to make a fortune again. I don't know where to pick up the broken iron pimple, but I dare to ask for $10,000. This kind of rash, do not know anything, the best to cheat, this time fell into the hands of the fat man, sure to be slaughtered. The surrounding vendors exchanged words and whispered, their eyes casting envious glances at the fat stall owner. Still, it's really good stuff. Chen Ping nodded as he held the iron lump, feeling more and more that the aura inside was becoming more and more full. When the fat stall owner heard this, he sneaked a smile, and then said in a serious manner, that's for sure. I'm all good stuff. I never cheat. If it's not because my family is sick, I won't sell it for $10,000. It's all my heart and soul, the fat stall owner said, his eyes red, even shed a few tears. Chen Ping looked at the fat stall owner's poor acting, and inwardly smiled coldly. $10,000. I'll take it. I'll transfer the money to you. Chen Ping didn't hesitate and pulled out his cell phone ready to transfer the money. When the fat stall owner heard this, he was instantly happy, took the QR code and said, Little brother is really quick, but there is one thing that old brother can say clearly. We are not refundable for this thing that has passed through our hands. You can don't look for me to return it again in a while, then I won't return it. Don't worry, since I bought it, I won't return it. Hit the eye. I consider myself unlucky. Chen Ping smiled and directly swept over $10,000 to the fat stall owner. Hearing the news of the money arriving, the fat stall owner's voice came out with laughter. Chapter 29 Imperial Green. At this time there are already many people around to see Chen Ping spend 10,000 to buy that rusty iron lump. All talking, pointing, with a sneer on their faces, like Chen Ping so young, still want to come to the antique street Taba, clearly is the main slaughter. Chen Ping did not pay attention to the surrounding people's comments, also did not care about the fat stall owner laughed out of the sound, but took the rusty iron bumps, and then slightly force, the rust on the top of the rust began to fall off one after another. Click, with a slight sound, the iron pimple even cracked a gap in Chen Ping's hand, followed by the gap getting bigger and bigger. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This kid's hand strength is really not small. Bought it for $10,000 to practice his hand strength? Looking at the dress, it doesn't look like a rich man, just bought it and broke it. Is it so luxurious? The crowd of onlookers all felt incredible. Even the fat stall owner looked straight at Chen Ping, wanting to know what Chen Ping was going to do. Soon, the iron lump ruptured, followed by a dazzling light shining out from within. A piece of jade that was only the size of a thumb, but crystal clear and emerald green, appeared inside. Chen Ping took out the jade and threw away the rusty shell. Just now that aura was emitted from this jade. Imperial green. This is imperial green. Get rich. Holy, get rich. Does this kid know there's something inside? The crowd was dumbfounded, and the fat stall owner's eyes were even wider. His eyes were glaring out. Chen Ping took the jade, surveyed it and put it into his pocket. This thing make a jade pendant for his mother to take with her. It could drive away cold and evil spirits and nourish her body. Just as Chen Ping put the jade into his pocket and was about to leave, the fat stall owner stopped him. Little brother, let's discuss something. Sell this stone to me, the fat stall owner asked with a smiling face. Not for sale. Chen Ping shook his head and prepared to bypass the fat stall owner and leave. Seeing that Chen Ping was not for sale and was insistent on leaving, the fat stall owner's face turned cold, changing from the pleasant color he had just worn, revealing a face of cross flesh and said, Little brother, are you mistaken? This jade is mine. How can you take it and leave? Yours? Chen Ping froze. I just bought this. How did it become yours? So many people are watching. I sold you just that lump of iron on the ground. I didn't sell you this jade. You can take that iron lump away. The jade must stay. After the fat stall owner finished speaking, from the house behind him instantly rushed out 5 or 6 pugnacious men, each with an unkind face. This young man is still too young. No, there is something inside. Go home and then go to open. Open here. That is not looking for trouble. This is bad luck. The treasure in hand to fly. That emperor green at least worth $1 million. I think, more than $1 million. The surrounding people felt sorry for Chen Ping for a while, but no one stepped forward to help him say a word. Chen Ping looked at the few big men who came out, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. You are a black store, blatantly robbing things. Cut the ing crap. Hand over the jade and I'll let you go. Otherwise you'll never leave. The fat stall owner completely tore his face off and was no longer in disguise. I've long heard that the antique street hides dirt, pits and tricks. It seems to be true. Today I'd like to see what you can do to me if I don't hand over the jade. Chen Ping smiled coldly, no fear on his face. Chen Ping's words were considered to have offended the entire antique street, and many of the surrounding stall owners screamed and cursed, and even told the fat stall owner to hurry up and do something to teach Chen Ping a lesson. Kid, you are looking for death. After the fat stall owner finished speaking, he slammed his fist towards Chen Ping. The wind whistled. It was obvious that the fat stall owner had practiced, otherwise it would be impossible for him to have such speed and power. Thinking about it, if he didn't have 2 skills, would he dare to open a store here to cheat people? Chapter 30 Make a phone call. Chen Ping coldly snorted, directly reached out and swung out a slap. After the hair first, Chen Ping ruthlessly smacked in the fat stall owner's greasy face. The fat stall owner directly pumped a few circles before stopping. Half of his face was red and swollen. He was fat and swollen. Now his face was swollen. It was like a pig's head. Give me on. Get him dead. The fat stall owner roared angrily. A few brawny men rushed directly towards Chen Ping, each one of them letting out a furious roar from their mouths. Boom boom boom. But just after rushing up, only in the blink of an eye, several burly men were all kicked back by Chen Ping, and then fell to the ground, never able to get up again. This time, everyone froze, just those shouting vendors. At this time one by one shut their mouths, and even some sneak away. They know, today encountered a ruthless person. After the fat stall owner froze for a few moments, his face was full of grimace. Kid, You dare to make trouble in the antique street. Do you know who is in charge here? This is the territory of the Gathering Hall. It's covered by Master Tiger. Just wait for your death. The fat stall owner knew that once the 3 words Juyitang were uttered, even if the King of Heaven came, he would have to tremble 3 times. There are quite a few people who have caused trouble in the antique street, and there are even inspectors, pavilion masters and other big names. But so what? Move out of the Juyi Hall. Who does not obediently pat the butt and go away? Juyi Hall? Chen Ping coldly smiled. If I say I am not afraid of the Gathering of Righteousness Hall, what can you do? Who is not afraid of my Gathering of Righteousness Hall? As soon as Chen Ping's words fell, a harsh voice came out, followed by the crowd of onlookers instantly flashing a path. A man with a scar on the left side of his face walked over, and behind the man were a dozen or so people, each with a fierce face, regardless of whether it was the vendors or the onlookers. When they saw these people, each one of them clearly showed fear. When the fat stall owner saw the man, he immediately crawled over. Brother Scar, this kid is causing trouble here, and he also robbed the jade stone that I wanted to honor Master Tiger with. It's an imperial green. Master Tiger likes it the most. This fat stall owner's ability to steer the ship, that is really called a great imperial green? Scarface's eyes lit up. Kid, show me the jade. Are you Lin Tianhu's man? Chen Ping looked at Scarface and asked, asshole, is Master Tiger's name something you can call? The fat stall owner scurried up and pointed at Chen Ping. This is the first general under Master Tiger's account. Brother Scar, the law and order of this antique street is under Brother Scar's control. Chen Ping did not care about the fat stall owner, but looked at Scarface and showed his ring. Do you recognize this ring? Scarface looked at it carefully for a couple of moments and said with a disdainful face, a broken copper ring? What's there to recognize? Now you hand over the jade. I can spare you the disrespect you showed to Master Tiger. Chen Ping took out the jade stone, emerald green in color. It flashed with luster, causing light to emerge from that scarred face's eyes. Quickly, hand it over. Scarface beckoned towards Chen Ping. Chen Ping played with the jade and spoke indifferently. Since you don't recognize my ring, then let Lin Tianhu come. As long as he comes and wants this jade, I can give it to him. What did you say? Scarface was furious. Is Master Tiger also something you can see just because you want to? Who do you think you are? Something that doesn't know how to die. It seems like you have to force my hand. If you don't call, I can call him. Chen Ping pulled out his cell phone. You have Master Tiger's phone number? Scarface frowned. To know what kind of character Lin Tianhu was, not just anyone could have Lin Tianhu's phone number. Now that Chen Ping had Lin Tianhu's phone number, it couldn't be an ordinary person. 139,322. Chen Ping directly reported Lin Tianhu's phone number and looked at Scarface. Are you calling, or am I? Chapter 31 Casual Stroll. Scarface froze for a while. He slowly took out his cell phone and dialed Lin Tianhu's phone. He didn't know what Chen Ping was. He didn't dare to let him call Lin Tianhu. Soon, the phone was connected. The opposite side came Lin Tianhu's somewhat lethargic voice. Obviously at this time of the day, Lin Tianhu had not yet gotten up. Master Tiger, there is a person causing trouble in the antique street. Said he knows you. Let me give you a call. Scarface said cautiously. What kind of person? What's the name? Lin Tianhu asked. I don't know what his name is, but he's carrying a copper ring on his hand with a dragon on it, and it seems like there's also the word order, asking me if I recognize it. Scarface said. Grass. When Lin Tianhu heard this, he rubbed his head and jumped off the bed. Scarface, I'm telling you, you serve this person well. If you dare to make him unhappy, I'll get your whole family killed. You give me to remember. Lin Tianhu finished, directly hung up the phone, put on his clothes and rushed towards the antique street. Scarface listened to the busy voice on the other side. The whole person's face changed. He followed Lin Tianhu for more than 10 years, but never seen Lin Tianhu so panic. Putting down the phone, Scarface looked towards Chen Ping, his entire body shaking like a sieve. Brother Scar, this guy is nonsense. How can Master Tiger know such a rash? He is lying to you. Quickly get the jade back. The fat stall owner hadn't yet noticed Scarface's abnormality. Looking at Chen Ping with a face full of disdain, he said, snap. Just after the words were said, Scarface fiercely gave that fat stall owner a slap. Asshole, what nonsense. Obviously you are the one who forced to buy and sell. Don't think I don't know. I see you kid don't want to stay here. The fat stall owner was slapped by Scarface and was directly blindsided, not knowing what exactly happened. But some shrewd people seemed to see something at this moment, knowing that Chen Ping must have a very hard backstage. Sir, I'm really sorry just now. You rest first. Our Tiger Master will be here soon. Scarface said after Chen Ping with a flattering face. He didn't know Chen Ping. He didn't know that Chen Ping was their Heavenly Dragon Hall Master. In fact, many members of the Gathering Hall didn't even know that they were from the Heavenly Dragon Hall. These were all secrets. Only a few insiders knew. As soon as Chen Ping heard that Lin Tianhu was coming, he also planned to wait for a while, looking blindly like him. He didn't know when he would be able to find the spirit pen in vermilion sand. Since Lin Tianhu covered the antique street, he must be very familiar with the things here. So Chen Ping planned to ask Lin Tianhu, "Why don't you hurry up and bring a chair to Mr. Scarface?" viciously kicked the fat stall owner. Oh, that fat stall owner was dumbfounded and hurriedly moved a chair from inside the room and let Chen Ping sit down. About 10 minutes later, a sharp sound of brakes rang out and Lin Tianhu opened the car door and ran over. The crowd looked at Lin Tianhu came. One by one lowered his head. No one dared to lift away, while Lin Tianhu ran to Chen Ping, panting, "Your Highness, Mr. Chen, you come to the antique street. Inform me in advance. I also accompany you. This area I am familiar with. I just casually stroll," Chen Ping said indifferently. Lin Tianhu looked at Scarface and asked, "Scarface, what's going on?" Scarface wasn't very clear. He could only say what he knew one by one. Lin Tianhu wasn't stupid. He understood what was going on as soon as he guessed. "Damn, using my name to cheat here. Just damn it," Lin Tianhu cursed. "Smash the stall, break this guy's limbs and throw him out. Never allow him to take a step into the antique street again." When the fat stall owner heard this, he was instantly stunned, directly paralyzed to the ground. Master Tiger, spare your life." The fat stall owner kept begging for mercy, but it was no use at all. Soon the screams rang out and the fat stall owner was carried away. The crowd was all scared and bloodless, especially the few nearby stall owners who had just yelled at Chen Ping. Some of them had wet their pants. Chapter 32 Ancient Man Tian. "Scarface, tell all these people to get lost. What's there to see?" Lin Tianhu said to Scarface. Get lost all of you. What's there to see? In the future, if any of you dare to forcefully buy or sell, this is what happens." Scarface yelled towards the crowd, scaring everyone into running away. "Mr. Chen, I don't know what kind of objects you are into. There's nothing good here. It's all ground floor goods. The real good stuff is still inside," Lin Tianhu said to Chen Ping. "I want to buy a spirit brush and vermilion sand. I don't know if there are any here," Chen Ping asked to Lin Tianhu. Lin Tianhu froze, not understanding what Chen Ping was talking about with the spirit pen. And the vermilion sand, wasn't it everywhere? But Lin Tianhu didn't dare to ask. He could only respectfully say, "Mr. Chen, I'll take you to a few antique walks to walk. See if there's anything you want. I don't really understand this business either." "Alright, lead the way in front." Chen Ping nodded. Lin Tianhu personally led the way. The owners of those antique shops had taken out their treasures, but none of them were looked at by Chen Ping. This time, Lin Tianhu was a bit embarrassed. "Mr. Chen, the antique street is just this big. All the good stuff is almost here. Surprisingly, there is still nothing that Mr. Chen needs. Should I send my brothers to look elsewhere?" "No need. This kind of thing can be encountered but not sought, even if you are allowed to come across it. It's useless if you don't know your way around." Chen Ping waved his hand. Even if he let more people go and look for it, it would be useless. "That's true." Lin Tianhu nodded. "You go and get busy. I should go back too." Since there was none, Chen Ping did not want to stay any longer. But just as Chen Ping was about to leave, Lin Tianhu seemed to have remembered something and immediately called out to Chen Ping. "Mr. Chen, wait, something else?" Chen Ping asked. "Mr. Chen, I suddenly remembered a place where there might be something you need." After Lin Tianhu finished speaking, he ordered someone to bring the car and invited Chen Ping into the car. In the car, Lin Tianhu then introduced himself. It turned out that the place he brought Chen Ping to was a mansion, and the owner of the mansion was called Gu Wentian, who used to be a retired dignitary of the provincial government. After retiring, Gu Wentian built a mansion in a scenic place in Hongchang, and then spent the rest of his life. But this ancient Ask Tian has a hobby, that is, collection of antiques. In the ancient Ask Tian's yard, everywhere is antique. Some are from abroad. Antique street with this ancient Ask Tian's mansion compared to, really is not a grade. Chen Ping did not think that the small Hongchang, there is such a big man to enjoy his life. If it is not because of following the old dragon head to learn 3 years of skills, ordinary Chen Ping simply cannot come into contact with these big shots. Soon, the car stopped at an ancient mansion. An underling hurriedly ran over, whispered 2 sentences after Lin Tianhu, and ran back to the mansion. Soon, an old man with a white beard and crutches walked out. After seeing Lin Tianhu, the old man laughed and said, "It's really a rarity for Master Tiger to be able to honor us with his presence." "Ancient, you're insulting me. Call me Little Tiger, or Lin Tianhu on the line. In front of you, how dare I call myself a master?" Lin Tianhu hurriedly took 2 steps forward to welcome him, and said with a polite face, "The provincial government, although it is retired, but the energy is not small, so Lin Tianhu cannot dare to offend." Gu Wentian followed Lin Tianhu after exchanging a few pleasantries, saw Chen Ping on the sidelines, and asked after a glance. Master Tiger, this latter is somewhat familiar. Oh, this is Mr. Chen. This time with Mr. Chen specially disturbing the ancient. Still hope that the ancient don't take offense, Lin Tianhu hurriedly explained. Hearing Lin Tianhu address Mr. Chen Ping, who was only in his early 20s, a trace of surprise flashed through ancient Wentian's eyes, but it was only a flash. Chapter 33, Dragon Chair. Both of you come in. Gu Wentian nodded slightly towards Chen Ping as a greeting. In his opinion, for a young scion in his early 20s to be able to be called sir by Lin Tianhu, it must be because his family was rich and powerful that he would be respected so much by Lin Tianhu, and it was not because he was powerful. Lin Tianhu and Chen Ping walked into Gu Wentian's mansion. After entering the door, Chen Ping immediately felt a burst of rich spiritual qi coming. In the courtyard several large trees that were thick enough to embrace, shading a large part of the sunlight. Continuing to walk forward, the rockery and flowing water, the buildings and pavilions, every place was emitting a strong ancient flavor. These ancient trees, they have years of age, right? Chen Ping couldn't help but ask as he looked at those large trees. This was because these rich auras were all emitted from these large trees. Mr. Chen, these trees of old, all of them are hundreds of years old. It is because of these trees that the ancient courtyard was built here, Lin Tianhu explained after Chen Ping. Chen Ping nodded his head slightly, and understood the reason why Gu Wentian, the provincial government official, chose to come to the small Hongqing to spend his old age. This place has abundant spiritual qi, really suitable for old age, and live here for a long time. Nourished by the spiritual qi, the body will be more and more young and strong. After passing through a corridor, Gu Wentian led Lin Tianhu and Chen Ping into the hall. The entire hall was filled with antique furniture. Each piece had a history of hundreds of years, and there was even a dragon chair carved with 9 dragons placed in the center of the hall. There was a golden-colored cushion placed on top of the dragon chair, and it looked like someone often sat on it. Chen Ping frowned slightly as he looked at the dragon chair, his expression becoming a little odd. Both of you sit down. Gu Wentian casually waved his hand before sitting himself directly on top of that dragon chair. After Lin Tianhu and Chen Ping took their seats, Gu Wentian had his subordinates pour tea. Master Tiger, there's nothing to do. If there's anything I need help with, just say it. Gu Wentian knew that Lin Tianhu had come and definitely had something to look for him. Lin Tianhu looked at Chen Ping, who spoke. We know that Ancient is a keen collector, so we would like to ask Ancient if he has any spirit brushes here. That is, brushes that were used by the great writers in ancient times, as well as vermilion sand made from animal blood. Spirit brushes? Ancient Man Tian pondered with a slight frown. Ancient. Of course we won't ask for ancient things for nothing. As long as Ancient has it here, the price is as ancient as you want. I, Lin Tianhu, will never return the favor. Lin Tianhu hurriedly said in order to not let Gu Wentian have concerns. What are you talking about, Master Tiger? Gu Wentian smiled faintly. If I have it, there's no harm in giving it to you guys. Does money mean anything to me anymore? Yes, yes, yes. Ancient regards money as dirt. Lin Tianhu nodded repeatedly. Brushes, that kind of thing, are supposed to be consumable, so it's almost impossible to keep a used brush. As for that vermilion sand made from animal blood, I've never heard of it. Gu Wentian shook his head, but then continued. But to find this kind of thing, perhaps there are more of them in the Taoist monasteries than here in my place. After all, these Taoist priests need to draw talismans to drive away ghosts, and the brushes that they use may have a spiritual nature. As soon as the words of Ancient Man Tian fell, Chen Ping instantly felt a joy in his heart. He had forgotten about this. The brushes that those Taoist priests used to drive away ghosts and draw talismans were definitely with spirituality, including the vermilion sand they used. They would just go to the Taoist temple to look for it. Why would they still need to come to the antique street to look around? Thanks for the ancient reminder. Chen Ping got up and bowed towards Ancient Man Tian. Ha ha ha, you're welcome. I was just mentioning it casually. Ancient Man Tian laughed. Ancient, may I ask where the dragon chair underneath you came from? Chen Ping asked. What? You also see the extraordinary nature of this dragon chair? Gu Wentian said with a proud look on his face. This dragon chair was purchased from abroad by me after spending a lot of money. This is a real dragon chair. Something from the Ming dynasty. The true dragon emperor sat on it. Gu Wentian gently stroked the dragon chair underneath him. It could be seen that he liked it very much. Chapter 34 Nightmare. The dragon chair was a symbol of status. Sitting underneath it was quite imposing. Although Ancient Man Tian collected many things, this dragon chair was his favorite thing. Almost every day he would sit on it to feel the majesty of the Son of Heaven back then. Ancient, I advise you to burn the dragon chair. Perhaps you can still live longer. Chen Ping urged at Ancient, questioning Heaven. What do you mean? Gu Wentian frowned. At a young age, are you cursing me to death? Gu Wentian was enraged. If it wasn't for Lin Tianhu's face, Chen Ping wasn't even qualified to enter his compound. Now that this Chen Ping was spouting out delusional words, How could Gu Wentian not be enraged? Ancient rest his anger. Mr. Chen must have his reasons for saying so. Lin Tianhu hurriedly got up to dissuade Gu Wentian, and then looked at Chen Ping and said, since Mr. Chen can see what is going on, I hope that he can be truthful. Ancient is not an outsider. Lin Tianhu of course knew that Chen Ping was capable, otherwise it would have been so possible to become the position of the Heavenly Dragon Hall Master. Kid, if you can't tell the reason today, no one can save you. Gu Wentian snorted coldly and stood up from the dragon chair. Chen Ping was not in a hurry and said with a faint smile, it is not bad that this dragon chair is really the belongings of the Son of Heaven. It is also true that it is the belongings of the Ming dynasty. It is only a pity that the top of this dragon chair is full of grievances. If I am not wrong, the once Son of Heaven died on top of this dragon chair. Otherwise there would not be such a great amount of grievances. The reason why Ancient sitting on top of the dragon chair doesn't feel anything is because this place is full of spiritual chi. It is the land of the earth's greatness, temporarily suppressing the grievances on the dragon chair. But nowadays, the 9 dragons on top of the dragon chair are already all full of grievances rushing through the body. If you still continue to stay, I'm afraid that your life won't be long. Don't you see that the 9 dragons on top of the dragon chair are already vaguely blackened? Chen Ping's words finished, Gu Wentian unconsciously shivered, hurriedly looked to his own dragon chair, and sure enough, he saw that the 9 dragons' heads were a little different in color from the rest of the world, and had become a little black. Kid, you less bluff me. This dragon head become black. Also is the age-long oxidation caused by what resentment rushing body? Simply nonsense. Ancient asked whether slammed the table and said, don't believe it, forget it. Chen Ping smiled disdainfully. I would have looked at the fact that you reminded me and saved your life, but you are ungrateful. This may be your destiny. Don't look at the fact that you are feeling physically unharmed right now, but every night you will have nightmares of being entangled by a python, and you will end up waking up asphyxiated, and you have been having such dreams for at least a month now. Chen Ping finished speaking and turned around. Mr. Chen. Lin Tianhu looked embarrassed and hurriedly chased after him. At this moment, Gu Wentian was frozen on the spot. Now he had already been shocked and turned over, to know that the thing he dreamed about, he had not mentioned it to anyone. How could this Chen Ping know it, and know it so carefully? Wait! Gu Wentian quickly chased after him and called out to Chen Ping. What? Was I right? Chen Ping asked at Gu Wentian. Gu Wentian was filled with embarrassment and finally nodded and said, Little Mr. Chen is right. I've been haunted by nightmares lately, and it's the same dream every day. It's been bothering me for a long time. The pythons in that dream are the 9 dragons on this dragon chair. Right now the 9 dragons are resentful and rushing around. They haven't completely turned black yet. If these 9 dragons turn black all over, even if the great Luo golden immortals come down to the earth, I'm afraid that they won't be able to save you. Chen Ping said indifferently. Then what do I do now? Gu Wentian had gained trust in Chen Ping at this point. Burn this dragon chair, not with ordinary fire, but use paper money to ignite the dragon chair, to burn it completely clean. Chen Ping said. This. Gu Wentian looked at the dragon chair. His eyes were full of regret, to know that this dragon chair was bought from abroad with a lot of effort. This suddenly burned. Gu Wentian was a bit reluctant to part with it, so he turned to Chen Ping and asked, Mr. Chen, besides burning the dragon chair, is there any other way? Chapter 35, Grudging Dragon. Yes. Chen Ping nodded. I can suck out the grievances from the dragon chair and just destroy these grievous dragons. Gu Wentian was overjoyed when he heard this. Then please ask Mr. Chen to do it. Why should I help you? In your opinion, am I not just a liar? Chen Ping sneered. When Gu Wentian heard this, he was immediately filled with shame. Mr. Chen, it is the old man who was a mengwang and did not know how to offend Mr. Chen. I hope that Mr. Chen will not take it personally and will be able to save the old man's life. Gu Wentian's attitude was sincere, begging Chen Ping with a face full of sincerity. Seeing this, Lin Tianhu also said to Chen Ping, Mr. Chen, the old man also has no intention to offend. I still hope that Mr. Chen will help the old man. In the future, we will still have use for the old man's place. Lin Tianhu's meaning was very obvious. That is, the gathering hall was developing in Hongchang. There was still a place where we could use ancient man Tian. Chen Ping helping ancient man Tian now was also considered to be helping the heavenly dragon hall itself. In the future, as long as Mr. Chen is useful to the old man's place, I am obliged to. Gu Wentian hurriedly stated his position. Seeing this, Chen Ping nodded his head and said, I'll help you exterminate these grievous dragons. Saying that, Chen Ping walked to that dragon chair. One hand suddenly pressed on top of a dragon head. Immediately after a weird scene happened, only to see that the carved dragon, at this time, even began to glow with a faint golden light. Immediately after a dragon roar rang out. Listening to the sound was very miserable. Lin Tianhu and Gu Qiantian were shocked, only to see that under the golden light, the 9 dragons moved, followed by all of them rising up in the air. The 9 dragons were emitting black gas, blaring furiously at Chen Ping, as if Chen Ping had ruined their good things. In an instant, the entire hall was enveloped in black aura, and Lin Tianhu and Gu Wentian felt that it was difficult to breathe. The several hundred-year-old trees in the courtyard also seemed to sense something and began to move without wind, their leaves clattering into a mass. Lin Tianhu and Gu Wentian stared dazedly at those giant dragons, especially Gu Wentian. His whole body had gotten soaked. This was the dragon chair that he sat on every day. To have this kind of evil creature inside, just thinking about it made him feel scared. A few broken dragons visualized by grievances. How dare they spread their wildness? Chen Ping looked indifferent, only to see his hands flexing his fingers. A golden light instantly disappeared inside the bodies of those few huge dragons, immediately followed by a dragon roar. The dragons disappeared and turned into a mass of black gas, enveloping Chen Ping. Chen Ping opened his mouth and sucked violently, and all those black chi were sucked into Chen Ping's stomach. In an instant, calm was restored inside the hall. The heart concentration technique taught by the old dragon head is really good. It can even refine the grievances. Chen Ping's heart was delighted. This condensing heart skill, apart from refining spiritual chi, no matter if it was grievance chi or anger chi, it could all be refined and turned into one's own strength. Just now, with these grievances going down, Chen Ping could feel that his strength had increased quite a bit. After a while, Gu Wentian came to his senses from the shock, and hurriedly stepped forward and bowed towards Chen Ping. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for saving my life. I will never forget it. No need to be courteous, you and I have what we need. Chen Ping waved his hand. This resentment being absorbed and refined could be more useful than Chen Ping cultivating for 10 days and half a month. Gu Wentian was slightly stunned. He did not understand what Chen Ping meant, but he did not dare to ask in detail. After all, for an immortal like Chen Ping, there were many things that ordinary people could not understand. Mr. Chen, then this dragon chair. Gu Wentian looked towards the dragon chair and asked carefully. Now this dragon chair has become nothing more than an ordinary chair. Besides being able to satisfy your psyche, there is no other use for it, but it is the several ancient trees inside the courtyard that you need to take good care of. They are the root of your prolonging your life and strengthening your body, Chen Ping said as he looked towards the several ancient trees outside. It was a pity that this kind of ancient tree could not be transplanted. Otherwise Chen Ping would really want to get a few of them to go to the top of Pan Longwan Mountain. The aura emitted by this ancient tree would just be able to help him cultivate. Chapter 36, Can't do it? Good. I will definitely send someone to take good care of those ancient trees. In addition to the spirit brush and vermilion sand that Mr. Chen needs, I will go and find them for Mr. Chen. I'm very familiar with Taoist Master Bushio from Thunderbolt View, Gu Wentian said. Then thank you, Ancient. Chen Ping nodded. It's getting late. I have to go back too. Chen Ping looked at the time. It was about to be noon. He had to go home for dinner. If Mr. Chen doesn't mind, then have a casual meal here. I'll order my subordinates to prepare it. Gu Wentian asked carefully. The current Gu Wentian had long admired Chen Ping and wanted to find an opportunity to flatter Chen Ping more. Chen Ping looked at Gu Wentian in that manner and nodded. Then I will be bothering Ancient. No nagging. No nagging. Gu Wentian was overjoyed and immediately ordered people to start preparing the meal. In Hongcheng Hospital, Xiao Lei's arm was already bandaged and Gung Shanshan was taking care of it. This Chen Ping, when I get better, I will definitely get him killed. Xiao Lei roared, venting the anger in his heart, breaking his own arm, stirring up his own wedding, making the Xiao family a laughingstock in Hongcheng. He couldn't swallow this breath. Brother Lei, don't be angry. I asked Fu Wei to find someone to clean up that Chen Ping. The ones he found this time are all practiced fighters. Surely they can beat that Chen Ping to death. Gung Shanshan said as she peeled an orange. If it wasn't for the Su family blocking the way, that Chen Ping would have died long ago. Xiao Lei gritted his teeth. His eyes filled with a cold aura as he took Gung Shanshan's peeled orange and threw it into his mouth. Right at this moment, Gung Shanshan's phone rang, and after connecting it, Gung Shanshan's face quickly changed, and immediately hung up the phone. Who? Xiao Lei asked. Fu Wei called. He said that several of them were beaten by Chen Ping, and Fu Wei's arm was broken. Gung Shanshan frowned. What exactly did this Chen Ping learn in his 3 years in prison? How did he become so capable of fighting? Rubbish. It's those classmates of yours who are rubbish. What kind of practiced fighter can they find? Garbage stuff. It looks like I still have to find it myself. Xiao Lei at this time the anger is more prosperous. Looking at the Gung Shanshan in front of him, a pull over, directly tear off the clothes. Ah, Lei brother, Gung Shanshan shrieked. This is inside the hospital ward. Where does Xiao Lei still care about that? He needs to vent his anger to do so, but when he was ready to vent, he found out how he couldn't. Xiao Lei panicked. He did not understand what happened to him. Is the arm broken? Other places will also be affected? Lei brother, are you too nervous? Gung Shanshan asked carefully. Nervous you paralyzed. Give me a good lie. Down. Xiao Lei violently pushed Gung Shanshan and started to busy himself again, but no matter how busy he was, it was still not useful at all. Cough cough cough. At this time, Xiao Yan walked in and saw his son following Gung Shanshan in that manner. He immediately blushed and coughed twice. Xiao Lei was startled, and that Gung Shanshan was even more frightened that she hurriedly put on her clothes. Simply nonsense. Your arm is broken. Can you fool around like this? Xiao Yan reprimanded Xiao Lei. Xiao Lei lowered his head, but his eyes were full of anger and said, Dad, I want that Chen Ping to die. I will make sure he dies. Xiao Lei at this time blamed Chen Ping's head for the fact that he couldn't make it. It was him who broke his arm that caused this. In fact, this matter was really done by Chen Ping, but it wasn't the breaking of his arm, but when he was in the Gung family, Chen Ping directly abolished Xiao Lei's ability to be a man. Don't worry about this matter. Just recuperate well. That Chen Ping I have to investigate. Lin Tianhu even didn't move him. I have to see if there is any power behind this kid. Although Xiao Yan was also angry, but he was not confused yet. He knew that there must be a reason why Lin Tianhu did not move Chen Ping. Chapter 37, A Good Kiss. Dad, that kid. You shut up. Not waiting for Xiao Lei to finish, Xiao Yan blared fiercely, scaring Xiao Lei, who did not dare to say anything else. Uncle Xiao, that Chen Ping I know too well. There is no background power. We have been together since college. Her father used to be a civil servant. Now he has long been expelled and sweeping the streets. You don't want to be intimidated by him. Gung Shanshan straightened her clothes and said to Xiao Yan, You know. Xiao Yan coldly glanced at Gung Shanshan. A woman's opinion. If it wasn't for you, Layer wouldn't have become the way he is now. He's simply a sweeper, Xiao Yan said, directly left, for Xiao Lei and Gung Shanshan's wedding. In fact, Xiao Yan is against. After all, the two families are not the right door. But I do not know what method this Gung Shanshan used to charm Xiao Lei, so that Xiao Lei had to marry her. Gung Shanshan was scolded by Xiao Yan's face, a burst of red and a burst of white, but not a word dared to refute. To marry into the family, this is the price. This dead Chen Ping, I will not spare him. After Xiao Yan left, Gung Shanshan gritted her teeth and said, she did not dare to do anything to Xiao Yan and Xiao Lei, so she could only take her grievances out on Chen Ping. In the ancient family residence, Gu Wentian, Lin Tianhu, and Chen Ping were having a happy meal. The subordinates on the side looked at Chen Ping's young age, followed by the two big shots of Han Cheng sitting together and laughing. All of them were envious. Mr. Chen, today is just a casual meal. Tomorrow I will hold a banquet at the Regal Hotel, inviting people from both the political and business sectors of Han Cheng to attend. I want to introduce Mr. Chen face to face, Gu Wentian said with a bold face. Gu Wentian's meaning was obvious. It was to pave the way for Chen Ping. After this banquet, he was afraid that no one in Hancheng would dare to provoke Chen Ping. Chen Ping wanted to refuse. He did not want to make too much of a fuss. He only wanted to concentrate on cultivation and wait for the arrival of July 15th. However, Chen Ping had not yet opened his mouth. Lin Tianhu opened his mouth. Then I would like to thank Ancient for Mr. Chen. With Ancient's introduction this time, Mr. Chen's actions in Hancheng can also be quite convenient. Seeing that Lin Tianhu had agreed for himself, Chen Ping did not say anything more, but nodded slightly and said, Ancient is polite. After the three of them exchanged a few more pleasantries, Chen Ping and Lin Tianhu left. Your Highness, my subordinate has just agreed to the invitation on behalf of Your Highness. I hope Your Highness will not be offended. Although our Heavenly Dragon Temple Gathering Hall has grown rapidly and our forces have continued to expand, but outside of Hongchang, it is difficult for us to move even an inch at this point. And there are still quite a few forces eyeing this part of Hongchang, so we can only continue to strengthen our network of relationships. In the car, Lin Tianhu explained after Chen Ping in a low voice. Chen Ping was slightly stunned. Aren't you the Earth Emperor in Hongchang? Does anyone else dare to go against you? Chen Ping did not understand. Lin Tianhu was the sky in Hongchang. Besides political figures, who would dare to mess with Lin Tianhu? Lin Tianhu heard, face a burst of embarrassment, said, Temple Master, that are ordinary people touting just the whole of Hongchang in addition to our gathering of righteousness, in addition to the Red Dragon Gang, the Star and Moon sect of these forces, which the small forces are countless. Our gathering of righteousness following the Red Dragon Gang is a deadly rival. Every year there will be a fight, mutual damage, but the Red Dragon Gang leader Feng Sihai do not know where to learn a hand of hard Qigong. I am now afraid of not being able to fight with you. Hard Qigong. I'm afraid I'm no match for him now. Chen Ping looked at Lin Tianhu. He could see that Lin Tianhu had not had a particularly good time over the years. The scenery in the eyes of outsiders was only superficial. People like them had their lives in danger at any time. If someone finds you in trouble, just look for me directly, Chen Ping said indifferently. Since the Gathering of Righteousness Hall was the hall under him, of course Chen Ping couldn't just ignore it. Lin Tianhu was overjoyed. With these words from the palace master, I'm not afraid of anything. When the palace master comes out, the ghosts and gods have to give way, let alone a mere Feng Sihai. Lin Tianhu was also inwardly shocked and admiring when he saw Chen Ping destroy those 9 spiteful dragons today. Chen Ping smiled. He didn't expect this Lin Tianhu to be good at kissing ass. Chapter 38 Breakthrough. After Chen Ping returned home, his parents were not at home. They should have gone out for a walk again. Such an environment. It would be good to go out more often. There was no one to disturb him, so Chen Ping practiced in his room. He had to hurry up and cultivate, because he didn't know what he would face on the 15th of July. Although the old dragon head said that he would be given a big chance on that day, but who knew if this chance would be accompanied by danger? Sitting on his knees, silently reciting the concentration technique, Chen Ping's dantian began to slowly rotate, and all the surrounding auras were slowly absorbed into Chen Ping's body. Without even eating dinner, Chen Ping cultivated for another whole night. Phew! When Chen Ping opened his eyes, a cloud of turbid chi erupted from his mouth. I really didn't expect this grudge dragon force to be so powerful. Chen Ping gently clenched his fists. Feeling the thick strength in his body, Chen Ping had actually broken through. The current Chen Ping had already reached the 5th level of chi cultivation. He had to know that he had only broken through to the 4th level of chi cultivation after 3 years in prison and the guidance of the old dragon head, but he did not expect that yesterday. After absorbing the 9 grudge dragon's power, he had broken through to the 5th level in one go, which made Chen Ping overjoyed. Chen Ping seemed to have found a way to cultivate quickly. As long as he absorbed more grievances, the power of hatred, then the speed of cultivation would increase exponentially. It was just a pity that this kind of thing was unattainable. Where to find so many things attached to grudges and hatred? Gently exhaling, Chen Ping got down from the bed and simply straightened his clothes. It's Ms. Su, right? Although I can't see, I can hear you walking. At this time, Tang Honying's voice came from the living room outside. Auntie, you're really something. Su Yuchi smiled. Don't always call me Miss. How strange. Just call me Yuchi. Right. It's out of place. I'll call you Yuchi then. Tang Honying's face was full of smiles, nodding her head repeatedly. You're here to find Chen Ping, right? He's still in the bedroom and hasn't come out yet. Chen Ping, hurry up and get up. Yuchi is looking for you. Tang Honying shouted towards Chen Ping's bedroom. Auntie, there's no need to shout. I'll go get him, Su Yuchi said, walking straight towards Chen Ping's bedroom. Tang Honying heard Su Yuchi walking towards Chen Ping's bedroom. Her entire body almost jumped up in excitement. This brat still lied to me about being an ordinary friend. Would an ordinary friend go straight to the bedroom? I really want to see what this future daughter-in-law of mine looks like. Tang Honying muttered to herself. Wife, let me tell you, Miss Su's looks. I'm afraid that the entire Hongqing city doesn't have such a beautiful one. Chen Bagua walked to Tang Honying's ear and whispered. Is that so? Tang Honying was a bit surprised. She knew that Chen Bagua had a very picky eye. Back then when Chen Ping and Gung Shanshan were together, Chen Bagua was adamantly opposed to it. Now that Chen Bagua could say this, then Su Yuchi's appearance was definitely no match. My son is too capable. He just came out and found such a girlfriend, and even hid it from us. Tang Honying had a proud face. Of course, don't look at who my son follows. With me in front of him, our son can't be worse. Chen Bagua at this time on Chen Ping that is also very satisfied. Before the gloomy face, now hanging all day with a smile. Okay, don't blow it off. Quickly take me out for a spin. Leave a world of 2 for the 2 children, Tang Honying said, pulling Chen Bagua out of the villa. On the other hand, Su Yuchi pushed the door into Chen Ping's bedroom. When she saw Chen Ping standing under the bed with his clothes intact, Su Yuchi was just stunned. Aren't you up already? What? You don't want me to get up? You want to see me with my clothes off? Chen Ping half joked. Bah, who wants to see you take off your clothes? Su Yuchi blankly glanced at Chen Ping, but there was still a small excitement inside. Chen Ping being able to joke with her proved that the relationship between the two had obviously improved a lot. I'm looking for you for something. You come with me. Su Yuchi pulled Chen Ping away without saying a word. Chen Ping wanted to ask where to go, but Su Yuchi directly pulled Chen Ping into the car. However, looking at the time, it was still early for the banquet that Gu Wentian had invited him to, so Chen Ping let Su Yuchi pull him along. Chapter 39, Buying Clothes, Tianyuan Mall. This was a very famous mall in Hongqiang, with almost all the major brands. Looking at Su Yuchi bringing herself here, Chen Ping was a little surprised. Are you asking me to accompany you to the mall? Chen Ping asked somewhat timidly. To know that accompanying a girl to the mall, that was a very scary thing. Chen Ping had felt it before. Back then, he accompanied Gung Shanshan to the mall, and it was a day-long shopping, and he already had a psychological shadow. What? You're not happy to accompany me? Su Yuchi asked as she looked at Chen Ping. That's not true. Chen Ping shook his head. In fact, accompanied Su Yuchi shopping mall. Chen Ping is a little proud. How to say Su Yuchi's identity and appearance? That is first class. Can accompany such a girl shopping mall? How many people will be envious? Only Chen Ping at noon there are things. Has promised Gu Qitian. Can not let people pigeon. I still have something to do at noon. I'm afraid of being delayed. Chen Ping said truthfully. I don't care what you do. The main task now is to accompany me to shop. After Su Yuchi finished speaking, she pulled Chen Ping and entered the shopping mall. Looking at the wide array of goods, Su Yuchi pulled Chen Ping to specifically look for the men's clothing area. Then one piece of clothing was compared on Chen Ping's body. You are preparing to buy clothes for me? Chen Ping said with some surprise. If I don't buy them for you, who will I buy them for? My clothes at home can't fit anymore. Su Yuchi said. Her hands were not idle, picking one piece at a time, and finally picked a suit and put it in Chen Ping's hand. Go and try it on. Chen Ping held the suit and did not move for a while Su Yuchi urged. What? You still want me to go in and try it on for you? No need. Chen Ping shook his head in a panic and hurriedly walked into the fitting room. Looking at Chen Ping's frightened look, Su Yuchi smiled, the tenderness in her eyes becoming more and more obvious. When Chen Ping changed his clothes and walked out, Su Yuchi's eyes suddenly lit up, looking Chen Ping up and down, looking a little surprised. I didn't expect you to have so much potential. Wearing these clothes, obviously much more handsome. Looking at Su Yuchi's flamboyant look, Chen Ping couldn't help but take a look in the mirror himself, and realized that he was really much more handsome. Ever since he had been in prison and followed the old dragon head to cultivate, Chen Ping's requirements for material things were becoming lighter and lighter. Now that he was out of prison, although he had money on him, he was still wearing the old clothes from before, and had never thought of changing his clothes, and with the time to buy clothes, he might as well cultivate for a while longer. What are you planning to take me to? Attend a wedding? Chen Ping asked to Su Yuchi. Don't you care? This is more important than the wedding. Su Yuchi pulled Chen Ping to buy more shoes and watches, directly dressing Chen Ping up as a high-flying handsome. As it is, Chen Ping could only be helplessly dragged around by Su Yuchi, while Chen Ping's body had more and more things on it, ties, belts, even as small as a lighter. Su Yuchi had spent tens of thousands of dollars to buy Chen Ping one. In terms of Chen Ping's outfit, he was afraid that he would not be able to get down without hundreds of thousands of dollars. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Chen Ping felt that he didn't dare to walk while wearing this outfit. He couldn't understand what rich people like Su Yuchi were thinking. Where was the point of buying a suit for over $100,000 and a lighter for tens of thousands of dollars? What's so extravagant about this? It's you who used to dress too shabby. I won't let you dress like that in the future. Otherwise I'll be laughed at. Su Yuchi said lightly. But after saying that, Su Yuchi instantly felt as if she had said the wrong thing. Her face instantly reddened, and Chen Ping heard it and smiled faintly. I'm dressed shabbily. Why would anyone laugh at you? As soon as Chen Ping asked, Su Yuchi's face turned even redder. She could only glare at Chen Ping and said, I have said in public that I want to be your girlfriend. Of course everyone else is taking it seriously. Isn't it just hitting me in the face if you are wearing shabby clothes? I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to the restroom. You wait for me here. Su Yuchi found an excuse and hurriedly left. Chapter 40, Encountering an Ex-Girlfriend. Chen Ping smiled and stood still waiting for Su Yuchi. Many girls who passed by, after seeing Chen Ping, were unconsciously turning back to look twice, and there were even several who came over to hit on him for contact information, which was rejected by Chen Ping. At this time the other side of the mall, Geng Shanshan and Jiang Wenjing also came to the mall. Yesterday, Geng Shanshan was scolded with a heart of fire, so today she planned to buy so that she could feel better. Shanshan, look, there's a handsome guy standing across the street. Just by looking at his back he's mesmerizing. Jiang Wenjing said to Geng Shanshan with some excitement. When Geng Shanshan heard Jiang Wenjing, she also hurriedly looked up and saw a tall boy, wearing a suit, standing straight across the street. Just by looking at his back she could feel the noble temperament on the boy. Don't be a back killer again, right? Geng Shanshan whispered. No way. I can feel it. This is definitely a big handsome guy. Shanshan, you already have Duke Xiao. This handsome guy will be given to me. Jiang Wenjing said. She couldn't wait to walk over. Geng Shanshan was also curious and hurriedly followed. Handsome guy, are you waiting for someone? Jiang Wenjing stepped forward and tapped the boy's shoulder and asked. But when the boy turned around, Jiang Wenjing and Geng Shanshan all froze on the spot. Chen Ping, how come it's you? Jiang Wenjing said with a face full of surprise. That Geng Shanshan was also full of shock. She had followed Chen Ping for several years, and had never seen this side of Chen Ping. It seemed that it was really true that people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Why can't it be me? Once Chen Ping saw that it was Geng Shanshan and Jiang Wenjing, he said with a cold smile, how can you come to this mall? Things are very expensive here. Jiang Wenjing said with a puzzled look on her face. The things in this mall were very expensive. Ordinary people did not have the conditions to come. In Jiang Wenjing's eyes, Chen Ping's family conditions, not even ordinary enough. How could he come to this mall? And looking at the clothes on his body, it seemed like they were worth a lot of money. Is the mall opened by your family? I can come here whenever I want. Chen Ping nonchalantly choked out that Jiang Wenjing, immediately choking that Jiang Wenjing out of words. Chen Ping, on your behavior, is a toad wearing a dragon robe? How you cannot become a dragon? Do not know where to buy cheap goods. To come here to pretend to fish for girls. Bah! Gung Shanshan spat viciously towards Chen Ping. Whether he can turn into a dragon or not is not for you. A chicken, to say. Without waiting for Chen Ping to open his mouth, Su Yuqi walked over with a bit of coldness on her face. Wipe off the you took, Su Yuqi said as she pointed at the spit that Gung Shanshan spat on Chen Ping's clothes. Seeing that it was Su Yuqi, Gung Shanshan's eyes had a few moments of retreat. Compared to Su Yuqi, what was she? Gung Shanshan, who was the richest young lady in Hongchang, but in front of so many people in the mall, calling her a chicken, and letting her wipe Chen Ping's clothes. Of course Gung Shanshan was not happy. You, don't talk so mean. Don't bully people just because you're the Su family's first lady. Gung Shanshan struggled to keep her temper. I said for you to wipe it off. Can't you hear me? Do you think that if I slap you twice now, then Xiao Lei would dare to look for me? The aura on Su Yuqi's body clearly suppressed that Gung Shanshan, causing that Gung Shanshan's body to start shaking slightly. Gung Shanshan knew that Su Yuqi beating her would be in vain. Xiao Lei would not follow the Su family for her. Chen Ping looked at Gung Shanshan's appearance, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, not saying a word. He just looked on with a cold smile. I will rub it. Seeing this, that Jiang Wenjing hurriedly took out a paper towel, wanting to replace Gung Shanshan and wipe it off for Chen Ping. What are you? Is my boyfriend also something you can touch? Su Yuqi directly pushed that Jiang Wenjing away. Jiang Wenjing's face was red with embarrassment, but she didn't dare to let out a single fart. Gung Shanshan didn't dare to mess with Su Yuqi, and she didn't dare even more. Chapter 41, Undeclared. You guys are too bullying. On the basis that you are rich and powerful, you bully us ordinary people. Everyone come and take a look. The Su family's eldest lady is bullying people. Gung Shanshan was not going to wipe Chen Ping's clothes. She couldn't get past that hurdle in her heart. Chen Ping has always been the one who has been obedient to her, being a licking dog, and now all of a sudden she is asked to bow down to Chen Ping. She can't do it. At this moment, Gung Shanshan pretended to be vulnerable, hoping to get pity and help from the people around her. Snap! Just as Gung Shanshan wanted to seek help from the people around her, Su Yuqi stepped forward and slapped her without any delay, instantly blindsiding Gung Shanshan. What's the point of wasting words? I'm telling you to go wipe it off now, Su Yuqi said to Gung Shanshan in an undeniable tone. Gung Shanshan covered her face. Her eyes looked at the surrounding crowd, but none of them spoke out to help. Even some of the timid ones had already left in a hurry, not daring to stay any longer. The helpless Gung Shanshan looked at Su Yuqi's cold look, and could only take out a tissue, slowly walked to Chen Ping's front, squatted down and prepared to wipe off the spittle on Chen Ping's clothes. Chen Ping looked down at Gung Shanshan, his face filled with a cold smile, but just as Gung Shanshan was about to wipe it off for Chen Ping dodged. Gung Shanshan froze and looked up at Chen Ping. I'm afraid of your hands, dirtying my clothes. Chen Ping finished speaking and wiped it off with a paper towel himself. You, Gung Shanshan's chest was heaving with anger, but she didn't know how to retort. Let's go. Chen Ping pulled Su Yuqi's hand and walked out of the mall in large strides. Gung Shanshan looked at the back of the two people, shaking with anger, gritting her teeth. Chen Ping, you bastard, I will never let you go. But Chen Ping had long walked out of the mall out of earshot. You're quite spirited today. This doesn't match with your status as the Su family's first lady. If this gets out, it won't have a good impact on you. Walking out of the mall, Chen Ping looked at Su Yuqi and said, I don't care if she is good or not. I am angry when I see that Gung Shanshan. Su Yuqi clenched her teeth. Her face still had anger on it now, but then looked at Chen Ping. Were you scared by me? No. Chen Ping shook his head with a slight smile. You are quite flavorful when you are angry. Since you like it, then I'll be wailing on you every day, right? Su Yuqi said with a twinkle in her eyes. Don't. Chen Ping waved his hands and immediately changed the subject and asked, you dressed me up like this. Where exactly are you taking me? Today ancient in our family regal hotel big feast. Hongcheng dignified characters will be there. I heard that the conditions to be able to participate are very harsh, also not allowed to bring family members, but this is in our own hotel. I cannot use invitations to bring you in, so that you can follow the Hongcheng these dignified characters to get acquainted with it. Su Yuqi wasn't selling a lawsuit, truthfully following Chen Ping. After Chen Ping heard this, he was in tears. This Gu Wentian had organized a feast just for him, and now Su Yuqi even wanted to sneak him in. What are you laughing at? What I said is true. Moreover, this time Ancient made a big feast. I heard that it was to introduce a friend to these bigwigs in Hongchang. And now they are all speculating what this friend of ancients actually is. Do you know how many people wanted to attend this banquet but simply didn't have the qualifications or opportunity? If the banquet wasn't held at the Regal Hotel, I wouldn't have had the chance to bring you in, so behave yourself. Su Yuqi urged after Chen Ping. Good, I will definitely perform well. Chen Ping smiled. He did not tell Su Yuqi the truth. He only wanted to give her a surprise. Unconsciously, Chen Ping could also feel the changes in his heart towards Su Yuqi. Although neither of the two said anything, but something could be felt. It was just an unspoken statement. Chapter 42, Cutting Off Your Pocket Money. Hongcheng Hospital. Xiao Yan hurriedly came and directly threw Xiao Lei a suit and said, "Change your clothes and follow me." "Dad, I'm recuperating, where am I going?" Xiao Lei asked with a puzzled face. "To take you to a banquet." Xiao Yan said, "No go. I broke my arm and am now recuperating." "What banquet to attend?" Xiao Lei immediately lost interest when he heard this. He had participated in quite a few banquets, which were nothing more than eating and drinking, boasting to each other, but also wearing suits that were very formal. He was not happy to go. "Asshole, do you know who organized this banquet? That's ancient. The entire Hong City has a head and a face all went. This time you give me a good performance. In the future the Xiao family industry are going to be handed over to you. Don't give me a defeat," Xiao Yan said as he slapped towards Xiao Lei's head. Once he heard that it was a banquet organized by the ancient, Xiao Lei didn't dare to say anything else, and hurriedly changed his clothes, but with a broken arm, Xiao Lei simply couldn't change it himself. "Where's your girlfriend? She's not here to take care of you. Where did she run off to? Let her come and help you change." 11 o'clock at noon at the Regal Hotel. "Don't ever be late for me, I still have other things to do," Xiao Yan said and left. Xiao Lei looked at the time and did not dare to delay. He made a call to Gung Shanshan and directly called Gung Shanshan back. At 10:30 p.m., the entire Regal Hotel was already piled up with luxury cars in front of it, and the dignitaries from the political and business sectors had all arrived early in advance. One by one, they exchanged pleasantries with each other, and then took the invitations in their hands and walked into the hotel one after another. However, those attendants and family members could only wait outside the hotel. The reason why Gu Wentian invited only the helmsman of each family or department to this banquet was to reduce the number of people at the banquet. He was afraid that there would be too many people, and Chen Ping would be bored with the chaos. Xiao Lei came with one arm. Gung Shanshan supported him on the side. Seeing so many bigwigs on the scene, Gung Shanshan's heart was so excited that her heart was about to jump out. "You give me a good stand here. Don't cause trouble for me. The ones who came this time are not ordinary people." Xiao Yan barked at Xiao Lei. "Dad, I'm not going in?" Xiao Lei was dumbfounded. Having called him here, he was not allowed to go in. Nonsense. The people invited to this banquet are all family heads or leaders at all levels. What qualifications do you have? Xiao Yan glared at Xiao Lei and said. Xiao Lei was instantly a little unhappy. "What did you call me here for if you won't let me in? It's all going to be sunburned to death." Listening to Xiao Lei's words, Xiao Yan really wanted to ruthlessly give him 2 kicks. So many people were waiting outside. Could it be that these are all little cuties? Can't be. This is a once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity. Making friends with more people is always good for the development of one's company. It's just a pity that Xiao Lei would just eat, drink and have fun without considering anything else. "Remember, if I come out and don't see you, I will cut off your pocket money for half a year." Xiao Yan threatened Xiao Lei. He was really afraid that Xiao Lei would run back again if he was unhappy. Upon hearing that half a year of pocket money would be cut off, Xiao Lei was so scared that he shivered and nodded his head. "I won't go. I'll just stay here." Xiao Yan walked into the hotel with confidence. Xiao Lei and that Gung Shanshan could only bask in the sun at the entrance. At this time, Chen Ping and Su Yuqi also arrived. "Wait for me here. I'll go and make some arrangements. We'll sneak in through the back door later." After getting off the bus, Su Yuqi said to Chen Ping. Chen Ping nodded. Su Yuqi went to make the arrangements. Chen Ping was a bit bored standing in place. These people were all from the upper class. Chen Ping did not recognize any of them. He could only fiddle with his phone in boredom. The sharp-eyed Gung Shanshan saw Chen Ping at a glance. Seeing Chen Ping playing with his cell phone on his own without anyone to take care of him, Gung Shanshan immediately sneered. "Brother Lei, isn't that Chen Ping? Even one like him deserves to come to the banquet?" Gung Shanshan whispered to Xiao Lei. Chapter 43, I won't tell you. Xiao Lei looked and saw that it was indeed Chen Ping. A cold aura immediately flashed in his eyes as he walked over. Seeing this, Gung Shanshan hurriedly followed over, her eyes full of indignation staring at Chen Ping. Just now in the shopping mall that scene, Gung Shanshan can still remember it. "Chen Ping, do you deserve to be here? Do you know what kind of people come here?" Xiao Lei looked at Chen Ping with a condescending look. "Wearing new clothes, you think you're a high-class person?" Chen Ping coldly looked at Xiao Lei and did not pay any attention to him. "Chen Ping, where's the rampant look at the mall? What about your beautiful MS? Sue, why didn't she bring you in? Is it that she can't even get in herself? Bah! Gung Shanshan spat hard at Chen Ping again, this time with Xiao Lei there. She didn't believe that she still dared to let her wipe it off. Chen Ping's face was slightly cold. Remember, I will make you lick it off like a dog in a while. Ha ha ha, shucks. Gung Shanshan laughed out loud and spat again. Who do you think you are? And let me lick it off for you. Aren't you just a labor prisoner? What's so great about it? Let's all take a look. A reformed laborer even dressed like a human being wants to attend a banquet. He doesn't even piss on himself. Gung Shanshan shouted, causing many people to gather around and watch. Chen Ping had a bland look on his face, quietly watching Gung Shanshan's strenuous performance. Xiao Lei, who is this person? He looks strange. At this time, a youth of similar age to Xiao Lei asked. It was important to know that the people who came here were all dignitaries or family members of Hongchang, and they all knew each other or had met each other. However, looking at Chen Ping, he was very unfamiliar and did not look like someone from the upper-class circle. So someone asked Xiao Lei curiously. He is my girlfriend's former boyfriend. To my girlfriend as a licking dog for 3 years, not even pulled the hand. And then I got into the jail. Sat in jail for 3 years, just came out 2 days ago. Xiao Lei explained with a cold smile on his face. When Xiao Lei said so, the people around him cast contemptuous gazes at Chen Ping. People with noble status like them did not care to stand together after a labor prisoner like Chen Ping. The people were hiding far away from Chen Ping, whispering and ridiculing, while Chen Ping looked indifferent, as if he didn't hear it. Chen Ping, you really have a thick skin from practicing in jail. You are already like this. Do you still have the face to stay here? Gung Shanshan saw that Chen Ping didn't seem to care, and immediately said with a cold face, Chen Ping. Right at this moment, Su Yuqi had already made arrangements and walked over. When she saw Gung Shanshan and Xiao Lei, she immediately frowned. What are you two doing here? Of course we're here to attend the banquet, Gung Shanshan said with a haughty face, with Xiao Lei backing her up. She didn't need to be afraid of Su Yuqi. Put. Su Yuqi laughed out at once when she heard this. Attending a banquet, why don't you guys go in? Is there no invitation? Not allowed to enter at all? Gung Shanshan opened her mouth, but did not make a sound, because they really did not have an invitation to enter. Seeing Gung Shanshan's deflated appearance, the corner of Su Yuqi's mouth lifted slightly, pulling up Chen Ping's hand and said, let's go in. Seeing Su Yuqi and Chen Ping going in, Gung Shanshan froze. Do you guys have an invitation? I won't tell you, Su Yuqi said with a smug smile. Gung Shanshan was going to be furious, but when she saw Su Yuqi and Chen Ping heading towards the back door, she immediately reacted. Brother Lei, they're planning to sneak in from the back. They don't have an invitation either. Xiao Lei also found out and hurriedly stepped forward to stop Chen Ping and Su Yuqi. You two don't have an invitation. How can you sneak in through the back door? I'm going to report you. Xiao Lei, are you? This regal hotel is our family's. I'm happy to enter from wherever I want. I'll jump in through the window. What do you care? Su Yuqi sized up Xiao Lei and said with a look like. Xiao Lei was immediately choked and had nothing to say. You guys keep an eye on the two of them. If they dare to enter through the back door, beat them out for me. Su Yuqi barked at the several security guards. Understood, Missy. The several security guards directly stared Gung Shanshan and Xiao Lei down. Su Yuqi pulled Chen Ping into the hotel through the back door. Looking at the back of the two, Xiao Lei and Gung Shanshan were furious and stomped their feet. Chapter 44 Why hide? Chen Ping sent a message to Lin Tianhu after entering the hotel, asking Lin Tianhu to get rid of Xiao Yan. He didn't want to follow the Xiao family to sit together for dinner. In addition, he didn't want the Xiao family to know too much about his identity. He wanted to see how long this Xiao Lei and Gung Shanshan could bounce around. Inside the hotel, the crowd surrounded Gu Wentian, each with a respectful face. There were also people who knew that Gu Wentian liked to collect antiques, so they searched everywhere and came over to give them to Gu Wentian. At the sight of Gu Mantian, a middle-aged man with a stout figure and a cold face, always on guard. This person is Gu Mantian's personal bodyguard, Tang Long, once retired from the Battle Dragon Squadron. Once when Gu Mantian was still on the throne, he was under close protection, and now that Gu Mantian is retired, Tang Long has also followed him to retire, and has always been protecting Gu Mantian's safety. Whenever Gu Wentian attended public occasions, he would always carry Tang Long with him by his side to protect his safety. Gentlemen, I'm feasting on you all today. 1 is not to receive gifts, 2 is not to talk about things. I just simply want to introduce you all to a new friend. There's no need for you to be too formal. Gu Wentian waved his hand to silence the crowd, then said loudly. In fact, many people had heard about it long ago, but now that it was said again from Gu Wentian's mouth, the crowd still couldn't help but be shocked, wondering what kind of horrifying background this person Gu Wentian was introducing would have. Otherwise Gu Wentian wouldn't have made such a big deal out of it. Why hasn't Mr. Chen come yet? Gu Wendian looked at the time and asked Lin Tianhu who was beside him. It might be soon. Lin Tianhu didn't know why Chen Ping hadn't arrived yet. He had said it was fine yesterday. As soon as Lin Tianhu's words fell, his cell phone rang. Seeing that it was Chen Ping's message, Lin Tianhu gave the message to Gu Wendian to take a look. Gu Wendian looked at the message and nodded slightly. No wonder Mr. Chen hasn't shown up yet. So that's how it is. It's because I didn't think it through well. After Gu Wendian finished speaking, he glanced at Xiao Yan who was not far away. At this moment, Xiao Yan was also waiting for this young man in Gu Wendian's mouth to appear. The person who could be valued so much by Gu Wendian was definitely not an ordinary person. If he could climb up to such a person, the Xiao family might be able to surpass the Su family. Xiao Yan was just thinking, when he saw Gu Wendian looking towards himself and spoke. Boss Xiao, ancient. Xiao Yan hurriedly stepped forward quickly when he heard this. What are ancient's orders? This banquet today, it is not suitable for you to participate. Go back. Ancient Man Tian directly placed an expulsion order on Xiao Yan in front of the crowd. Xiao Yan froze when he heard this and looked at Gu Wendian with some disbelief. Ancient. However, Gu Wendian did not wait for Xiao Yan to finish and directly waved his hand. Send the guests away. Seeing this, although Xiao Yan was surprised, he could not always rely on this place and could only helplessly turn around and leave. At this moment, the crowd speculated whether the Xiao family had offended Ancient. At this time, Su Yuqi with Chen Ping had already sneaked in, and the two of them were secretly watching from a corner. Let's hide first. In a moment when the banquet starts, we'll go out. That way we won't be easily spotted. Su Yuqi said as she secretly poked her head out and looked. Why should we hide? Since we've come in, how nice to go out in a big way. Chen Ping finished speaking and directly walked out. Su Yuqi was startled and hurriedly went forward to pull Chen Ping, but she did not pull back. Coming, Lin Tianhu said happily after seeing Chen Ping. Gu Wendian lifted his eyes to see Chen Ping coming, and instantly his face was happy as he quickly walked towards Chen Ping. At this moment, Su Wenzong, who was inside the crowd, broke out into a cold sweat when he saw that Chen Ping had revealed himself and that Gu Wendian was walking towards Chen Ping. This was something that he had asked Su Yuqi to secretly bring into Chen Ping. Now if Gu Wendian knew about it, what would happen? Chapter 45, The Perfect Match in the World. Su Wenzong quickly walked to the front, desperately winking towards Chen Ping, telling Chen Ping to hurry up and leave, then stopped Gu Wendian and said, Ancient, this person is one of our hotel's waiters. He should have gone the wrong way and ran here. Su Yuqi had already caught up with Chen Ping at this time, pulling Chen Ping away, her mouth still saying, how do you work? And don't look at the road. Running here. Wait. Gu Wendian directly shouted at Su Yuqi. Su Yuqi stopped, and then loosened Chen Ping in her hand. Ancient, it was my poor arrangement that allowed the subordinate to break in. I will give Ancient an explanation afterward. Su Wenzong was sweating coldly, fearing that Ancient Wendian would get angry. Gu Wendian froze. You said that Mr. Chen is an underling of your family? Aha! Su Wenzong nodded, but was quickly stunned. Mr. Chen? Su Wenzong did not understand. How did Gu Wendian know that Chen Ping's surname was Chen? How come he was still addressed as Mr.? Yeah, my banquet this time is mainly to invite Mr. Chen. You guys are just an accompaniment. Gu Wendian nodded his head. This time, Su Wenzong as well as Su Yuqi were a little confused and couldn't figure out what was going on. Ancient, I hope I'm not too late? Chen Ping took 2 steps forward and said with a faint smile. Mr. Chen came at the right time. I wonder if this is. Gu Wendian asked as he pointed at Su Yuqi behind Chen Ping. Ancient, this is my daughter. She is friends with Mr. Chen. Su Wenzong was worthy of being an old man who had been in the shopping mall for a long time, and immediately reacted. When Gu Wendian heard this, he immediately laughed. A hero with a beautiful woman. A perfect match in the world. When Gu Wendian said so, the others complimented Chen Ping and Su Yuqi, causing Su Yuqi to blush red. She didn't dare to raise her head. Mr. Chen, please take your seat. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Tianhu stepped forward and made an invitation gesture after Chen Ping. Chen Ping was not polite and walked straight towards the main seat. A group of people swarmed around Chen Ping. Although they didn't know what Chen Ping was, what they could know was that Chen Ping would definitely be a powerful figure in Hong City in the future. Gu Wendian, Lin Tianhu were also respectful people, but also the son-in-law of the richest Su family. Who would dare to offend such a character? Su Wenzong and Su Yuqi looked at each other and followed. After Chen Ping took his seat, Gu Wendian sat beside Chen Ping, while the other side was empty. No one dared to sit. Miss Su, this seat is reserved for you. You two youngsters should sit together. Gu Wendian waved after Su Yuqi with a smile on his face. Su Yuqi's face turned red, shyly sat beside Chen Ping. Su Yuqi's lower position was Su Wenzong. Originally this place should be for Lin Tianhu. Only now if Chen Ping and Su Yuqi were boyfriend and girlfriend, Then Su Wenjong was Chen Ping's old man. Lin Tianhu wouldn't dare to sit on Su Wenjong's upper position. As everyone took their seats, Gu Wentian picked up a cup of wine and said towards Chen Ping, Mr. Chen, this first cup of wine, I will take the lead in toasting you. Gu Wentian understood very well that after this first cup of wine he toasted, the things that followed would not need him to manage. There was not a single cutie in these people sitting here. All would know what to do. Ancient is polite. Chen Ping picked up his wineglass and drank it down in a light manner. Just as Chen Ping put down his wineglass, Ancient asked Tian suddenly froze, because he saw that Chen Ping's brand new suit was, unexpectedly, spat on. Mr. Chen, your clothes this is, Gu Wentian asked as soon as he pointed to the spit on Chen Ping's clothes. This is when I was outside. I was spat on twice by unqualified people, Chen Ping said indifferently. Who is so bold as to dare spit on Mr. Chen? Gu Wentian's face was furious as his gaze swept towards the people present. It was important to realize that those people outside were sitting in the family members and such that these people had brought with them, so it was only then that Gu Wentian would look at the people present. At this moment, everyone's hearts jutted out, their hearts constantly blessing them, hoping that it wasn't their own family members who did this. Chapter 46 I don't care about you, Ancient. It's the girlfriend of that Xiao family's son, Xiao Lei, who spat. That woman used to be Mr. Chen's girlfriend, and now that she's attached to the Xiao family, she feels superior, so she spat on Mr. Chen a few times. Su Yuqi opened her mouth and said, Xiao family, what a big nerve. I will call that Xiao Yan to ask him now. Gu Wentian frowned and slammed the table fiercely and said, he also knew why Chen Ping had sent a message to drive that Xiao Yan away, so it turned out that there was such a beef following the Xiao family, and the crowd present also instantly understood. This time they knew that the Xiao family was going to be unlucky. It seems that the business dealings between the Xiao family should be cut off in a hurry. Ancient rests his anger. This kind of small matter, I can handle it myself. Chen Ping smiled lightly, not taking it to heart at all. At this moment, Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan were like ants in his eyes. Outside the hotel, the poisonous sunlight made Xiao Lei a little distracted. Brother Lei, have some water. Geng Shanshan handed Xiao Lei a bottle of water. Xiao Lei took a big gulp violently, touched the sweat on his forehead, and muttered in a small voice, it's not like we can go in, so what are we waiting here for? Really sick. Although he complained, Xiao Lei didn't dare to go. He was really afraid that his father would cut off his pocket money for half a year. Just when Xiao Lei was drinking water, he realized that his father walked out from inside the hotel. Xiao Lei's heart rejoiced and he hurriedly said, my father came out. Surely we can go in. Xiao Lei brought Geng Shanshan and hurriedly greeted him. Dad, why did you come out? Is it because we can go in? Xiao Lei asked excitedly. Going in my ass. I've been kicked out, Xiao Yan said without a good breath. Xiao Lei froze, then said, Dad, what's going on? Why were you kicked out? How would I know? Xiao Yan glared angrily at Xiao Lei. Don't disgrace yourself here. Go back with me. Having come in a hurry, now they could only go back in a gray slip. Xiao Lei and Geng Shanshan didn't even go in the door. The banquet had already started. After about 2 hours or so, the banquet was nearing its end. Everyone's face was red from drinking and talking happily. Chen Ping, when did you meet Ancient? And Ancient is so polite to you. You are the main character of this banquet, and you didn't even tell me. Finally, Su Yuqi caught a chance and pulled Chen Ping aside, asking with great dissatisfaction, at that time, when you hurriedly pulled me away, you didn't say that you came to the banquet? When I found out later, I wanted to give you a surprise. Chen Ping laughed. This surprise of yours is really big. At that time I was scared to death. You are too bad. In the future something is not allowed to hide from me. Su Yuqi gave a punch towards Chen Ping's chest. The force was very light. It was completely the flirting kind. Chen Ping, however, grabbed Su Yuqi's hand, and the two of them looked at each other. There were no words, no communication, only the meeting of eyes. Chen Ping slowly approached towards Su Yuqi. Su Yuqi wanted to hide, but did not move. Her heart was conflicted. Seeing that Chen Ping was about to kiss, Su Yuqi closed her eyes, waiting for that moment to come. You got something on your face. But just as Su Yuqi was nervously waiting for that moment, Chen Ping suddenly came out with this sentence. Su Yuqi opened her eyes and saw Chen Ping looking at herself with a bad smile on his face. Big bad egg. Ignore you. Su Yuqi fiercely gave Chen Ping a punch and ran away with a red face. At this time, Su Wenzong looked at his daughter running away with a red face. He also smiled slightly and walked towards Chen Ping. Mr. Chen, do you have any plans for your future? Do you want to start your own company? Su Wenzong asked to Chen Ping. Chen Ping immediately shook his head. Don't want to. Chen Ping wanted to cultivate right now and improve his strength as soon as possible. As for starting a company to do business, Chen Ping really didn't like it and wasn't good at it. Chapter 47, Seeking Revenge. Seeing Chen Ping so painfully shaking his head no, Su Wenzong froze for a moment, but soon smiled faintly and said, "That won't hurt. Yuchi, this girl, don't look like a girl, but running a company and doing business is still very good at it. She'll be fine." Su Wenzong left after saying that. Chen Ping looked at Su Wenzong's back and smiled helplessly. He could understand how Su Wenzong thought. After all, he is Su Yuchi, a daughter. In the future, a large family business will be handed over to Su Yuchi, if he followed Su Yuchi really together. So big business, always have to be supported by someone to do. But Chen Ping for business, really do not like it too much. Soon, everyone was already full and ready to leave, saying goodbye to each other. But just at this moment, the door of the banquet was suddenly pushed open, followed by dozens of people, one by one, armed with weapons, of which the leader's face is fierce, exuding a hidden aura. At first glance, it is an expert. Seeing these people who suddenly broke in, everyone present was startled, and that Gu Wentian's face was cold. The bodyguard Tang Long beside him directly rushed to his waist and drew out a half-foot-long machete, protecting in front of Gu Wentian. "Security! Where is the security guard?" Seeing someone rushing in, Su Wenzong shouted loudly, but not a single security guard could be seen coming in. "Mr. Su, there's no need to shout. None of your security guards can come in," the visitor said coldly. "Feng Sihai, what do you want to do by suddenly bringing people to barge in? You should know that this is an ancient prepared banquet," Su Wenzong questioned loudly. It turned out that these people were all from the Red Dragon Gang, and this leader was the gang leader Feng Sihai. Feng Sihai quickly stepped in front of Gu Wentian and bowed. "Ancient, I have no intention of interrupting. I'm just here to find Lin Tianhu." At this moment, Lin Tianhu had already clenched his fists. From the moment Feng Sihai entered, he knew that he was here to find him. The Gathering Hall and the Red Dragon Gang were mortal enemies, and the two were also arch-rivals. It was just that for the time being, no one could do anything to anyone. Usually when Lin Tianhu attended a party, he would bring a lot of brothers with him, but this time, in the case of Gu Wentian, Lin Tianhu was a bit careless and did not bring his men with him, and there was another reason why Lin Tianhu was relieved that there was Chen Ping. This Feng Sihai must have gotten the news. This brought people over. As long as you kill Lin Tianhu, the Gathering Hall will be leaderless, and will soon be annexed by the Red Dragon Gang. I don't care who you're looking for, but is my banquet something you can just barge into? Gu Wentian asked with a face full of coldness. "Ancient, I said that I was only looking for Lin Tianhu to settle a score, and barging in was out of necessity," Feng Sihai said in a respectful tone. "Asshole." Gu Wentian slammed the table. "You're trying to go against me now? Ancient, I don't want to go against you, but I also don't want to let Lin Tianhu go. This kind of opportunity is once in a lifetime. Besides, Ancient's such an important banquet, only inviting Lin Tianhu but not me. Feng Sihai, this is obviously not seeing me. The Red Dragon Gang." "Ah," Feng Sihai said without being humble, obviously harboring a grudge against Ancient Man Tian for not inviting him. The reason why Gu Wentian didn't invite Feng Sihai at that time was because the enmity between him and Lin Tianhu was too deep, and it wasn't too convenient to come. "Feng Sihai, are you?" When Gu Wentian saw that this Feng Sihai didn't give his face, he immediately turned red with anger. But before he could finish speaking, that Lin Tianhu stood out. "A great man does everything for one person. Since you're coming at me, let's compare." After Lin Tianhu finished speaking, he directly set up his stance, ready to deal with Feng Sihai's offense. "You have guts, then today I'll get you killed, and then I'll take your Gathering Hall into my pocket," Feng Sihai said, charging towards Lin Tianhu with large strides. Chapter 48, Don't Show Off. "How dare you!" Gu Wentian slammed the table fiercely, his entire being furious. Everyone present was shocked by Gu Wentian's anger, and when Tang Long, who was beside Gu Wentian, saw Gu Wentian's anger, his entire body leapt up and landed steadily in front of Lin Tianhu. "Feng Sihai, Ancient's face isn't even given. You're looking for death." Tang Long's body erupted with a thick battle intent, the bones on his body crackling. Feng Sihai stopped his attack and looked at Tang Long with a frown. "Tang Long, if we fight to the death today, you won't necessarily be able to win against me, not to mention that I still have dozens of henchmen around. Humph, whether I can win or not, I'll only know after trying." Tang Long snorted coldly and directly set up his stance. "Ancient, I didn't want to be your enemy, but you have repeatedly pushed me. My Red Dragon Gang isn't one to be messed with. The big deal is to fight to the death. At that time no one here will want to walk out alive." Feng Sihai's eyes flashed with a cold aura, looking like he had long been prepared to fight for his life. Gu Wentian's face was red, his body was slightly trembling from Feng Sihai's anger. There was no one in Hongcheng who didn't give him face, but today this Feng Sihai made him lose face. However, looking at Feng Sihai behind dozens of murderous henchmen, Gu Wentian is also a little difficult. Feng Sihai is prepared. Really want to make a stalemate. Things are not really good. "Ancient, let me make an end with Feng Sihai today. All of you stay out of it." Lin Tianhu could see that Gu Wentian was in a difficult situation, and after he finished speaking, he took the initiative to attack towards Feng Sihai. Lin Tianhu slammed his fist out with a whistling sound. His speed was extremely fast and his power exploded to the extreme. He knew that he couldn't have the slightest reservation when he was fighting with Feng Sihai. When Feng Sihai saw that Lin Tianhu actually took the initiative to attack, his face immediately revealed a cold smile, and he actually did not dodge, facing Lin Tianhu's punch directly. Boom! Lin Tianhu's fist ruthlessly smashed into Feng Sihai's chest, a huge counterattack force, causing Lin Tianhu to stomp back 3 steps, while that Feng Sihai surprisingly did not move, did not even suffer a bit of injury. Lin Tianhu's face was a little pale, his eyes looked at Feng Sihai with horror. At this time Feng Sihai's strength had actually increased a lot. Ha 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 ha, Lin Tianhu, this punch of yours follows the same as scratching an itch. Don't stop, keep hitting ah? Feng Sihai threw his head back and laughed, not putting Lin Tianhu in his eyes at all. Lin Tianhu was also considered a lord. How could he stand Feng Sihai's public humiliation and provocation? After angrily shouting, he once again went towards Feng Sihai. Only this time Lin Tianhu grabbed a solid wooden stool in his hand. Clatter! The stool ruthlessly smashed against Feng Sihai's body, instantly becoming shattered, while Feng Sihai was still standing lightly, not moving a muscle. Lin Tianhu, my hard qigong has become a great success. You won't be able to hurt me. Now it's my turn. Feng Sihai finished speaking and kicked towards Lin Tianhu. Lin Tianhu couldn't dodge in time. He was directly kicked out by Feng Sihai. A mouthful of blood gushed out and fell on the ground. The intense pain made Lin Tianhu's face hideous. Looking at Lin Tianhu's appearance, Chen Ping frowned and was about to get up, but was stopped by Su Yuqi. Don't try to be brave. This guy looks like he is very capable of fighting. You are not necessarily an opponent. Su Yuqi was afraid that Chen Ping would not be able to defeat Feng Sihai and get injured again. She did not yet know the relationship between Chen Ping and Lin Tianhu. No matter how powerful Feng Sihai was, Chen Ping would not sit idly by. Before Chen Ping could make a move, Gu Wentian spoke first. Tang Long, teach him a lesson. Tang Long nodded, clenched his fists, and directly rushed towards Feng Sihai, facing Tang Long's attack. That Feng Sihai wasn't as relaxed and didn't dare to stand and let others hit on his body anymore. To know that Tang Long's punch, no matter if it was force or speed, that was stronger than Lin Tianhu. It had reached the extreme. Chapter 49, Making an End. Feng Sihai sidestepped and dodged Tang Long's punch. After dodging Tang Long, Feng Sihai didn't make a move but looked towards Gu Wentian and said, Ancient, I said I don't want to make an enemy of you. Do you really want to force me? Gu Wentian's face was grim as he didn't say anything. As for that Tang Long, being dodged so easily by Feng Sihai, he felt that he had lost face. His heart was furious and said, cut the ing crap, take the move. Tang Long threw a backward swinging punch, directly towards Feng Sihai. If this punch hit, he was afraid that his brain would be knocked out. Feng Sihai's eyes stared, and his face was furious. In that case, I'll be impolite. After saying that, Feng Sihai made a tackle and even directly grabbed Tang Long's wrist, and then swung towards Tang Long with a left hook punch. Tang Long's heart was startled, his head slightly to the side, followed by a kick, wanting to force Feng Sihai back. However, Feng Sihai didn't dodge, allowing Tang Long to kick at his own chest. The huge recoil, causing Tang Long's body to be directly shaken out. Tang Long managed to stabilize his body, but looking at the surrounding crowd's surprised expression, he immediately burst into a rage. Feng Sihai, today we must share a life and death. With that, Tang Long once again charged towards Feng Sihai. Stop! Just as Tang Long charged towards Feng Sihai, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Tang Long, directly stopping him. You're not his opponent. There's no point in fighting anymore. I'll do it, Chen Ping said as he stopped Tang Long. Tang Long felt a wave of humiliation and snapped. Step aside. With your physique, I'm afraid that one punch would kill you. At this moment, Tang Long had long lost his mind, and even mouthed off at Chen Ping. He had forgotten Chen Ping's identity. That was an existence that even Gu Wentian respected. However, Tang Long hadn't seen Chen Ping's ability, so in his heart, he didn't have much respect for Chen Ping. He was just in the way of Gu Wentian's face. The path of martial arts. Slowly and gradually, Chen Ping was only a youngster in his early 20s. Even if he practiced martial arts from inside his mother's womb, how powerful could he be? Shut up, bastard! You dare to disrespect Mr. Chen? When Gu Wentian saw that Tang Long had even spoken out against Chen Ping, he immediately reprimanded. One must know that Gu Wentian rarely taught Tang Long a lesson, and never treated Tang Long as a subordinate. But today this Tang Long even said Chen Ping. Where did Gu Wentian dare to let him be by his nature? Tang Long closed his mouth, but his eyes did not have much respect for Chen Ping. He was afraid of Gu Wentian, not Chen Ping. At this time, Su Yuqi also came up and pulled Chen Ping. Don't try to be brave. Can't you see that even Lin Tianhu and Tang Long are no match for you? You're just a medical student. Don't get involved. Suyuchi still thought that Chen Ping only knew medical skills and nothing else. Today is such a suitable occasion. I should perform well. Otherwise how can I, a poor boy, be worthy of you, $1,000 lady? When Suyuchi heard this, her little face was immediately shy. This was considered to be the first time Chen Ping had said something like this in public. Wasn't this tantamount to confessing to her? I don't care what you look like. I just won't let you take the risk. Suyuchi pulled Chen Ping's arm to prevent Chen Ping from making a move. Back off quickly. Fists and feet have no eyes. It's not the time for you to show off. Seeing that Chen Ping had come up just to show himself, Tang Long said with a disdainful face. After saying that, Tang Long once again leapt up and attacked towards Feng Sihai. I've told you that you're not an opponent, yet you went up to get beaten. What a stubborn bastard. Chen Ping shook his head helplessly. Stop talking. Go back quickly. Suyuchi pulled Chen Ping to sit back down again. Tang Long leapt up this time, but just as he leaned forward, he was kicked by Feng Sihai on top of his chest, and blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth. Gu Wendian and the crowd present watched the scene, each one shocked. Chapter 50, Picking Leaves and Injuring People. Tang Long's own face is also hot and spicy. He can obviously feel. Feng Sihai did not use full strength, but as a personal bodyguard of Gu Wendian, but also in front of so many people, Tang Long's face is really no place to put it, and now he would rather be killed by Feng Sihai, but also cannot admit defeat. You have to know that martial arts practitioners see face as more important than life. If he admits defeat today, Tang Long's reputation in the future will also stink. I'm afraid that in the future also don't want to mix in the circle. I guess Gu Wendian won't use him either. Feng Sihai, use your full strength. Today I can die, but I can never lose. After Tang Long finished speaking, his entire face turned red, and his body slowly began to bulge. Storm Fist, Tang Long shouted explosively. The bulging body instantly looked like it had deflated, recovering as before, but Tang Long's body rushed out like a cannonball. Feng Sihai frowned. Looks like you won't die until you show your best move. Feng Sihai's legs slightly crouched down. The marble floor under his feet instantly appeared cracks, while Feng Sihai's clothes automatically rose up without wind. I'll fight you. Tang Long's eyes began to turn a little scarlet as he slammed his fist fiercely onto Feng Sihai's body. Boom! A loud ringing sound, as if the sky was shaking with thunder, causing the crowd to all cover their ears. Feng Sihai didn't move, didn't even sway a bit, let alone get injured. Tang Long was stunned, but then a torrential rain of fists landed on Feng Sihai. Boom boom boom. Almost there. Feng Sihai finished and swung out with a punch. Boom. The two men's fists clashed, and Tang Long's body instantly flew backwards, smashing heavily on the ground, unable to get up for a while. This time, the crowd was dumbfounded, and Gu Wentian's mouth grew in shock. Lin Tianhu's body slightly trembled. He did not expect Feng Sihai's strength to have become so strong. Lin Tianhu, who had a slight trembling in his heart, secretly placed his gaze on Chen Ping. Now he was afraid that only Chen Ping would be able to suppress that Feng Sihai. Tang Long, who had fallen to the ground, fought to get up, but tried twice and failed. Who exactly did you learn your hard qigong from? Tang Long asked in shock. Yi Feng Chun, do you guys know each other? Feng Sihai said as he stood up straight. Hearing this name, Tang Long's face changed abruptly, looking scandalized, while that Lin Tianhu's body was even shaking like a sieve. Obviously this person, both of them knew and was very powerful. However, the others didn't have much of a reaction, apparently unfamiliar with this name. Yi, Master Yi is what kind of person are you? Tang Long asked. That's my master. I learned this hard qigong from him. As soon as Feng Sihai's words fell, Tang Long immediately looked depressed, sighed and shook his head slightly. No wonder I'm not your opponent. So you've already worshipped Master Yi. I admit defeat. Tang Long unexpectedly admitted defeat. Originally he was going to fight for his life, but when he heard the three words Yi Feng Chun, he admitted defeat. Chen Ping frowned slightly and looked at Lin Tianhu. Who is this Yi Feng Chun? Mr. Chen. Yi Feng Chun is an ancient martial arts master. His internal strength is very strong. No one knows his true strength. I heard that now this Master Yi has been able to pick leaves and hurt people. Lin Tianhu's heart was still full of palpitations when he talked about this Yi Feng Chun. Picking leaves to hurt people? Chen Ping smiled faintly. Is that so? As Chen Ping said, he picked up a toothpick and flexed his fingers. The toothpick instantly shot towards Feng Sihai. Feng Sihai was unable to react in time. His arm was instantly struck by the toothpick. Only a small section of the entire toothpick was still exposed. Chapter 51, A Bluffing Trick. Who is it? Who sneaked up on me? Feng Sihai ruthlessly pulled out his toothpick and roared loudly. However, in the depths of Feng Sihai's eyes, there was a hint of fear. He was covered in hard qigong, although he couldn't be invulnerable to swords and spears, but the average person might not be able to break through his hard qigong even if they were holding a sharp weapon. But now a small toothpick, even directly stabbed inside his arm. This makes Feng Sihai a little surprised. He did not expect that there are experts hidden inside these people. The crowd looked at each other. No one knew who had moved. Only Lin Tianhu looked at Chen Ping in surprise. His eyes filled with admiration. It's me. Chen Ping took a step forward. You? Feng Sihai looked at Chen Ping with a slight frown. Chen Ping was only in his early 20s. How could a youngster have this kind of strength? Chen Ping, you, don't try to be brave. It's not him. Su Yuqi was shocked, and hurriedly, she wanted to pull Chen Ping back. Miss Su, Mr. Chen will be fine. You don't need to panic. Lin Tianhu stopped Su Yuqi. Kid, bravado costs lives. You want to stand up for Lin Tianhu? Feng Sihai asked in a cold voice. Cut the crap. If you want to make a move, hurry up. I'm busy, Chen Ping said expressionlessly. At this moment, Chen Ping, surprisingly, began to have a faint layer of mist around his body. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to notice it at all. This was the surrounding aura gathering and then forming a hard protection around Chen Ping's body. Other than Su Yuqi, who was desperately shouting for Chen Ping to come back, there was no one who was discouraging Chen Ping. All of these people wanted to see if Chen Ping was truly capable of making even Gu Wendian respect him so much. Seek death. Feng Sihai's eyes flashed with a cold aura, and his entire body instantly rushed towards Chen Ping. Feng Sihai's speed was very fast, like a lightning bolt instantly arrived in front of Chen Ping, and then his fist, which was as big as a sandbag, swung towards Chen Ping. At this time Chen Ping calmly looked at Feng Sihai, facing that swift punch. Chen Ping as if he had not heard. Ah! Su Yuqi saw this and screamed, "Don't!" But Feng Sihai didn't stop at all, and punched Chen Ping's chest fiercely. Boom! This punch had a force of hundreds of pounds. Even if it was a horse, it was feared that it would die under this punch. However, a strange scene was discovered. Chen Ping's body that was only 100 pounds or so, under this punch, it didn't move at all. But Feng Sihai's arm was strangely bent. The huge recoil force caused Feng Sihai's arm to directly break off, and the senile white bones directly penetrated through the skin to give exposed outside. Ah! Feng Sihai wailed in pain, looking at his broken arm, his face full of unbelief. You also know hard Qigong? Feng Sihai asked with a face full of distortion. No, a little, just the skin, Chen Ping sneered. However, Chen Ping's words would not be believed by anyone. How could the hard Qigong that even Feng Sihai could not break be just fur? Su Yuqi opened her mouth wide. Seeing Chen Ping was fine, her eyes were full of surprise. At this moment Chen Ping was much taller in her eyes again. The love in her heart added a few more points. Who is your master? Why is it that my master Yi Fengchuan's unique hard Qigong? You also know it? Feng Sihai was a bit puzzled as to who Chen Ping learned hard Qigong from. I have no sect, and this is not hard Qigong for me. The so-called hard Qigong is just a trick to deceive people. Chen Ping smiled faintly and slammed his fist on Feng Sihai's chest. Feng Sihai directly spewed out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Chen Ping, this was not hard Qigong. This was his immortal cultivation method. Not to mention Feng Sihai's punch. Even a bullet could not penetrate the shield around Chen Ping. Chapter 52, Letting the Tiger Return to the Mountain. Feng Sihai looked at Chen Ping in horror. The shock inside his heart was beyond words. Under Chen Ping's punch, Feng Sihai realized that his hard Qigong was useless. Brother, can you leave your name? Some other day Feng Sihai, will come back to learn. Feng Sihai knew that he was not Chen Ping's opponent. There was no point in fighting on. Feng Sihai decided to withdraw first. Feng Sihai, are you trying to leave? Let me tell you, Mr. Chen is here today. This is your burial place. Lin Tianhu looked at Feng Sihai with a smug face and said. Feng Sihai's face changed. He looked at Chen Ping with scorn. If Chen Ping really put a hit on him, he was afraid that he would not be able to leave today. My name is Chen Ping. You can look for me to seek revenge anytime. If you don't want to, you can call your master up. Chen Ping knew Feng Sihai's meaning and said with a cold smile. Mr. Chen, you can't let the tiger return to the mountain. Seeing that Chen Ping actually really wanted to release Feng Sihai, Lin Tianhu immediately persuaded. I have my own measure. You stand down, Chen Ping said with a slight frown. Seeing that Chen Ping was about to get angry, Lin Tianhu was so scared that he did not dare to speak anymore and hurriedly retreated back. Good, I'll remember. Green mountains always exist. Green water always flows. We'll meet again. Feng Sihai wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth, waved his hand towards his men and said, Let's go. Feng Sihai left with his men, and only the people attending the banquet remained inside the large hall. Mr. Chen is indeed very skilled. I've really seen it all today. To have such skills at such a young age. Mr. Chen's future is immeasurable. A hero is indeed a young man. The crowd praised Chen Ping. Gu Wendian also did not expect that Chen Ping was able to drive away ghosts and subdue demons, and even his martial arts skills were so strong, which made him pay more attention to Chen Ping. Mr. Chen, forgive my ignorance. I hope that Mr. Chen will not be offended. Tang Long came to Chen Ping with a face full of shame and apologized. No harm done. Chen Ping smiled faintly and did not take it to heart. At this moment, Su Wenzong looked at Chen Ping. His heart could not help but smile. For the matter between Su Yuqi and Chen Ping, he now raised his hands in favor. You know Kung Fu, and you didn't say so in advance, causing me to worry about you for half a day. Su Yuqi pretended to be angry and walked to Chen Ping, then twisted on Chen Ping's arm. Ouch! Chen Ping frowned and acted in pain. Ouch! Su Yuqi looked at Chen Ping's appearance was a blank stare. I didn't exert myself. How could it hurt? Su Yuqi was a little flustered. I have just been injured by that Feng Sihai and have been holding on hard. You even twisted me. Chen Ping pretended to be in pain and looked at Su Yuqi with eyes full of complaints. Injured where? Let me see. Quickly give me a look. I don't know. Su Yuqi checked Chen Ping's body in a panic, looking like she was on the verge of crying. All the people around them could see that Chen Ping was faking it. Even Su Wenzong could see it. Only he did not make a sound, but quietly looked at the two people. Only Su Yuqi did not realize that Chen Ping was pretending because she was too concerned. Alright, once you touch me, my injuries are all healed. Chen Ping saw that Su Yuqi was about to cry in a hurry, so he stopped messing with her. When Su Yuqi heard this, she immediately realized that she had been tricked. Good you Chen Ping, I'll kill you. Su Yuqi swung her fist towards Chen Ping, while Chen Ping quickly ran away. Watching the two people fighting, the crowd laughed, and Gu Wentian patted Su Wenzong's shoulder. Mr. Su, the future of your Su family is unlimited. Su Wenzong of course understood what Gu Wentian meant, and hurriedly said humbly, I still have to rely on Ancient to take care of it. I think it should be your Su family taking care of me in the future. Gu Wentian laughed out loud. Chapter 53, Knife Mouth and Tofu Heart. Panlong Hilltop Villa. Tang Hongying and Chen Baoguo were sitting in the living room resting after taking a turn. They had never dreamed of living in such a luxurious house. Although the house was only temporarily for them to live in, it was lucky enough. It seems that the heavens have not been kind to our family. Chen Ping has just been released from prison, and he was able to run into a good girl like Yu Qi. I wonder how the two met. Tang Hongying said with a satisfied face. Can't figure it out, but looking at Ms. Su, it is quite a kind girl. Chen Baoguo was once a civil servant and had seen a lot of people of all shapes and sizes, so he could read people very accurately. What do you think people who are so rich see in Chen Ping? Deep down, Tang Hongying had always been a little worried. After all, their family and others were simply not the right door. But just as Chen Baoguo was about to open his mouth, suddenly a man in a suit pushed the door in. The man's sudden intrusion caused Chen Baoguo to faintly freeze. Let me answer you. In fact, Yu Qi is just accompanying that Chen Ping to have some casual fun. Do you guys still really think that the Honorable Miss Su will look at your family's Chen Ping? Don't daydream. You guys don't need to think. What does your Chen Ping have? He's just a poor kid who graduated from an ordinary university and has been in jail. If your daughter were to fall for this kind of person, would you agree? It's just that your family's Chen Ping saved Yuqi's father's life by mistake, so Yuqi is acting so enthusiastically in order to repay the favor. And you really think that the two of them will get married? I'm Yuqi's real boyfriend, and we've also known each other for many years. Childhood sweethearts are a good match. I advise you guys to die early. What kind of virtues of your own son? Don't you know yourselves? The man finished. Towards Chen Baoguo and Tang Hongying cold smile, eyes full of ridicule and disdain. After listening to the man's words, Tang Hongying and Chen Baoguo's faces turned red for a while, but they had no words to refute. After all, what he said was the truth. Their family was just an ordinary family. Chen Ping was just an ordinary person who couldn't be ordinary, and had been in jail. Who would want to marry their daughter to such a person? Seeing Tang Hongying and Chen Baoguo's reaction, the man was satisfied, casually pulling out a bunch of money from his bag and throwing it in front of the two. Take the money and move out of here quickly by yourself. If you wait until then to drive you away, don't blame me for being ruthless. After the man finished speaking, he turned around and left, then got into a sports car outside the courtyard and left, leaving Tang Hongying and Chen Baoguo sitting there dumbfounded. It was as if the two people had been knocked down from the sky to the mortal world all of a sudden, and were brought back to reality. After a while, Chen Baoguo sighed heavily, got up and began to pack up his things. Their kind of status was not worthy of living here at all. Tang Hongying, on the other hand, had slightly red eyes, tears constantly swirling in her eyes. Chen Baoguo simply packed up, went up and gently patted Tang Hongying's shoulder. Let's go. When Chen Ping comes back, you talk to him properly, let him recognize the reality. He and Miss Su are not all the way after all. Chen Baoguo and Tang Hongying left and re-entered the original house. Hongying, I heard that you guys followed Chen Ping to live in a big villa. Why are you back again? Just after returning to the original house, a middle-aged woman asked curiously. Her auntie Wang, isn't this living uncomfortable? So she moved back. Tang Hongying heard that the other party was her old neighbor Wang Changfeng, so she smiled awkwardly and said, "This Wang Changfeng is not easy. The child is a teenager. Her husband died, and she brought up her daughter alone. Moving back is good. Our old neighbors can still chat. Chen Ping just came out of jail, which is so good. Lend him the big villa to live. Be careful not to let people take advantage of it. When it comes to going in once, this life will be ruined," Wang Changfeng said regardless. Although the words are not good, but there is no bad heart, belonging to the kind of knife mouth and tofu heart. Got it. Tang Hongying nodded with a smile. Chapter 54, Don't delude yourself about anything anymore. And at this time inside the Regal Hotel, the banquet was over. The crowd had long since left, and Gu Wentian left Chen Ping behind and said, "Mr. Chen, you entrusted me with the search for the spirit brush and cinnabar, because that Busu Taoist master went out to seek medical treatment, and it will take some time before he can come back. There is no harm in that. I have to thank you for taking the extra trouble," Chen Ping said with a faint smile. His own mother's eyes had been there for such a long time, he didn't care to wait for a few more days. After all, this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. "Mr. Chen, what are you talking about? In the future, as long as Mr. Chen can use the old man's place, just feel free to open your mouth," Gu Wentian said boldly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Ping intended to leave, but was stopped by Tang Long, who then violently knelt down in front of Chen Ping. "Mr. Chen is talented in both martial arts. I hope that Mr. Chen can accept me as his disciple." Tang Long had just sort of seen Chen Ping's strength and wanted to worship Chen Ping as his master. Chen Ping grabbed Tang Long's shoulder and slightly forcefully lifted Tang Long up. "This much skill of mine, how can I qualify to be a master? You think too highly of me." Chen Ping cultivated the Dharma. Following Tang Long and the rest of them as martial artists wasn't the same thing, so there was no way to teach him anything. Was he going to teach him the heart technique? "Mr. Chen, you, Tang Long, well, since Mr. Chen said so, you shouldn't force it anymore." Gu Wentian stopped Tang Long. Although Gu Wentian himself wasn't a martial artist, but he also understood some of the things in this. His own skills, how could he easily teach others? Seeing this, Tang Long could only retreat to the side and stop talking. "Big brother Tang, if you have something, we can communicate. To be your master, I am not in a million years that qualification," Chen Ping said with a slightly apologetic smile. "Thank you Mr. Chen," Tang Long said with a face full of joy. When Chen Ping left from the hotel and returned to Pan Long Bay Villa, he found that his parents were not there, which made Chen Ping a little puzzled. After all, he had just moved here. His parents were not familiar with the place. Where could they go? Pulling out his cell phone, Chen Ping called his parents, and when he learned that Chen Baoguo and Tang Hongying had returned to live in the original house, Chen Ping hurriedly rushed back. "Dad, Mom, what are you guys running back for? Are you not used to living in Pan Long Wan? The air there is good. The environment is also good. Isn't it better than here?" Chen Ping asked, full of puzzlement. Chen Baoguo glanced at Chen Ping, did not say anything, directly into the bedroom, but Tang Hongying sighed. "Chen Ping, you just came out of prison. Don't always think of getting rich overnight. Yuchi is a good girl, but you can't use this as a blackmail because you saved someone's father's life. You are not all the way, and it's impossible to get together. Find a job in the future. Don't be delusional about anything." "Mom, did someone say something to you guys?" Chen Ping frowned slightly. "You don't care. I said, you don't want to come and go with Su Yuchi. In addition, Pan Long Bay that house back to others. Your father and I will not go to live. I don't ask you to be rich and famous. You just need to find a good job. Marry a daughter-in-law to pass on the line." Tang Hongying's tone was a bit heavy and looked angry. Chen Ping saw that his mother was angry, and did not dare to say anything else, but could only nod. "Mom, I listen to you." Over the years his own mother had cried her eyes out for herself, and didn't know how much she had suffered. Chen Ping didn't want to make his mother angry again. See, Chen Ping so quickly agreed. Tang Hong English gas softened a lot of road. "I let your father contact your uncle Zhang tomorrow to see. Can you let him help you find a job? In addition to your aunt Wang's Han Han also graduated. I heard to find a good job, earn a lot of money. You two are considered to be from childhood acquaintances, childhood sweethearts. If you don't mind, I'll talk to your aunt Wang." Tang Hongying, although his eyes cannot see, but the heart of the big and small things have been thinking about. Chapter 55. Eat a meal together. What to say ah. If both children agree, I have no opinion. After all, Chen Ping, this child I also watched grow up. Jail, this matter does not rely on him. At this time, Wang Chanfeng walked in with a large bowl. "This is my own sauce. You taste, Auntie Wang." Chen Ping saw Wang Chanfeng walk in and hurriedly reached out to take the bowl. Chen Ping had been following Wang Changfeng's family as neighbors since he came to Hongcheng as a teenager, so the two families had a good relationship. "He Wang aunt, you are too polite. Han Han, that child, I also grew up watching. Understanding and beautiful. If our two families can really do marriage, that is too good." Tang Hongying got up and pulled Wang Changfeng to sit down together. Hongying, my family Hanin really to your family. I also feel relieved. After all, I only have such a daughter. Old but also count on her, so I also do not want her to marry far away. Tonight I will give Hanin a phone call, so that she came home to a trip. Our two families to eat a meal together. Wang Changfeng said happily. It could be seen that she was also very satisfied with Chen Ping. Good. I have heard that Han Han has found a good job, earning a lot of money. Tang Honying nodded happily and said, earning money is quite a lot. Is not going home all day? I want to see her. One side is difficult. Wang Changfeng said, picked up his cell phone and made a call to his daughter. Soon the phone was connected. Wang Han Han's lazy voice came out. Mom, why are you calling me at this hour? I'm still sleeping. You child, it's afternoon now. Why are you still sleeping? Don't you have to go to work? Wang Changfeng froze and said, oh, I have to work overtime tonight, so I'm catching up on my sleep in the afternoon. Is there something wrong? Wang Han Han asked hurriedly. Oh, your brother Chen Ping got out of prison. I thought of calling you home at night. Let's have dinner together. Wang Changfeng said. Mom, I don't have time. Wait for a few days. These 2 days are too busy. Finished. Wang Han Han directly hung up the phone. Wang Changfeng listened to the busy tone inside the phone and looked a little embarrassed. His auntie Wang, since Han Han is too busy. Then another day. It's not bad for a day or two. Tang Hongying was afraid that Wang Changfeng would get angry, and hurriedly persuaded. Hey, now that the child is older, really do not listen at all. Wang Changfeng sighed. Wang Changfeng stayed in Chen Ping's home until the evening. Chen Ping was a little idle, intending to go out for a walk. At this time, Lin Tianhu called, wanting to invite Chen Ping to have a meal. Now Chen Ping is Lin Tianhu's boss. Lin Tianhu of course, want to flatter Chen Ping. Originally Chen Ping wanted to refuse, but on second thought, he went home for dinner. Wang Changfeng is still in their house, probably will eat dinner together. Then at the dinner table, surely will follow their parents to nag themselves. So Chen Ping agreed. Lin Tianhu wanted to pick up Chen Ping, but Chen Ping refused and took a cab himself, heading towards the restaurant Lin Tianhu had mentioned. In the years that Chen Ping was in jail, the development of Hongchang was particularly fast. A small city, there are dozens of bars and KTVs, and at night, the bright neon lights flashed, and the streets were full of handsome men and women. Just as the cab Chen Ping was sitting and passed by a moonlight bar, he suddenly saw a familiar figure, dressed in a beautiful outfit, following a few girls into the bar. Wang Han Han? Chen Ping frowned slightly, when he called in the afternoon. This Wang Hanin still said that she was working overtime at night, so how did she suddenly appear in the bar? Could it be that this Wang Han Han had been working inside the bar? In order to figure it out, Chen Ping asked the cab to stop, and after paying the fare, he followed Wang Han Han all the way inside. Chapter 56, Getting to Know Each Other. At this moment, the bar was bustling with lights, and the flashing lights gave people a feeling of vertigo. Chen Ping saw that after Wang Han Han followed a few girls into the bar, she was directly brought to the back by two waiters. When Chen Ping wanted to follow him, he was stopped. Sir, I am sorry, this is our backstage. Guests are not allowed to enter. Chen Ping glanced inside and realized that there was no longer any figure of Wang Han Han, so he found a corner and sat down. He wanted to see what exactly Wang Han Han was doing here. Soon, Wang Han Han and a few girls walked out, but at this time, a few people were only wearing sexy underwear, and a large area of snow-white skin was exposed. A few people walked quickly to the stage in the middle of the bar. Instantly a few strong lights hit a few girls, so that the people inside the bar instantly boiled up, one by one shouting and whistling. Wang Han Han and a few girls twisted their bodies. It can be seen that Wang Han Han's movements are still a little stiff, and not as flexible as the other girls, but Wang Han Han is also twisting hard, and her face is trying to squeeze out a smile. The others could also see Wang Han Han's shyness, and all of them put their eyes on Wang Han Han, and there was even someone who picked up money and threw it towards Wang Han Han. Chen Ping frowned, looking at Wang Han Han on the stage, somewhat unable to believe his eyes. How could he have never imagined that the always shy and well-behaved Wang Han Han would come to the bar as a dancer? Looking at the banknotes on the stage, Wang Han Han constantly bent down to pick them up, and then stuffed them into her chest. Below the stage, a group of men with red eyes, constantly staring at Wang Han Han's body, one by one as if they were hungry wolves. Seeing this, Chen Ping got up and walked to the edge of the stage, and after pulling out a bunch of banknotes, he directly threw them on top of the stage, which amounted to several $1,000s. Wang Hanin saw someone throw so much money up, and immediately her face was happy. Thank you, big brother. But when Wang Han Han's eyes followed Chen Ping and touched together, Wang Han Han's body slightly shook, and the expression on her face obviously became unnatural. Hurriedly retracting her gaze, Wang Han Han pretended not to see Chen Ping, bent down and hurriedly picked up all the money. and then still twisted on the stage, only that there was no longer a smile on her face. Chen Ping's action caused many people to look over, but after seeing Chen Ping in an ordinary outfit, covered in ground floor goods, they all revealed a sneer. Dude, with this outfit, I'm afraid you can't even go over $200, right? This above chick, not you can grasp, or quickly go, cannot earn a few $1,000s a month, a moment you have to throw in this above. At this time, a middle-aged man patted Chen Ping's shoulder and said. Chen Ping didn't pay attention to him, but his eyes looked straight at Wang Han. He couldn't understand. Just 3 years, can it really make a person change so much? Wang Han turned around, not facing Chen Ping, facing the other direction, writhing vigorously, while the other girls on the stage came over. Handsome guy, get to know each other. A dancer squatted down and stretched out her white arm, surprisingly touching towards Chen Ping's face. Chen Ping, this kind of kaiju, is their favorite of these dancers? Do not look not much money, but once caught, every month's salary that can immediately hand over. Chen Ping slightly sidestepped his head and dodged, not letting the dancer touch himself, while his eyes never left Wang Han's body. Beauty, let me get to know you. There was a man on the side with a lewd smile on his face, suddenly grabbing the dancer's hand and violently pulling it downwards. Chapter 57. That's not even a thing. The dancer was not paying attention, but was directly pulled down from the stage. The surrounding men were like a hungry tiger pouncing on a general. Towards the dancer pounced over, up and down the hand touching. At this time, all want to go forward to take advantage of some cheap, eat some tofu, get the out of my way, want to die? At this time a woman wearing professional clothes and heavy makeup came over and yelled. Behind the woman there were also 4 big 5 strong men. Those men who had just gone crazy saw this and dispersed, all running back. Sister Yen, the dancer who had just been dragged off the stage, stood up and shouted at the woman with an aggrieved face. At this time, the dancer's body was full of traces of being touched, and even the underwear on her body was deformed because of the pulling. Roll down. That Sister Yen frowned slightly and yelled at the dancer. The dancer trembled in fear and hurriedly ran to the backstage. That Sister Yen, after scanning the circle and then looking at the only one standing at the edge of the stage, Chen Pingji, did not say anything, but toward the stage Wang Han said, Han, you come down. Hearing the call for herself, Wang Han hurriedly stopped and walked down from the stage. Sister Yen, is there something wrong? The big boss is here. Let you go over to accompany him, Sister Yen said directly, only to see Wang Han's body slightly shaken. Her face showed great reluctance, but she didn't dare to say anything and could only follow that Sister Yen to leave. When passing by Chen Ping, Wang Han deliberately lowered her head, not daring to look at Chen Ping. Hanin, Chen Ping made a move and pulled Wang Han's arm. You know him? That Sister Yen saw Chen Ping pulling Wang Han, so she frowned slightly and asked at Wang Han. No, don't recognize. Wang Han hurriedly shook her head, and then looked at Chen Ping and said, Who are you? You let go of me. I still have to go to work. Wang Han broke away from Chen Ping and followed Sister Yen towards the backstage. That Sister Yen glared at Chen Ping and didn't say anything, directly leaving. Han, the big boss is very important to you. You can't mess up at this time, especially not looking for a boyfriend, when you can follow the big boss, not to mention your little loan shark, even if it's more, that's not a thing. I'm going to follow you in the future. On the road, that Yen said to Wang Hanin. Wang Han's face is not very good, but still try to squeeze out a smile. Sister Yen, how can the big boss look at me? But it is the big boss to Yen's sister very care of. Wang Han doesn't want to follow the big boss of this bar, a big fat man with a bald top. It's a bit disgusting to look at. Although she can't help it and forced herself to be a dancer in the bar, she doesn't want to degrade to the point of being a mistress for others. I'm old. It's your young people's world in the future, Sister Yen said, looking at Wang Han with some envy and jealousy. In their line of work, age is capital. Once you get older, then you don't have any advantage at all, and it's already very good if you don't get swept away. Soon, the two came to a large and luxurious office. After entering, a balding middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa with a bottle of red wine in front of him. Seeing the middle-aged man, Sister Yen bowed slightly and said, Boss, Han has come over. Haven't picked up any customers, have you? The middle-aged man asked. No, the boss explained. How dare I not listen? That Sister Yen hurriedly shook her head. Go out. The middle-aged man waved his hand. That Yen sister retreated out, but also did not forget to make a wink towards that Wang Hanin, and casually closed the door. Wang Han's body trembled slightly, facing the big boss alone. Wang Han was afraid in her heart. Chapter 58. Adoption. Old boss. Wang Han timidly shouted. The middle-aged man looked up at Wang Han, a few lustful glints in his eyes, and grinned. Don't be nervous, I won't eat you. Come and sit. The middle-aged man patted the sofa beside himself and said, although Wang Han Han was very afraid, but also did not dare not listen. Can only step by step moved over, sat next to that middle-aged man, looking at the fair-skinned Wang Han Han, who exuded the fragrance of a young girl. The lustful light in the middle-aged man's eyes became even more prevalent, picked up the red wine in front of him, and after pouring 2 cups, handed Wang Han Han a cup. Come, drink with me, old boss. I won't drink. Wang Hanin didn't dare to take it. Once you get back to life, won't you be able to after you drink today? The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth slightly raised and said. Seeing this, Wang Han Han could only take the wine cup, closed her eyes and drank all the red wine into her belly in one gulp. Seeing Wang Han Han drink the wine, the middle-aged man laughed out loud. I heard Yanzi say that you owe a lot of loan sharks? The middle-aged man asked. Wang Hanin nodded. 1 million. 1 million? It's quite a lot, the middle-aged man said, took out a check, wrote 1 million directly on it, and pushed it in front of Wang Hanin. Accompany me well tonight. Serve me comfortably. This 1 million is yours. The middle-aged man looked at Wang Han Han with a confident look. He has done this kind of thing not once or twice. Under the temptation of money, no girl can hold it. This method is tried and true. Looking at the check in front of her, Wang Han Han's breathing became rapid. This is $1 million. If she has this $1 million, she does not need to be threatened by those who lend money. They do not need to do all day in the bar as a dancer, and every day, fear of running into acquaintances. Wang Han Han's heart is crazy tangled, slowly reached out her hand, but then shrink back. She knows that as long as she picks up this check, her life will be completely ruined, although now they do dancers, but still complete body, and so the money is finished, they can still find a boyfriend to marry, is not sorry for each other, but they really want to do someone else's junior. Even if you can find a man to commit to a lifetime, Wang Han Han himself will be guilty for a lifetime. At this time, she suddenly remembered Chen Ping, remembered that in the teenage years, Chen Ping especially protect her. That time Wang Han Han also always yelled to marry Chen Ping, only with the age of growth, the two slowly contact less, coupled with Chen Ping found Gung Shanshan the girlfriend, but also to the point of marriage. Wang Han Han as more did not follow the Chen Ping contact, but who knows, the world is unpredictable. Chen Ping did not get married, but was sent to prison. Was still in college. Wang Han Han would like to go to prison to see Chen Ping, but because of the school, it has not been able to go. Today was Chen Ping to see himself like this. Wang Han Han inside the extreme pain, and she was afraid that Chen Ping will tell his mother about this matter. If that is the case, his mother will not be angry to death. His father died early. Mother's hard work to raise himself. If she knew he was in the bar as a dancer, surely will be angry to death. Which if you do someone else's mistress, for fear that their mother will not recognize their own daughter. Thinking of this, Wang Han Han shook her head with a firm expression. Boss, thank you for your love, only I don't have this kind of idea. The middle-aged man was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Wang Han Han to reject it and felt very surprised to know that he used this method to test many times. None of them rejected him. Some girls even jumped up and down with joy. Now this society is money first. Chapter 59, you find someone else. Is it too little money? I can give you some more. In addition to buy you a house, as the love nest of the two of us, you can whatever you want, and I will not interfere too much in your private life. Every month you only need to accompany me 4 or 5 times on the line. My body is not suitable for the body to put too much energy into women, which is more than you as a dancer to earn, but also do not have to be eaten by those stinky men tofu. The middle-aged man was still seducing Wang Han Han. Wang Han Han has already hardened her heart. She can't be someone else's lover. She doesn't want to use her whole life to exchange for this short period of comfort. She is disgusted by looking at this bald man in front of her. If the other party is not her boss, she may have already cursed. Boss, I really can't do it. You'd better find someone else. Wang Han Han shook her head again. Seeing that Wang Han Han still refused herself, the middle-aged man instantly flipped out, his eyes glaring. When it comes to me, do you still have a choice? There's no woman I see that I can't play with. Seeing this, Wang Han Han was so scared that she hurriedly got up and wanted to run outside, but just after she stood up, she felt that the sky was spinning and her head was dizzy. Ha ha ha, you can't get away. You drank my wine. Still want to go? The middle-aged man laughed loudly. Wang Han Han's face turned pale. She wanted to break out in curses, but she could no longer open her mouth and watched the middle-aged man become more and more blurred. To the end of the poof fell on the sofa above. The whole person cannot move. Gradually fell asleep in the past. At the same time, in the bar hall, the Yen sister holding a cigarette, eyes enviously looking at the stage those young and beautiful dancers. Once upon a time, I was also so young and beautiful. On the stage scenery is incomparable, but also by the big boss to appreciate the adoption. But now, she had become a pimp looking for women for the big boss. She didn't know what would happen to her in a few more years. Sister Yen, That Wang Han Han has been taken in by the big boss. This is going to be a flying start. A waiter beside Sister Yan asked in a low voice. That of course. In the future you see that Wang Han Han are careful. Do not mess with her, or I'll have no good fruit to eat. Sister Yan spat out a mouthful of smoke and said, will not, but Wang Han Han, that body, that skin, simply great. This if let me. Shut up, you do not want to live? On your this virtue, even the big boss's woman dared to miss. Not waiting for that waiter to finish, Sister Yan said with a face of anger. Sister Yan, I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I'm talking nonsense. The waiter hastily slapped himself twice. Forget it this time. If there is a next time, deduct your 1 month's salary. Sister Yan said sternly. Thank you, Sister Yan. Thank you, Sister Yan. The waiter hurriedly thanked, reached out and then gently pinched on that Sister Yan's ass. Look at your dead like. Sister Yan laughed and pulled that waiter away. Sister Yan was older, although the big boss didn't like it anymore. But those young and strong waiters inside the bar, no one could escape her. The two people spoke very quietly at any time, but it was still really heard by Chen Ping. Hearing that Wang Han Han had been approached by the big boss for this kind of thing, Chen Ping's face was chilled to the core. Chen Ping got up and walked towards the backstage. Just as he reached the door, he was stopped by two waiters. Before the two people could make a sound, Chen Ping took the momentum of a swift thunderbolt and directly struck out and knocked the two people out. Entering the backstage, Chen Ping did not know where Wang Han Han was. There were rooms everywhere. There was no way to find them, which made Chen Ping anxious. Just as Chen Ping passed by a bathroom, he suddenly heard a burst of panting. Chen Ping did not hesitate, directly rushed in and kicked open a cubicle. Chapter 60, Killing. Only to see that inside the cubicle, that Sister Yan was fighting with the waiter just now, and it looked like it had just started. That waiter saw someone rushing in, just about to shout. He was knocked out by Chen Ping with a slap, then grabbed that Sister Yan's collar. Where did you take Han Han? UING. When that Sister Yan saw that it was Chen Ping, she immediately cursed. But just as she opened her mouth, Chen Ping pinched that Sister Yan's neck. That Sister Yan immediately felt difficulty in breathing. Her face became red, and there was fear in her eyes. In the office, Sister Yan hurriedly said, take me. Chen Ping let go of that Sister Yan, looking at Chen Ping's face that was full of killing intent. Sister Yan did not dare to play tricks and could only lead the way in front. After bringing Chen Ping to the office, Chen Ping kicked the office door open. Boom! The loud sound startled the middle-aged man. After Chen Ping rushed in, he saw that Wang Han Han was lying motionless on the sofa, while that bald middle-aged man was roaming around Wang Han Han's body with one hand, looking for death. Chen Ping's eyes spewed with anger. A healthy step forward, directly kicked that middle-aged man out. Han Han, Han Han. Chen Ping took off his jacket and covered Wang Han in. Seeing Wang Han in unconscious, he knew that she must have been drugged, so a stream of spiritual power was channeled into Wang Han in's body. Wang Han Han slowly opened her eyes. After seeing Chen Ping, surprised shouted, Chen Ping brother. Just after shouting, Wang Han Han fell asleep again. It looked like the effect of the medicine was too heavy. That middle-aged man was kicked by Chen Ping, and the whole person slumped on the ground, and his whole face turned a saucy purple color. Boss. Sister Yan rushed forward and helped the middle-aged man up. The middle-aged man looked at Chen Ping angrily. Kid, you dare to hit me. I think you are tired of living. Who are you? While the middle-aged man roared, four thugs in black suits heard the commotion and had rushed in. Boss, this guy might be this Wang Han Han's boyfriend, Sister Yan said to the middle-aged man. From Chen Ping's attitude towards Wang Han Han just now, and such an angry expression now, what else could it be if not a boyfriend? I care who he is. Get him for me. Dare to hit me. I'll waste you. The middle-aged man saw his men rushing in and immediately yelled loudly. Seeing this, the four beaters directly rushed towards Chen Ping. Chen Ping put down Wang Han Han, without even looking at the four thugs who rushed over. With a wave of his palm, those four thugs immediately flew backwards, their bodies heavily smashed on the wall. One by one, they couldn't move anymore. Seeing that Chen Ping was so powerful, that middle-aged man and Sister Yan were all dumbfounded, a look of fear on their faces. Chen Ping looked at that middle-aged man with cold eyes. Scum like you, deserve to die. What do you want to do? Looking at Chen Ping's eyes that were full of killing aura, the middle-aged man trembled and said, I can tell you that this bar is covered by Master Tiger. Do you know what Master Tiger is? Just as the middle-aged man's words fell, Chen Ping's cell phone rang. It was Lin Tianhu who called. He had invited Chen Ping for dinner, but he had not been able to see Chen Ping arrive. So Lin Tianhu gave Chen Ping a call to ask, Mr. Chen, where have you arrived? Lin Tianhu asked in a low voice. I'm at the Wind and Moon Bar. Wind and Moon Bar? Lin Tianhu froze. What is Mr. Chen doing at Wind Moon Bar? Killing people. Two short words, but they contained an endless murderous aura. causing Lin Tianhu on the other side of the phone to tremble in fear. Mr. Chen, the Wind and Moon Bar is owned by Baldly, and has been paying protection fees to my gathering hall. I will now immediately bring people over. Without Mr. Chen personally doing anything, Lin Tianhu knew that Chen Ping could say the word murder. It must be that Windy Moon Bar had annoyed Chen Ping. Good. Chen Ping only returned a single word and hung up his cell phone, then quietly sat on the sofa and waited. Chapter 61, Impersonation. Inside the office, a deathly silence descended. That Sister Yan and the bar owner looked at the calm Chen Ping, a bad feeling rising in their hearts. Boss, do you think that guy was just talking to Master Tiger? Sister Yan asked in a low voice to the boss. The bar boss didn't answer her, because he didn't know how to answer. The voice that just came out from inside that phone did sound very much like Lin Tianhu's. But how could such a young man who didn't have all his hair grown and was covered in ground goods, and didn't look like a son of any powerful family, how could he possibly know Lin Tianhu, and speak in such a rampant tone of voice to Lin Tianhu? Sister Yan on the side saw that the boss didn't say anything. She could only comfort herself by saying, Master Tiger can't possibly know this kind of person. He must be pretending. And the person inside the phone just now can't possibly be Master Tiger. Who in the whole of Hongcheng dares to speak after Master Tiger with this kind of tone of voice? After the bar owner heard this, he then nodded slightly, agreeing with that Sister Yan's point of view. Kid, you are less pretentious here. Just based on your virtue, how could Master Tiger recognize you? You dared to impersonate Master Tiger's name. This is a capital crime. The bar owner roared at Chen Ping. Chen Ping just faintly glanced at the bar owner, sneered and ignored him. Boss, you give Master Tiger a call. This kid is causing trouble. Let Master Tiger come and clean him up, just so we can also know if it was Master Tiger on the phone just now, Sister Yin said as she gave the bar owner an idea. The bar owner nodded and took out his cell phone and was about to call Lin Tianhu, but his cell phone rang, and it was Lin Tianhu who called. The bar owner hurriedly picked up. Master Tiger, Bald Li, how did you mess with Mr. Chen? Now you wait for me. I'll be right there. Don't open your Wind Moon Bar. If you have the guts to run away, then try and see if I, Lin Tianhu, can find you. The bar owner had just connected the phone and shouted out Master Tiger. Lin Tianhu's furious voice came over, staring the bar owner straight into stupidity. Now even if he and how unwilling to believe, the fact is already in front of the eyes. Just followed Chen Ping call is indeed Lin Tianhu, and Lin Tianhu also to Chen Ping respectfully called Mr. Chen, Pap. The cell phone in the bar owner's hand fell to the ground and instantly shattered. The whole person looked at Chen Ping as if he was stupid, and finally pouted and knelt down. That Sister Yen was also filled with horror and followed along as she knelt on the ground. Mr. Chen, I was wrong, please Mr. Chen let me off. The bar owner desperately kowtowed to Chen Ping. Chen Ping didn't pay attention to him, he didn't even look at him. At this moment Chen Ping was channeling spiritual energy into Wang Han Han's body so that Wang Han Han could wake up. I don't know what kind of ecstasy this bar owner used on Wang Han Han, the drug effect was so strong. Even if Chen Ping used his own spiritual power, it took a lot of effort to let Wang Han Han slowly open her eyes again. Brother Chen Ping. When Wang Han Han saw Chen Ping, she shouted out in slight shame. After all, being a dancer in a bar was not a glamorous profession. Han Han, are you better now? Let's go. Chen Ping helped Wang Han up from the sofa and said slowly. Wang Han Han nodded, but when she saw the bar owner and that Sister Yen kneeling on the ground, her entire body just froze. She didn't understand why these two people were kneeling on the ground. Was it because of Chen Ping? Wang Han Han looked at Chen Ping in disbelief. After all, in Wang Han Han's eyes, Chen Ping was nothing more than an ordinary person, and an ordinary person who had been in jail. Let's go. Chen Ping did not explain, but pulled Wang Han Han outward. Chapter 62, Deceived. The bar lobby. By this time Lin Tianhu had already brought in people to drive all the guests out. All the staff inside the bar were surrounded in the corner, crouching on the ground. Wang Hanin took a look at so many people, and all of them were holding weapons, and for a moment, she was so scared that her face turned pale, and one of her hands gripped Chen Ping's arm with a death grip, trembling slightly. Don't be afraid. Chen Ping softly comforted Wang Han Han. Lin Tianhu saw Chen Ping come out and was about to go forward to speak, but was stopped by Chen Ping with a look. Chen Ping did not want Wang Han Han to know that he knew Lin Tianhu. After all, Lin Tianhu was not a good person in the eyes of ordinary people, and if he let his parents know that he followed Lin Tianhu around, he was afraid that they would be furious. Lin Tianhu instantly understood the meaning in Chen Ping's eyes, and after waving his hand, the people guarding the entrance of the bar immediately flashed away from the road. Chen Ping thus pulled Wang Han Han and walked out under the gaze of dozens of people. The two had just walked out of the bar's entrance, when they heard a burst of screams from inside the bar, as well as the sound of smashing. After stopping a cab, Chen Ping took Wang Han Han home. On the way back, Wang Hanin looked at Chen Ping, and several times she wanted to open her mouth to explain something, but every time she failed to say anything. How did you come to work in a place like this? Chen Ping was the first to speak. Wang Han lowered her head, rubbed her hands together, bit her lips to death, and only after a while did she say, Brother Chen Ping, can you not tell my mom? If you let her know, she will be pissed off. Chen Ping nodded. Wang Han sorted out her emotions before continuing. I now owe $1 million in loan sharks. If I don't go to that kind of place to work, there is no way to pay back this money. If I can't pay it back, they will go to my mom for it. Wang Han said. Tears snapped and fell. How did you owe so much money? Chen Ping frowned slightly. Wang Han's family was not very well off, so Wang Han had been very frugal since she was a child and never spent money recklessly. So how could she suddenly owe so much money all of a sudden at once? When Chen Ping asked, Wang Han cried even more, and said while crying, when I was in college, I met a boyfriend who was 2 years older than me, and was my senior, and then after he graduated, he borrowed a loan shark using my identity because he needed money to start a business. But who knows that after I borrowed the money, I couldn't get in touch with him anymore. After Wang Han finished speaking, Chen Ping instantly realized that she had been cheated by that so-called boyfriend. At this time, the driver who drove the cab sighed, hey, now this little girl are too simple, too easy to trust people. $1 million is not a small amount. 2 days ago I also heard that a little girl because of loan sharks, jumped into the river to commit suicide. Han, don't cry. This $1 million I will help you think of a way. Chen Ping gently patted Wang Han's shoulder. Wang Hanin lifted her head and looked at Chen Ping gratefully. Brother Chen Ping, I know you just got out of jail, you don't even have a job. Where do you have so much money? Just don't tell my mom. I'll figure it out on my own. Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything stupid. If I go, my mom will definitely not survive. Chen Ping smiled faintly and did not say anything, but Wang Han's matter of this 1 million loan sharks, he will definitely help to deal with it. Now he still has the card given by Su Wenzong on him. There are still $10 million in it. Even if he uses more money, Chen Ping can follow Lin Tianhu to ask for it. After all, the whole gathering hall is now his own. When they returned to the neighborhood, the cab driver did not charge Chen Ping their money, but looked at Wang Hanin with a smile on his face and said, Little girl, think openly, heavenly things can pass. After saying that, the cab driver left with a kick of the gas. Looking at the back of the cab, Chen Ping sighed. There are still more good people in this world. Chapter 63, Old Comrades. Chen Ping brought Wang Han back home and found that Wang Changfeng was even still chatting with her parents in her own home. Originally Chen Ping wanted Wang Han to stabilize her emotions before going home. This was directly discovered. Seeing Chen Ping and Wang Han go home together, Wang Changfeng and Chen Bagua were all stunned. Only Tang Hongying couldn't see it, and didn't have any change in expression, but instead opened her mouth faintly. Chen Ping, is it you who came back? Why are you back so late? Chen Bagua on the side then pulled Tang Hongying's arm. Chen Ping followed Han together. The two came back together. When he said this, Chen Bagua's face was filled with smiles. When Tang Hongying heard this, she also instantly smiled and said, Chen Ping, this child of yours, you go to find Han. Just tell us directly, but also secretly go by yourself. Do you want to give us a surprise? Chen Ping was speechless for a while, wanting to open his mouth to explain, but didn't know how to explain. At this time, only Wang Changfeng realized that Wang Hanin's face was not right and she had cried, so she frowned slightly and said, Hanin, don't you have to work overtime? And why have you been crying? There's still the smell of alcohol on your body. Wang Changfeng's series of questions flustered Wang Han, not knowing how to answer. Auntie Wang, Han didn't work overtime. She followed her co-workers to drink, and as a result, those people kept pouring alcohol into her, and I found out and brought Han back. Chen Ping hastily made up a lie. When Wang Changfeng heard this, she hurriedly got up and checked Wang Hanin's body. Her eyes were full of concern. What kind of co-workers are you guys? Knowing that you don't know how to drink, and still pouring you wine to drink. It's too much. Seeing her mother so nervous about herself, Wang Han could no longer hold back and hugged Wang Changfeng and cried again. Wang Changfeng was comforting Wang Han, if you're not happy at work, let's quit. What kind of co-workers are you? Wang Changfeng thought that Wang Hanin was bullied by her co-workers and felt aggrieved. After all, Wang Hanin just worked not long, is considered a newcomer. Many companies are bullying newcomers. Yes, Han, you do not cry. The big deal is that we do not do it. Tomorrow your Uncle Chen to go to the trustees to find a job for Chen Ping. Let him help you to ask. We are college students, still afraid of no work. Tang Hongying also rushed to Wang Hanin persuaded. Tomorrow I ask together. Should not be a problem. After all, this person is my old comrade. Chen Bagua also spoke up. The more several people persuaded Wang Han, the more Wang Han cried. Only Chen Ping himself knew why Wang Han was crying. Wang Changfeng had no choice but to take Wang Han home. Chen Ping, you also go to bed early. Tomorrow you will take you to your uncle's son's house. Let him find you a job. And by the way, ask for Han as well. This child is really too bitter. Tang Hongying sighed, you can't bully Han in the future. The first thing you need to do is to be nice to her. Tang Hongying mouthed this son uncle is Chen Bogwa's comrade in arms Sun Fuhai. After leaving the army, Chen Bogwa from politics as a civil servant, and Sun Fuhai took the veteran's grant to go to sea to do business, and now mixes the wind in water. The days are good. Mom, alright, go to sleep. Tang Hongying did not listen to Chen Ping to finish, and directly left. Chen Ping is a little helpless. He has always taken Wang Hanin as a sister. There is no such male and female feelings. Now he does not know how to follow his parents. After shaking his head helplessly, Chen Ping also went back to his room to sleep. Pan Longwan can't go for a short time. He was afraid that his parents would be angry. Early the next morning, Tang Hongying shouted, Chen Ping, hurry up and get up. Dress better, don't be unkempt. Your uncle's son has specially taken a day off for us. Got it, Chen Ping said as he opened his eyes. Simply ate some breakfast. The three people hurriedly went out, hit a cab, and rushed towards Sun Fuhai's house. Chapter 64 What Wind? Sun Fuhai's family lives in a more famous Phoenix Manor neighborhood in Hongchang. The average price of the houses here are more than 10,000. A set of houses can easily be more than 1 million. Not the ordinary people in such a small place in Hongchang can afford. Chen Ping, wait until after the place. A little sweeter, polite, after all, we are begging for work. Like your situation, it's hard to find a job. No company is willing to find a jailed. You pay more attention to yourself. In the car, Tang Hongying urged Chen Ping one by one, fearing that Chen Ping had made a mistake. Okay, don't talk too much. What's wrong with having been in jail? What's wrong with being in jail? Does being in jail mean you're a bad judge of character? I have followed Fuhai's affection for many years. This matter is surely no problem. Chen Bogwa turned back from the passenger side and said to Tang Hongying. He was afraid that Tang Hongying's nagging would upset Chen Ping, especially when he brought up the matter of imprisonment. After all, Chen Ping's imprisonment was wrong enough. Your affection is so good. Why haven't you seen him come to see you in these years? What kind of life we've had these past few years? Don't you know yourself? Tang Hongying was a little less than happy. Chen Ping had been in jail for the past few years. Their family's days were in tatters. Yet they hadn't seen Sun Fuhai come once. Okay, I don't blame Fuhai. It's me who didn't tell him. I didn't say anything about our family's situation. And he doesn't know our address. So how can he come to see us? We are lifelong comrades in arms. Back in the day when we practiced dropping bombs, if it wasn't for me pouncing on him, there would have been no such person as Sun Fuhai by now. Chen Bogwa, this person is relatively strong, and back then was a squad leader, so mixed into this now, embarrassed to follow the comrades. If it wasn't for the matter of Chen Ping looking for a job, he wouldn't have come begging for Sun Fuhai. Mom, my father's nature and you are not unaware of. To the place I will pay attention to. When I work to earn money, our family days will be better, Chen Ping said to Tang Hongying. Now Chen Ping has $10 million in his pocket, but he cannot follow his parents to say. After all, this money cannot be explained. If the truth, their parents will not believe. After all, their own experience in prison these 3 years is too legendary. At this time, in the Phoenix Manor, a 2-story villa, more than 50 years of age, Sun Fuhai wore a very old uniform, is in front of the mirror to organize. On the sofa, a girl in her early 20s. Appearance looks quite good. Body tall, wearing a plaid pajamas, is half lying on top of the sofa playing with the cell phone. Dad, what's wrong with you? How many years ago's worn out military uniform? Still take it out and wear it. The girl swept a glance at Sun Fuhai and said, this girl was none other than Sun Fuhai's only daughter. Sun Xiaoming, your father is going to see his old comrades. That's why he took it out to wear. But this belly is too big. The clothes don't even fit. A middle-aged woman walked out from the kitchen with a plate of fruits. The woman was wearing a black sheath dress with a white shirt inside, a pair of flesh-colored stockings plus high-heeled shoes, obviously a professional white-collar dress, plus drawing light makeup. Her age appeared to be very young. This woman was Sun Fuhai's wife, Li Fingxia, who worked as a sales manager in her own family's company. Old Sun, what kind of comrades are coming this time? I can hear that you have a few comrades are developed. You move more. Let them help a hand. Maybe our company will be able to get through the difficult times, or else in the resistance for a period of time are going bankrupt. Li Fingxia put down the fruit. Worried about Sun Fuhai asked, you don't care. This time it's our old class president who came to the house. Haven't seen him for a few years. You all give me a polite point. Sun Fuhai said to Li Fingxia with some impatience. Old class president? That may now have long been mixed developed. I remember before you seem to have mentioned, but also saved your life. And then after the discharge of the army, it went into politics. Li Fengxia continued to ask. Chapter 65, plain and simple. Well, it's just that we haven't contacted each other in recent years, so I don't know how it's going. Sun Fuhai nodded. Now maybe has long become a big official. A moment to come. You guys have a good catch up. Li Fengxia, a face of excitement, and then looked at the sofa. Sun Xiaoming said, quickly go to change clothes to go. A moment to come home to guests. You, what's your appearance like this? And your father, this old class president family has a son. When people come together, maybe. Mom, you quickly say no more. I now have a boyfriend. You are not unaware. Really annoying. Sun Xiaoming stood up from the sofa and walked towards the bedroom with an impatient face. You girl, I'm not for your own good. That Cui Ziyuan is just a company sales manager. People come to the official second generation. Can it be the same? Li Fengxia yelled behind her. Sun Xiaoming did not say anything, but after entering the bedroom, she forcefully closed the door. This child is too disobedient. Li Fengxia muttered, and then said to Sun Fuhai, old son, I'm going to wash some fruits. You remember to call and book a hotel, to be better, and have a meal together at noon. Good. Sun Fuhai nodded. Soon, Chen Ping's family arrived. After ringing the doorbell, Sun Fuhai hurriedly went to open the door. As soon as Chen Bagua and Sun Fuhai met, both of them were slightly stunned before hugging each other heavily. Old squad leader, I missed you. You've changed too much over the years. Your hair has turned quite white. Sun Fuhai laughed. Ha ha, you kid also got fat. Just your current body type. Still dare to wear a military uniform. Chen Bagua laughed loudly and hammered Sun Fuhai. Sun Fuhai put his eyes on Tang Honying and Chen Ping, and after he saw that although Tang Honying had her eyes open, her eyes were lifeless, as if she couldn't see anything, her entire body was slightly stunned. Seeing this, Chen Bagua hurriedly introduced, this is my wife, Tang Honying, who fell ill a few years ago and lost her eyesight. Sun Fuhai hurriedly said to Tang Honying, hello sister-in-law, hurry and come inside and sit down. Tang Honying, this is a smile on her face, nodding her head repeatedly. Good. I often listened to old Chen at home about what you guys did back then. Back then, if there was no old squad leader, I would have been reincarnated long ago now. Sun Fuhai hurriedly assisted Tang Honying into the door of the room. Uncle Sun, let me do it. Chen Ping stepped forward and assisted Tang Honying. This is my son Chen Ping, said Chen Bagua. Well, a talented man, just like your father back then. Sun Fuhai glanced at Chen Ping and laughed. Chen Ping followed and smiled. Sun Fuhai gave him a good impression. The smile on his face was also very sincere and not pretentious, but no one noticed that after Sun Fuhai's words, both Chen Bagua and Tang Honying's faces changed slightly, but only in a flash. Old son, is it the old squad leader who's here? Li Fengxiao walked out of the kitchen with another large plate of fruits and hurriedly greeted her. Old squad leader, this is my wife Li Fengxiao. Sun Fuhai introduced after Chen Bagua. Good day sibling. Chen Bagua smiled faintly. Li Fengxiao froze at once. She found Chen Bagua all in ordinary clothes, hair white, and did not have that kind of high-ranking official's majesty, and then look at the side of Tang Honying followed by Chen Ping, are also plain and simple, simply ordinary people one. Now when the big officials are all these plain? Li Fengxiao muttered in her heart. What are you staring at? The old squad leader is talking to you. Sun Fuhai saw Li Fengxiao froze, so he pulled a hand and said, oh, hello big brother, hello sister-in-law, have a seat. I washed the fruits for you. Li Fengxiao reacted and hurriedly said with a smile. Chapter 66 Check the account. Chen Bagua family sat on the sofa. Sun Fuhai hurriedly poured tea and water, but also did not forget to shout toward the bedroom. Xiaoming, your uncle Chen they came. Quickly come out. Fuhai, don't be so polite. It would be weirdly embarrassing for us to suddenly come and disturb. Chen Bagua saw that Sun Fuhai was so enthusiastic. His heart was embarrassed. Old squad leader, what is there to be embarrassed about? We haven't seen each other for many years. You came to my place, just treat it as your own home. At noon I booked a hotel. Let's have a good drink. Sun Fuhai said as he poured tea for Chen Bagua. At this time Sun Xiaoming walked out, changed into a sportswear, tied a pigtail, looked very youthful and energetic. Sun Xiaoming swept a glance and put her eyes on Chen Ping. She found that Chen Ping was covered in ground goods. The whole person looked very earthy, simply like a country bumpkin. Whereas like what official second generation? Xiaoming, still not calling out to Uncle Chen. Sun Fuhai said to Sun Xiaoming, good day, Uncle Chen. Sun Xiaoming absent-mindedly shouted. The whole person looked unconcerned, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. You child, how? Seeing that attitude of Sun Xiaoming, Sun Fuhai was about to get angry, but was stopped by Chen Bagua. Good. Chen Bagua hurriedly stopped Sun Fuhai and nodded at Sun Xiaoming with a smile on his face. The two families sat together and chatted. It was obvious to see that Sun Xiaoming was a bit uncomfortable. Brother Chen, I heard my old son say that you went into politics after you retired from the army. So many years have passed. You should be a bureau-level cadre now, right? Li Fengxia asked to Chen Bagua. Li Fengxia asked. Immediately let Chen Bagua face red. Embarrassed a smile. No, I have retired. How old is this to retire? Ah, it's also too early, right? Li Fengxia shocked. Okay, which so much nonsense? Asking questions, checking the account. Ah. Sun Fuhai glared at Li Fengxia. In fact, from Chen Bagua as soon as they entered the door, Sun Fuhai noticed that something is wrong. He opened the company, often followed by a variety of officials to deal with. Chen Bagua now simply do not have that kind of official atmosphere. Only he didn't point it out, because he knew his wife was a snob. If he knew that Chen Bagua's family were ordinary people, he was afraid that he would flip out on the spot. I'm just casually asking. I'm just curious. What's your hurry? Li Fengxia blankly glanced at Sun Fuhai, and then continued to Chen Bagua. Brother Chen, what level are you retiring at? Chen Bagua saw Li Fengxia pursuing the question and knew that he couldn't hide it, not to mention that he was begging for a job, so there was no need to hide anything. So he awkwardly smiled and said, I was dismissed from my job. Chen Bagua put his own encounter in the past few years one by one all set out. At this time Chen Bagua also don't bother to consider what shame or not. Face is now for him. Worthless. When Li Fengxia finished listening, the smile on her face immediately disappeared, followed by a roll of the eyes. On the contrary, it was Sun Fuhai who had a shocked look on his face. Old squad leader, why didn't you inform me when you had such a hard time all these years? It's all in the past. Now that Chen Ping has also come out, I just don't want to ask you for a favor. See if you can find him a job. It's okay to be bitter and tired. Chen Bagua asked with a humble face. Reformer of labor. Now which company dare to want Sun Fuhai has not yet spoken. Li Fengxia is a mouth aside said. Now Li Fengxia's attitude is simply different from the beginning. Sun Fuhai is also a slight frown. Look became a bit gloomy. Chen Bagua simply, hurriedly said, if it is difficult even if not I let him go to the construction site to find a job. Chapter 67. Old squad leader. I ain't gonna lie to you. My company's in a bit of trouble right now, and if we can't get through it, I'm afraid we're all gonna go bankrupt, and recruiting Chen Ping into it is just holding him back. Sun Fuhai sighed and said. When Chen Bagua heard this, he was embarrassed and said, Fuhai, it's really troublesome for you. Chen Ping's work matter. You don't care about it. What has your company encountered? What happened? Can you solve it? Li Fengxia sneered. Chen Bagua's face reddened with embarrassment. You shut up. Sun Fuhai fiercely glared at that Li Fengxia, and then said with a slight apology, old class president. Don't pay attention to them, these women. My company followed Fuyao Decoration some business dealings. The result of the payment of the goods was held back by them not to give, and now the capital chain is broken. I'm afraid that can't stay up for much longer. But Chen Ping work things. I let Xiaomeng go to their company to ask. Their company is a group of companies. Welfare treatment is also good. Let Chen Ping go in first slowly from the bottom to dry up. Dad, I'm just a salesman, which has that ability. You cannot add to my mess. Sun Fuhai's words just fell. Sun Xiaomeng immediately said unhappily. You don't have the ability. Isn't that Chui Ziyuan is the sales manager? Can't he a manager still recruit an employee? Sun Fuhai questioned. Alright, it's settled. If that Chui Ziyuan doesn't even have this ability, I don't think you two are suitable. Not waiting for Sun Xiaomeng to be speaking, Sun Fuhai directly threatened at Sun Xiaomeng. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaomeng immediately stopped talking and could only mutter in anger. Old Sun, Xiaomeng into that company have wasted a lot of effort. You're not blindly give the child trouble? Besides, that's a big conglomerate company. Can a prisoner of labor get in? Li Fengxia swept a glance at Chen Ping, and then said to Sun Fuhai with great dissatisfaction. Chen Ping listened to Li Fengxia with a mouthful of reformed laborers. His heart was very uncomfortable, but Sun Fuhai was a good person. Chen Ping could not get angry. Dad, but I put the ugly words in front of me. I am only responsible for bringing in, whether I can interview or not. It depends on my own skills. Sun Xiaomeng rolled her eyes, got up and left, going back to the bedroom. Old squad leader, this girl has this nature. Don't take offense. Sun Fuhai somewhat awkwardly explained to Chen Bagua. Chen Bagua let out a bitter smile. He had reached this point. What else could he see strange? Fuhai, trouble you. I still have some things to do, so I won't bother. Chen Bagua knew that there wasn't much point in staying on. He couldn't cause conflicts in people's homes. Old squad leader, I have booked the hotel. Have a meal together. Sun Fuhai hurriedly said. No, there is time. Chen Bagua waved his hand. Chen Ping also helped Tang Honying stand up. Sun Fuhai also knew that his wife and daughter's attitude was really uncomfortable, but he had no choice but to smile apologetically. When there's time, I'll follow the old squad leader alone for a drink. Sun Fuhai sent Chen Bagua's family out. That Li Fengxia had been sitting on the sofa, not even moving a bit. Uncle Sun, what was the name of the company you said owed you money? After walking out the door, Chen Ping asked Sun Fuhai. It's called Fuyao decoration. Does my great-nephew know anyone in there? Sun Fuhai asked suspiciously. Chen Ping shook his head. No, but I'll try. Help Uncle Sun to ask for accounts. Great-nephew. Your heart Uncle Sun collar. You are not easy to come out from the inside. Illegal things we cannot do. Good filial piety to your parents. My things you do not think about it. Sun Fuhai thought that Chen Ping was going to go to violence to ask for money. After all, Chen Ping just came out of prison. May know some gangsters and so on. Chapter 68, A Few Days of Grace. Chen Ping smiled. Don't worry Uncle Sun. I won't do anything stupid anymore. Sun Fuhai smiled and patted Chen Ping's shoulder. If you have this heart, Uncle is happy. Leaving from Sun Fuhai's house, Chen Bobwa sighed slightly. Chen Ping, your Uncle Sun is a good person. If you find a job tomorrow, work harder on your own, but don't let people look down on you anymore. It could be seen that Chen Bobwa was infuriated by Sun Fuhai's wife and daughter, but there was no way around it. Who made himself incapable and had to beg? Well, I know. Chen Ping nodded. What about Han Han that child? In this situation today, it doesn't dare to ask for more. Tang Hongying said with some depression. Originally agreed to help Wang Han Han together to find a job, and now give Wang Han Han mentioned not even mentioned. Chen Bobwa heard, lit a cigarette and bowed his head. He also did not know how to follow. Wang Changfeng said, Mom, Dad, you guys don't care? I'll find a way for Han Han's job. If I can get into the company, I can bring her in again. Seeing this, Chen Ping comforted his parents. It can only be this way. Chen Bobwa nodded. He stopped a cab and then rushed towards his home, while Chen Ping sat in the car and sent a message to Lin Tianhu, telling him about Sun Fuhai's matter and asking Lin Tianhu to go to Fuyao decoration to get the money back. After the explanation, Chen Ping put away his cell phone and rested with his eyes slightly closed. Soon, Chen Ping and the others returned to the entrance of the neighborhood. At this time, Wang Hanin was ferrying her steps back and forth at the entrance, seemingly in some kind of hurry. Han Han, what are you doing here? Seeing Wang Han Han at the entrance, Chen Ping asked strangely. Brother Chen Ping, Wang Han Han was just about to say something when she saw Chen Bobwa and Tang Hongying getting off the bus as well, so she closed her mouth. Chen Bobwa saw Wang Hanin at the door and thought that she was waiting for them and asking about work, so his old face turned red and said to Chen Ping, Chen Ping, you follow Hanin to talk. I'll go home with your mom first. Chen Bobwa didn't know how to follow Wang Hanin to explain. After all, he, the one who was the elder, said yesterday that he swore, but today he didn't accomplish anything. When Chen Bobwa and Tang Hongying left, Chen Ping turned to Wang Hanin and asked, Hanin, is something wrong? Brother Chen Ping, I am afraid, those loan sharks are going to come after me. I am afraid that my mom will know about it. Wang Han Han had tears in her eyes and anxiously said to Chen Ping, Han Han, don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll help you deal with them when they come. Chen Ping gently patted Wang Han Han and said comfortingly, Chen Ping brother, you don't want to fight I don't want you to be arrested again for me. Wang Han Han could only rely on Chen Ping now, but she also didn't want Chen Ping to fight for her sake. Don't worry, I won't fight. Chen Ping smiled faintly. Just as Chen Ping was talking after Wang Han Han, suddenly an SUV stopped in front of them, and from the car walked down 4 big and strong men, one of them with a big gold chain and an inch head, with a fierce and vicious face. When Wang Hanin saw these men, she was so scared that she immediately hid behind Chen Ping. Little girl, how is the money ready? If you don't pay back the money today, I'm going to have to move the things in your house. The guy with the gold chain asked at Wang Han Han. I don't have any money. Can I have a few more days of grace? Wang Han Han asked timidly. No, not even for a day. If you don't have any valuable money at home, then you should follow me. See, you look quite watery. You can still be worth a lot of money. The guy with the gold chain finished speaking and directly grabbed towards Wang Han Han, not paying the slightest attention to Chen Ping's presence. Chapter 69, I'll give it to you. But the guy's hand had just reached out when it was grabbed by Chen Ping. I'll pay the money she owes you. Don't make a move. Chen Ping said indifferently to the guy with the gold chain. You pay? The guy looked Chen Ping up and down, saw that Chen Ping was dressed in ordinary clothes. His whole body was not more than 200. Sneered. Do you know how much she owes us? 1 million, said Chen Ping. Humph, 1 million is not enough. The guy with the gold chain snorted coldly. How can it not be enough? Last week you and I said, as long as I return $1 million on it. Wang Han Han heard, hurriedly questioned loudly. Last week is last week. Don't I want interest on my money? Now 1,300,000. Not 1 point less. The corner of the guy with the gold chain's mouth slightly raised, said with a face of contempt. When Wang Han Han heard this, the whole person was frozen. This week's time went up 300,000. Even if he is a money printing machine, I'm afraid that he can't afford to pay back this usurious loan. Okay, 1,300,000. I will give you. Chen Ping said indifferently. Seeing Chen Ping agree so painfully, that guy directly froze for a moment. Even Wang Han's eyes were rounded, incredibly looking at Chen Ping. Brother Chen Ping, where would you have that much money? Wang Hanin knew that Chen Ping couldn't possibly have that much money. He had just come out of jail not even a few days ago, and he didn't even have a job, so how could he have more than $1 million? When the guy with the gold chain heard Wang Han say that, he immediately looked at Chen Ping and said, "Kid, are you sure you have money? If you dare to fool me, you should know the consequences, right?" Saying that, the guy took out a dagger and gently scraped on his chin. Seeing the other guy pull out a dagger, Wang Han's face turned even whiter in fear and hid tightly behind Chen Ping. "If I said I would give it to you, I will definitely give it to you. You guys just follow me to the bank to get the money." Chen Ping had a calm face, without the slightest bit of panic. The guy with the gold chain saw Chen Ping so calm, also could not help but flash a trace of admiration in his eyes and said, "Good, see you kid is also a man. I'll believe you, with you to the bank to go." The guy with the gold chain finished, dodged out of the way. After a look, immediately a little brother opened the car door. "Let's go, get in the car." The guy with the gold chain waved his head. Han, you go home, don't follow your mom and my parents. I'll be back in a while." Chen Ping turned around and said softly to Wang Han, "Brother Chen Ping." Wang Hanin pulled Chen Ping's arm, her eyes filled with worry. "Don't worry, I will be fine." Chen Ping smiled faintly before turning around and walking towards the car. Looking at the car that left, Wang Hanin's tears flowed out. She didn't know what kind of ending Chen Ping would have after he was taken away. Soon, the car took Chen Ping to the front of a bank. "Remember, don't play tricks on me, we'll be waiting for you right outside." The guy with the gold chain threatened Chen Ping. Chen Ping ignored him and walked straight inside the bank. At this time, many people were doing business inside the bank lobby, and Chen Ping could only wait in line at the back. "Sir, if you're withdrawing money, you can go to an ATM so that you don't have to queue up," a staff member of the bank said politely to Chen Ping. "I'm withdrawing a bit too much money for the ATM," Chen Ping said with a polite smile. "Sir, may I ask how much money you are withdrawing?" the staff asked. "Over $1 million. As soon as Chen Ping's words fell, many of the people in line in front of him instantly turned back to look at him. After all, over $1 million was not a small amount. Chapter 70, Tablemates. Chen Ping? At this moment, in the middle of the line in front, a woman dressed in a fashionable and somewhat sultry outfit shouted out towards Chen Ping. The woman was also wearing a large sunglasses that covered half of her face. "You are?" Chen Ping frowned slightly and sized up the woman. "It's me, Li Dongmei." The woman took off her sunglasses. Chen Ping suddenly came to a realization. "So it's you. I didn't recognize you." Li Dongmei was Chen Ping's classmate in middle school, and the two were still at the same table. When that Li Dongmei was very scruffy, but not so fashionable now. Li Dongmei sized up Chen Ping, and then said with a few sneers in her eyes, "I heard you were in jail. When did you come out?" In this kind of public occasion, to even directly bring up the matter of being in jail, it was obvious that she wanted Chen Ping to make a fool of himself. Back when the two were at the same table, this Li Dongmei also wrote love letters to Chen Ping. After all, at that time, Chen Ping's father was in politics, and his family was in a good position. So many girls liked Chen Ping. Only Chen Ping simply did not pay much attention to this Li Dongmei, because at that time Li Dongmei was simply not outstanding. "Just came out a few days ago." Chen Ping smiled lightly and answered truthfully. "Just came out. Came to take more than $1 million, ah? Still really rich, ah?" Li Dongmei sneered. Chen Ping also just laughed and didn't answer, but pulled away from the topic and asked, "When did you come to Hongcheng? I heard that you didn't go to school after graduating from junior high school?" "Yes, I did not go to school after graduating from junior high school, but I can now be much stronger than you, a university graduate," Li Dongmei said, pointing to a fat head and ears of a middle-aged man sitting on a side chair and said, "That is my boyfriend, the boss of a company, assets of tens of millions of dollars. Today I came to do a card. The future money are under my control." Li Dongmei was complacent, although the middle-aged man looked older than her father, but she herself did not feel anything wrong. The other side has money on the line. Chen Ping looked at the obese middle-aged man, just a slight smile, then congratulations, found a rich boyfriend. Although Chen Ping just smiled slightly, but Li Dongmei felt a wave of disgust in her heart. She felt that Chen Ping was mocking herself. "Sir, withdrawing more than $500,000 requires an appointment in advance. Have you made an appointment?" The bank staff's tone became a bit tougher after knowing that Chen Ping was a recently released labor prisoner. "I have an urgent need, so I didn't make an appointment. Can you accommodate me?" Chen Ping asked to the bank staff. "Chen Ping, what are you in a hurry to use over $1 million for? Look at you. You don't look like you have $1 million, ah? You won't come over to pretend to be a pussy?" Li Dongmei sneered and said. Chen Ping didn't pay attention to her, but took out his card and handed it over to the bank staff. I have $10 million in this card, and now I only want to withdraw $1,300,000. Can you accommodate me? $10 million? Are you kidding me? Do you have $10 million? You're just a labor prisoner who just got out of prison. How could you possibly have that much money? Li Dongmei sneered and looked at Chen Ping with a disdainful face. And that bank staff also got a little impatient and said with a cold face, even if you have $20 million, this is the bank's rule. You can't. But before the words were finished, the bank staff suddenly saw the card in Chen Ping's hand, and the whole person just froze, followed by his eyes widening roundly, because the bank card was given to Chen Ping by Su Wenzhong, and Su Wenzhong is the richest man in Hongqiang. All his cards have very obvious special signs. The bank staff saw it at a glance. This is the Su family bank card, and Chen Ping can take the Su family bank card. Then it certainly won't be an ordinary person. Chapter 71, Supreme VIP. Sir, sit over here for a while. I'll go ask the manager right away. Seeing the card in Chen Ping's hand, the staff's attitude instantly changed 180 degrees. Good. Chen Ping nodded and sat to the side to rest, while the staff member hurriedly went to ask the manager. This time, it left Li Dongmei a bit baffled, not understanding why this bank staff would suddenly be so polite to Chen Ping. Chen Ping, do you really have $10 million? Seeing the sudden change in attitude of that staff, Li Dongmei asked Chen Ping with some doubts. What's it to you? Chen Ping smiled coldly. Chen Ping, let me tell you, forging financial instruments is against the law. You are a prisoner of labor. How could you possibly have 10 million? Don't think I don't know. Your family is still living inside the old neighborhood. Your father is now sweeping the streets for people. How could you possibly have 10 million? Li Dongmei will not believe that Chen Ping really have 10 million. If really have this money, will still live in that kind of shabby neighborhood inside? And Chen Ping just came out of jail. It is impossible to earn 10 million in a few days. She felt that Chen Ping must be saying this because he was deliberately pretending in front of himself because of himself. The other customers inside the bank heard Li Dongmei say so, also looked at Chen Ping curiously. These days are card withdrawals. The card has no money. A check will not really be someone stupid enough to forge a bank card. Not too long ago, the bank staff who had just left walked over with a middle-aged man, who wore glasses and was in a bit of a hurry. Hello sir, I am the manager of this bank. May I ask how I can help you? The middle-aged man walked over to Chen Ping and asked politely. I want to withdraw $1,300,000, but I don't have an appointment. Can I take it out? Chen Ping said and handed the card to that bank manager. The bank manager's face also changed slightly after seeing the bank card. Yes, sir doesn't need to make an appointment, only that we don't have that much cash right now. I will immediately send someone to send the cash over from somewhere else. Sir, take a break in my office first. Chen Ping nodded and got up, ready to go to his office and wait. Seeing this, Li Dongmei was directly dumbfounded and went forward to stop that bank manager. What's going on with this bank of yours? Why can you withdraw money without an appointment? He is just a reformed laborer. You do not even check whether he has money in his card. Just agree? If that's the case, I'm going to withdraw $1 million now as well. Li Dongmei roared aggressively, and then turned to her boyfriend and said, Husband, we also want to withdraw $1 million. Li Dongmei, that boyfriend, walked over. After sweeping a glance at Chen Pingji, also similarly took out a bank card and handed it to that bank manager. I also have 10 million in this card. I also want to withdraw $1 million now. The bank manager did not even look at a glance, said faintly, no appointment cannot be taken. This sentence can put Li Dongmei angry. This is simply a double standard scene. Chen Ping's card has 10 million, cannot need to make an appointment to withdraw money directly. Their card also has 10 million, but have to make an appointment. What kind of Thai bank are you guys? I'm going to complain to you. Why can he not need to make an appointment, but we have to make an appointment? We also have $10 million in our card. Can't you hear me? Li Dongmei growled at the bank manager. This gentleman is our bank's supreme VIP, so he doesn't need to make an appointment. While you guys are just ordinary customers, there's no comparison, the bank manager said in a salty manner. Li Dongmei's lungs were about to explode with anger. Suddenly her eyes glared. He's your supreme VIP? Are you mistaken? He's nothing more than a reformed laborer. A reformed laborer who's just been released. Chapter 72, Blow Me Out. This gentleman's card. It's a customized card from the Su family. We only recognize cards and not people. Do you think you can compare with the Su family? A trace of contempt flashed in the bank manager's eyes. The bank manager's words caused Li Dongmei to instantly freeze. And also the surrounding people were all in a state of shock. Knowing that the Su family was the richest in Hongqiang, it was no wonder that the staff member had just instantly changed his attitude once he saw the card in Chen Ping's hand. Take the Su family card, not to mention personally come to the bank to get money. As long as a phone call, the bank will have to send someone to personally send the money over. Like this customer, that can be the object of major banks to compete. and that Li Dongmei's boyfriend heard Chen Ping took the Su family customized card. Face instantly became pale. If Chen Ping really follow the Su family has any relationship, as long as a word, their own that small company will immediately go bankrupt. No way. How could he have the Su family customized card? Surely he stole it, or he picked it up. There is no way he could follow the Su family would have a relationship. Li Dongmei did not believe. Chen Ping is only an ordinary cannot be in the ordinary people. Also just came out of prison. How can follow the Su family will be involved? Seeing Li Dongmei still yelling loudly, the bank manager's face turned cold. Security guards, blast them out of here. Soon, 2 security guards came over and drove Li Dongmei outward, and Li Dongmei's boyfriend was also driven out. What the hell is going on here? What is the relationship between that classmate of yours and the Su family? Li Dongmei's boyfriend asked with some concern. I did not hear that he followed the Su family has a relationship. If followed the Su family has a relationship, will not go to jail. This is only out a few days. How can follow the Su family has a relationship? I see that the bank card is certainly he picked up. This bank manager is a. Li Dongmei said with an angry face. Well, don't care if he picked it up. Let's go. Li Dongmei's boyfriend didn't want to dwell on it. If Chen Ping really had a relationship with the Su family, then he would be out of luck. Li Dongmei and her fat-headed boyfriend just walked out of the bank. A few guys who had been waiting outside for Chen Ping saw it and immediately welcomed them. Boss Chiu, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to run into you here. The guy with the gold chain smiled and said, so it's Gangzi. What are you guys doing here? Li Dongmei's boyfriend asked. There's a guy who owes us money. We're not waiting for him to pick up the money, Gangzi said lightly. Oh, then you guys wait. I still have things to do. Let's drink together sometime. Li Dongmei's boyfriend finished speaking and pulled Li Dongmei to want to leave. After all, these people were not good people. He did not want to follow these people to have too many interactions, but who knows? Li Dongmei didn't move, but asked with some surprise, is the person who owes you money named Chen Ping? Chen Ping? Gangzi froze, but quickly reacted. Yes, it seems to be called Chen Ping, who owes us $1,300,000. Upon hearing this, Li Dongmei's entire body almost didn't jump up in joy. I said how that Chen Ping must take out $1,300,000 today. It turns out that he owes people money and is blocked inside. Li Dongmei laughed coldly, and then said to that Gangzi, how does he owe you money? Gangzi didn't answer Li Dongmei, but looked at the Cho boss. That boss Cho smiled. This is my girlfriend. When Gangzi heard that, he smiled. Since it's boss Cho's girlfriend, then I won't hide it from you. It's a woman who borrowed from us as a loan shark, and this kid stepped in to help pay back the money. It's not that he owes us. So what is owed is loan sharks. Then you guys can ask for more interest. That kid Chen Ping has $10 million in his card. Li Dongmei whispered to that Gangzi. Chapter 73, Miscalculation. $10 million? Gangzi stared blankly. Then his face flashed with joy. Does he really have $10 million? That kid doesn't look like a rich man. Li Dongmei hurriedly explained. What's the point of lying to you? Just now in the bank. He said it himself. Wait a minute, he can really take out $1,300,000. Doesn't it prove that he does have money in his card? Makes sense. Gangzi nodded. Alright, I still have things to do. Hurry up and go. Boss Chiu pulled Li Dongmei hard. What are you afraid of? Let's watch here for a while. Wait for that Chen Ping to come out. Then we'll go. I'd like to see if that Chen Ping really has $10 million. Li Dongmei shrugged it off. She didn't want to go. She still wanted to see Chen Ping's awkwardness in a while. Boss Chiu had no choice but to stand aside and wait. 10 minutes later, Chen Ping walked out with a big bag full of cash. Seeing Chen Ping come out with a big bag in his hand, that Gangzi immediately greeted him with his men. Seeing this, Li Dongmei also followed. She wanted to see if Chen Ping really took out the money or not. When Chen Ping saw that Li Dongmei had not even left, he was slightly stunned, but he did not care. Kid, where's the money? Gangzi asked at Chen Ping. Chen Ping threw the bag in his hand towards the ground, and all the white bills inside the bag were revealed. Seeing so much money, a few of Gangzi's juniors' eyes turned red. That Li Dongmei was also a bit surprised. 1,300,000. Not a penny less. It's all here, Chen Ping said indifferently. The Gangzi junior brother hurriedly wanted to put the money away, but was stopped by that Gangzi. Kid, 1,300,000 is not enough, I'm afraid. Although Gangzi also wanted to take the money, after knowing that Chen Ping even had $10 million, he thought of extorting a little more. What do you mean? Chen Ping frowned. Nothing means, just now I miscalculated the interest rate. Now it needs 2 million with interest. The corner of Gangzi's mouth lifted slightly and said. Chen Ping's face turned grim, and his gaze carried a few points of killing intent. Chen Ping, don't you have $10 million? What's $2 million? Just go back in and get some more, Li Dongmei said as she looked at Chen Ping gloatingly. Chen Ping ignored that Li Dongmei, and instead said to Gangzi, 1,300,000. If you don't want it, then I'll redeposit it. Chen Ping bent down to pick up the money and redeposit it. Kid, this money is no longer yours. You can't move it. Gangzi raised his foot and stepped on top of the money bag, and the two juniors on the side immediately reached out and grabbed Chen Ping's shoulders, wanting to bring Chen Ping under control. However, these two people were surprised to find that no matter how hard they tried, they could not move Chen Ping at all. Chen Ping's eyes flashed with a cold aura, reached out and grabbed the wrists of the two juniors, gently gripped them with a strong grip. A sound of bones cracking. The two juniors instantly screamed out in pain. Dare to touch my people. Looking for death. Seeing this, that Gangzi's face sank, and he kicked towards Chen Ping. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. Seeing this, Li Dongmei was overjoyed inside and desperately shouted, boom. But who knows that just as soon as that Gangzi lifted his foot, Chen Ping also kicked out, and afterward, he directly sent that Gangzi flying. Immediately after Chen Ping's hands twisted, those two little brothers' arms were immediately twisted as if twisted. Painful wail, directly from the mouth of the two people issued. At this time, there is still a little brother left to see the situation, scared to turn his head and run. They're kind of gangster. There is no righteousness to speak of. Chen Ping slowly walked towards the Gangzi. At this time the Gangzi face pale, the internal organs as if the knife strangled. Chapter 74, quite a good match. Seeing Chen Ping walking towards him, Gangzi desperately tried to get up, but the intense pain made him unable to stand up at all. Chen Ping's kick was just too heavy. What are you doing? Behind me is the Red Dragon Gang. Our gang leader is Feng Sihai. When Gangzi saw Chen Ping's gloomy face, he was so scared that he hurriedly brought out the Red Dragon Gang. Feng Sihai? Chen Ping sneered. If you don't say that you are from the Red Dragon Gang, I would still be able to spare you. Now you don't have a chance. After Chen Ping finished speaking, he stomped down, directly crushing Gangzi's legs. Even with the best medical skills, it would be impossible to connect them. Ah! The intense pain caused Gangzi to desperately cry out, constantly rolling on the ground. Looking at Chen Ping's ruthless strike and cold face, Li Dongmei was scared. Her body was trembling desperately, her eyes full of panic, and as for that boss Joe, he was also sweating coldly, his legs trembling slightly. Chen Ping picked up the money on the ground, just coldly glanced at that Li Dongmei. Just this glance, directly scared that Li Dongmei paralyzed on the ground. Seeing Li Dongmei that way, Chen Ping sneered, directly into the bank. The money redeposited. When Chen Ping returned home, he found that Wang Hanhan followed by Wang Changfeng was still there. Wang Hanhan saw Chen Ping returned, excitedly rushed to welcome him. Wang Hanhan just wanted to ask Chen Ping with concern, but remembered that her mother was still there, so she didn't open her mouth. Chen Ping, where did this child of yours go? Han has been waiting for you for half a day. You two go out and turn around. Have a good chat. Tang Hongying heard that Chen Ping had returned, so she reprimanded with some dissatisfaction. Mom, I took care of something, Chen Ping explained. Aunt Chen, I followed brother Chen Ping out for a spin. Wang Han pulled Chen Ping and headed out. She was now curious to know how Chen Ping had taken care of things. Okay, go ahead. I'll chat with you guys for a while before we eat together at my house at noon. Tang Hongying nodded happily. Chen Ping followed Wang Han and left. Tang Hongying said with a pleased face, Aunt Wang, I see that these two children are quite compatible. I see that the two of them are not bad either. Ha ha ha. Wang Changfeng also laughed. Brother Chen Ping, those guys didn't give you a hard time, did they? Did they beat you up? Walking out the door, Wang Han asked eagerly. No, you don't need to worry about the loan sharks. It's already fine. Work well for yourself in the future. Tomorrow I'll go for an interview. If I can, I'll be bringing you there. In the future you'll be looking for a boyfriend yourself. You'll have to polish your eyes as well, Chen Ping said with a faint smile. Wang Han nodded and looked at Chen Ping with a few loving eyes. Only Chen Ping did not bother to look at her. Chen Ping only regarded Wang Han as his younger sister and had no other thoughts, so he did not want Wang Han to misunderstand. Just as Chen Ping followed Wang Han as she skipped downstairs in the neighborhood, suddenly the phone rang. It was Su Yuqi calling. Chen Ping, where have you guys been? Why aren't you at the Panlong Bay Villa anymore? I asked the security guards and said that you all left. Su Yuqi went to Panlong Bay to look for Chen Ping and found that Chen Ping was not there. My parents live a little less accustomed to, so I came back to live. Although it is a little shabby here, but there are more neighbors. They are all acquaintances. Chen Ping lied, because he also didn't know why his parents had to leave Panlong Wan Villa. Oh, Su Yuqi let out an oh, obviously a little lost. After chatting a few more sentences, Chen Ping hung up the phone. Brother Chen Ping, is that your girlfriend? Wang Han asked in a low voice after Chen Ping hung up the phone. Chen Ping froze, not knowing how to answer Wang Hanin. Whether Su Yuqi was now considered his girlfriend, Chen Ping himself did not know. After all, the two had not officially established a relationship. Chapter 75 Good news. Seeing Chen Ping freeze, Wang Hanin smiled. If you don't want to say it, you don't have to say it. It's okay. Chen Ping just smiled and did not say anything. After following Wang Han around for a while, the two of them went back for lunch. At the same time, in Hongchang People's Hospital, Xiao Lei was somewhat bored lying on the hospital bed. He didn't want to stay in the hospital and wanted to go home, but his father Xiao Yan didn't agree and insisted that he get well in the hospital before going back. After all, with the financial strength of the Xiao family, even if Xiao Lei lived in the hospital for a year is not a problem. Just when Xiao Lei was bored, the door of the hospital room was pushed open, and Geng Shanshan walked in with her lunchbox. Brother Lei, I'll tell you some good news. As soon as she entered, Geng Shanshan said excitedly, what good news? Xiao Lei asked. That Chen Ping was kicked out of the Panlong Bay Villa, and it's possible that he may have fallen out with Su Yuqi. Geng Shanshan said with some excitement. Why? Xiao Lei was also delighted. If Chen Ping didn't have the Su family to protect him, then Chen Ping would be nothing. If he wanted to pinch Chen Ping, it would just be a matter of minutes. Why else? I guess that Su Yuqi can't look at that Chen Ping. I think she is just teasing that Chen Ping. After all, the two of them don't have the right door and the right household. How could that Su Yuqi like him? Early this morning, the security guards of the Panlong Bay Villa area said that Chen Ping's parents left with their things and returned to their original neighborhood. Geng Shanshan said, ha ha ha, great. Xiao Lei laughed out loud. When I'm better, let's see how I'm going to clean up that Chen Ping. I'm going to make his life worse than death. Early the next morning, Sun Fuhai called. He had asked Sun Xiaoming to pick up Chen Ping and go to Sun Xiaoming's company together. Upon hearing this, Chen Bagua hurriedly urged Chen Ping to get up. Chen Ping, you have to perform well today. This is a big company. Really want to be able to work in it. In the future to get a department manager or something like that. In the future we'll also be able to settle down. Chen Bagua urged Chen Ping. Got it, Dad. Chen Ping nodded and casually took a piece of clothing and put it over his body. You're having an interview. How can you wear these clothes? Chen Bagua frowned slightly. Wear a suit. Be sharp. Dad, I don't have a suit. Chen Ping was not in the habit of wearing a suit at all, so he had not bought one either. At this time, Tang Hongying walked over and said to Chen Ping, nonsense, how can I not have one? You forgot that I bought one for you 3 years ago. It was ready for you to wear for your wedding. But the result, Tang Hongying said this, hurriedly closed her mouth. Today Chen Ping interview. She did not want to talk about the previous things. Soon, Chen Ping put on the suit he bought 3 years ago, although the years were not short, but it was still very new. After all, Chen Ping had not worn it once. My son is just handsome in a suit. Go for it. Chen Bagua patted Chen Ping's shoulder. Chen Ping, come over and let mom touch it. Tang Hongying couldn't see, so she could only use her hands to touch and feel how Chen Ping looked in a suit. And at this time downstairs in their house, a red BMW 3 Series parked at the entrance of the neighborhood. In front of the car, Sun Xiaoming looked at this relatively shabby neighborhood with some disgust. What kind of Thai place is this? It stinks to high heaven, and it's still inhabitable. Sun Xiaoming frowned and pinched her nose. I really don't know what Dad was thinking, but he even let me pick him up. Sun Xiaoming muttered, and also looked at her watch from time to time. At this time, Sun Xiaoming was in a professional outfit, a pair of white legs exposed outside, causing many people to look sideways, while Sun Xiaoming was full of contempt, simply looking down on the people who came out from inside this neighborhood. After waiting for a while again, seeing that Chen Ping was still not down, Sun Xiaoming called Chen Bagua's phone. Chapter 76 Old-Fashioned. This is Sun Xiaoming followed Sun Fuhai to ask for the phone. After Chen Bagua connected the phone, Sun Xiaoming said nonchalantly, what time is it? Want me to wait until when? A little concept of time has no. Don't forget it is your family begged me. Even let me wait? Sun Xiaoming finished, directly hung up the phone, not waiting for Chen Bagua to speak. And the other side of Chen Bagua after receiving the phone, the whole person froze for a moment. His face was a little embarrassed. After all, his own age, was Sun Xiaoming a little girl disliked? The heart is very bad. But think of Chen Ping also rely on others to introduce the work. Chen Bagua also endured. Dad, who called? Chen Ping asked. It's Xiaoming. People are waiting downstairs. You hurry downstairs. Remember to say more good words to people. Chen Bagua urged Chen Ping to go downstairs. Chen Ping went downstairs and saw that Sun Xiaoming was waiting at the door, so he walked over and apologized slightly. Sorry to keep you waiting. When Sun Xiaoming saw Chen Ping, she immediately blushed and said, if it wasn't for my father's words, I wouldn't bother to pick you up. Look at what you're wearing. Which dynasty's suit now? Too old-fashioned. Chen Ping frowned slightly, but still suppressed his anger and said, I bought this 3 years ago, but I haven't worn it. It's still new. New has a load of use. Who still wears this kind of old-fashioned suit? Nowadays among young people. Sun Xiaoming skimmed her mouth. Then, how about I go change? Chen Ping said. Forget it. What time is it? Where is it still time? Get in the car. Sun Xiaoming opened the car door with a cold face and sat directly on it. Chen Ping wanted to sit in the co-pilot, just opened the door, but was stopped by Sun Xiaoming drinking. Sit in the back. The co-pilot is also you can sit? Chen Ping frowned, then sat in the back. And that Sun Xiaoming did not wait for Chen Ping to sit steadily. A foot gas pedal rushed out. Luckily Chen Ping had kung fu rebody, or else he would have planted himself at once. Remember, to the company you cannot say that you know me. In addition to whether the interview, I do not care. It all depends on your own skills. You do not expect me to help you. To introduce you into the company interview, I've been enough meaning. On the way, Sun Xiaoming followed Chen Ping and said a whole lot. The main thing is to let Chen Ping can't say that he knows himself, because she is afraid that Chen Ping will give himself a disgrace. Good. Chen Ping just faintly returned a good word. Soon, the car arrived at Sun Xiaoming's company, which was a collective company with the entire office building having a dozen floors. Heart Rain Day Chemical Company Limited? Chen Ping raised his head, looking at the large company name, and frowned slightly. This is the Su family's enterprise? If Chen Ping remembered correctly, this Heart Rain Day Chemical Company was also a Su family's industry. He remembered that Su Yuqi seemed to have mentioned that this was the company that Su Wenzong had established for Su Yuqi on her birthday. As a birthday gift, Su Yuqi was the chairman and legal person of this company, only that she was not involved in the management and rarely came to this company. That's right, this is the enterprise of the richest man in Hongcheng, the Su family. It's an immense honor to work here. The various benefits are much better than other companies, Sun Xiaoming said with great pride. Chen Ping smiled, did not say anything, but followed Sun Xiaoming towards the company. Just as he walked to the door, he saw a tall and handsome youth in a suit standing at the door. This person was Sun Xiaoming's boyfriend Cui Ziyuan. Xiaoming, why did you just come today? Cui Ziyuan immediately greeted Sun Xiaoming with a smile on his face after seeing her. Don't mention it, my dad asked me to pick up that comrade's son, so I'm a little late. Sun Xiaoming beamed, somewhat not very happy. Chapter 77, Going Through the Back Door. Cui Ziyuan looked at Chen Ping behind Sun Xiaoming. A hint of contempt flashed in his eyes before he pulled up Sun Xiaoming's hand and walked forward. Chen Ping could only follow behind while Cui Ziyuan followed Sun Xiaoming and the two of them whispered, if you don't want him to work here. A moment later during the interview, I'll just brush him off directly. Anyway, today is my interview, Cui Ziyuan whispered. You don't want to make it too obvious, or else he'll go and tell my dad. And my dad's going to be mean to me again. And this guy just got out of jail, so you just take this thing and reject him. Sun Xiaoming also came to Cui Ziyuan's ear and whispered. They were afraid that Chen Ping would hear them, but what they didn't know was that every word of the two people's conversation was heard by Chen Ping, whose current hearing was not comparable to that of a normal person. Chen Ping in the back gave a cold laugh. For whether he could interview or not, Chen Ping did not care at all. He was just going through the motions. After following Sun Xiaoming and the girls to the sales list floor, Sun Xiaoming pointed to Cui Ziyuan, and then said to Chen Ping, you go with him, remember what I told you, don't tell anyone here that you know me. Chen Ping nodded, then followed Cui Ziyuan to the office where the interview was taking place. At this time outside there were already quite a few people waiting. These people were all here for the interview. After all, it was a group company with good benefits, so there were many people who wanted to come, and among them there was no lack of students from some prestigious universities. You wait outside for a while. Someone will call out to you in a while. After Cui Ziyuan said that, he directly walked into the office, while Chen Ping found a chair to sit down and rest. Dude, you're here for the interview too? Sitting next to Chen Ping, a young man with glasses asked Chen Ping. Aha! Chen Ping nodded. What school did you graduate from? I do know that many of the interviewers this time are graduates of famous universities. Look at that girl in the skirt. I heard that she is from Qingbei University, and that guy with the backpack, he is a graduate of Hai University. The young man had an envious expression as he followed Chen Ping. I'm from Beijing Business School. Chen Ping smiled slightly. A student from Beijing? The young man froze, and then said in surprise, you have this diploma, and you dare to come to this company for an interview. It's really courageous. Your university, not as good as this Lanxian Technical School of mine. The young man looked at Chen Ping's eyes with a bit of pride. He finally found a diploma is not as good as his own. Chen Ping smiled and didn't say anything. At this time, a girl in a work uniform came over and said to the crowd of interviewers, everyone give me your resume, and we will call everyone in order to go in for an interview in a moment. Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly handed in their carefully prepared resumes. Only Chen Ping sat motionless. This gentleman, where is your resume? The girl asked when she saw Chen Ping not moving. I didn't prepare a resume, Chen Ping said indifferently. Seeing that Chen Ping hadn't prepared a resume for the interview, the girl's eyes flashed a hint of surprise, but she still asked out loud, Sir, what's your name, so I can call you later? My name is Chen Ping, Chen Ping said. The girl nodded and turned around to walk into the office. The crowd all looked at Chen Ping, like they were looking at a little cutie. Like, how could one possibly be interviewed for this kind of occasion? Wearing an outdated suit and not even preparing a resume. Only the young man who had just followed Chen Ping to talk, looked at Chen Ping somewhat strangely, and then suddenly whispered, "Buddy, do you have a relationship? Back door?" Chen Ping was stunned, not knowing why that lad would ask that. You must have gone through the back door. Otherwise how could you not prepare your resume? And the person who just brought you here, I see that he is the executive inside this company. No wonder you are so calm. The young man's face carried a few points of fawning smile, and then took out a box of chewing gum from his pocket and handed one to Chen Ping. Chen Ping was not polite and directly took it and threw it into his mouth. Chapter 78 Really bad luck. Buddy, if you really have connections, can you help me put in a good word for me in a while? If I can get accepted, I'll treat you to a meal at a big hotel. The young man looked at Chen Ping with anticipation. Chen Ping smiled faintly. Okay, if I succeed, I'll put in a good word for you. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. The lad had a happy face and kept thanking Chen Ping after him. Soon, the interview started. One by one, the interviewers walked in nervously and walked out dejectedly. Even the interviewers from those few famous universities were unsuccessful. Seeing that the interviewers from those few prestigious universities had failed, the young man beside Chen Ping became even more nervous. His hands slightly clenched into fists. The inside of his palms were sweaty. Next, Chen Ping. Soon, it was Chen Ping's turn, and when Chen Ping got up, the lad beside him pulled him down. Buddy, you must say a few good words for me. I'm counting on you, the young man said with a nervous face. Chen Ping nodded, and then walked into the office. As soon as he entered the door, he saw 3 people sitting behind a table, and the girl who had just collected the resumes was standing on the side. Cui Ziyuan sat in the center of the position. It is clear that he is the main interviewer for today's interview. The left and right too are just accompaniment. Whether the interview can be passed, only need Cui Ziyuan a word on it. Cui Ziyuan looked at Chen Ping. His eyes calmly said, "Introduce yourself." Chen Ping was just about to open his mouth, but he saw an interviewer beside Cui Ziyuan saying, "Since you don't have a resume, you need to talk about all of your experiences in the past few years since you graduated from college." Chen Ping nodded and briefly spoke about his experiences after graduation. Of course the imprisonment was also mentioned. He did not hide it and there was nothing to hide. Only, when Chen Ping said about his imprisonment, a few people surprisingly did not show surprise to anyone. Obviously Cui Ziyuan had just followed a few people to say it. That's why these few people would not be surprised. Cui Ziyuan heard, eyes slightly closed, 2 hands clasped in front of the chest, relying on the seat, did not say a word. The side of the sister saw the situation, hurriedly went forward for Cui Ziyuan gently massage. "Do you know what company we are? Do you know who the boss of our company is? You just came out of jail as a labor prisoner, and you dare to come for an interview?" An interviewer said with a contemptuous smile. "Why don't you dare? Does your company have an explicit rule against interviewing people who have been in jail? Besides, what's wrong with having been in jail? Does being in jail make you a bad person?" Chen Ping said with a faint smile, "Although our company doesn't have an explicit rule, but you are a reformed laborer. If you enter the company, it will affect our company's image. I believe that other companies won't want your kind of ex-prisoners. You'd better know yourself. I wouldn't even have the face to come out if I were you." The interviewer looked at Chen Ping playfully. It looked like he was deliberately humiliating Chen Ping, and his voice was particularly loud. This time, outside those interviewers also heard it. One by one, all of them showed surprise, and the young man who just followed Chen Ping to talk was even more shocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It turns out to be a labor prisoner. Wasting a piece of my gum for nothing. So bad luck. The young man hurriedly ran into the restroom to wash his hands. Chen Ping inside the office was not angry. A light smile said, "If I were you, there is no bit of man's ability. I have no face to sit here. You are full of black circles under your eyes. Is not the night to look at their own wives, but they are not at all useful. Cannot sleep all night ah?" Chen Ping's words made that interviewer froze and looked at Chen Ping with a bit of panic in his eyes. He didn't understand. How did Chen Ping know that he didn't have manly abilities? Chapter 79 Leave him behind. This was his secret. He had never told anyone about it at all. In the eyes of outsiders, he had a beautiful family and a harmonious couple. Only he himself knew that once the night came, he was in deep pain. Now that Chen Ping had hit the sore spot, this caused the interviewer to burst into a rage. The veins on his forehead bulging out. "You're talking nonsense. You don't have the ability of a man. I have a wife. I have children. My family is very happy." The interviewer roared loudly, purposely saying the child especially heavily as a way to refute Chen Ping and prove that Chen Ping was talking nonsense. Chen Ping smiled. "Even if you have a child, it's not your own. It's either picked up, or your daughter-in-law had it with someone else, because your problem fell from childhood, and it's still due to an accident, caused by an external force, which made you lose your manhood. Boom! Chen Ping had just finished speaking. That interviewer stood up with a fierce slap on the table and looked at Chen Ping angrily. You kid investigating me? This interviewer had indeed lost his manhood because he had been kicked in the crotch by a donkey when he was a child, and had just picked up a child after getting married. These things, apart from those people in his hometown who knew about it, there would be no one in Hongcheng who would know about it at all, and he purposely stayed away from his hometown for this reason. But he did not expect that he would be directly told by Chen Ping, "You are not worthy of my investigation yet." Chen Ping smiled coldly. However, that interviewer's words also side by side proved that what Chen Ping had said was the truth, which now made several colleagues at the scene look at that interviewer with strange eyes. The interviewer also seemed to feel that he had said the wrong thing, and immediately became enraged, and was about to rush over towards Chen Ping. Seeing that an interview was about to turn into a fight scene, Cui Ziyuan could only shout angrily, "That's enough, sit back down for me." The interviewer could only glare at Chen Ping fiercely, then sat back. Cui Ziyuan only wanted his men to humiliate Chen Ping for a while and then just tell him that he was not suitable. He didn't expect that things would turn out this way, which made Cui Ziyuan a little angry in his heart. "Kid, you're not suitable to work in our company. You don't even want to show us the door with this status. It's better to get lost. Don't come back again in the future." Another interviewer saw that Cui Ziyuan's face was a bit angry, and immediately reprimanded Chen Ping. "Such a sizable company would have employees like you. It's really time to straighten things out." Chen Ping sneered and got up to walk outside. He did not really want to work here, but just as Chen Ping had just gotten up and was about to walk out, suddenly a tall, wearing a suit, with a cold-faced youth walked in. The youth's body carried a bit of majesty, and he swept a glance at Chen Ping as soon as he entered the door. Chen Ping also looked at the youth and then prepared to continue leaving, but who knew that he was directly stopped by the youth. "You are Chen Ping?" Chen Ping looked at the youth suspiciously and nodded slightly. He did not recognize this person in front of him, but if Chen Ping's parents were there, they would definitely recognize him. The one who went to Pan Long Bay Villa and drove Chen Ping's parents away was the person in front of him, Mr. Xing. After Cui Ziyuan saw this youth, he immediately fawned and ran over, and then explained, "This person is called Chen Ping, came over to apply for a job, and because he didn't meet our company's conditions, we rejected him. Leave him." After that youth spoke, he once again sized up Chen Ping before turning around and about to leave. "Mr. Xing, he is a laborer who just came out of jail?" Cui Ziyuan called out to the youth and said. That youth slowly turned around, his eyes full of coldness looking at Cui Ziyuan. "Are you teaching me to do things?" This can be that Cui Ziyuan startled, shaking his head repeatedly. "Do not dare, do not dare." Chapter 80 Entry Procedures. The youth turned around and walked away. Cui Ziyuan and the two interviewers all froze. One looked at Chen Ping incredulously, not understanding how Chen Ping followed the company's general manager to recognize him. "Chen Ping, how do you know me?" "Mr. Xing?" Cui Ziyuan asked with a puzzled face. "Is he the general manager of this company?" "I don't know him." Chen Ping shook his head. Chen Ping did not know this youth and had not seen him before. However, this youth had seen Chen Ping and had also seen Chen Ping following Su Yuqi in a loving manner with his own eyes. The youth was called Xing Jun, an international student who graduated from Stanford University abroad, and was reused after serving in the Su group, and this Xing Jun also had his eyes on Su Yuqi, and had been pursuing Su Yuqi, only that Su Yuqi didn't agree to it. After Su Wenzong gave Su Yuqi the company, because Su Yuqi does not manage, so the Xing Jun transferred to the general manager of the Heart of Rain Day Chemical Limited Company, fully responsible for the company's operation and management. This Xing Jun does have some strength. In just a short period of time, he managed the company in a well-organized manner, and it also became the most profitable subsidiary of the Su Group. The reason why Xing Jun worked so hard was to get Su Yuqi to look at him, but when he realized that Su Yuqi was even following Chen Ping, a kid who had been in jail, a huge shift occurred within his heart, and he wanted to take Su Yuqi out of Chen Ping's hands. Now Chen Ping even came to the company for an interview. Of course he wanted to seize this opportunity. As long as Chen Ping stayed inside the company, he could have tens of thousands of ways to make Chen Ping know what to do, and he could also provoke Chen Ping to follow Su Yuqi's relationship. "It's really strange." Cui Ziyuan frowned, but the general manager gave the word. He, a department manager, can't dare to go against it. He can only say to Chen Ping, "You go through the entry formalities. Then I'll send someone to take you to familiarize yourself with the company." Now Cui Ziyuan temporarily did not dare to find Chen Ping trouble. He did not know this Chen Ping followed Xing Jun. In the end, what is the relationship? Chen Ping was also a little strange. Not understanding this, what is general manager Xing? Why did he leave himself behind? It looks like he knows himself. Could it be that Su Yuchi knew that he had come to her company for an interview and had specially instructed this general manager? Chen Ping pondered with a slight frown and followed that girl in the office out and was led to the entry formalities. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You kid turned out to be a labor prisoner. I'm really unlucky. I actually talked to you for half a day. It's too bad luck. Just like you. Never want to apply for a job. As soon as Chen Ping went out the door, he was counted down by the lad who just wore glasses. Chen Ping looked at the lad. Originally he had felt that this lad was not bad, but he did not want to be this kind of dog-eyed guy as well. Mr. Chen, please follow me here. The entry procedure requires an ID card. May I ask if you have it with you? The girl who followed Chen Ping out asked to Chen Ping. Oh, brought it. Chen Ping handed his ID card to that girl, then smiled gratefully. He knew that the girl had asked this on purpose, in order to speak to that young man. Sure enough, when that young man saw that Chen Ping had actually succeeded in the interview, his eyes instantly widened roundly, his face full of incredulity. However, Chen Ping did not care about him, but after a sneer, followed the girl directly left. At the same time Chen Ping was applying for employment. In the sales manager's office, Sun Xiaoming said to Cui Ziyuan with an angry face, "What the hell is wrong with you? Didn't you say not to admit him? Now that he's been hired, he's going to annoy me to death, and my dad will definitely make me bring him to work every day. Can you blame me? Who knows what kind of relationship that kid has with Mr. Xing?" Mr. Xing directly accepted him. What can I do? Cui Ziyuan also said with a displeased face. Chapter 81, You're not happy? Didn't you follow Mr. Xing and say that he's a labor prisoner? Sun Xiaoming continued to ask. Of course I said that. At that time, that look in Mr. Xing's eyes almost didn't scare me to death. If I dare to talk too much, I guess I won't be able to keep this manager position. Now when Cui Ziyuan remembered Xing Jun's eyes, he had palpitations in his heart. Could it be that this guy really knows Mr. Xing? Sun Xiaoming frowned. Let's take a look first. If he really knows General Manager Xing, we really can't target him in the future, and you'll have to coax him to do so. Cui Ziyuan instructed Sun Xiaoming. Use your words. Sun Xiaoming gave a blank look, and then walked out. At this time, the sales department had a dozen or so people inside, who had long since learned that the general manager had personally sent word to recruit a laborer who had been in jail. This kind of thing spread very quickly inside the company, especially this kind of gossip thing. This one called Chen Ping must have connections with General Manager Xing, otherwise he wouldn't have wanted him. Someone who has been in jail working with us. Why do I feel so creepy? We'll all be careful when someone comes. If this guy really has connections with Mr. Xing, if we're not careful, we'll be in bad luck. The people inside the sales department gathered together and discussed. What are you doing? Don't you have to work? Sun Xiaoming came out from the office and saw that the people were all gathered around discussing together, so she shouted with a cold face. Sun Xiaoming in the sales department, although it is only an ordinary salesman, but everywhere playing the official authority. After all, Cui Ziyuan is the department manager. No one dares to provoke Sun Xiaoming. When Sun Xiaoming shouted, the crowd dispersed. Only a short-haired girl walked towards Sun Xiaoming. This girl's name was Wang Lanlan, and she was very close to Sun Xiaoming. Xiaoming, did you hear that our sales department recruited a labor prisoner? I heard that it was Mr. Xing who gave the order to recruit him, so I guess he has a relationship with Mr. Xing. Wang Lanlan whispered after Sun Xiaoming. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If he is related to Mr. Xing, he is related to Mr. Xing, he is just lucky. Sun Xiaoming did not believe that Chen Ping really had any relationship with the general manager. Wang Lanlan froze. You know the one called Chen Ping? Sun Xiaoming realized that she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly shook her head. I don't know any laborers. I just think that this guy just got out of jail. How could he possibly know General Manager Xing? Don't rumor it blindly. After that, I'll ask Manager Cui to ask General Manager Xing to find out. About an hour or so later, Chen Ping's entry formalities were completed and he received a license plate and went to the sales department. When Chen Ping arrived at the sales department, everyone looked at him like he was a giant panda, which made Chen Ping a bit overwhelmed. Chen Ping, congratulations on joining our sales department. In the future you should cherish this opportunity, Cui Ziyuan said to Chen Ping in a calm tone. Before knowing if Chen Ping was following Xing Jun's relationship, Cui Ziyuan did not dare to target Chen Ping again. Chen Ping nodded slightly. Tong Jian, come here for a moment. Cui Ziyuan shouted towards a boy with glasses and a boyish face. Soon the boy ran over and coyly said to Cui Ziyuan, Manager, you called out for me? You will take Chen Ping from now on. The two of you in a group. Remember to teach him more, Cui Ziyuan said to the boy. The boy looked at Chen Ping, a difficult look on his face. What? You're not happy? Cui Ziyuan's eyes glared. The boy hurriedly shook his head and said, Willing. Seeing the boy agree, Chui Ziyuan then smiled faintly and said to Chen Ping, "You go with him, your workstation is right next to him." After Chui Ziyuan finished speaking, he turned around and went back to his office, while the other sales department colleagues were looking at Chen Ping with a playful smile on their faces, and that Sun Xiaoming also snickered and sat back to her position. Chapter 82. Not a penny less. Big brother, my name is Zhang Tongjian. I hope you can take care of more. Returning to the workstation, Zhang Tongjian stretched out his hand with a nervous face and said to Chen Ping. Chen Ping could see that this Zhang Tongjian was afraid of himself, which made Chen Ping somewhat surprised. My name is Chen Ping. You should be the one to take care of me more. Chen Ping extended his hand and said with a slight smile. No, I've only been here for a few days as well. Let's work together, Zhang Tongjian said hurriedly. Chen Ping had long seen that this Tongjian did not look like an old employee. You seem to be afraid of me? Chen Ping asked, somewhat puzzled at Zhang Tongjian. No, not afraid. Zhang Tongjian shook his head, but his eyes did not dare to look directly at Chen Ping. Do you know something? Chen Ping knew that this Zhang Tongjian must know something, and that was why he was afraid of himself. Zhang Tongjian hesitated, and finally nodded. Big brother, what did you go to jail for? Look at you, also does not look like a bad person. When Chen Ping heard this, he laughed. It turned out that this Tongjian knew that he had been in jail. That's why he acted a little scared. After knowing why Zhang Tongjian was afraid of himself, Chen Ping didn't have anything to hide and told Zhang Tongjian about himself. In a short time, the two became acquainted, and Zhang Tongjian was no longer afraid of Chen Ping. Brother Chen, you are also wronged enough, but now since it is out, then do a good job. Only, Zhang Tongjian said, began to swallow. Only what? Chen Ping asked. Brother Chen, only that you are assigned to my group. It is estimated that neither of us can work for long. Zhang Tongjian sighed and said, what's going on here? Chen Ping was surprised for a while. Zhang Tongjian opened a folder from the computer, and then said to Chen Ping, Brother Chen, these are the accounts that we need to recover in this group. The last salesman left the accounts to leave the company, and now we need to collect them. If we can't collect them this month, we won't be able to do it. Chen Ping looked at the densely packed accounts on the computer and frowned slightly. There are so many people who owe my wife money? Brother Chen, what are you saying? Zhang Tongjian froze. Oh, I said how so many people owe money. Chen Ping hurriedly changed his words. That's right. It's not good for any business right now. I've analyzed it long ago. These people who owe money are some difficult customers. I guess the two of us won't be able to collect. Zhang Tongjian sighed heavily. Chen Ping at this time also finally understood why many people sneered after he followed Zhang Tongjian into a group. Don't worry. Not a penny of this money will be missing. We can ask for it. Chen Ping patted Zhang Tongjian's shoulder and encouraged. Knowing that this company was Su Yuchi's, money owed to the company was money owed to Su Yuchi. Money owed to Su Yuchi was money owed to him. Chen Ping would not let anyone owe him money. Well, let's work together. Zhang Tongjian was encouraged by Chen Ping's encouragement and nodded with effort. Chen Ping began to familiarize himself with all the money owed inside the company. He would ask for every penny of this money back. Soon, the day passed. Chen Ping stretched his waist and couldn't help but mutter, this arrears are too much. What does the general manager of the company do for a living? Brother Chen, don't talk nonsense. If someone hears you and reports you, you'll be in trouble. Zhang Tongjian heard Chen Ping actually complaining about the general manager. He was so scared that he hurriedly reminded, is it so serious? A general manager is just a general manager, also hired. Really treat this place as his own home, himself as an emperor? Chen Ping did not expect that the employees were so afraid of that general manager Xing. One must know that Xing Jun was only a professional manager, hired by the Su family at their expense, and had not yet reached the point where he was overshadowing the company. It was just that Su Yuchi seldom came to the company and never participated in the company's affairs, which made Xing Jun's power grow bigger and bigger. Chapter 83, I set the rules. Chen Ping, the company rules state that new employees should treat everyone to a rubdown. Where are you going to arrange for everyone? Sun Xiaoming found Chen Ping after work and asked. At this time, everyone in the office was looking at Chen Ping, ready to eat Chen Ping a good meal, because every new employee would be given a hard meal. There's still this rule? The board of directors stipulated it? Chen Ping was slightly stunned. Brother Chen, yes, there is this stipulation. When I came here, I treated everyone to a meal. It cost me nearly $10,000. If I don't, I'm afraid that I'm going to get my shoes worn in the future. Zhang Tongjian whispered to Chen Ping and reminded him, Chen Ping, since you have come to my sales department, you have to abide by the rules of the sales department. This rule was set when I was the manager. Chui Ziyuan walked over and said to Chen Ping, you set the rules? Chen Ping coldly smiled. Sorry, I don't have any money. You guys want to eat? Then pay for your own food. You guys are not beggars. Do you need to beg for a meal with me? Chen Ping finished his speech, completely ignoring Cui Ziyuan's face that had already turned green with anger. He turned around and left. This Chen Ping is too much. What the heck? Is he relying on the fact that he has a relationship with Mr. Xing? So he is so unselfish, not even putting manager Cui in his eyes. Wang Lanlan jumped out and immediately spoke for Cui Ziyuan. That's right, even if he has connections, he can't talk after manager Cui like this, even comparing us to beggars. Who the hell cares about this meal of his? It seems he doesn't know the power of our sales department. Let him look good tomorrow. The sales department group of people all said with righteous indignation. Zhang Tongjian hid to the side and didn't dare to speak at all. Inwardly depressed, Chen Ping's behavior today will surely attract retaliation. When they are in a group, he can't hide himself. Humph, he's got a load to do with it. I've already asked Mr. Xing long ago. The reason why Mr. Xing left him behind is just to make a good fool out of him. Cui Ziyuan said with a cold flash in his eyes. He had already asked Xing Jun on the side, and the instructions that Xing Jun gave him was to make Chen Ping embarrassed inside the company. Although Cui Ziyuan did not know why Xing Jun did this, but the general manager's words, he did not dare to disobey. Since Chen Ping didn't treat him, those people from the sales department left, and just as Cui Ziyuan followed Sun Xiaoming to say goodbye and thought of leaving as well, Sun Xiaoming's cell phone suddenly rang. The call was from Sun Xiaoming's mother, Li Fingxia. Seeing her mother call herself, Sun Xiaoming hurriedly picked it up. Xiaoming, to tell you a big good news. Fuyao decorations arrears, all returned to us? Our family's company came to life. Li Feixia's voice carried excitement and thrill. Really? Sun Xiaoming was also excited. Then why did Fuyao decoration suddenly return the money? We've asked for it many times but we didn't give it. Your dad asked around. It was Master Tiger who sent the word, scaring that Fuyao decoration to give the money right away. Li Fengxia said. Lin Tianhu? Sun Xiaoming froze. Our family doesn't have any relationship with him. We don't even know him, so why did Master Tiger help us? I'm also wondering. I remember you said that Ziyuan used his connections to help us think of a way out. I wondered if Ziyuan knew Master Tiger, or if his friends did, so I'm calling you to ask. If it's really Ziyuan's help, then call him up tonight and let's have a meal together. Li Fengxia inquired. I'll go ask him. Hang up first. Sun Xiaoming hung up the phone. What's wrong? See how happy you are? Cui Ziyuan saw Sun Xiaoming's face of excitement and asked suspiciously. Chapter 84, Pretty Fast Efficiency. Ziyuan, did you ask Master Tiger to help our family to collect the debt? Fuyao Decorations' money was all returned to our family. Our family's company is saved. My dad said that Master Tiger personally sent the word. Sun Xiaoming looked at Cui Ziyuan with an expectant face and asked. She very much hoped that this matter is really Cui Ziyuan did, so that his parents will not be in the refusal of the two of them, and in front of their parents. Cui Ziyuan's status will also be elevated quite a lot. To be able to know such a character as Lin Tianhu, that is incomparably honored. Master Tiger? Cui Ziyuan froze, but with a twinkle in his eyes, he quickly reacted and said, I did mention a word after Master Tiger. I didn't expect Master Tiger to be so efficient. Since I gave the money, then I'm relieved. Ziyuan, I didn't think you really know Master Tiger. You're fantastic. Sun Xiaoming excitedly pounced on Cui Ziyuan. Fiercely kissed Cui Ziyuan said. My mom said, tonight called you to have dinner together. This time I would like to see now I want to see. My father can still look down on you not. Sun Xiaoming happily sat on Cui Ziyuan's arm and walked towards the parking lot together. On the other side of Chen Ping, after returning home, Tang Hongying eagerly asked, Chen Ping, how was the interview? What position was arranged for you? Mom, the interview was successful. As a salesman, the pay is good. Chen Ping said with a faint smile. AI Young, this can be really great. Even directly as a salesman, this is the credit of others. Xiaoming, when there is time our family to go to thank people, you have an official job. I also feel relieved. Tang Hongying had a satisfied smile on her face. Seeing his mother's happy look, Chen Ping did not say anything more. Chen Ping, wash up, change your clothes, in a moment we'll go out to eat. Your Uncle Sun called and shouted for us to have a meal together. Chen Baogua came in from outside with his cell phone and said after seeing Chen Ping, Baogua, why did Fu Hai invite us for dinner? According to reason, they found Chen Ping a job. We should invite them. Tang Hongying asked in confusion. It seems like Fu Hai's arrears, all of them have been paid off, and the company has come to life. Chen Baogua said. That's really great. It's true that good people have good rewards. Upon hearing this, Tang Hongying was also happy for Sun Fu Hai. After Chen Ping heard this, he smiled slightly and walked into the room to change his clothes. He originally also wanted to give Lin Tianhu a phone call to ask about. Did not expect this kid efficiency as quite fast. It seems that the heart of the reign of daily chemical arrears also want to let Lin Tianhu to step forward to ask for it. This can be all their own money. Regal Hotel. Sun Fuhai happy, specially set a table here. To know that Sun Fuhai has not come here to eat for a long time, because the price is too expensive. Plus the company is everywhere in arrears, and there is no heart to come here to eat. This regal hotel is just grand. This is the first time I've come here to eat? Sun Xiaoming looked at the opulent hotel in front of her. The whole person was so excited that she almost didn't jump up. Here is also the Su family's industry. Talking about it, we are all a boss it. Eat here. I took out my work permit. Can play 20% discount. Cui Ziyuan said with some pride. Yes, we come here to eat. It is also considered to generate income for the boss. Sun Xiaoming took Cui Ziyuan's hand and walked in. Arriving at a private room, the two pushed the door and walked in. At this time, Sun Fuhai followed by Li Fingxia had already arrived. Good uncle, good aunt. After seeing Sun Fuhai and Li Fingxia, Cui Ziyuan politely greeted them. Good. Li Fingxia hurriedly got up. Ziyuan, quickly come over and sit. All are your own family. What are you polite about? Chapter 85 Small Things. At this time, Sun Fuhai also smiled faintly. Ziyuan, come over next to me. In a moment, we two masters drink 2 more cups. My company's things, thanks to you. Sun Fuhai's attitude towards Cui Ziyuan was a 180-degree change, which made Cui Ziyuan's whole person instantly swelled up. Uncle, this little thing what are you polite with me, is not just a sentence thing? Besides we are a family Cui Ziyuan said, sitting next to Sun Fuhai. Although this matter is not Cui Ziyuan's doing, but since they all think it is his doing, then he will also go along with it. Just can also show his strength. Ziyuan, I really don't know that you follow the Tiger Master role. No. You are not aware of that Fuyao Decoration Company's boss to send me money to go. That'll look of a grandson. Almost give me kneel down. Simply too good. Sun Fuhai as soon as he remembered that scene, the whole person is excited beyond words. He has done so many years, are for others to pretend to be a grandson, has not yet been treated as a grandfather like this. This feeling is afraid of a lifetime cannot forget. Uncle, in the future, the company has something, despite with me on the line. Don't look at me just a small department manager. In Hanqing there is no thing I can't deal with. Cui Ziyuan shamelessly said big words, not the slightest fear of don't reveal, because here a few people, who do not know Lin Tianhu, have not even seen, who can dismantle him. Good. Future uncle company will rely on you. I just Xiaoming a daughter. In the future all is yours. Sun Fuhai is now recognized from the heart this Cui Ziyuan. Uncle rest assured, I will definitely be good to Xiaoming. Cui Ziyuan nodded vigorously, excited inside. Okay, I'm hungry. If you guys keep talking, I'm going to starve to death. Hurry up and eat. Sun Xiaoming interrupted the two and pouted her lips. Wait a little while. I notified your Uncle Chen's family. They should be here soon. Sun Fuhai stopped Sun Xiaoming. We're having a family dinner. What are we calling them for? It's annoying. The moment Sun Xiaoming heard that Chen Ping's family was coming, her face turned ugly. You child, how can I say that your Uncle Chen also saved Dad's life? Sun Fuhai glared at Sun Xiaoming before continuing. How was Chen Ping's interview today? Uncle, then Chen Ping's interview was successful. I'm the department manager. This little thing can still be done. Cui Ziyuan directly took the credit for Chen Ping's successful interview onto himself. Ziyuan, it's really troublesome for you. Sun Fuhai gratefully glanced at Cui Ziyuan. Right at this moment, the door to the box was pushed open and Chen Ping's family walked in. Sorry for coming a little late. Chen Bagua saw that Sun Fuhai and his family had arrived long ago, so he apologized. Old squad leader, it's fine, we just arrived as well. Hurry up and sit down. Sun Fuhai hurriedly greeted Chen Bagua as they sat down, and Chen Ping felt a little surprised after seeing that Cui Ziyuan was also there, but did not say anything. Cui Ziyuan, however, looked at Chen Ping with a playful face and said with a cold smile, Chen Ping, we meet again, letting you treat your guests, but you ran away. Do you know how difficult this makes it for me and Xiaoming? After Cui Ziyuan's words, Chen Bagua immediately looked at Chen Ping with a questioning look in his eyes. Tang Hongying, on the other hand, spoke up and asked, Chen Ping, what's going on? Sun Fuhai also looked at Cui Ziyuan with an inquiring look on his face. This Chen Ping, the interview was successful. There's a rule in our sales department that new employees should be treated to dinner, but he said he didn't have the money to run away, causing Ziyuan and I to lose our lives. Sun Xiaoming said as she looked at Chen Ping in exasperation. Chapter 86, Unlucky Sooner or Later. Chen Ping, is that so? When Chen Bagua heard this, he immediately asked with a cold face, Dad, I am. Shut the hell up. Chen Bagua interrupted Chen Ping and roared with vigor. Our family is poor, but not so poor that we can't afford to buy a meal. People helped you. You have to abide by people's rules, and you don't even know how to treat people with courtesy? How can you still mix in the company in the future? Chen Bagua roared angrily, saying that Chen Ping did not say a word. Old class president. Chen Ping's kid is also trying to save money. How big a deal is this? If you don't invite it, just don't invite it. Today this meal is considered to be a congratulation for Chen Ping's successful interview. Sun Fuhai hurriedly rounded off the scene. He could not let Chen Bagua and Chen Ping quarrel. Uncle, in fact, I and Xiaomeng is not pour Chen Ping that meal. The main purpose is to let him follow the colleagues to increase the feelings. The future also good to carry out the work. Cui Ziyuan said so. More appear Chen Ping petty. Yes, this matter is Chen Ping's fault. Tomorrow I asked him to make up. The company's rules cannot be broken from us. Chen Bagua looked at Cui Ziyuan with an apologetic face and said, I look at it this way, there is no need to tomorrow. A moment after dinner, I contacted the company a few co-workers, we went to sing together. This money let Chen Ping out. I followed the company those people also explained. Cui Ziyuan said, good, good. Chen Bagua nodded repeatedly. Ziyuan, your Uncle Chen's family conditions are not very good. You are looking at the point, cannot spend more money. Sun Fuhai said to Cui Ziyuan, Uncle rest assured, cannot spend 200 or 300. Cui Ziyuan said with a faint smile, Fuhai, this is the object of Xiaomeng, right? This is really a talented person, and do everything. Chen Bagua followed Sun Fuhai and praised Cui Ziyuan. That's not true, my company's arrears all come back. Thanks to him, Ziyuan and Hongqing's Lin Tianhu know each other. That Lin Tianhu will word and get the money back. Sun Fuhai was also full of smiles. He was now quite satisfied with Cui Ziyuan as his son-in-law. After Chen Ping heard this, his whole body was just stunned. He didn't know. When did the credit of getting the money back for Sun Fuhai's company fall on this Cui Ziyuan? Lin Tianhu? Chen Bagua froze. That's the biggest gangster in Hongcheng? This kind of person or don't recognize the good. Don't look at now mighty. Sooner or later to be unlucky. Chen Bagua was once a civil servant, so he looked down on punks. Uncle Chen, you're not right. In Hongcheng to know Master Tiger, that's a supreme honor. How can you say that? As far as your son is like that, I'm afraid that he won't have the chance to know Master Tiger in his whole life. In the future, you should say less of this kind of words, so as not to get into trouble. Cui Ziyuan was furious at Chen Bagua's words, so he said coldly. Chen Bagua heard this and shut his mouth not to say anything else. Old squad leader, society is different now. Some things we have to keep up with the situation. Sun Fuhai said faintly. Chen Bagua still didn't say anything, but in his bones, he just couldn't see the kind of person Lin Tianhu was. This is also why Chen Ping did not dare to let his parents know that he followed Lin Tianhu to know the relationship. If his parents know, I'm afraid that even this son of their own do not want. On the wine table, Cui Ziyuan had been drinking with a condescending attitude, feeling the feeling of being touted by others. Only since the beginning, Chen Ping did not drink and did not toast Cui Ziyuan, which made Cui Ziyuan's mood a little upset. Chen Ping, a big old man, why don't you know how to drink? Cui Ziyuan asked at Chen Ping with a slight sneer. Chen Ping smiled slightly. It's not that I won't drink, because for me, there is no difference between wine followed by tea. It's better to drink tea, and save money. Chapter 87, Not Drunk. Cui Ziyuan froze, then laughed out loud. What do you mean? You can drink a lot, right? Haven't gotten drunk yet, Chen Ping said indifferently. This time, Cui Ziyuan instantly came to the interest. That's good. The two of us then a match. I have not encountered a rival in drinking. Today it is just right to be able to enjoy a pain, Cui Ziyuan said, and let the waiter bring up a case of white wine. Chen Ping, when were you able to drink white wine? Don't talk nonsense, there are no outsiders around. What's there to show off? Tang Hongying said with a slight frown. Mom, don't worry, I have my measure. Chen Ping comforted his mother. Chen Bagua also wanted to speak out to stop, but was pulled by Sun Fuhai, old squad leader. It's good for young people to have a bit of vigor. You forget that we don't often spar in the army. Let them young people play. Seeing this, Chen Bagua couldn't say anything else, and could only look at Chen Ping helplessly. Ziyuan, you have a large amount of alcohol. Let Chen Ping point, but do not drink too much. Lively even if. Sun Fuhai knows that Cui Ziyuan has a large amount of alcohol. There was once a time when Cui Ziyuan drank more than a caddy of white wine, and was still able to take a taxi home by himself. Uncle rest assured, I drink 2 cups. Let him drink a cup on the line, Cui Ziyuan said as he opened the bottle of wine and started pouring wine towards the inside of the cup. This cup is too small. Bring 2 big bowls, Chen Ping said to the waiter. Cui Ziyuan froze and looked at Chen Ping with some surprise. You wouldn't be unable to drink from a bowl, would you? Chen Ping asked with a faint smile. How can it be? Even if it is blown from a bottle, I am still the same, Cui Ziyuan sneered. In his opinion, Chen Ping was deliberately pretending to scare himself. The more Chen Ping was like this, the more it proved that he couldn't drink. Soon, the large bowl was brought, and there was a full bottle of wine in one bowl. Say, how to drink? Cui Ziyuan looked at Chen Ping provocatively and asked. I'm a person who is afraid of trouble. Dry up. After saying that, Chen Ping unexpectedly drank the bowl of white wine in one gulp. Seeing this, everyone was taken aback. Chen Bagua even frowned slightly, his eyes full of heartache as he said, Chen Ping, are you drinking? What's the difference between this following suicide? Don't try to be brave. Dad, I'm fine. Chen Ping smiled faintly at Chen Bagua, and then turned the bowl upside down and looked at Cui Ziyuan. It's your turn. Cui Ziyuan frowned. He really did not expect Chen Ping to dare to drink all the wine in one gulp, although he had a good amount of alcohol, but with this kind of drinking, he was really afraid of breaking his body. If you can't drink, don't drink. What's the point of comparing? Chen Bagua saw that Cui Ziyuan was a bit embarrassed, so he gave Cui Ziyuan a step and said, it's fine if you don't drink, then it proves that you are a wimp. Chen Ping provocatively looked at Cui Ziyuan. Wimped out? When Cui Ziyuan heard this, he instantly became angry. Drinking, I have never wimped out. After saying that, Cui Ziyuan closed his eyes, and a bowl of wine was also given to drink. After drinking it down, Cui Ziyuan's face instantly turned red. Chen Ping picked up the bottle and poured 2 more bowls of wine. Chen Ping, that's enough. Chen Bagua saw this and got up to yell at Chen Ping. Chen Ping did not speak, but looked straight at Cui Ziyuan, his eyes carrying a strong flavor of provocation. Don't you care? Let's keep drinking. Cui Ziyuan only felt fire rising at this moment. Shouting loudly at Chen Bagua, Chen Ping's eyes slightly stared, picked up the wine and once again took a sip. When these white wines reached Chen Ping's stomach, there was no difference following the water. The spiritual energy within Chen Ping's body absorbed these white wines. Seeing Chen Ping drink another bowl of white wine in one gulp, everyone was shocked. Sun Xiaoming pulled Cui Ziyuan and said, if we can't drink it, we won't drink it. He's not afraid to wear shoes. We can't compare with him. Chapter 88, Free Bill. That's right, Ziyuan, let's not drink anymore. Our life is precious. With him to fight, what life? At this time, Li Fengxia also stood up and persuaded Cui Ziyuan. They are really afraid that Cui Ziyuan in a bowl of wine down the whole person in the accident. That would be trouble. Cui Ziyuan's eyes were a little red. His head was a little dizzy. Looking at Chen Ping's eyes were full of provocation, so he clenched his teeth and picked up the bowl and drank it down. 2 bowls of wine. Cui Ziyuan's face has changed from red to white. The whole face looks a bit hideous. Seeing Cui Ziyuan that way, Chen Ping sat back with satisfaction. In drinking down, Cui Ziyuan definitely want to drink to death, and his parents will definitely not let himself drink again. How you sit down? Have the ability to drink again? Drink again, ah. Cui Ziyuan saw Chen Ping sit down and immediately yelled, but the words just finished. Suddenly a burst of blood gas upward. Wow, a mouthful of spit out, directly sprayed that Li Fengxia all over. Ah, Li Fengxia shrieked. Looking at the filth on her body, she herself almost vomited. Seeing this, Sun Fuhai's brows were tightly wrinkled and his face was ugly. Chen Bagua glared at Chen Ping, and then hurriedly got up and said, Fuhai, you guys hurry up and send Ziyuan home, we're leaving as well. These 2 kids are really something. What's the point of competing? Sun Fuhai could only nod his head. Having gotten into this situation, there was no way to stay and chat. But just when Chen Bagua wanted to take Chen Ping to leave, Cui Ziyuan directly stopped. Can't go. Cui Ziyuan hazed his eyes, said we'd go sing? How can we just walk away? Are you afraid to spend money? Ziyuan, you drank too much. Wait for another day to go. Sun Fuhai persuaded Cui Ziyuan. No, I must go today. I've set it up with everyone in the group. If I don't go, how disgraced I am. Cui Ziyuan shook his head. He must let Chen Ping go and ask for a song. This time, Sun Fuhai looked at Chen Bagua with some difficulty. Dad, you guys go back first. I'll go ask them to sing. Chen Ping said to Chen Bagua. Chen Bagua couldn't say anything else at this time. He could only urge Chen Ping. Don't be too late. Don't ever drink again. Chen Bagua said, took out a bunch of money from his pocket. There were zeros and whole ones, and it was just over $300. You take this money. I know that singing costs a lot of money. Chen Bagua stuffed the money into Chen Ping's hand. Chen Ping wanted to push back, but he knew that with his father's character, he couldn't push back, so he simply took the money. At this time, Sun Fuhai also took out his wallet, took out $1,000 and handed it to Chen Ping. Chen Ping, I'll give you a little bit more, just in case there's not enough money. Dad, you usually give me money, not so generous, ah. Sun Xiaoming said as she grabbed the money in Sun Fuhai's hand. You child, quickly give the money to Chen Ping. Sun Fuhai said to Sun Xiaoming, I take it is not the same. By the time he does not have enough money, I make up for it is. Sun Xiaoming put the money into her pocket. Uncle Sun, I have enough money. It's really not enough. Then let Xiaoming make up for it as well. Chen Ping said with a faint smile at Sun Fuhai. Sun Fuhai sighed. It could only be so. A group of people out of the box. Sun Fuhai ready to go to count. Chui Ziyuan this time shaking followed the past. I have a work permit here. You can get 20% discount. Chui Ziyuan slapped his work permit on the front desk, but the cashier lady at the front desk didn't even look at it. Sir, your consumption. This hotel has already waived the bill. You don't need to pay. The front desk cashier lady politely said to Sun Fuhai. Chapter 89, I'll go pick you up. Sun Fuhai gave a moment to freeze. He did not understand how to give himself a free bill. On the side of Chui Ziyuan heard, immediately laughed. Ha, did not think that my work permit is so good. After pulling out, even directly free of charge, the Su family is really talk about it. Sun Fuhai heard, also cannot help but nodded. He also thought it was Chui Ziyuan's work permit played a role. After all, Chui Ziyuan is also working for the Su family. Only that cashier lady contemptuous look at Chui Ziyuan a glance did not say anything. The reason why the free bill is directed at Chen Ping to go. Regal Hotel inside the staff. Almost all know Chen Ping followed Su Yuchi's relationship. See Chen Ping came over to eat. Of course, free of charge. Who dares to accept the Su family's future aunt's money? A group of people walked out of the hotel. Sun Fuai followed Chen Bagui to say goodbye to each other. Okay, stop it. Your body stinks to death. It's all this Chen Ping's fault. Is there such a thing as drinking like that? Ziyuan was overfilled with. Li Fingxia muttered, and also glared at Chen Ping with an exasperated look. Chen Ping did not say anything, while Chen Bagua followed Li Fingxia with an apologetic face and apologized, then left with Tang Hongying. Sun Fuhai also followed Li Fingxia home, leaving only Chen Ping, Chui Ziyuan and Sun Xiaoming. Chen Ping, you reek of alcohol, take a taxi yourself, don't dirty my car. Sun Xiaoming said as she gave Chen Ping a cold look. Chen Ping had drunk Chui Ziyuan like this. Sun Xiaoming was still angry now. Chen Ping, let's go to Dynasty KTV, don't you run off halfway. Chui Ziyuan staggeringly finished, was pulled by Sun Xiaoming into the car, and then a smoke without shadow. Looking at the car that sped away, Chen Ping's eyes with some coldness. This Chui Ziyuan one after another to find fault Chen Ping to teach him a good lesson. There is also that Sun Xiaoming, if it is not because of Sun Fuhai sake, Chen Ping will not spoil her. Reaching out and stopping a cab, Chen Ping wanted to rush towards Dynasty KTV, but the phone rang at this time. It was Wang Henin who called. Chen Ping hurriedly connected. Brother Chen Ping, where did your family go? My mom made some dumplings and brought them over to you, but found no one at home. Wang Han inquired. We came out to eat. Chen Ping explained. Oh, so are you done eating now? I think it's too stuffy at home. I want to go out for a walk. Wang Han's meaning was obvious. She wanted Chen Ping to accompany her around. Chen Ping hesitated and said, I'm going to go to KTV now. I succeeded in my interview today, so I'll sing along with my colleagues. Oh, forget it then. Wang Henin's tone carried a few points of loss. Where are you? How about going together? Chen Ping suddenly said. He was thinking of bringing Wang Henin to the company as well, just to follow these people and familiarize himself with them. Is this appropriate? Wang Henin wanted to go, but was a little embarrassed. What's inappropriate about this? I want to bring you to the company tomorrow as well. There's nothing wrong with getting acquainted first. I'll pick you up. Chen Ping finished. Let the cab first went to their neighborhood to pick up Wang Han before rushing to the Dynasty KTV. At this time the Dynasty KTV, Chui Ziyuan they have arrived, and opened a large private room. What's wrong with this Chen Ping? He hasn't come for such a long time. He won't run away, right? His poor look. I'm really afraid he can't afford to pay. Wang Lanlan muttered. The others also echoed, afraid that if Chen Ping didn't come, who would pay for the private room today? Tong Jian, if Chen Ping doesn't come, one of your group, you pay for today's consumption. Chui Ziyuan relied on the sofa. His eyes were mesmerized as he said to Zhang Tongjian who was sitting in the corner. Zhang Tongjian nodded coyly. Although reluctant, he did not dare to refuse. Chapter 90 Attentiveness. Seeing that someone had forked out the money, the others all buzzed and started ordering fruit plates and asking for beer. Zhang Tongjian, on the other hand, prayed that Chen Ping must come, otherwise he would have to bleed out again today. The credit card he was carrying was almost out of credit. Chui Ziyuan lay on the sofa, letting Sun Xiaoming press his head and drink some water. His drunken state was obviously much better, but his head was still dizzy. I tell you, that Chen Ping does not come then. If he comes in a while, you guys give me hard to pour him a drink. Who wants to get him drunk? This month's bonus doubled, Chui Ziyuan said to the crowd. Upon hearing the bonus doubled, everyone got excited at once. Manager Chui, don't worry. I guarantee to let that Chen Ping go out lying down. If he dares to come, I'm going to drink until he can't find the north. One by one, they all rubbed their fists. So many people want to drink Chen Ping. Chen Ping will definitely be drunk. Even that Zhang Tongjian heard that the bonus doubled or moved, but he will not really go to drink Chen Ping. Just when the crowd was drinking and singing, the door of the box was pushed open. Chen Ping led Wang Hanhan to arrive. Seeing that Chen Ping had actually come, everyone was slightly stunned, especially seeing Wang Hanhan beside Chen Ping made many men's eyes light up. Even Cui Ziyuan, who was dizzy and had slightly squinted his eyes, had instantly widened his eyes after seeing Wang Hanhan. Although Sun Xiaoming was also pretty, there was a youthful aura in Wang Hanin, and although Wang Hanin had been a dancer in a bar, she was still very conservative at heart. Chen Ping, I thought you were afraid of spending money and not coming. Cui Ziyuan swept a glance at Chen Ping before continuing to place his gaze on Wang Hanin and asked, "Who is this little girl?" "Hello everyone, my name is Wang Hanhan, I'm brother Chen Ping's neighbor. I hope I'm not disturbing you all." Wang Hanhan politely introduced herself. No disturbance. Sit, quickly sit, eat fruit, there is fruit here." A bunch of men were desperately courting. No one bothered about Chen Ping. That Cui Ziyuan also coughed slightly and said, "My name is Cui Ziyuan, I am Chen Ping's manager." Wang Hanin, upon hearing that Cui Ziyuan was the manager, immediately stretched out her hand somewhat nervously and said, "Manager Cui is good. Hello, how are you?" Cui Ziyuan's eyes emitted a lustful light and tightly grasped Wang Hanin's hand. Anyone can see that Cui Ziyuan looks at Wang Hanin with straight eyes, which can make Sun Xiaoming angry. "Ms. Wang, where are you now?" Cui Ziyuan didn't feel Sun Xiaoming's angry eyes in the slightest. Still smiling at Wang Hanin asked, I don't have a job," Wang Hanhan said with some embarrassment. When Cui Ziyuan heard this, his face smiled even more brightly, and pulled out a business card from his pocket. "This is my business card. If Ms. Wang is interested in our company, she can come to work in our company." "Really?" Upon hearing this, Wang Hanhan's eyes widened in surprise. "Of course, I'm a department manager. This power is still there," Cui Ziyuan said with a proud face. "Cui Ziyuan." Sun Xiaoming could no longer look on, so she roared. Cui Ziyuan then remembered Sun Xiaoming, hurriedly followed Wang Hanin to pull away. "Sit, all sit." Wang Hanin seemed to see what. A slight smile walked to Chen Ping's side, skillfully sat on Chen Ping's arm said, "Chen Ping brother, you introduce me to these colleagues of yours chant?" Chen Ping was stunned by Wang Hanhan's skillful action. In front of so many people, Wang Hanhan's action was too intimate. However, Wang Hanhan did this on purpose, in order to let these men here die to themselves, in addition to not letting Sun Xiaoming be jealous. Chapter 91, Too Able to Drink. As expected, seeing Wang Hanhan and Chen Ping's intimate movements, many men were instantly disheartened. That Cui Ziyuan also looked at Chen Ping with jealousy in his eyes. Chen Ping introduced Wang Hanhan one by one. When introduced to Sun Xiaoming, Chen Ping said, "This is Uncle Sun's daughter Sun Xiaoming. Her father and my father are comrades in arms." Wang Hanin heard, immediately realized, Chen Bagua then to entrust people to find a job, should be looking for this Sun Xiaoming's father. So Wang Hanhan enthusiastically went forward to pull up Sun Xiaoming's hand. "Sister Xiaoming is so beautiful. I have long heard Chen Ping brother and Uncle Chen mentioned you, has not been seen." Wang Hanin's enthusiasm also made Sun Xiaoming show a smile. "Hanin sister, you are also quite pretty. This is Zhang Tongjian, we are in the same group," Chen Ping said as he pointed to Zhang Tongjian in the corner, who was wearing glasses. "Hello." Wang Hanhan extended her hand with a slight smile. "Hello, how are you?" Zhang Tongjian's face instantly turned red and gently followed Wang Hanin's handshake. Seeing Zhang Tongjian that way, caused the crowd to burst into laughter. Soon, everyone got acquainted and started to sing and drink, while the crowd also started to move towards Chen Ping, one by one taking turns to give Chen Ping a toast. Seeing this, Wang Hanhan blocked in front of Chen Ping. "If you guys toast like this, brother Chen Ping will get drunk in a while. I'll drink with you." Wang Hanhan picked up a glass of beer and drank it all in one go. Wang Hanhan stood up for Chen Ping. Of course these men would not refuse. In their opinion, Wang Hanhan was just 2 beers away. But soon, these men realized how wrong they were. Only to see Wang Hanhan followed the crowd to drink a cup. But there was not even a hint of wanting to get drunk. And even her face did not change a bit. This time, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Chen Ping looked at Wang Hanhan with some incredulity. No one would have thought that a girl who looked so weak could drink so much. At this time at Wang Hanhan's feet, there were more than 30 empty bottles. Wang Hanin was fine, while the others were all slightly red in the face, and some of them were crooked. "Alright, everyone sing, don't drink all the time." Seeing this, Cui Ziyuan could only stop the crowd from drinking anymore. If they were to drink on, Wang Hanin was fine, but it was estimated that everyone else would be drunk. "Han's sister, you're also too able to drink," Sun Xiaoming said to Wang Hanin with envy and surprise in her eyes. Wang Hanin smiled. "I don't have any other skills, I'm just able to drink." "Maisie, you're too bullish. If I have this amount of alcohol from you, in the future when I drink, I'll see who dares to compete with me." Wang Lanlan also followed Wang Hanin to sit together and said admiringly, "Sister Lanlan, this amount of alcohol can also be practiced. Some other day I will teach you, just for the sake of this name of the two of us. It is destiny," Wang Han Han said with a smile. "I have to say that Wang Hanin is really outstanding for the piece of socializing. Not much time. The three women have already become good friends who have nothing to talk about. Maisie, you said that you are good looking and have a good temper. Why do you look at that guy Chen Ping? As soon as I look at that Chen Ping, he looks like a big-tailed man. Annoying people." Wang Lanlan also drank some wine and said to Wang Hanin without any avoidance. Chen Ping was sitting on the side by himself, not singing or drinking, occasionally following Zhang Tongjin to say a few words. He indeed looked a bit out of place. "Sister Lanlan, in fact, brother Chen Ping is quite a good person. We have been together since we were small. Maybe you are not familiar with him yet." Wang Han Han didn't get angry either. She just explained lightly. Seeing Wang Han Han say this, Wang Lanlan couldn't be bothered to disparage Chen Ping anymore. So she picked up the microphone and said, Let's go sing a song." Chapter 92, Together. Wang Han Han was not only a good-looking person, but also a first-class singer. That voice was no different from the original singer. This time, led a lot of men to Chen Ping jealous death, especially that Chui Ziyuan. Looked to Wang Hanin eyes more and more hot. Only Sun Xiaoming presence. He is not good to show too much enthusiasm. With Wang Han Han song, the whole atmosphere inside the private room almost reached its peak. All of them were drunk and dizzy, dancing and jumping. Zhang Tongjian had also been poured a few cups, and at this time, he also stood up with a red face and bounced alone. Only Chen Ping sat alone in the corner, quietly watching. Just when the crowd was having a good time, suddenly the door of the private room was pushed open, and a balding middle-aged man walked in with a glass of wine, and behind the middle-aged man were two bodyguards in suits. Seeing someone suddenly barge in, everyone stopped and looked somewhat overwhelmed. Wang Han Han also put down the microphone in her hand. The middle-aged man's eyes are a little disoriented, face red, obviously drunk. After breaking in, swept a glance at the crowd in the private room. The corner of his mouth raised and said, "So it is a bunch of raw melon egg just who sang a song. Singing is also quite good. And I went to the private room inside to sing 2 songs to go." The words of the middle-aged man, so that everyone looked at each other. No one dared to make a sound. It is clear to see, this middle-aged man is not ordinary people, and this group of them is just a bunch of wage earners, who do not dare to mess with. Seeing no one speak, the middle-aged man put his eyes on Wang Han Han, Wang Lan Lan followed by Sun Xiaoming 3 girls, because only their 3 hands holding a microphone. 3 chicks are not bad, bring the 3 of them to my private room, the middle-aged man said, took out a bunch of $100 bills from his pocket and threw them towards the 3 girls, followed by the 2 bodyguards behind him walking over. This could scare the 3 people, scared to back away. That Chui Ziyuan was a little ugly face up to block the front. Now here is also only his high status. This time he does not step forward. Will be laughed at. Not to mention Sun Xiaoming is still his girlfriend. How can he watch his girlfriend being taken away and do nothing about it? This gentleman, who are you? We just came over to sing and relax. The 3 of them are our friends, not chaperones, Chui Ziyuan said to the middle-aged man. What does it matter if they are singing escorts or not? Lousy gave you money to come to a place like this and only dare to order beer to drink. Don't you feel ashamed? Let the 3 chicks go and sing for me. I will order you a few bottles of Lafite to drink. The middle-aged man stepped forward and patted Chui Ziyuan's face and said, the middle-aged man's action can be described as harmless and extremely insulting. This is treating Chui Ziyuan as a small hairy child. Chui Ziyuan's face was furious, and he directly pushed the middle-aged man away, almost not causing the middle-aged man to fall over. Just pushed away. Chui Ziyuan regretted. He did not know what the identity of the other party. This if annoyed. It is really not good to solve. Damn, dare to push me? The middle-aged man was furious. Give me to beat him. After saying that, the 2 bodyguards directly rushed towards Chui Ziyuan, which scared Chui Ziyuan enough. Seeing the other side to do it, the other people do not care about fear. Directly grabbed the bottle and this Chui Ziyuan stand together. After all, Chui Ziyuan is their manager. Now is the time to show loyalty. The other party is only 3 people. They are so many people together. Surely can beat each other. The 2 bodyguards saw this, all slightly stunned. They did not expect this group of young people, actually quite united. For a time the 2 bodyguards did not dare to move. Chui Ziyuan's heart at this time is very fast. See the 2 bodyguards do not dare to do it. Immediately powerful coaxing forward kicked one of the people said, now give me a roll. I will take this matter has not happened. Chapter 93, Still a man? Bald middle-aged man saw the situation. His eyes slightly condensed, but looked at the other side of the crowd. But also a bunch of rash, really want to fight, or maybe they have to suffer. So his face grimly said, kid, you give me to wait, have the ability to report the name? See, I do not get killed you. Lousy, called Chui Ziyuan. Just waiting for you here. You think my gang of brothers are vegetarian? Chui Ziyuan felt like a big brother on the road at this time. That feeling was cool. Good, good, good. The middle-aged man said 3 good words in a row and turned to leave with 2 bodyguards. After the middle-aged man left, Chui Ziyuan's heart is very fast. He has never had this kind of feeling. Too powerful. Simply cool. Manager Chui is too good. Just that kick. The other party did not even dare to put a fart. Manager Chui, just now that look. Do not know, thought it was the big brother on the road. Manager Chui powerful. I doubt that Manager Chui is not mixed in the road. A bunch of people have to Chui Ziyuan touting. Which can Chui Ziyuan on the sky? Chui Ziyuan heart pleased, but the surface pretended to be light and said, I'll rely on everyone top me. Since a few brothers are good enough. Today I Chui Ziyuan cannot be petty. This time I on a few bottles of Lafite. A few brothers have tasted. Awesome. Long live Manager Chui. The crowd heard drink Lafite. All excitedly shouted. To know that they're kind of wage earners. Rarely drink this kind of wine. Ziyuan. We'd better go. This would be troublesome if the other side really called someone. Sun Xiaoming persuaded Chui Ziyuan. At this time, Chui Ziyuan borrowed the drunkenness, plus so many people to support him, whereas still afraid of that bald middle-aged man. Xiaoming, you don't worry. With me here, you don't have to be afraid. Chui Ziyuan patted his chest and said, Manager Chui, I heard that this KTV is a store of the Gathering of Righteousness Hall. That is, that Lin Tianhu opened. We just fought. Will it? An employee said cautiously. Afraid of? I'm very familiar with Lin Tianhu. Don't worry. Chui Ziyuan waved his hand and said bullishly. Sun Xiaoming heard is Lin Tianhu's store. The heart also immediately relaxed and said, since it is the tiger's store. That's good. Ziyuan follow the tiger is very familiar with my company's external accounts. Is Ziyuan a word? The tiger helped to ask up. Sun Xiaoming's words immediately let everyone to Chui Ziyuan impressed. Can follow the underground emperor of Hongcheng? No, that's too powerful, but can show off for a lifetime. Manager Chui is really deep in hiding. He even knows Master Tiger after him. Since we know Master Tiger, we're still afraid of him. If the other side dares to come, we'll beat him up and make him cry. Let's drink. With Manager Chui here, who dares to mess with us? Hearing that Chui Ziyuan knows Lin Tianhu, these guys are even more unscrupulous. Chen Ping sat in the corner of his mouth slightly raised, faintly smiled. It seemed that this Chui Ziyuan was still always living inside his own dream world if he didn't eat some bitterness. What are you laughing at? You still have the face to laugh. Just now that old guy wanted to take us away. You were so scared that you didn't move a muscle. Wang Han Han is your girlfriend. You can't even protect your own girlfriend. What kind of a man is that? And now you are still laughing. Wang Lanlan saw Chen Ping sitting inside the corner and laughing, and immediately accused with dissatisfaction. Right, still a man? His own girlfriend is about to be taken away, but even turned a blind eye. If it wasn't for Manager Chui stepping in, you would have been cuckolded today. And this Zhang Tongjian. Sit down, do not dare to move. A little backbone is not. The crowd all started to accuse Chen Ping and Zhang Tongjian. After all, just now the two of them sat without moving a muscle. Chapter 94 Low Profile Point. Chen Ping was aware that he didn't have to move, and that Zhang Tongjian was indeed too scared to move. Well, don't pay attention to these two goons. Go out, individuals want la fight. Let's drink. Chui Ziyuan waved his hand and said. Soon someone went out to ask for wine, while the others looked coldly at Chen Ping and Zhang Tongjian. No one was paying attention to them. At this moment, in the general manager's office of Dynasty KTV, the balding middle-aged man with 2 bodyguards was inside. Office decoration is very luxurious. A foot more than 3 meters long behind the desk sits a man in a mountain suit. Behind the man also stood a girl, wearing a cheongsam, hem open to the waist, exposing the white skin, face painted with thick makeup. In the mountain suit man pressed the head. This man in a mountain suit is this Dynasty KTV manager Ho Chunlei, also considered Lin Tianhu's right-hand man. Otherwise Lin Tianhu wouldn't have given this KTV to him to take care of. Boss Chen, what made you find me here in a huff? Ho Chunlei half squinted his eyes and asked indifferently. Manager Ho, this Dynasty KTV of yours is also too chaotic. Just now a bunch of rash youths even hit my people, and now there's a clear footprint on my people. That balding boss Chen pointed at one of his bodyguards and said, on that bodyguard's lower abdomen, there was also a clearly visible footprint. There is such a thing? Ho Chunlei opened his eyes and sat up straight. Who is the other party? From the Red Dragon Gang? In Ho Chunlei's opinion, only the guys from the Red Dragon Gang dared to cause trouble in their place. It doesn't look like it. It's just a bunch of youngsters. I heard a few girls in their private room singing well, and wanted to bring them to my private room to sing a couple songs. I didn't think that these guys would dare to make a move. The money boss eyes flashed with coldness, gritted his teeth and said, I am looking at this as Master Tiger's field, so I came over to find Manager Ho to say a word. If Manager Ho doesn't care, then I'll find my own people to come. At that time, Manager Ho don't blame me on the line. A bunch of small hairy children only. Money boss angry what I sent someone to follow the money boss to go to a trip is it? Ho Chunlei said, shouting towards the door. Bin Z. At this time, a man with a fierce face and arms full of tattoos walked in. Brother Ho. That Bin Z respectfully shouted. Just now someone in the KTV trouble. You follow the money boss to see. Don't get killed on the line. Recently the Tiger Master sent word. Let's keep a low profile. Ho Chunlei commanded to that Bin Z. Got it brother Ho. Bin Z nodded. Manager Ho. Thanks a lot. That Boss Chen arched his hand towards Ho Chunlei. Boss Chen is polite. In my place suffered. Of course I have to manage. In the future, Boss Chen more take care of my business on the line. Ho Chunlei smiled faintly. Soon, that Boss Chen took Bin Z to the private room where Chen Ping and the others were, followed by a dozen KTV thugs. At this time in the private room, Chui Ziyuan and the others were drinking La Fight. Each one of them was red in the face and roaring with excitement. When suddenly the door of the room was kicked open, everyone froze, when they saw that it was the balding middle-aged man who came back with people. Each face showed panic. After all, this time the other party had a dozen people behind them, each with a ferocious look. Boss Chen, who just moved? Bin Z asked to Boss Chen. Boss Chen pointed at Chui Ziyuan and said, that's him, this kid beat up my people. Bin Z sized up Chui Ziyuan, and then scanned the circle, immediately knowing that these people were all ordinary people, and were not in the Dao. You just beat up Boss Chen's men? Bin Z walked up to Chui Ziyuan and asked indifferently. Seeing Bin Z's face of horizontal meat, as well as the tattoos on his body, Chui Ziyuan was a bit scared, but with the strength of the wine, Chui Ziyuan still nodded. Not bad, it was me who beat them up. They bullied my girlfriend. Chapter 95 No one dares to refuse. Bin Z see this Chui Ziyuan even directly admitted, is a bit surprised. Up and down Chui Ziyuan a glance said, your kid has the guts. Dare to do it. I'm not difficult for you. Now go to kneel down to give the money boss to apologize. Today this matter is even finished. Hearing let himself kneel, Chui Ziyuan where will agree. Shook his head and said, let me give him to kneel. That's impossible. Is that he messed with us first in the first? Bin Z saw Chui Ziyuan refused. His face suddenly turned cold. My words. No one dares to refuse it yet. Saying that Bin Z suddenly shot out, directly grabbed Chui Ziyuan's collar, and carried Chui Ziyuan up. Other people see the situation. Although the heart wants to go up to help Chui Ziyuan a hand, but looked at the money boss behind a dozen leering beaters, all goaded. Ziyuan. Sun Xiaoming saw the other side even hands, immediately shouted rushed over, you let go of him. My father is Sun Fuhai. We are the Su family Heart Rain daily chemical employees. Sun Xiaoming tried hard to break Bin Z's hand, but no matter how hard she tried, Bin Z didn't move at all. Chui Ziyuan's face became red at this time. Breathing began to be difficult. His eyes were round and his mouth was wide open. The fear of death was constantly invading him. Sun Xiaoming looked at Chui Ziyuan that way. Anxious, continued to shout. This is the territory of the Tiger Master. You do it in the territory of the Tiger Master. The Tiger Master absolutely will not let you go. He knows the Tiger Master. As soon as Sun Xiaoming's words fell, Bin Z's face really changed slightly. His eyebrows wrinkled, and his hand was loosened. Cough cough cough. After Chui Ziyuan was released, he coughed hard and gasped for air. Ziyuan, are you alright? Sun Xiaoming asked with concern, and the others saw that this Bin Z directly loosened his hand after hearing Master Tiger, thinking that Bin Z was very afraid of Lin Tianhu, so they shouted, our manager Chui and Master Tiger are very familiar with each other. If you dare to touch him, Master Tiger won't be able to spare you. I tell you, our manager Chui a word, that Lin Tianhu have to be obedient. Just yesterday, our manager Chui only made a phone call, that Lin Tianhu immediately went to help pay the bill. You messed with manager Chui, just wait for death. Those people from the sales department under Chui Ziyuan, knowing that the other party was afraid of Lin Tianhu, began to shout one by one, blowing Chui Ziyuan to the sky. Chen Ping in the corner heard. The corner of his mouth could not help but raise slightly. This group of ignorant guys, the more he said, the more he pushed Chui Ziyuan towards the edge of death. Chui Ziyuan heard this group of guys even indiscriminately bragged about themselves. Long ago scared heart and soul trembled dramatically, and could not wait to scold this group of guys fiercely. Listening to the words of the crowd, Bin Z's face became more and more ugly, and the killing intent in his eyes became more and more intense. Although Ho Chunlei had instructed him not to kill anyone, but how could he tolerate this group of guys who were even using Master Tiger's name to woo people outside? Seeing Bin Z's face becoming more and more ugly, the gang under Chui Ziyuan thought that they were afraid, and one by one, they all became complacent. You know you're scared? Hurry up and get out while you can. If you let us make a call to Master Tiger, none of you will be able to leave. Sun Xiaoming, also a face of complacency, followed Bin Zi said. Shut up, all shut the up. Cui Ziyuan yelled at Sun Xiaoming. Only he himself knew that he didn't know Lin Tianhu at all, and had never even met him. Seeing Cui Ziyuan suddenly yelling at himself, Sun Xiaoming froze, not knowing what was wrong with Cui Ziyuan, but he didn't dare to speak anymore. You know Master Tiger? Bin Zi froze grimly and asked at Cui Ziyuan. Cui Ziyuan is now framed by the crowd. There is no way out. If this time to admit that they do not know, then it is not a joke by the crowd to death. Chapter 96 Sentence. Gritting his teeth, Cui Ziyuan could only nod. I've met with Master Tiger. Cui Ziyuan's words were ambiguous. After all, he had seen Lin Tianhu, but didn't necessarily know Lin Tianhu. Originally you only needed to kneel down and apologize, but I didn't want you to take Master Tiger's name and woo him outside. In that case, none of you will want to leave today. Bin Zi's words carried a slight chill, causing this group of guys who didn't know the heights of heaven to feel a chill. Ha ha ha, you bunch of little yakuza. Do you know who this is in front of you? He is the #1 fighter of Ho, the left arm under Master Tiger's command. You guys even blew your might in front of him, saying that you know Master Tiger. It seems that you guys are living to the end of your days. That boss Qian laughed out loud. These guys are just ordinary guys who can't be ordinary. How could they possibly know Lin Tianhu? Boss Qian knew that they must be pretending. Sure enough, hearing Boss Qian say that Cui Ziyuan's forehead was instantly covered in cold sweat. He didn't think that he had hit the bullseye by pretending. Only Cui Ziyuan's subordinates did not think so. They thought that Cui Ziyuan really knew Lin Tianhu. That Sun Xiaoming also has been convinced that Cui Ziyuan certainly know Lin Tianhu. Even if Cui Ziyuan does not know, his friends must know. Otherwise his own family's debt. Why would Lin Tianhu give to ask up? Qian boss, just now our brothers also drank a little wine. Now brothers with you to accompany and not hope that the money boss, Cui Ziyuan goaded, began to follow the money boss to apologize. Only the words have not finished, but was Bin Zi directly interrupted. Dare to borrow the name of the Tiger Master. This is not an apology so simple. Cannot live. You look at the fate of it. Bin Zi finished, directly toward the subordinates waved his hand and said, take all the people away. Let Ho descend down. Soon, more than a dozen fierce and vicious beaters directly surrounded. Cui Ziyuan and also Sun Xiaoming girls are scared to change their faces. Zhang Tongjin in the corner at this time is even more trembling body, pants wet apiece. A pair of hands dead grasp Chen Ping's sleeve. He is just a college student who has not graduated for a long time. Where has he seen this kind of scene? Now he is scared to death. Looking at Zhang Tongjian's appearance, Chen Ping patted his shoulder and said, relax, it will be fine. Soon, Cui Ziyuan and his gang were brought to Ho Chunlei's office. At this time, Ho Chunlei was closing his eyes slightly, enjoying his secretary's massage, suddenly saw Bin Zi bring back a bunch of people, and at a glance they were all little brats, so he frowned and said, Bin Zi, what do you want to do with a bunch of little brats? Ho brother, this is the gang of people who beat the money boss's men. Bin Zi said, didn't I ask you to handle it? Bring my office to do what? Ho Chunlei's face was a bit unhappy. Brother Ho, this guy said that he knows Master Tiger and follows him well, so I brought him here to let Brother Ho deal with him. Bin Zi hurriedly explained. What? Ho Chunlei heard, immediately sat up straight, and then coldly looked at Cui Ziyuan. You know Master Tiger? I, Cui Ziyuan stammered. My friend knows. What's your friend's name? I have followed Master Tiger for many years, and I know the names of all the friends he knows. Ho Chunlei continued to ask. This time, Cui Ziyuan was asked. He simply didn't know Lin Tianhu's friends. On his level, how could he follow Lin Tianhu to get hitched? Pa! Suddenly, that Ho Chunlei slammed the table and stood up. You guys have big guts? Dare to impersonate Master Tiger. Chapter 97, Conflicted Inside. Just this time, everyone's face immediately changed. Cui Ziyuan was even a wave of cool air straight to the top of his head, also sobered up. He never thought that he was just being vain and pretending to know Lin Tianhu, but he didn't want to get into trouble. Seeing Cui Ziyuan's reaction, that money boss let out a cold laugh, went forward and ruthlessly gave Cui Ziyuan a slap and said, aren't you very powerful? Dare to beat up my people, and dare to impersonate Master Tiger's name. I think you guys are tired of living. Boss Qian's slap completely knocked that Cui Ziyuan into reality, hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Boss Qian, I'm wrong, I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. Cui Ziyuan's begging for forgiveness also brought those people under him and Sun Xiaoming back to reality in an instant. They knew that Cui Ziyuan didn't know any Lin Tianhu at all. He was just blowing awesome. At this moment, everyone began to tremble. If Cui Ziyuan didn't know Lin Tianhu, then what else could they rely on? Wrong? Boss Qian let out a sardonic laugh. It's useless to admit your mistake to me now. You'll all just wait for death. Upon hearing this, Cui Ziyuan could no longer support himself, and plopped to the ground. Brother Ho, I will never dare to impersonate Master Tiger's name again. Please, please spare me. Chui Ziyuan had already cried bitterly at this time, and his heart was dying of regret. Chui Ziyuan are like this, that other people are even more like ashes. Sun Xiaoming is surprised to look at Chui Ziyuan, do not know what is thinking inside. Looking at Chui Ziyuan, who was on his knees begging for forgiveness, and looking at a group of panicked young people, Ho Chunlei looked at Boss Qian and said, Boss Qian, this matter is due to you. What do you say to deal with it? This is Ho Chunlei selling Boss Qian a face. After all, Boss Qian is a big KTV customer. You gang of ruffians, even if they are wasted, there is no point. Let them all roll. Boss Qian waved his hand. Chui Ziyuan heard, kowtowed and thanked. But just when the crowd was relieved, the money boss but the eyes of the silver light swept Wang Hanin and Sun Xiaoming and their 3 girls said, men can go, but 3 women must stay with me. Hearing this, Wang Hanhan and Sun Xiaoming they all immediately changed face. That Chui Ziyuan face became very difficult. After all, Sun Xiaoming was his girlfriend. Wang Hanin and Wang Lanlan he could not care, but Sun Xiaoming he could not care. After all, Sun Fuhai had just recognized him. Boss Qian, this is my girlfriend, can I take her away? It's her to stay with you. My girlfriend and I have been living together for more than a year. I think Boss Qian can't see. Chui Ziyuan pointed to Sun Xiaoming, and then said with a smile. In fact, he did not touch Sun Xiaoming at all, but he wanted to use this to let Sun Xiaoming off the hook. Sun Xiaoming looked at Chui Ziyuan, but did not say anything. After all, at this time, first get out of the most important. Sure enough, when Chui Ziyuan said so, that money boss's eyes flashed a few points of disgust, and then waved his hand and said, get lost, leave those 2 women behind. Seeing this, Chui Ziyuan desperately followed the money boss to thank him, and then turned around to leave. Manager Chui, don't leave me behind. Wang Lanlan panicked, hurriedly pulling Chui Ziyuan's arm, and Wang Hanhan was also panicked and looked at Chen Ping helplessly. At this time she could only turn to Chen Ping for help. After all, she was unfamiliar with all these people. There would be no one who would offend these people in front of her for her. Lan, you just accompany Boss Qian to drink 2 glasses of wine. It will be fine. I will come back to pick you up in a while. Chui Ziyuan pushed Wang Lanlan away. Wang Lanlan instantly became desperate, while Wang Hanin had tears in her eyes. Gently grasping the corner of Chen Ping's coat, she both wanted Chen Ping to go, but also didn't want to stay by herself. She was conflicted inside. Chapter 98, no one is allowed to leave. Don't worry, I won't leave. Chen Ping smiled faintly at Wang Hanhan and said, Big brother Chen, go. Zhang Tongjian was the first one to rush out of the room while turning back to shout at Chen Ping. That Sun Xiaoming also looked back and realized that Chen Ping was not moving, so she also shouted, Chen Ping. That money boss also saw that Chen Ping did not want to leave the intention, so cold face forward. What? Cannot give up their own little girlfriend? Do not want to go, is it? The money boss said. Even to Wang Hanhan stretched out his hand towards Wang Hanhan's face and touched it. Wang Hanhan was so scared that her face turned pale and she didn't move. She didn't even dare to dodge. But just when the money boss's hand was about to touch Wang Hanhan, Chen Ping suddenly shot out and grabbed the money boss's wrist. I didn't even think about leaving, Chen Ping said, slightly exerted himself, only to hear a bone-cracking sound. That money boss's wrist was immediately pinched and broken by Chen Ping. The intense pain made Boss Qian instantly howl. That heartbreaking howl sounded very oozing. Paralyzed. My hand is broken. Let go, or I'll get you killed. Even your girlfriend played dead together. The money boss was full of hideousness, hissing loudly. Boom. Chen Ping kicked out, directly kicking at the lower body of the money boss, directly kicking that money boss out. And that money boss hunched over his body lying on the ground. His face turned into a saucy purple color. Chen Ping's kick directly made that money boss lose his manhood. When Ho Chunlei saw this, his anger rose, daring to hit his own guest in front of him. This made Ho Chunlei feel that his face was gone. Kid, you dare to make a move in front of me. You really have guts. Ho Chunlei's face was cold and terrifying. His big hand waved and said, close the door. No one is allowed to leave. Chui Ziyuan, who was originally going to leave, all of them were driven back and directly shut in the office again. This time, everyone waited for Chen Ping with indignation. If not for Chen Ping pretending to make a move, they would have left by now. Chen Ping, what the are you pretending to be? Now we all can't leave. Chui Ziyuan roared at Chen Ping. Now that Chen Ping had beaten that money boss to this state, this matter definitely couldn't be put to rest. You said that people had loosened up, but this guy Chen Ping was pretending to be a pussy for a woman. This time even they were involved. Chen Ping, you want to die? Don't drag us on. That's right. What are you talking about pretending to be? If you can fight, go fight on the street yourself. It's over. This is going to be a disaster. Everyone was pointing accusing fingers at Chen Ping. Even that Wang Lanlan was no exception. although she was the one who was left behind. When the time came to accompany a cup of wine, really cannot be accompanied by a sleep, may also be over, but now it is, beat people into such a way, afraid that a sleep cannot be solved. Only Wang Han Han looked at Chen Ping worriedly, her eyes filled with tears and said, "Brother Chen Ping, I'm sorry. Wang Han Han knew that if it wasn't because of herself, Chen Ping wouldn't have made a move. Now maybe Chen Ping would have to go to jail, or even possibly lose his life. It will be fine, don't worry." Chen Ping smiled lightly, seeing Chen Ping even like nothing, this time the other people even more angry. The accusation and abuse of Chen Ping even more difficult to hear up, and that Ho Chunlei's face became more and more gloomy. Bin Zi, scrap this kid. Bin Zi nodded, and with one healthy step, he rushed up towards Chen Ping, and his sandbag-sized fist swung towards Chen Ping's head. If this fist hit Chen Ping's head, it would definitely crack his brain on the spot. When the crowd saw this, they were so scared that they dodged, fearing that they would be splattered with blood in a moment. Only Wang Han Han's eyes were firm and she gritted her teeth and blocked in front of Chen Ping. Chapter 99, Don't know what regret means. Since Chen Ping was doing this for himself, Wang Han Han was also planning to lay down her life. She could not stand by and watch Chen Ping being killed in front of her. A huge strong wind blew towards Wang Han Han, scaring her so much that she closed her eyes and pulled Chen Ping behind her with one hand in death. Han in. Sun Xiaoming couldn't help but shout, although following Wang Han Han just met, but Sun Xiaoming felt that Wang Han Han is a good person, knowledgeable, very likable. If for Chen Ping to be killed like this, it is too bad, so he could not help but shout out. Seeing Bin Zi's fist in front of Wang Han Han even felt the breath of death, but after a strong wind blew, there was no more movement. When she slowly opened her eyes, but found that Bin Zi's fist was just a few centimeters in front of their eyes, and one of Chen Ping's hands directly grabbed that Bin Zi's fist, so that he could not advance in the slightest. At this moment, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, while that Bin Zi's face also changed, with a strong shock in his eyes, because he could feel that from Chen Ping's body, there was an unceasing power bursting out. No matter how hard he tried, it was to no avail. If you weren't Lin Tianhu's men, you would all be corpses by now. Chen Ping gave a slight send. That Bin Zi's body immediately stomped backward and finally sat on his butt on the ground. Seeing Bin Zi like this, Ho Chunlei was instantly enraged. Damn, waste thing, can't even deal with a little hairy kid? Ho Chunlei viciously kicked that Bin Zi. Bin Zi hurriedly got up and lowered his head in embarrassment. Although he had fallen and kicked, Bin Zi was not injured. Chen Ping was merciful. After all, these people were all his own men when all was said and done. Let us go, and today's matter will be settled, or you will regret it. Chen Ping said to that Ho Chunlei. Regret? Ho Chunlei sneered. I have never known what it means to regret. Ho Chunlei finished. Immediately after the room door was opened, dozens of people with machetes rushed in, directly surrounded Chen Ping and their group. Just now a dozen people surrounded, but also just bare hands, although a fierce and vicious. But Cui Ziyuan they can also control their own body. But at the moment by dozens of people with a bright machete surrounded. Feel the machete on the silk chill. Cui Ziyuan they all scared silly. On the spot there are several people fainted in fear. There are a lot of people directly peeing their pants. Even Cui Ziyuan was not spared. Pants directly wet. Kid, today I can chop you into mush. Do you believe me? Ho Chunlei said hideously. I seem to have heard that Lin Tianhu doesn't let you guys fight and kill each other, letting you guys do business properly. But you're making such a big commotion today. Don't you ask Lin Tianhu for permission? Chen Ping asked with a calm face. Ho Chunlei was slightly stunned. After sweeping Chen Ping a glance, he hesitated for a moment, and then said to his men, keep an eye on them, one of them is not allowed to be let go. I will go and call Master Tiger. After Ho Chunlei finished speaking, he directly took out his cell phone and walked out. See Ho Chunlei went to ask Lin Tianhu. Cui Ziyuan they were scared even more straight rolled their eyes. To know Lin Tianhu in Hong City's reputation is very bad. That is murderous, ruthless master. If they really alarmed Lin Tianhu, I am afraid that one of their gang will not be able to survive. At that time, not only will not be able to survive, but will also be tortured to death. Chen Ping, you paralyzed. Now we are all going to die. One does not want to live. You also want to invite Master Tiger. We are all finished. Cui Ziyuan saw Ho Chunlei went to call Lin Tianhu, so he glared and cursed at Chen Ping. Chapter 100, Too Arrogant. Chen Ping frowned. A cold aura emerged from his eyes as he looked at Cui Ziyuan. Cui Ziyuan immediately felt as if he had fallen into a 10,000-foot ice cave, so scared that he hurriedly kept his mouth shut. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Dad, Dad. Sun Xiaoming cried in fear, muttering in her mouth like she was crazy. For a while many people started crying. The whole room was haunted inside. On the other side, Ho Chunlei called Lin Tianhu. He had to ask Lin Tianhu what to do with this bunch of rowdy little brats. If it was usual, Ho Chunlei himself made the decision to do Chen Ping and the others. A few ordinary youngsters were just that. Even if they disappeared, it wouldn't cause any sensation. But now cannot. Lin Tianhu has clearly ordered, do not let them in the fight, killing people indiscriminately. Ho Chunlei can only ask Lin Tianhu how to do. At this time Lin Tianhu has slept, received Ho Chunlei's phone call, yawned and said, monkey, so late, is not KTV out of what happened? Master Tiger, there are a few small hairy children in the KTV raising a ruckus, but also injured Bin Zi. Too arrogant. I want to ask Master Tiger, can you do away with these guys? Ho Chunlei asked carefully. Little brats? Lin Tianhu frowned. What kind of people are they? Are they from the Red Dragon Gang? With Lin Tianhu's reputation in Hongchang, no one had dared to cause trouble in his territory, unless it was someone from the Red Dragon Gang. After all, that Feng Sihai had just been injured by Chen Ping some time ago. It was not impossible for the Red Dragon Gang to find trouble with their gathering hall now. No, it's just a bunch of ruffians who say they work for the Su family or something. There's a guy who seems to be called Chen Ping, and he's the one who injured Bin Zi. Ho Chunlei said. Upon hearing the word Chen Ping, Lin Tianhu rubbed his head and jumped off the bed. Monkey, I'll rush over now. You're not allowed to give me a ing hand. Honestly, wait for me. Lin Tianhu finished, hung up the phone and ran outside. Ho Chunlei heard Lin Tianhu's anxious voice. His face was full of doubts, but Lin Tianhu gave his word. He couldn't not listen. Returning to the office. At this time, the inside of the office had long since stank to high heaven. Asterisk. Ho Chunlei pinched his nose, opened the window. A bunch of what the hell. Soon the window opened. Fresh air blew in, which only blew the room inside that foul odor to fade a lot. Lin Tianhu had said to let himself wait honestly. Ho Chunlei could only wave his hand and let the men with the knives withdraw, so as not to be seen by Lin Tianhu coming. I have notified Master Tiger. A moment Master Tiger will arrive. What are the last words? You can now say it. Ho Chunlei coldly looked at Chen Ping and the others, the corner of his mouth with a cold smile. Upon hearing that Lin Tianhu was coming, this time Cui Ziyuan and their nerves were once again stimulated. The scene that had just become somewhat quiet instantly became haunted again. What kind of person is Lin Tianhu? The entire Hong City, even a 3-year-old child would know. That is a devil who kills without blinking an eye. Brother Ho, it's all this Chen Ping's hand. It has nothing to do with us. Let us go. Cui Ziyuan once again knelt down for Ho Chunlei. Everyone else also knelt down and begged for forgiveness, one after another constantly kowtowing. Chen Ping, on the other hand, was pulling Sun Xiaoming with one hand and Wang Hanin with the other, and did not let the two of them kneel, no matter how much Sun Xiaoming's opinion of herself was. After all, Sun Fuhai was a good person and took care of Chen Ping's family. Chen Ping couldn't ignore Sun Xiaoming. Seeing Chen Ping not kneeling, that Ho Chunlei wanted to angrily scold a few words, but once he remembered Lin Tianhu's instructions, Ho Chunlei swallowed his words back. Humph, when Master Tiger comes, there will be a good time for you. Then let's see if you are still imposing. Ho Chunlei thought secretly in his heart. Chapter 101, Poor Discipline. The waiting time was long. Cui Ziyuan and his gang were kneeling on the ground. Both their knees were in immense pain, but no one dared to get up and just waited. Has been after 20 minutes. The office door was suddenly violently pushed open. Lin Tianhu hurriedly rushed in. Master Tiger. Ho Chunlei hurriedly greeted him. As soon as Cui Ziyuan and the others heard that Lin Tianhu had arrived, each of them looked up, and when their eyes landed on Lin Tianhu, they were all so scared that they almost fainted. Not many people had seen Lin Tianhu before, and now that they did, the bloodthirsty aura on Lin Tianhu's body instantly made them tremble with fear. Lin Tianhu didn't pay any attention to Ho Chunlei. Instead, his gaze fell directly onto Chen Ping. However, Chen Ping made a wink towards Lin Tianhu, and Lin Tianhu did not come forward to recognize him. Wang Hanin and Sun Xiaoming were both here. If they knew that Chen Ping followed Lin Tianhu to recognize him, then Chen Ping's parents would definitely know as well. Lin Tianhu looked at the Cui Ziyuan crowd kneeling on the ground, and then his face turned back with a cold face, and fiercely gave that Ho Chunlei a slap and said, "What did I tell you? Didn't I let you wait honestly?" Ho Chunlei was slapped and was instantly blinded, while Lin Tianhu squatted down and helped Cui Ziyuan up. It's my poor discipline. You all have more tolerance. Lin Tianhu finished, looked at Ho Chunlei and said, "What's going on today?" Ho Chunlei didn't dare to hide. He could only tell the story one by one. When he heard that it was that Boss Qian who caused it, Lin Tianhu's face turned cold and glanced at Boss Qian, who was still hunched over on the ground. Master Tiger, Boss Qian felt Lin Tianhu's biting eyes and gritted his teeth as he stood up, wanting to explain, break his limbs and drag him out. He's not allowed to step foot in Dynasty KTV again. Lin Tianhu didn't listen to Boss Qian's explanation, but directly ordered someone to break Boss Qian's limbs and throw him out. Listening to Boss Qian's screams, Cui Ziyuan and the others once again pissed their pants in fear. The ferocity and brutality that Lin Tianhu displayed made them tremble in fear. Gentlemen, today it's my men who are not disciplined. All of your consumption, all of them are free of charge. Everyone go back and continue to play. I'll send someone to send a few bottles of good wine, Lin Tianhu said with a smile on his face. Lin Tianhu, the sudden change of expression. Let Cui Ziyuan, they all confused. Do not know Lin Tianhu gourd in the end sold what medicine? One by one, they stood dumbfounded, no one daring to move. Then we'll thank Master Tiger for his kindness. Seeing that no one spoke or moved, Chen Ping could only speak. It should be. Today this matter. It is my poor discipline, Lin Tianhu said in a very humble manner. Chen Ping pulled the still shocked Wan Han and Sun Xiaoming out of the office and retraced his steps back to the private room. Seeing this, Cui Ziyuan and the others all walked back as if they were walking corpses. Master Tiger, these people are. Snap. Without waiting for Ho Chunlei to finish, Lin Tianhu once again slapped that Ho Chunlei's face. Do you know who that Chen Ping is? Lin Tianhu asked coldly to Ho Chunlei after he finished hitting him. Ho Chunlei shook his head. I don't know. He is our hall master, our top boss. Lin Tianhu's words immediately caused that Ho Chunlei's face to change drastically. As Lin Tianhu's right-hand man, the gathering hall was a hall under the Heavenly Dragon Hall. Ho Chunlei was aware of it, and Lin Tianhu had also told him that the Heavenly Dragon Hall Master had appeared, but he never thought that the Hall Master was this Chen Ping today, a character who looked inconspicuous. Then, that Feng Sihai was defeated by him? Ho Chunlei asked with a shocked face. Chapter 102, A Sudden Realization. What did you think? Lin Tianhu coldly looked at that Ho Chunlei. If you can survive today, just burn incense and worship Buddha. Quickly order down a few more bottles of good wine. You personally send it over, but remember, the palace master doesn't want to expose his identity. I know, Master Tiger. Ho Chunlei trembled and turned around to make arrangements. And at this moment, after Chen Ping and the others returned to the private room, the entire inside of the private room was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were wide open. No one could believe that the person with a humble face just now would be Lin Tianhu, that famous underground emperor of Hongchang. Pa! Cui Ziyuan suddenly slapped himself hard. The intense pain made him grin. This is real, not dreaming. How is this possible? Cui Ziyuan couldn't believe that what just happened was real. Everyone else was also dumbfounded. Their gazes were blank. Chen Ping, you know that Lin Tianhu? Sun Xiaoming asked as she looked at Chen Ping with a face full of incredulity. Just now Chen Ping's behavior, there was not even a hint of fear, and he even hit Lin Tianhu's people. But Lin Tianhu came and surprisingly did not get angry at all. Sun Xiaoming asked. Everyone put their eyes on Chen Ping. If Chen Ping really knew Lin Tianhu, would they have any good fruit? One must know that they had just humiliated Chen Ping. Don't know. Chen Ping shook his head. Seeing Chen Ping shaking his head, Sun Xiaoming felt very puzzled. Since you don't know either, then why is Lin Tianhu so polite to us? I know. It must be that Lin Tianhu knows Manager Cui. Didn't you see that Lin Tianhu politely helped Manager Cui up first after he came in? At this time, someone said loudly. Yes, definitely no Manager Cui. I also found that Lin Tianhu smiled at Manager Cui at that time, because just now Cui Ziyuan lost face. These people also each saved their own lives. Now that the matter has passed, of course they have to think of a way to help Cui Ziyuan to get his face back. Otherwise after work, none of them would want to have a good time. Ziyuan, what the hell is going on? Do you recognize Lin Tianhu or not? Sun Xiaoming was all confused. If Cui Ziyuan really knew Lin Tianhu, he wouldn't have been so scared that he knelt down in the beginning, and even peed his pants. This clearly didn't seem like a fake, but if he said he didn't know, then why would Lin Tianhu help to get his family's foreign debt back? And just now Lin Tianhu did Cui Ziyuan to personally help up, and also frequently apologized. What the hell is going on here? Not only was Sun Xiaoming confused, in fact, everyone else was also confused. The reason why they pushed the credit to Cui Ziyuan was just to flatter Cui Ziyuan. Seeing this, Cui Ziyuan's eyes rolled, and then said, I'm not going to hide it. I really haven't seen Lin Tianhu, but I have a friend who said that he followed Lin Tianhu very well, and that the two of them often dined together. So maybe that friend of mine had mentioned me in front of Lin Tianhu, or had seen my photo. So after seeing me, Lin Tianhu recognized me right away. Now Cui Ziyuan could only explain this way. Otherwise he really had no way to explain his kneeling down and peeing his pants. Once Cui Ziyuan explained this way, the crowd suddenly had a look of sudden realization. However, although the matter has passed, but these people also do not have the mood to play on. After all scared of peeing their pants, a wet pants cannot play. Just when Cui Ziyuan wanted to bring people to leave, suddenly Ho Chunlei brought people to push open the door of the private room. See, Ho Chunlei came, Cui Ziyuan's scared face changed. The other people also have retreated back. Ho Chunlei saw the situation, hurriedly explained, Gentlemen, just now is my bad, did not ask the cause, I came over to make amends. Here are 2 bottles of Louis XIII. All of you all taste. If there is anything you need, you can call me at any time. Chapter 103, Not Having Seen the World. Ho Chunlei's entire person had a humble appearance, and his eyes peeked at Chen Ping. Chen Ping had long since realized that Ho Chunlei was peeking at himself, so he quietly waved his hand and let Ho Chunlei go out. Seeing Ho Chunlei walk back, the inside of the private room instantly exploded. ********. Louis XIII. This is a famous wine. I heard that a bottle will be 100,000 yuan. I never dreamed that I could drink such a famous wine. That's great. We're all in Manager Chui's good graces. Otherwise how could we drink a $100,000 bottle of wine? I don't dare to drink this wine. 1 sip is my 1 month's salary. The crowd gathered around that Louis XIII. One by one, their eyes are almost staring out. After all, these working class people, not today this opportunity, for fear of a lifetime will not be able to drink such a good wine. Chui Ziyuan at this time is also slightly red eyes. Although his salary a month also has tens of thousands of dollars, but also dare not drink 100,000 yuan a bottle of red wine. This is too extravagant, but Chui Ziyuan couldn't show too much eagerness, otherwise it would be too faceless. Okay, what are you all gathered around for? A no interest look, is not a Louis XIII it? There is no fuss. Chui Ziyuan said with a face of pretentious, I follow my friend often drink this kind of wine, including the Remy Martin and so on. All have drank. Chui Ziyuan, now pretending to be a bully, can only rely on his friend. That is not necessary. After all, with his current strength, is not rich enough to often drink Louis XIII. Manager Chui, what kind of business is your friend in? He's also too rich, isn't he? Face is also wide. To know Lin Tianhu, someone asked to Chui Ziyuan. My friend is. Chui Ziyuan stumbled. This is his made-up friend. How could he say it all at once? My friend is import and export trade, often go abroad. Suddenly Chui Ziyuan brightened up and explained. In this way, these people want to see Chui Ziyuan's friend. I'm afraid that they can't easily see. After all, people are often abroad. After listening to the crowd, Chui Ziyuan is another burst of bragging, blowing Chui Ziyuan to the sky. Opened Louis XIII. Chui Ziyuan, a person poured a small cup, but there is no Chen Ping's. Just Chen Ping glared at himself. Startled himself, Chui Ziyuan has not yet to find him to settle the score. How can he be in the let Chen Ping drink such a good wine? A mouthful is thousands of dollars. Chen Ping didn't care. Looking at a bunch of big old men with wet crotches, buzzing together with their wine, Chen Ping almost didn't laugh out loud. Han, it's getting late. Let's go back, Chen Ping said to Wang Hanin. Wang Hanin looked at the time, and then nodded. Chen Ping followed Wang Han. Chui Ziyuan did not care. After all, Chen Ping was a redundancy here. Xiao Meng, don't play too late, or Uncle Sun will be anxious. Before leaving, Chen Ping urged Sun Xiaomeng. Sun Xiaomeng immediately looked unhappy and said, use you to manage? Are you my father or my mother, or my elder? I'll play until whatever time I want, so mind your own business. Chen Ping, you'd better send your own girlfriend home. My girlfriend doesn't need you to think about her. What a nuisance, Chui Ziyuan said with a cold snort at Chen Ping. Chen Ping was not talking. He had already reminded Sun Xiaomeng. Since Sun Xiaomeng didn't want to go, Chen Ping didn't care. After Chen Ping and Wang Hanin returned home, Wang Changfeng was still waiting for Wang Hanin inside the courtyard of the neighborhood. Seeing that Wang Han had followed Chen Ping back, Wang Changfeng immediately smiled and said, Han, you followed your brother Chen Ping out to play and didn't say anything to me, causing me to worry for nothing. Chapter 104, Looking Down on People. Auntie Wang, it's me who asked Han to join a co-worker party together, and tomorrow I'll bring Han to our company for an interview. Chen Ping hurriedly explained after Wang Changfeng. You don't need to explain to me what you are doing with Han. I am relieved, even if the two of you spend the night outside. Auntie Wang, I won't say a word. Wang Changfeng looked at Chen Ping with deep meaning in her eyes and said. This caused Chen Ping to be a little embarrassed. Wang Changfeng was too outspoken. Mom, what are you talking nonsense about? Wang Han's face turned red and hurriedly pulled Wang Changfeng away. After taking 2 steps, Wang Han still did not forget to look back at Chen Ping. After this incident today, Wang Han's love for Chen Ping has increased a lot more. The next morning, Chen Ping took Wang Han went to the company, but it was time to go to work, but did not see a person to come. Chen Ping took Wang Han and waited for more than half an hour, only to see the employees rush to one after another. One by one, their eyes are dark. It seems to be last night's play too late, so that this morning cannot get up. As for that Chui Ziyuan, has waited until more than 10 o'clock, which only yawned to come. Once sat in the office, to make himself a cup of tea. What time is it now? Is this how you go to work? Chen Ping pushed the door into the office and asked if that Chui Ziyuan. This company was Su Yuchi's, then it was equal to his own. These people were late for work. Of course Chen Ping was not happy. Chui Ziyuan was slightly stunned, and then burst into a rage. Chen Ping, what are you? Don't forget that I'm the manager. You even managed to control me. And you don't piss on yourself. Humph. Just as Chui Ziyuan was yelling, Sun Xiaoming walked in with Wang Hanin. What are you doing? Getting angry early in the morning? This Chen Ping doesn't know the heights of heaven. He even managed to make me late. What a joke. The corner of Chui Ziyuan's mouth lifted. Chen Ping, your task today is to ask for 1/3 of your group's accounts. If you can't ask for it, work overtime at night on your own. Chui Ziyuan was using his position to give Chen Ping a downward spiral, letting Chen Ping know his own strength. Chen Ping coldly smiled, turned around and walked out. Not to mention 1/3 of the accounts. Chen Ping wants all the arrears to come up. He doesn't like it when people owe him money. Chen Ping walked out. Sun Xiaoming let Chui Ziyuan to Wang Hanin for the entry formalities, but also Wang Hanin divided into their own group. It was obvious that Sun Xiaoming liked Wang Hanin. In fact, Sun Xiaoming's person is not very bad, just with a few points of mistemperament. Some look down on people, but from Sun Xiaoming's attitude towards Wang Han can also be seen Sun Xiaoming is not bad. After Chui Ziyuan finished dealing with Wang Hanin's entry, he relied on the office chair and slept. Last night they played until the early morning, and when they came home and washed their wet pants, they slept very late. Just as Chui Ziyuan was sleeping, the company's boss, Xing Jun, pushed the door and walked in. Seeing Chui Ziyuan sleeping, Xing Jun's brow frowned slightly. Don't you know how to knock when entering the office? Chui Ziyuan, who was sleeping, was woken up by the sound of the door opening, and before his eyes opened, he growled with some displeasure. In the sales department, he was the emperor of the land, so he didn't have to be afraid of anything. Chui Ziyuan finished, saw that no one answered, so he opened his eyes, and was looking at Xing Jun looking at himself. Scared that Chui Ziyuan fell off the chair at once. Mr. Xing, why are you here? Chui Ziyuan had a face of panic. Xing Jun seldom came to the sales department. I don't know why he suddenly came today. Xing Jun just glared at that Chui Ziyuan and didn't scold him. Instead, he looked at the crowd working outside through the office window, but Xing Jun's eyes were only placed on Chen Ping's body. Chapter 105, Demanding Accounts. Right at this moment, Wang Han had something to look for Chen Ping, and followed Chen Ping closer. Looking familiar, Xing Jun frowned and said, Manager Chui, who is this girl? Chui Ziyuan hurriedly looked and realized that Xing Jun was talking about Wang Hanin. He hurriedly said, Mr. Xing, this is Chen Ping's girlfriend, called Wang Hanin. She just joined the company today. Chen Ping's girlfriend? Xing Jun was startled. Seeing that expression on Xing Jun's face, Chui Ziyuan was startled and slowly nodded. Yes, it's his girlfriend. Soon after, a cold smile suddenly appeared on Xing Jun's surprised face. Find a chance, take some intimate photos of the two of them, but do it secretly, then send them to me. Got it? Chui Ziyuan nodded. Xing Jun happily left, while Chui Ziyuan was dumbfounded. He didn't know when this Xing Jun had this hobby. Brother Chen, the one who owes the most money in our group right now is this boss Meng. He owes almost $1 million. He's owed it for 2 years. Several salesmen have gone to ask for it, but none of them have come. I heard that some of the salesmen have even been beaten out of their homes. Zheng Tongjian sat at his workstation, pointing to a batch of arrears above the computer and said. Chen Ping looked at the time, and then nodded. Then take him, we now go to ask. To come back just does not affect the meal. The two of us go to ask for it? Zheng Tongjian was surprised. Of course, how many people would go otherwise? Chen Ping was stunned. Brother Chen. Zheng Tongjian was afraid, full of worry. Brother Chen, that boss Meng heard that he used to be a social mixer, and now he has cleared his name and opened a company, but there are still quite a lot of people under his hands. Just the two of us going. We will definitely get beaten up. How many? Definitely will be beaten. How many salesmen have been beaten? I heard that there is a female salesman to go. The result is to get knocked up. Are you afraid? Chen Ping looked at Zheng Tongjian and asked with a serious face. Zheng Tongjian did not know how to answer. He is indeed afraid. On this kind of customer, who is not afraid? You are doing this kind of work. If you are afraid, don't do it. There are some things you have not tried. You will never know whether it will be successful. Chen Ping finished. Directly print out the information of that Meng boss, take it and walk out. Brother Chen Ping. Seeing Chen Ping walking away, Wang Han chased after him. She knew that Chui Ziyuan had given Chen Ping a task, and at this time, Chen Ping was definitely going to ask for the bill. So Wang Hanin intended to help Chen Ping to ask for it. Chen Ping was a bit impulsive in nature. Wang Han was afraid that he would get into a conflict with someone. Are you going to ask for the bill? Wang Han asked as she caught up with Chen Ping. Aha! Chen Ping nodded. Let me see. Wang Han took the information in Chen Ping's hand and read it. The two people were very close to each other, as if they were hugging each other, looking very ambiguous. Seeing this, Cui Ziyuan inside the office hurriedly took out his cell phone and secretly took a few pictures and sent them to Sheng Jun. Brother Chen Ping, I'm afraid this has become a debt account. It hasn't been paid back for 2 years. It's been asked for many times. Wang Han looked at the information and frowned slightly. This is the biggest one. Even if it's hard, we have to try. Chen Ping said with a slight smile. Well, I'll accompany you. Wang Han nodded. I can go by myself. You don't need to accompany me. Chen Ping hastily waved his hand and said, your nature is too anxious. It's better for me to accompany you. After all, we women have an advantage in accounts. Wang Han said, even directly pulled up Chen Ping's arm and walked outside. Seeing this, Cui Ziyuan immediately stole a few more photos and passed them to Sheng Jun again. Right after Chen Ping followed Wang Han out of the company, Zhang Tongjian also ran out and caught up with Chen Ping. Brother Chen, we are a group. I can't see you risking your life by yourself. The big deal is that you'll get a beating. I'll go too. Chapter 106, won't run away, right? Zhang Tongjian figured it out, so he chased after him. Seeing that Zhang Tongjian wanted to go together, Chen Ping's face showed a touch of relief. Patting Zhang Tongjian's shoulder, he said, don't worry, with me, you won't get beaten up. Zhang Tongjian just smiled helplessly. He was determined to follow Chen Ping, but also to keep his job. He and Chen Ping were in the same group. If Chen Ping went by himself, Zhang Tongjian was afraid that the top would know about it and would fire himself. Soon, Chen Ping they followed the address on the information to find that Meng boss's company. The company is not big, only 2 floors. Look at the signboard at the door are already very old. This company won't be yellow, right? There are still people inside? Wang Han looked at the signboard at the door and said with some concern, if the company is yellow and the people run away, then the account is a debt account. Go in and take a look, said Chen Ping, taking the lead and walking in. Just walked into the company. I heard a yelling voice inside, and smoke. Choking, some people cannot breathe. In the lobby of the company, 7 or 8 bare-chested, tattooed men were smoking cigarettes and playing cards, each with red eyes. Seeing this kind of scene, Zhang Tongjian instantly regretted it and gently pulled Chen Ping's sleeve. Big brother Chen, or else let's come back another day. Wang Han also had a somewhat ugly face. How this did not look like a company. It was more like a bandit den. Since we are here, how can we meet the boss before we leave? Chen Ping said with disbelief. At this time, someone spotted Chen Ping and the 3 of them, so they got up and walked over. What do you 3 do? We are from the Heart Rain Day Chemical Company, and have come over to look for Boss Meng, Chen Ping said indifferently. Looking for accounts? When the man heard this, he immediately knew Chen Ping's intentions for them, and said with a slight frown, Brother Meng is not here. Hurry up and get lost. Don't affect our poker game. After saying that, that person was ready to go back to continue playing cards, but just took 2 steps. At this time, from the 2nd floor came down an alluringly dressed, heavily made-up girl. The girl's age is not too big, but a rouge and vulgar powder. Long ago there is no longer the kind of innocence of the girl. Lianzi, Brother Meng, let them go up, the girl said to the big man who had just stopped Chen Ping and the others. The big man nodded. You guys go up? After saying that, the big man went to play cards without looking back, while the girl swept Wang Han twice, then said, you guys follow me. Chen Ping and the others followed the girl up the stairs. Zhang Tongjian was trembling with fear and almost fell down when he went up the stairs. And at this time in the 2nd floor of an office, that Boss Meng is holding a cigar, feet cocked on the desk, leisurely humming a little song. On the floor of the office, there are still scattered a lot of toilet paper. The air is also filled with a rotten flavor. Do not have to guess, all know just what happened here. Soon, the girl brought Chen Ping and they walked into the office. That Boss Meng still had a cigar in his mouth. Only his eyes kept looking at Wang Han's body. From Heart Rain Day Chemical? That Boss Meng asked indifferently. Right. Chen Ping nodded. The money that is owed to you, I have already prepared it, said that Boss Meng made a wink, and the girl who had just brought Chen Ping and the others up immediately comprehended and opened the safe on the side, only to see the inside neatly arranged bills. 1 million can be more than. Seeing this Meng boss so quick, Zhang Tongjian and Wang Hanin instantly excited. They did not expect things to go so smoothly. And this Meng boss is not like the information said. Owed the debt is not paid, but also to beat up the person who asked for the money. Only Chen Ping's mouth was slightly raised. He knew that this Boss Meng could not be so quick to give money. Chapter 107, Returning Money for Debts. Heaven and earth are righteous. Sure enough, after revealing those banknotes, Boss Meng put his feet down from the desk, his eyes full of silver light looking at Wang Han, and then said, I don't like to deal with men. You guys want the money, can this woman stay? You two get lost. I promise to pay back what you owe. When Wang Hanin heard this, She was so scared that she hurriedly hid behind Chen Ping. Seeing Wang Han's scared look, Boss Meng burst out laughing. Debt repayment, heaven and earth. Whoever comes to ask for it, you have to give. Chen Ping said coldly. Heavenly justice? Boss Meng looked at him like a little cutie. General looked at Chen Ping. You are new here, right? Didn't your co-workers tell you the consequences of coming to me to ask for money? Told, but I don't believe it, so I wanted to come and try. Chen Ping nodded. Ha, all these years, this is the first time I have come across such a ballsy one. Since you want to try, then I will fulfill you. Saying that Boss Meng swung a fist towards Chen Ping's nose. Wang Han was behind Chen Ping, saw that Meng boss shot, nervously pulled Chen Ping, wanting to pull Chen Ping away, so as not to be hit by that Meng boss, while that Zhang Tongjian was hastily backward 2 steps, for fear of hitting himself. However, Wang Han didn't manage to pull Chen Ping. Chen Ping looked at that Boss Meng with a cold smile on his face. Just when Boss Meng's fist arrived in front of Chen Ping suddenly shot out and directly grabbed that Boss Meng's fist, followed by a sound of cracking bones. Boss Meng only felt like his fist was caught in a vice, followed by intense pain that made that Boss Meng scream. And when the girl who had brought Chen Ping and the others up saw this, she turned her head and ran out, obviously calling for someone. Tong Jian, you and Han go and get the money. Not a penny more, but the money owed to us, not a penny less. Chen Ping controlled that Meng boss, then said to Zhang Tongjian. Zhang Tongjian was so scared that he didn't dare to move, but it was Wang Hanin who glanced at Chen Ping and hurriedly went to the safe to start taking the money. Soon, more than 1 million loaded a bag full. Wang Han some anxious to Chen Ping said, Chen Ping brother, money got his hands, let's go. Wang Han's words just fell. A burst of noisy footsteps came. The 7 or 8 tattooed hunks below had rushed up, directly blocking the doorway. Kid, quickly release Brother Meng. Dare to make a move on Brother Meng. You are looking for death. When that Liangzi saw Chen Ping controlling Boss Meng, he immediately yelled out, get your people out of the way. Chen Ping did not pay any attention to that Liangzi. Instead, he exerted a slight force, and Boss Meng's hand once again let out a sound of cracking bones. Boss Meng had long been sweating profusely from the pain at this point, and although his eyes were filled with anger, there was nothing he could do at this point but to loudly order, all of you make way. Soon, a path was flashed open and Chen Ping said to Zhang Tongjian and Wang Hanin, you two take the money and go back to the company. Brother Chen Ping, aren't you going with us? Wang Han was puzzled. You guys go first, I will go back afterwards, Chen Ping said. Wang Hanin looked at Chen Ping full of worry, but was directly pulled by Zhang Tongjian and said, let's go. Staying here is also adding to the chaos of Brother Chen. Zhang Tongjian pulled Wang Hanin and ran out. Only after running out of the company, Wang Hanin gave the money to Zhang Tongjian and let him bring it back to the company, while she waited on the opposite side of the road. Not looking at Chen Ping out, she did not feel at ease. After Zhang Tongjian and Wang Hanin left, Chen Ping loosened that Boss Meng. Boss Meng, who got free, was instantly enraged. Kid, I must get you killed today. Chapter 108. What a waste. Chen Ping, however, ignored him, but looked at the large cigars on the desk, picked up one and gently sniffed it. Such a good cigar. What a waste. After saying that, Chen Ping lit one and gently inhaled it, slowly spitting out a mouthful of smoke. Chen Ping's expression looked like he was enjoying himself. Seeing Chen Ping's couldn't care less and intoxicated look, everyone was furious. Kid, you heard Brother Meng. Today I want your life. That bright sun said, a fist toward Chen Ping. This fist's force is very big, also with a slight sound of breaking air. Obviously this bright sun is a practitioner. In the face of the bright sun of a fist, Chen Ping is still the kind of full of care. Once again inhaled a mouthful of cigarettes, and then spit out towards the bright sun of the rushing over. Originally very fast, a fist came bright sun. After being Chen Ping a mouthful of smoke, the whole person is like being cast a static spell, suddenly immobilized, and the fist is only a few centimeters away from Chen Ping. This time, the crowd all looked incredibly. Just in the eyes of the crowd's incredulous eyes, Chen Ping kicked out and sent that bright sun flying directly. His huge body flew directly out of the office and fell heavily on the ground. Liangzi, Boss Meng's face changed, hurriedly ran over to check, to know that this Liangzi is the most capable fighter in his place, having practiced sparring for more than 10 years. When Boss Meng ran to Liangzi's front, the whole person suddenly froze, only to see that Liangzi's chest has been sunken. Blood spilled out of his mouth. His eyes were rounded, lying motionless on the ground, not knowing whether he is dead or alive. Kill him for me. Boss Meng was enraged. He had never been bullied like this before. Now he wanted to break Chen Ping into pieces. After getting the order, the remaining ones rushed towards Chen Ping together. They just didn't believe that Chen Ping, even if he was able to fight, inside this narrow space, he would still be able to beat this group of them. Looking for death, Chen Ping snorted coldly, followed by his body rushing into the crowd like a whirlwind. Chen Ping's speed was extremely fast. Those people could not even see Chen Ping's shadow before they were knocked to the ground one after another. In just a few short seconds, the floor of the office was filled with wailing people. Although Chen Ping did not take their lives, they all had broken arms and legs and were injured. At this moment, that boss Meng was dumbfounded, and the girl beside him was even paler than if she had been powdered. He really couldn't imagine that with so many people, he couldn't even beat a seemingly weak guy. Who can't you say you owe money to? Bias to owe me money. I am a person who hates people who owe me money the most. Chen Ping walked towards that boss Meng with a cold smile on his face. What kind of person are you? What I owe is money from Heart Rain Day Chemical. You are not an employee of Heart Rain Day Chemical? Boss Meng asked as he looked at Chen Ping in panic. Of course I am. Heart Rain Day Chemical is the company of Su Yuqi, the eldest miss of the Su family, and Su Yuqi is my woman. In that case, don't you owe me money? Chen Ping said with a playful smile. Your woman? Boss Meng had a dumbfounded look on his face, but immediately afterward his pupils began to dilate, and his eyes revealed panic. You are the one who... Boss Meng opened his big mouth, and in the end, because of the extreme panic, he couldn't even make a sound. This boss Meng also mixed in the road, although he was not qualified enough to participate in the banquet organized by Gu Wentian, but a lot of news he was aware of. Of course he had heard of Chen Ping's matter, just that he didn't even think about it in that way. The person who defeated Feng Sihai, who even Gu Wentian and Lin Tianhu were respectful, was actually this young man in front of him who looked inconspicuous. Chapter 109, Too bad. Boss Meng couldn't believe it, but he couldn't help it. Plop. Boss Meng couldn't support himself and directly knelt in front of Chen Ping. Mr. Chen, it's because I have eyes but no pearls. I beg Mr. Chen to spare my life. Boss Meng desperately kowtowed and begged for mercy. If Chen Ping was just Su Yuqi's boyfriend, he would not be so afraid. After all, if he dared to owe money to the Su family, he would not be afraid of the Su family. Although the Su family was the richest in Hongchang, after all, it was only a business family, and those like them who hung out in the underground were not afraid at all. But Chen Ping was not only Su Yuqi's recognized boyfriend, he was also the guest of Lin Tianhu and Gu Chen Tian, which was not something he could mess with. Looking at that boss Meng's appearance, Chen Ping sneered and directly walked past that boss Meng's body. As Chen Ping walked back, boss Meng sat paralyzed on the ground, and underneath him, he was already wet. Chen Ping walked to the street, ready to stop a cab to go back to the company when he suddenly saw Wang Han running over from the opposite side of the road. Brother Chen Ping. Wang Han saw Chen Ping come out and excitedly ran towards Chen Ping. Chen Ping saw that Wang Han did not leave, but even waited for himself, and his heart was immediately moved. But just when Wang Han crossed the road, a speeding car rushed over. Wang Han saw this and was so scared that she froze on the spot, and her mind went blank for a while. The driver saw someone rushing onto the road, also desperately stepped on the brakes. The ear-piercing sound of the brakes, as well as the friction of the tires smoke, so that the whole atmosphere instantly tense up. Seeing this, Chen Ping's entire Dantian luck rushed out at once, directly in front of Wang Han, his hands dead against the speeding car. Soon, the car stopped. Wang Hanin was still standing dumbfounded, her eyes filled with panic. Han, it's alright. Chen Ping pulled Wang Hanin toward the opposite side of the road. Blind how to walk? The driver rolled down the window and cursed loudly. Obviously he had just been scared too. After Chen Ping pulled Wang Hanin away, the driver got out of the car and looked at his car. When he saw in front of the car, a pair of deep palm prints, the driver was so scared that he instantly broke out into a cold sweat, and hurriedly got into the car and ran away in a puff of smoke. Han, why didn't you go back to the company? Chen Ping asked with concern. At this time Wang Han had recovered. She herself didn't know why she wasn't hit by the car. Seeing Chen Ping asking himself, Wang Han hurriedly said, I was worried about you, so I waited for you outside. Brother Chen Ping, are you alright? Wang Han looked Chen Ping up and down with concern. It's fine, those guys are just bullies. Let's go back. Chen Ping stopped a cab and followed Wang Han towards the company, and at this time in the company's sales department, a bunch of salesmen sat around and discussed in whispers. That Chen Ping is so bold, he dared to go to Boss Meng to ask for the bill. He still doesn't know that those who asked for the bill in the past were all beaten up and swollen. Yes, Wang Han went with him. That Meng boss can be colorful. See, beautiful girls wanna sleep. Our company last time to ask for accounts of the female sales, to ask for accounts back after the departure. I heard that the back of the pregnant, that is that Meng boss's. Let's wait and see. In a while that Chen Ping will definitely come back with a swollen nose. These people whispered, while Sun Xiaoming frowned slightly, somewhat worried about Wang Hanin. She is not worried about Chen Ping. Even if Chen Ping is disabled, she is not worried. But Wang Han is a little girl, has not yet been through it. If it is spoiled by the boss Meng, Too bad. Now Sun Xiaoming has some regrets. If she had known, she would have stopped Wang Hanin, not let her go with Chen Ping. Chapter 110. You didn't get beaten? It's not yet the end of the day. What are you talking about if you're not working? Do you want to deduct your paychecks? At this time, Cui Ziyuan walked out from the office and yelled at a group of salesmen. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly returned to their own workstations, and at this time there is a salesman to Cui Ziyuan said, Cui manager. Chen Ping led people to go to the boss with Meng to ask for money. Cui Ziyuan heard, slightly stunned. Immediately a face of gloating said, this guy, in order to show himself, even do not want life. If he can get the money back, I will drink the toilet water dry. Cui Ziyuan's words just fell. Zhang Tongjian came back with a sweaty face and carried a black plastic bag in his hand. Seeing Zhang Tongjian return, Sun Xiaoming hurriedly asked, Tongjian, where's Han Han? Zhang Tongjian grabbed the water on the table and drank a bottle of it in one gulp before catching his breath and telling the story one by one. When the crowd heard that inside the bag was $1 million in arrears to be returned, they all revealed a look of surprise. Cui Ziyuan even tore open the bag. White bills scattered all over the place. This time, Cui Ziyuan's face became very ugly. He did not expect Chen Ping really asked for the money back. Just now he also said that if Chen Ping could ask for the money back, he would drink all the toilet water. This time it hit his face. Han Han, this girl, too infatuated. Also don't know that Chen Ping has any good. Wang Lanlan heard that Wang Hanin even stayed behind to wait for Chen Ping, and immediately said with some disbelief. Sun Xiaoming was also a little worried about Wang Hanin. As for Chen Ping's death or life, no one cared. Just when everyone was also feeling sorry for Wang Han Han, Chen Ping brought Wang Han Han back unexpectedly. Seeing Chen Ping's body intact, the crowd was all astonished for a moment. Chen Ping, you didn't get beaten? Cui Ziyuan asked strangely. Debt repayment, heaven and earth, why did they beat me? It was more like me beating them, Chen Ping said with a cold smile, while Sun Xiaoming walked to Wang Hanin. Hanin, are you alright? Seeing that you don't look well, don't go out with him in the future. Sister Xiaoming, I'm fine. Wang Han Han smiled. Chen Ping, since you're so good at collecting debts, then the company's arrears will be handed over to you in the future. You're only responsible for collecting debts. This time, Cui Ziyuan handed over the entire sales department's outstanding payments to Chen Ping. Chen Ping didn't refuse. Even if Cui Ziyuan didn't hand it over to him, Chen Ping would still ask for all of it. All of this could be his money. See, Chen Ping did not refuse. Cui Ziyuan was a little surprised, but inwardly was very happy. If these arrears can be up, his sales manager's commission is certainly not less. At noon, the Western restaurant near the Heartrain Daily Chemical Company. In a window seat, Xingjun is waiting for someone with a full heart. Soon, Su Yuqi walks into the Western restaurant with her bag on her back. When Xingjun sees this, he hurriedly gets up and waves his hand. Yuqi, here. Su Yuqi walked over, with a few moments of indifference on her face, and sat down on the opposite side of Xingjun. What is it that you're looking for me for? Yuqi, I just feel like I haven't seen you for a long time, so I want to invite you to have a meal together. Xingjun said with a flattering face. If there's nothing, I'm leaving, Su Yuqi said, about to get up. There's something. Xingjun saw this and hurriedly stopped Su Yuqi. Yuqi, you know my heart for you. I've never liked any other girl for so many years. Can you? Can't. Not waiting for Xingjun to finish, Su Yuqi directly interrupted. Xingjun, I hope you can understand what your status is. You are just a manager hired by my Su family. I can remove you at any time. You better put your mind on your work. On me. You should not spend any more thoughts. Su Yuqi's face was cold and her tone of voice was also cold, which caused Xingjun's face to change slightly. Chapter 111, Mind your status. You mean I don't deserve you? Xingjun asked. What do you say? Su Yuqi asked back. Xingjun suddenly laughed to himself. Yes, I'm not worthy of you. I have a low status, but why would you rather find a reformed laborer who has been in jail than give me a chance? Am I hardly worse than that reformed laborer? Xingjun suddenly became agitated and his tone intensified a bit. Seeing Xingjun say this, Su Yuqi frowned. What I'm looking for doesn't have the slightest relationship with you, and you're not qualified to ask about it. Do you know what that Chen Ping is? He's not only a labor prisoner, he's also a womanizer. He had a girlfriend a long time ago. You know? You were cheated by him, Xingjun said, took out his cell phone and showed Su Yuqi those photos of Chen Ping and Wang Han Han together. As Su Yuqi looked at the photos, her face became more and more ugly, and in the end, her entire brow was knitted together. Seeing Su Yuqi's expression, Xingjun's heart was secretly happy. Immediately striking while the iron is hot, this girl is called Wang Han Han. She is Chen Ping's girlfriend. They have known each other since childhood. The two were childhood sweethearts, and now they are both working in the heart of the Rain Company. And this job is still that Chen Ping is looking for Wang Han Han. For this Wang Han Han, Su Yuchi did not speak, quietly looking at the photo of the two people. Yuchi, I am sincere to you. I will never cheat you. This Chen Ping, what he has. Where is he better than me? Xing Jun continued to show his heart. Pa! Xing Jun's words had just finished, when suddenly Su Yuchi slapped him hard. This slap directly blinded Xing Jun. Looking at Su Yuchi with a face full of incredulity, he didn't understand why Su Yuchi hit himself. Xing Jun, you dare to secretly photograph Chen Ping? Did you think that because of this, I would accept you? You are wrong. Very wrong. I believe that Chen Ping will not cheat me, and you don't need to use these photos to say anything to me. Don't you want to know where Chen Ping is better than you? I can tell you, you are not even as good as one of his little thumbs. After Su Yuchi finished speaking, she carried her bag and got up to leave. Xing Jun touched his reddened face, and an eerie and terrifying light flooded his eyes. Su Yuchi, you forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. Xing Jun gritted his teeth and said word by word. Su Yuchi's brows knitted together once again after she walked out of the Western restaurant. Although she said on her lips that she trusted Chen Ping and didn't care at all, when she saw Chen Ping following Wang Han Han in that intimate manner, she would have exploded with anger long ago. Women were all very jealous creatures. How could she watch her man being so intimate with another woman and not do anything about it? Taking out her cell phone, Su Yuchi directly called Chen Ping. These days Su Yuchi had been looking for medicinal herbs and had not taken the initiative to contact Chen Ping, but she didn't want this guy to go behind her back to be intimate with another woman. At this time, Chen Ping was following Wang Han Han and Sun Xiaoming to have lunch with them, because the lunch break was short, so he could only have a bite at the big stall near the company. Seeing Su Yuchi calling herself, Chen Ping hurriedly got up and went aside to pick up the phone. Where are you? Su Yuchi asked directly. I am at home. Chen Ping didn't want Su Yuchi to know that he was working in her company. Besides, Chen Ping wouldn't be able to do it for long. After he got together the herbs and found the spirit pen, and cured his mother's eyes, Chen Ping wouldn't be doing it anymore. He had to put his energy into cultivation, or else the 15th of July was getting closer and closer. Chen Ping would have no way to go to Nameless Island if his strength was not up to par. At home? Su Yuchi forced down the anger in her heart. Fine, you stay at home. After saying that, Su Yuchi directly hung up the phone. Chapter 112 Don't Talk Nonsense. Chen Ping felt a pang of puzzlement and could only go back to eat again. In the afternoon, not long after work, Chen Ping is organizing the outstanding bills. He intends to send to Lin Tianhu, so that Lin Tianhu to deal with. If there is Lin Tianhu cannot deal with, he in the appearance. If he personally appear, too waste of time. But just as Chen Ping was organizing the bills, suddenly there was a commotion in the sales department, followed by a group of people looking in the direction of the office, one by one whispering. Chen Ping was a little curious, so he asked Sun Xiaoming, what happened? Sun Xiaoming glanced at Chen Ping, said coldly, go back to work. Just Su Dong came. She cannot come for a long time. I do not know what this time to do in our sales department. Now into the office. You have a little eyesight. Do not offend the Su Dong. In the me even dragged. Su Dong? Chen Ping frowned slightly. Did Su Yuchi come? Chen Ping's words, all eyes immediately turned to him. Sun Xiaoming's eyes even glared. Do you want to die? Is Su Dong's name also something you can call? You don't want to harm me. Everyone else also followed Chen Ping and pulled away, fearing that Chen Ping's words would offend Su Yuchi and involve them all. Brother Chen Ping, quickly go back to work. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Han Han pulled Chen Ping back to his workstation to go to work, and at this time Chui Ziyuan office, originally drank some wine at noon, closed his eyes, ready to squint for a while. Chui Ziyuan heard the door of the office ringing, and did not open his eyes. This time period, he knew that in addition to the sales department of the people, no one will come to him here, and the only person who dared to walk in without knocking on the door was Sun Xiaoming. Anyone else who dared to walk in without knocking on the door would definitely be punished. Xiaoming, you came just in time. Come over and press my head. My head hurts a little, Chui Ziyuan said with his eyes closed. Su Yuchi looked at Chui Ziyuan's appearance, with a few moments of grimness on her face. Are you asking me to press your head? As soon as Su Yuchi's words fell, Chui Ziyuan snapped his eyes open, and when he saw that it was Su Yuchi standing in front of him, looking at him with a grim look on her face, Chui Ziyuan's face instantly changed. Bam! Frightened Chui Ziyuan hurriedly got up, due to too much panic, directly fell to the ground. Enduring the severe pain, Chui Ziyuan climbed up, with a humble face walked to Su Yuchi in front of him. Su Dong, why did you come? If I don't come, do you even want to turn this place into a clubhouse? Su Yuchi said coldly. No, I don't dare. Please Su Dong forgive. Chui Ziyuan was so scared that he shook his head repeatedly, almost kneeling down. Su Yuchi also did not say anything else, but walked towards the back of the desk. Chui Ziyuan saw this, hurriedly pulled the chair out for Su Yuchi. After Su Yuchi sat down, she said to Chui Ziyuan, "Go and call Chen Ping to Chen Ping?" Chui Ziyuan froze. He didn't understand how Su Yuchi knew about Chen Ping. What was the point of looking for Chen Ping? What? You didn't hear? Su Yuchi frowned. "Oh, I'll go right away." Chui Ziyuan was so scared that he hurriedly ran out. Those people in the sales department saw Chui Ziyuan come out and hurriedly dispersed, returning to their workstations pretending to be busy, but a pair of eyes kept staring at Chui Ziyuan. They were curious to know what Su Yuchi was going to do when she suddenly came to the company, only to see Chui Ziyuan walk to Chen Ping's workstation, said to Chen Ping, "Chen Ping, Su Dong is looking for you. After you go, don't talk nonsense." Chen Ping got up and walked towards the office. He knew that Su Yuchi definitely came to find himself, so he was not surprised. What is Su Dong looking for this Chen Ping for? It's really strange. Does Su Dong know this Chen Ping? Why are you looking for him as soon as you come? Could it be because Chen Ping Temeng's arrears up? Su Dong because of this to find him? Come on. The matter of debt collection. Manager Chui hasn't reported it to the top. How would Su Dong know about it? The crowd all whispered, curious as to why Su Yuchi was looking for Chen Ping. Chapter 113, Do you think I believe it? Han, do you know if that Chen Ping knows Su Dong? Why else would Su Dong be looking for him? Sun Xiaoming asked curiously to Wang Hanin. After all, Wang Han and Chen Ping had known each other for a long time, so maybe Wang Han knew something about Chen Ping, but Wang Han shook her head. "I don't know, but brother Chen Ping just got out of jail not long ago. He shouldn't know such a big shot like Su Dong." When Sun Xiaoming thought about it, she was right. Chen Ping had been in jail for 3 years. How could he possibly know Su Yuchi, the Su family's big lady? I hope that this guy will not talk nonsense when he meets Su Dong. That would put us all in harm's way. Sun Xiaoming said worriedly. She didn't know why. She always felt that this guy Chen Ping was unreliable. Brother Chen Ping won't talk nonsense. Wang Hanin was quite assured of Chen Ping. Inside the office at this time, Chen Ping somewhat awkwardly pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing Su Yuchi sitting on a chair, Chen Ping grinned. "Didn't you say you were at home?" Su Yuchi asked with a cold face. "I am at home. I now consider the company as home," Chen Ping said with a twinkle in his eyes. "Who is Wang Han?" Su Yuchi asked directly to the point. "If I say she is my sister, do you believe me?" Chen Ping looked at Su Yuchi and asked rhetorically. Su Yuchi sneered. "Do you think I believe it?" Chen Ping smiled awkwardly, and could only tell the relationship between himself and Wang Han one by one. Han and I have only been neighbors for many years. Not the kind of relationship you imagine. After hearing Chen Ping's explanation, Su Yuchi was quite relieved. In fact, she still trusted Chen Ping, only that she wanted to hear it from Chen Ping in person. "I imagine what kind of relationship you guys have. What relationship you guys love to be is what relationship you guys love to be. What's it got to do with me? Make a fool of yourself." Su Yuchi rolled her eyes, but inwardly she had long been happy. Chen Ping could also see that Su Yuchi was not angry anymore, so he asked, "How do you know that I am here? And how do you know about Wang Han?" Chen Ping was a little curious as to how Su Yuchi knew that she came to work at the company. After all, Chen Ping was just an ordinary employee. It was impossible that after joining the company, the information would be passed on to Su Yuchi, the chairman of the board. If that was the case, she, the chairman of the board, would have died of exhaustion a long time ago. "You stay out of this." Su Yuchi stood up. "If you want to work directly with me to say I put the company's general manager seat to you. What salesman? And besides you do not lack of money. I don't want to be a general manager. I don't have time to care. I come to work just to cope with my parents. Otherwise they are always worried about me. I still have a lot of things to do. It's not possible to stay in the company for a long time." Chen Ping quickly waved his hand. He didn't want to be chained inside the company. "Right. Why don't uncle and auntie live in Pan Long Bay Villa? Isn't the environment quite good there?" Su Yuchi remembered Chen Ping's parents' insistence on leaving the villa and asked in confusion. "I'm not sure." Chen Ping shook his head. Right now Chen Ping did not know why his parents insisted on leaving Pan Long Wan and said those words to him. "But I feel like someone said something to my parents. That's why they left." As soon as Chen Ping's words fell, Su Yuchi instantly realized. "I know. It must be that guy Xing Jun. Too much. He thought that just because of this, I would be able to look at him. He's just too sinister as a person." Xing Jun? Chen Ping froze. Is this the general manager? Chen Ping now finally understood why at that time during the interview, that Xing Jun suddenly appeared and left himself behind. It turned out that he had already known about himself, and he also knew about his relationship with Su Yuchi. Chapter 114, I don't want to tell you. Yes, that's him. This guy has been pursuing me for years. I can't look at him. Su Yuchi's eyes were full of disdain when she mentioned Xing Jun, and then continued. Why don't I go and explain it to my uncles and aunts after some time? After all, Pan Long Bay has a good environment and is suitable for retirement. Forget it, my parents are quite good now. There are some old neighbors to chat. Wait until later. Chen Ping intended to talk about it after a while. Su Yuqi nodded, carrying her bag and ready to leave. Just walked to the door, but suddenly turned back and said, if someone bullies you, don't be embarrassed to tell me. Really can't do it. I'll fire that Xing Jun. Do you think someone can bully me? Chen Ping smiled faintly. Su Yuqi also smiled, directly opened the door and left. Chen Ping even beat that Feng Sihai with such a good hand. Of course no one can bully him inside this company. After Su Yuqi left, Cui Ziyuan immediately rushed back to the office and questioned Chen Ping. Chen Ping, what did Su Don just talk to you about? Chen Ping coldly looked at that Cui Ziyuan. I don't want to tell you. After saying that, Chen Ping directly walked out of the office, making that Cui Ziyuan furious. Good you Chen Ping, don't think that you can ask for the bill, so you don't put me as the manager in your eyes. I will make you look good. Cui Ziyuan yelled. After Chen Ping walked out of the office, he was instantly surrounded by a group of people, asking questions, all wanting to know what Su Yuqi said to Chen Ping. Only Chen Ping didn't pay attention to them. In the afternoon, Chen Ping sorted out the bills that he owed and sent them all to Lin Tianhu to collect all the accounts. When it was close to the end of the day, Xing Jun suddenly visited the sales department, which made all the people in the sales department who were ready to go off work all nervous. They were all afraid that Xing Jun would make them work overtime. Mr. Xing. Cui Ziyuan hurriedly greeted Xing Jun when he saw him arrive. Xing Jun swept a glance at the sales department, and then after resting his eyes on Chen Ping's body for a moment, he said to Cui Ziyuan, Manager Cui, recently your sales department has been performing well, so after work, I'll treat everyone to a meal, and all of you in the sales department should be there. Not a single person should be left out, and the location will be at the Zion Hezwang. After Xing Jun finished speaking, he directly turned around and left, only leaving Cui Ziyuan standing dumbfounded. Ziyuan, did I hear it right just now? Mr. Xing wants to treat us all to dinner? He also said that our sales department is performing well? Seeing this, Sun Xiaoming hurriedly walked over to Cui Ziyuan and asked. Cui Ziyuan nodded with a puzzled face. What's wrong with Mr. Xing today? Taken the wrong medication? To know that Xing Jun has never invited all of their sales department for dinner, and because of the problem of outstanding payments, Cui Ziyuan was scolded every time they met. This sudden change today has left him a bit at a loss for words. Manager Cui, Mr. Xing invited all of us to have dinner together. This is a good thing. Why are you still frothing? Hurry up and notify. Wang Lanlan said to Cui Ziyuan with an excited face. Right. Cui Ziyuan hurriedly reacted and immediately notified the crowd. Fearing that someone would look at the end of work time and directly leave the company, Xing Jun had instructed that not a single person in the sales department should be left behind. Everyone, just now Mr. Xing came over to praise our sales department, and he also wants to invite all of our sales department to have dinner at Zion Hezwang. Everyone must be there. No absences allowed. As soon as Cui Ziyuan's words fell, everyone in the sales department immediately let out a burst of screams. Holy, Zion Hezwang, it's so awesome. This is the best restaurant in Hongcheng, following the Regal Hotel. What's wrong with Mr. Xing today? Is he being merciful? I'm going to hurry and dress up. I can't disgrace Mr. Xing. For a while, all the people in the sales department began to get ready, especially some of the girls, who directly ran to the restroom and began to dress up. Chapter 115, Perform Well. Ziyuan, this time you have to perform well. If you please Mr. Xing, maybe you can be transferred to the purchasing department as a manager. That's a fat job. Sun Xiaoming reminded to Cui Ziyuan. Well, don't worry, I'll work hard, and by then I'll buy a house in Panlong Bay to be our wedding house. Cui Ziyuan nodded. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoming's face instantly overflowed with a happy smile. Chen Ping couldn't help but frown slightly after hearing that Xing Jun had suddenly invited the sales department for a meal. He knew that this meal was definitely aimed at himself. However, no matter what tactics that Xing Jun had, Chen Ping was not afraid. Soon, the sales department people got ready and walked out of the company together, ready to go to Zion Hezwang. Because all of these people came to work by car, only two people, Chen Ping and Wang Hanin, were taking cabs. Hanin, get in the car. Sun Xiaoming drove the car and waved towards Wang Hanin. Wang Han got in the car and smiled slightly towards Sun Xiaoming. Thank you, Sister Xiaoming. What's the point of being polite with me? Just sit back. After Sun Xiaoming finished speaking, she stepped on the gas with one foot. Alas, Sister Xiaoming, Brother Chen hasn't gotten on the car yet. Wang Hanin still thought that Sun Xiaoming even pulled Chen Ping together, but who knew that it was driving directly away? I do not pull him. Dirty my car how to do, behind so many cars. Let him sit in someone else's, Sun Xiaoming said with disgust. Wang Hanin didn't say anything, thinking that there are many people driving behind. Chen Ping sat in anyone's car is the same. but just after Sun Xiaoming left, those people behind also drove past Chen Ping, but none of them stopped and let Chen Ping get on the car. After Zhang Tongjian drove his second-hand Cherry past Chen Ping, he wanted to stop the car and take Chen Ping, but who knew that Cui Ziyuan behind him was desperately honking the horn, urging Zhang Tongjian. Seeing this, Zhang Tongjian could only look at Chen Ping helplessly, and then drove directly away. When Cui Ziyuan drove past Chen Ping's front, he stopped the car and rolled down the window to look at Chen Ping with full of mockery. Chen Ping, look at your own persona. How do you mix? No one is pulling you. Chen Ping just coldly smiled, did not say a word. Seeing Chen Ping did not say anything, Cui Ziyuan was even more smug. Take a cab directly. You can take the invoice and find me tomorrow for reimbursement. Looking at Cui Ziyuan's smug look, Chen Ping sneered. Reimbursement is not necessary. Maybe I will catch up to you guys in a while. Che, unless you fly over. You still want to catch up in front of me? Cui Ziyuan smiled disdainfully and stepped on the gas. The car rushed out at a fast speed. He did not want to follow Chen Ping's nonsense. Looking at Cui Ziyuan who had already left, Chen Ping transported the spiritual qi in his dantian on top of his feet. Although he could not fly right now, but if he executed his sprinting steps, he would definitely be faster than the car. But just when Chen Ping was about to run, suddenly a Bentley stopped in front of Chen Ping. Lin Tianhu opened the door and walked down. When Chen Ping saw that Lin Tianhu had actually come, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Lin Tianhu, you're looking for me for something? Temple Lord, some of the debt guys I notified, scared all to pay back the money, but your company's finance has long been off work, no way to collect. Call me the money, I brought it over to you. It turned out that after Lin Tianhu received Chen Ping's bill, a phone call scared those who owed money to pay back the money, because the heart of the Rain Daytime Chemical Company's financial early off work, cannot receive the money. These people can only call the money to Lin Tianhu. Chen Ping heard, Lin Tianhu even for this, specifically ran a trip, cannot help but a smile. No hurry, tomorrow you directly transfer to the company on the line. Chapter 116, Rules. Paul Master, where are you planning to go? I'll give you a ride? Lin Tianhu asked. Going to Xianhezhuang for dinner, just in time for you to send me there. Chen Ping so that he wouldn't have to run there by himself. After all, nowadays there was a lack of spiritual qi and it wasn't easy to cultivate a bit of spiritual energy. Going to Xianhezhuang for dinner? Lin Tianhu froze. Your Highness, that is the property of the Red Dragon Gang. If you hurt that Feng Sihai, be careful they will retaliate. Chen Ping did not realize that this Xianhezhuang was the property of the Red Dragon Gang, but Chen Ping was not afraid and said indifferently, it's just a casual meal. Nothing will happen. If they really want to retaliate, then the ones who will have something to do will be the Red Dragon Gang. Lin Tianhu thought right. With Chen Ping's strength, even the Red Dragon Gang leader Feng Sihai is not a rival. The following small fish and shrimp, even more worthless. Lin Tianhu opened the car door and invited Chen Ping to get on the car, then kicked the gas towards Xianhezhuang. Cui Ziyuan on the road is driving humming a little song. The heart is not to mention how painful. See Chen Ping defeat. The heart is happy. But just at this moment, suddenly a car from his car side of a brush. Speed is extremely fast. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How to ing drive. Rushing to reincarnation. When Cui Ziyuan finished cursing, saw that it was a Bentley car, scared and hurriedly shut his mouth. Can drive a Bentley in Hongchang? It certainly will not be an ordinary person. If this is provoked, he will have bad luck. When Chen Ping was on his way to Xianhezhuang, in a luxurious office in Xianhezhuang, a middle-aged man with a beard was sitting on an office chair. There is a scar at the corner of the eye of the middle-aged man. His hand is holding a cigar trimming. Behind the middle-aged man there are 4 tiger-backed hulks, each with their heads held high and their faces cold. This middle-aged man is the manager of Xianhe village, Liao Feixiong, but also a hall master of the Red Dragon Gang, able to manage Xianhe village, which also proves that this Liao Feixiong is valued by Feng Sihai. In front of Liao Feixiong, Xing Jun, the general manager of Heart Rain Daily Chemical, is sitting there. Xing Jun's complexion is a bit unnatural. There is also a suitcase beside Xing Jun. Looking at these people in front of him, Xing Jun is very nervous. Liao Feixiong finished trimming his cigar. After lighting it, he took a deep breath and said, "What are you looking for me to say?" "Brother Xiong. I want Brother Xiong to help me get rid of someone," said Xing Jun. "You understand my rules?" Liao Feixiong asked indifferently. "Understand. All understand. Here is $1 million, not a penny less. And the person I want to deal with is not a political celebrity, just an ordinary person. It will be fine," Xing Jun said. Opening the suitcase, the white flowery banknotes inside were revealed. Seeing a box of banknotes, the corner of Liao Feixiong's mouth slightly raised. "I know. You give me that person's information. After 3 days you won't see him. Brother Xiong. In a moment, I've arranged for that kid to come to Zion Hezwang for dinner. I hope that brother Xiong will find a reason to be able to kill him directly. Otherwise I'm afraid that people will suspect me. Xing Jun was afraid that Su Yuqi would suspect himself if Chen Ping suddenly disappeared. So he asked Liao Fei Xiong to find a random reason to finish Chen Ping off during dinner. That way Su Yuqi would have no reason to suspect him. Let me kill someone in Zion Hezwang? Liao Fei Xiong frowned slightly. You know that doing this will have a big impact on my business. Brother Xiong, after it's done, I can pay you another $500,000. Please do brother Xiong a favor. Xing Jun hurriedly pleaded. Alright, for the sake of money, I'll help you once. Liao Fei Xiong nodded. I'll send someone over in a while when you guys are eating. Thank you brother Xiong. Thank you brother Xiong. Xing Jun thanked him repeatedly and turned around to walk out. Walking out of Liao Fei Xiong's office, a cold light flashed in Xing Jun's eyes. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he said, when this Chen Ping dies, I'll see if Yu Qi will still reject me. Chapter 117 Bentley. At the entrance of Zion Hezwang, Lin Tianhu parked his car and opened the door for Chen Ping to walk down. Paul Master, I'll wait for you here, so that if there is something, I can also deal with it first. Lin Tianhu said to Chen Ping. Chen Ping waved his hand. No need, you go back. Lin Tianhu nodded and got into his car and left. And just as Lin Tianhu had just driven away, a red BMW car came. The one who drove it was Sun Xiaoming, and Wang Hanin was also on it. Because Sun Xiaoming left early, she was a bit ahead of the others. Chen Ping, did you just come down from above that Bentley? Sun Xiaoming asked Chen Ping with some surprise. Just now when she saw Chen Ping coming down from the Bentley, she was still a bit in disbelief, and when she arrived in front of Chen Ping, she had to believe it. Chen Ping nodded slightly. Brother Chen Ping, you're in a Bentley? I should have known that I would sit in a Bentley with you. I've never sat in one before. Wang Han said excitedly when she saw that Chen Ping really came in a Bentley. But after saying that, she instantly felt that something was wrong, so she apologized and smiled towards Sun Xiaoming and said, Sister Xiaoming, I don't mean that. It's quite good to sit in your car. It's fine. Sun Xiaoming didn't care. She knew that Wang Hanin didn't mean any harm. It was just that Sun Xiaoming's eyes kept looking at Chen Ping. She didn't understand how Chen Ping came in a Bentley. Chen Ping, whose Bentley do you ride in? Sun Xiaoming continued to ask. A friend's. Chen Ping replied indifferently. You still have a friend who can afford a Bentley? This time, it made Sun Xiaoming a little unsettled. A Bentley would cost a few $1,000,000 to say the least. And in a small city like Hongchang, there were really not many people who could spend a few $1,000,000 on a car. Before Chen Ping replied, Cui Ziyuan also arrived. 7 or 8 cars parked in the parking lot. Looking at the Zion Hezwang in front of them, they all marveled. Tong Jian, put your broken car somewhere else. Don't park it here. Disgrace us. Cui Ziyuan yelled at Zhang Tongjian who had just arrived. Zhang Tongjian had no choice but to drive the car away, while Cui Ziyuan and the others pretended to look indifferent as they walked towards the inside of Zion Hezwang. Just as they reached the entrance, they saw Sun Xiaoming and Chen Ping, which startled the crowd. Chen Ping? You? Cui Ziyuan looked at Chen Ping incredulously. He couldn't imagine that Chen Ping had actually arrived at the place even faster than him. I told you, it will definitely be faster than you. Chen Ping looked at Cui Ziyuan that way and said with the corner of his mouth raised. The others also looked at Chen Ping and sighed. Chen Ping, did you fly over here? Did you kid take a shortcut? How did you get here so fast? It's really evil. When did he arrive in front of us? The crowd all looked at Chen Ping incredulously and asked. Brother Chen Ping came in a Bentley. Wang Hanin said for Chen Ping with pride. Hearing that Chen Ping came in a Bentley, all the people didn't believe it, and Cui Ziyuan snorted coldly. He's also worthy of a Bentley. I don't think he even knows what a Bentley looks like. He must have taken a cab, exceeded the shortcut to come here, and pretended to say that he came in a Bentley. Brother Chen Ping is really sitting in a Bentley. Me and Sister Xiaoming all saw it. Wang Hanin saw that no one believed, and anxiously explained again. Instead, Chen Ping had a calm face, not saying anything. These people love to believe it or not. Chen Ping did not have to explain anything. Seeing Wang Han said that Sun Xiaoming also saw it, so all the people put their eyes on Sun Xiaoming, while Cui Ziyuan asked, Xiaoming, is it true? Chen Ping wouldn't really come in a Bentley, right? Sun Xiaoming nodded. I did see him get out of the Bentley. Chapter 118, Dismissal. Seeing that Sun Xiaoming was saying this, the crowd had to believe it as well, and Cui Ziyuan also recalled that he had just been overtaken by a Bentley on the road. Chen Ping, you wouldn't have specially hit a Bentley special car in order to act tough and run ahead of me, right? That's going to cost a lot of money. As far as that goes, Cui Ziyuan said with a disdainful expression. That expression was, even if you came in a Bentley, even if you arrived before me, but I still despise you. That Bentley is not the special car that Brother Chen Ping called. It is the, of a friend of Brother Chen Ping. Wang Han tried her best to defend Chen Ping. She didn't want Chen Ping to be looked down upon by these people. Humph, would he have a friend who bought a Bentley? Don't be so naive. Besides you, who would believe him? Cui Ziyuan snorted coldly, followed by asking the crowd, do you believe it? Don't believe it. Fish looking for fish and shrimp looking for shrimp. Chen Ping, this poor look. How can he have a friend who bought a Bentley? Pretending. Who wouldn't say that? I even said I have a friend who bought a private jet. Is this a failure of pretending? You don't even look at your own worth, but you dare to say you have a friend who buys a Bentley. The crowd all mocked Chen Ping with disdain. Even Sun Xiaoming didn't believe that the person driving the Bentley just now was Chen Ping's friend. Only Wang Hanin was convinced of Chen Ping. Seeing that Chen Ping didn't say a word and thought that Chen Ping was weak, Cui Ziyuan said with a gleeful face, let's go in quickly. Mr. Xing is waiting. I'll put the ugly words in front of you. Whoever dares to upset Mr. Xing today, I'll let you all have a good time. The crowd even nodded their heads. They didn't even dare to mess with Cui Ziyuan, let alone Xing Jun. Cui Ziyuan led the crowd to the private room that Xing Jun had mentioned, and the crowd was outside organizing their clothes and taking deep breaths, wanting to adjust their state before going in. But just as the crowd was adjusting their state, Chen Ping pushed open the door of the private room and walked in, which made Cui Ziyuan instantly angry. When the crowd followed them in, they were relieved to see that Xing Jun was not in the private room. Chen Ping, are you crazy? How can you just push the door and enter? It's a good thing that Mr. Xing isn't here, otherwise he would definitely be angry. Cui Ziyuan roared at Chen Ping. Everyone else also blamed Chen Ping, fearing that Chen Ping's behavior would drag them down as well. Looking at Cui Ziyuan and the crowd's faces, Chen Ping sneered. What? Why don't you push the door directly and kowtow outside? How many years has it been since the Qing dynasty died? How many years has the Qing dynasty been dead? Are your ancestors all lackeys? Chen Ping's words immediately made the faces of the crowd turn ugly, while that Cui Ziyuan was even more furious and red. Chen Ping, what are you so great at? If you're really powerful, don't go to work if you have the ability. Don't be a lackey. What's the point of pretending here? One word from me and I'll tell you to get lost. Cui Ziyuan roared loudly. The crowd was also bad-mouthing Chen Ping, demanding that Cui Ziyuan fire Chen Ping. Even Sun Xiaoming was staring at Chen Ping with a somewhat ugly face. This look of Chen Ping cursing his mother after eating milk disgusted her. Only Wang Han explained for Chen Ping. Brother Chen Ping didn't mean that. Manager Cui, don't be angry. Wang Han was afraid that Chen Ping had lost his job. After all, it wasn't easy to find a good job like this, and the benefits were good. You don't have that ability to fire me yet. Chen Ping looked at Cui Ziyuan and said with disdain. Chen Ping knew that Xing Jun would not agree with Cui Ziyuan to fire himself. Since Xing Jun had kept himself in the company, he definitely would not just fire himself casually. What did you say? I'm the manager of the sales department. The whole sales department is up to me. I still can't fire you as a small employee, even if you were left behind by Mr. Xing. So what? I can fire you just the same. I'm the biggest in the sales department. Cui Ziyuan furiously yelled at Chen Ping. Chapter 119, Not Qualified. But as soon as the words fell, the door to the private room was pushed open and Xing Jun walked straight in. Seeing Xing Jun coming, Cui Ziyuan was so scared that cold sweat instantly came out. The words he just said were so treasonous that he didn't even put Xing Jun in his eyes. Mr. Xing. Cui Ziyuan trembled his body and hurriedly pulled out the chair on the main seat for Xing Jun. Mr. Xing, sit down. Xing Jun slowly sat down, and then slightly tilted his head to look at Cui Ziyuan and said, Manager Cui, I seem to have heard you say that you are the biggest in the sales department? Cui Ziyuan's head boomed. Hurriedly explained, Mr. Xing, I just talked nonsense. Who doesn't know that you're the biggest in the company? That Chen Ping doesn't know the rules, and he even provoked me with his words. I'm just trying to teach him a lesson. Just as long as you know who is the biggest. The corner of Xing Jun's mouth lifted slightly before he waved his hand and said, All sit down. With Xing Jun's permission, the crowd dared to take their seats, while Chen Ping sat directly beside Xing Jun. Since Chen Ping knew Xing Jun's intentions, then he would properly meet this Xing Jun and see what exactly he had up his sleeve. Seeing Chen Ping actually sitting next to Xing Jun, Cui Ziyuan immediately roared, Chen Ping, do you know what your status is? Is that seat for you? Knowing that such an opportunity was rare, anyone would want to sit next to Xing Jun, and then be able to follow him to pull in some affection. Now that Chen Ping had directly sat next to Xing Jun, it made Cui Ziyuan feel very dissatisfied. Everyone also looked at Chen Ping angrily. Chen Ping as a newcomer in the sales department, but he was not qualified to sit next to the old boss for dinner. Even they, the old men, were afraid that they were not almost there. The positions on the left and right side of Xing Jun must be given to Cui Ziyuan and Sun Xiaoming. How? Where to sit is still divided into qualifications. Is it written on the stool that I can't sit? Chen Ping said with a cold smile. Chen Ping, do you really not know or are you pretending not to know? I think you're doing it on purpose, trying to get close to Mr. Xing, aren't you? You are just a salesman who just came here. What kind of mind games are you playing? That position is reserved for Manager Cui. Wang Lanlan angrily accused Chen Ping. The crowd also accused Chen Ping loudly, saying that he was just trying to flatter the general manager. Such a good position. They, the old employees, could not even take their turn. Why should they let Chen Ping sit? The crowd was not balanced in anyone's mind, so they accused Chen Ping. Chen Ping swept a glance at the crowd. His face was full of disdain. Don't force your thoughts on me. I don't care who you guys want to add, but I can sit wherever I want to sit, and you guys don't want to control me either. Chen Ping made his way to Xing Jun's side with a single butt, while then smiled faintly. General Manager Xing, I'm not condescending to your status by sitting here, am I? Chen Ping looked at Xing Jun with a few provocative flavors in his eyes. This Xing Jun dared to brush a small smarty pants on himself. Of course Chen Ping would not spoil him. Seeing Chen Ping actually speak after Xing Jun in such a tone, this scared Cui Ziyuan and the others. Even Wang Hanhan pinched a cold sweat for Chen Ping. Chen Ping, how are you talking to Mr. Xing? Just like you dare to compare yourself to Mr. Xing? Have some face. Chen Ping, don't think that just because Mr. Xing is approachable, you're getting an inch. Hurry up and roll up. The crowd shouted at Chen Ping, while that Cui Ziyuan was in a cold sweat. Full of nervousness, he followed Xing Jun and explained, Mr. Xing, this kid has a brain problem. You must not be angry. As Xing Jun listened to the crowd's accusations and chiding of Chen Ping, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he smiled faintly and said, there's no harm in it, just let him sit here. After Xing Jun finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Chen Ping with a bit of depth in his eyes and said, it's only right for a young man to have a temper, but a temper that's too hard will easily fold. Chapter 120, Slapping. Thank you General Manager Xing for reminding me. I am a person who would rather bend than bend. Chen Ping also had a few deep smiles on his face. Xing Jun just laughed and didn't say anything else, because after a while, he would know if this Chen Ping would bend or not. Chen Ping occupied a position. Cui Ziyuan could only helplessly sit on Xing Jun's left side, while Sun Xiaoming thus sat next to Cui Ziyuan. Sun Xiaoming's eyes has been disgusted glaring at Chen Ping. If not Chen Ping, that position is her. If today does Xing Jun service happy, maybe Cui Ziyuan can be transferred to the purchasing department, and their own can also be the sales manager. Now Sun Xiaoming's heart regretted to death to bring Chen Ping into the company. If he had known this, he would not have agreed to introduce Chen Ping in. This is not to find trouble for himself. Chen Ping, if it wasn't for Mr. Xing, would you be able to enter the company? Could you sit here and eat? Let me tell you, just like you can't even think of being able to eat in Zion Hezwang for the rest of your life. Trash. Cui Ziyuan insulted at Chen Ping with a disdainful face. Now was the time to show loyalty to Xing Jun. Of course Cui Ziyuan would not let go of such a good opportunity. Snap. However, Cui Ziyuan's words had just landed on the ground, followed by a direct slap. This slap instantly shocked the crowd. Everyone looked at Cui Ziyuan in a daze, while Cui Ziyuan himself was staring at Chen Ping with wide eyes. Incredulously, he did not expect Chen Ping to dare to make a move on himself. And Xing Jun, who was sitting in the center, frowned slightly. This Chen Ping directly hit Cui Ziyuan in front of himself. This was not putting himself in his eyes at all. This slap is just to give you a lesson. I won't move you, just for the sake of Uncle Sun. If you dare to disrespect me again, I will rip your head off. Chen Ping coldly glanced at that Cui Ziyuan, with a strong killing intent in his eyes. Just this one glance scared Cui Ziyuan enough. His body trembled slightly. His entire body was like falling into an ice cave. Chen Ping, are you crazy? Why did you hit Ziyuan? Sun Xiaoming saw that Chen Ping had actually made a move on Cui Ziyuan, and immediately roared at Chen Ping. Chen Ping, you even dared to hit Manager Cui. I think you don't want to work anymore. Simply against the sky, a small salesman dared to hit the sales manager, must be fired. The crowd spoke for Cui Ziyuan and flattered him. Chen Ping, you kneel down now and apologize to Manager Cui. Maybe he can forgive you and let you stay in the company. Otherwise you will definitely be fired. Wang Lanlan pointed at Chen Ping and said sternly, Brother Chen Ping. Wang Han looked at Chen Ping, somewhat at a loss for words. She also did not expect Chen Ping to suddenly take action against Cui Ziyuan. Fire me? The corner of Chen Ping's mouth lifted slightly. Just by him, he is not qualified to fire me. The hallowed great manager Xing is here. Where does he have the right to speak to a sales manager? Chen Ping, all your ancestors, I'll get you killed. Cui Ziyuan roared loudly after a moment of shock. No matter how scared he was at this time, he had to act fearless, or else he, the sales manager, would have no status in the hearts of his employees. Snap! Cui Ziyuan's words had just fallen and he was about to rush towards Chen Ping when Chen Ping threw another slap. Chen Ping's speed was so fast that Chui Ziyuan did not have time to dodge. However, while Chen Ping was hitting Chui Ziyuan, his eyes were looking at Xing Jun with a provocative flavor in his eyes. Only Xing Jun's face was grim as he didn't move a muscle. After receiving 2 slaps in a row, Chui Ziyuan was about to go crazy with anger and said to Chen Ping with bubbling rage, "Chen Ping, Chapter 121, Not Eating for Nothing. Slap." Chui Ziyuan had just opened his mouth when he was given another slap by Chen Ping. Chen Ping, slap, snap. By the end of the day, whenever Chui Ziyuan opened his mouth, Chen Ping slapped him, and his entire face became a pig's head. Chui Ziyuan was scared and looked at Chen Ping in horror, but did not dare to open his mouth again, and the crowd also looked at Chen Ping in horror. No one dared to say anything else. That Wan Lanlan even sat down with her whole body trembling. Her lips were shivering. She no longer dared to say a word. She was afraid that Chen Ping would also hit her, but the crowd put their eyes on Xing Jun's body. As the general manager of the company, now the employee hit the department manager in public. Such a thing must be very bad. The crowd wanted to see how Xing Jun dealt with it, but out of everyone's expectation, Xing Jun's face was gloomy, but he didn't say a word. The whole atmosphere in the private room became very depressing and silent. "Serve the food. All of you say less." After a few minutes of silence, Xing Jun finally opened his mouth. Xing Jun's sudden opening made everyone feel strange. They didn't understand that things were like this. Why would Xing Jun still keep Chen Ping for dinner? He should have fired him on the spot and told him to get lost. Could it be that this Chen Ping was really related to the Xing Jun? No way. The way Chen Ping spoke to Xing Jun just now, it was obvious that the two were not like friends. The crowd was a bit confused. They really couldn't figure out where Chen Ping got the guts to hit Chui Ziyuan while Xing Jun didn't care. San Xiaomeng, on the other hand, kept rubbing Chui Ziyuan's swollen cheeks, and her eyes were full of anger as she glared at Chen Ping. Soon, several waiters walked in, carrying an exquisite dish. Each dish was worth a lot of money, and it was appetizing to look at. After seeing this table of dishes, the gazes of the crowd finally shifted from Chen Ping, and one by one, their mouths were watering. Chen Ping picked up his chopsticks and took the lead in taking the first bite. With Chen Ping's actions, although the crowd wanted to say something, no one dared to open their mouths anymore at this time. After all, Xing Jun hadn't even said anything, so what else could they say? Everyone eat together. Don't be formal. After Xing Jun's words, a group of people had long since been unable to resist starting to wolf down their food. They were just a bunch of part-timers. Where had they ever eaten such good food? Wang Han Han looked at the delicious food in front of her. Her eyes were also sizzling, but she was still able to control it and didn't go crazy like the others. However, this would be a great disadvantage. The dish that you wanted to eat, in the blink of an eye, was snatched away by someone else. Chen Ping could see that Wang Han Han was a little embarrassed, so he made a move to give Wang Han Han some food. "Han Han, you eat a little more. Anyway, it doesn't cost anything, it's not worth not eating." Soon, Wang Han Han's bowl was filled with a full bowl by Chen Ping. Looking at Chen Ping's appearance, Xing Jun revealed a few moments of disdain. He was curious to know, with Chen Ping's appearance, why would Su Yuqi like him? During the course of the meal, Xing Jun was not moving his chopsticks, but kept looking at his watch as if he was waiting for something. "Brother Chen Ping, I'm going to the restroom." Wang Hanen got up and walked out of the private room. After going out for a few minutes, Wang Hanen ran back in a bit of panic, her face a bit pale as she sat beside Chen Ping. "Hanin, what's wrong?" Chen Ping asked. "No, nothing." Wang Han Han hurriedly shook her head, but just as Wang Han Han finished, the door of the private room was suddenly kicked open, followed by 4 burly men walking in. "Little girl, you ran away after bumping into me, and you didn't give your brother an apology?" One of the big men said towards Wang Han Han. "I didn't do it on purpose. I'm sorry." Wang Han Han was so scared that she hurriedly got up and apologized after a few big men, while the others were all frightened when they saw someone suddenly barge in. Only that Xing Jun revealed an undetectable smile. Chapter 122, Want to kill me? The people he was waiting for finally came. These 4 big men were the ones behind Liao Feixiong, all of whom Xing Jun had just seen. "Sorry, and that's it? You bumped into my brother. You should at least compensate me with a drink," the big man said with a lewd smile. "Then I'll toast you all." Wang Han Han wasn't afraid to drink, and she also had the capacity to drink. After pouring 2 cups of wine, Wang Han Han served a cup to that big man, only to see that the big man took the cup of wine in Wang Han Han's hand, deliberately touched a hand in Wang Han Han's hand, which made Wang Han Han shrieked, followed by the cup of wine fell to the ground. The wine inside also spilled all over the big man. "Damn, dare to splash me with wine?" The big man was furious and was about to get ready to strike. Chen Ping got up and pulled Wang Han Han behind himself, looking coldly at the big man. "I'll apologize to you for her." The big man sneaked a look at that Xing Jun, while Xing Jun was desperately making a wink. That big man instantly understood that the person in front of him was the person Xing Jun was going to deal with. What are you? You apologize for her? The big man reached out and grabbed Chen Ping's collar, ready to carry Chen Ping out of the private room. Since they knew who it was, they could pull to a hidden place and directly do Chen Ping. If they killed Chen Ping here, there were too many people. Chen Ping's body directly grabbed the big man's wrist and twisted it with a slight force. The big man directly let go in pain. I hate it when people grab my collar. This time it is just to give you a warning, Chen Ping said indifferently. That big man looked at his reddened wrist and a few surprises flashed in his eyes. Seeing Chen Ping dare to speak like this, that Xing Jun was also a little surprised. But the more Chen Ping did this, the faster he would die. Kid, you're trying to come out, aren't you? If you have the ability to go out with me, the big man said to Chen Ping. No problem, Chen Ping said without any concern. Brother Chen Ping. Wang Han saw that Chen Ping was going to follow those people out, and hurriedly pulled Chen Ping. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Chen Ping smiled faintly towards Wang Han and walked directly towards the outside. Seeing Chen Ping follow a few big men out, Wang Hanin hurriedly wanted to chase after them, but was pulled by Sun Xiaoming. Han, what are you doing out there? These people are very fierce. Since Chen Ping dares to go out, then he must have certainty. Sun Xiaoming persuaded Wang Hanin, but in her heart, she couldn't wait for Chen Ping to be killed. And when Xing Jun saw Chen Ping being taken away, the smile on his face became even more intense, waving his hand towards the crowd that had already turned pale with fear and said, everyone continue. Seeing Xing Jun say that, everyone resumed their seats and the atmosphere had a lively atmosphere. This guy Chen Ping, it's best to be beaten to death, Cui Ziyuan said viciously. Right now, his face was still hurting, and in his heart, he had long hated Chen Ping. A group of people also chimed in. None of them cared about Chen Ping's well-being, only Wang Han had been worried. Right after the rejoicing gathering in the private room, Chen Ping followed the four big men and had already arrived at the backyard. Watching the backyard become more and more sparsely staffed, the four big men directly surrounded Chen Ping. Chen Ping looked at the four men, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. The killing aura on your bodies is so thick. Could it be that you want to kill me? Kid, someone bought your life. You should not blame us brothers, you can only blame it on your bad fate. I will lay my hands on you painfully, so that you will suffer less. The big man who had just had his wrist pinched and hurt by Chen Ping said. As the words fell, the four big men pulled out their daggers and stared at Chen Ping with murderous eyes. I'm dying here. Can you guys tell me who exactly wants to buy my life? Chen Ping swept a glance at the brightly shining daggers in the hands of the four big men, and then asked indifferently. Chapter 123, It's the rules. I can't, it's the rules. One of the big men shook his head. Since you can't, then I'll go ask your boss, Chen Ping said, and was about to walk towards the manager's office upstairs. The four big men froze. They didn't expect Chen Ping to be the least bit afraid of them, and there was still a bit of disdain on his face. Looking for death. With that, the four big men moved together, their brightly shining daggers stabbing towards Chen Ping. Chen Ping didn't even look at the four men. His palm gently waved. The wrists of the four men immediately felt that they had been hit by something hard, followed by the daggers in their hands falling to the ground. At this moment, the four people were dumbfounded, shocked as they watched Chen Ping walk into the building and then towards the upper floors. Just now, none of them had reacted. They didn't even see Chen Ping touching them, but the dagger in their hands just dropped, and at each of their wrists, there was a blood-red mark, until Chen Ping had no trace of him. The four big men reacted and hurriedly chased towards Chen Ping. At this time in the manager's office, Liao Feixiong was looking out of the window, holding a cigar in one hand, his brows slightly knitted together. Originally, Hongqing's underground forces were divided into two. The Gathering of Righteousness Hall and the Red Dragon Gang were considered to be equal in power. As for the other small gangs, they could be ignored. Only some time ago, the Red Dragon Gang leader Feng Sihai was injured. All the things of the Red Dragon Gang were handed over to Liao Feixiong's hands. Now he dares not act rashly, without Feng Sihai to sit in the town. If Lin Tianhu brought people to make trouble, their Red Dragon Gang really cannot block. Especially Liao Feixiong personally saw Chen Ping injured Feng Sihai. Chen Ping's strength left Liao Feixiong deeply shocked. He did not know where Lin Tianhu found such a powerful helper. However, Feng Sihai had also gone to find his master, Yi Fengchun, and when the time came, as long as Yi Fengchun arrived, then the strength of the Red Dragon Gang and the Gathering Hall would be equal again. Bam! Just as Liao Feixiong was looking out of the window, pondering about the future of Red Dragon Gang, suddenly there was a loud bang and the office door was kicked open. Liao Feixiong was instantly furious. Before the person turned back, he cursed, paralyzed. Who enters my office without knocking? But as soon as Liao Feixiong's words fell, when the person turned his head, he immediately froze, followed by the color of panic in his eyes, because he saw that Chen Ping, who had injured Feng Sihai, was standing in front of him. Chen Ping did not recognize Liao Feixiong. After all, at Gu Qiantian's banquet, Feng Sihai had brought a lot of people with him, but all of them did not make a move. Only Feng Sihai followed Chen Ping and made a move, and as a result, he was injured by Chen Ping. You are the manager of this Xian Hizhuan? Chen Ping looked at the shocked Liao Feixiong and asked. Seeing that Chen Ping did not know his identity, Liao Feixiong immediately nodded his head and said, yes, I am the manager. I don't know what's the matter with you. Just now your man said that someone is buying my life. I came over to ask, who in the world wants to buy my life? Chen Ping pulled a chair, while sitting directly on it. Buy your life? Liao Feixiong frowned slightly, but then his eyes snapped open and his entire body began to tremble slightly. He remembered that Xing Jun had asked him to kill someone. It couldn't be such a coincidence that the person that Xing Jun wanted to kill was this devil in front of him, could it? Just when Liao Feixiong didn't know how to answer, those four big men also hurriedly ran in. Brother Xiong, this kid has some strength. The four of us are surprisingly not his match. Letting him run up, one of the big men said to Liao Feixiong. At this moment, Liao Feixiong almost didn't sit on the ground. So it seems that the person that Xing Jun asked him to kill is really this Chen Ping in front of him. Liao Feixiong regretted. If he knew it was Chen Ping, not to mention $1 million, give him a lot of money would not dare to Feng Sihai is so powerful, but still was not solved by Chen Ping afoot. Chapter 124, The Seductress. Mr. Chen, I really didn't know it was you. If I knew, I wouldn't dare to give me 100 guts. When Liao Feixiong saw this time, he could only follow Chen Ping and apologize. This could be considered as a person having to bow his head under the roof. You know me? Chen Ping frowned slightly. Liao Feixiong smiled awkwardly. At the ancient banquet, I have met Mr. Chen once. Our gang master was injured by Mr. Chen. Since you know that I injured Feng Sihai, why don't you seek revenge on me, and still being so polite to me? Chen Ping was puzzled. The Gathering Hall and the Red Dragon Gang had traditionally been at odds, and now that Chen Ping had injured Feng Sihai, it was only logical that the people of the Red Dragon Gang would be enemies when they saw him. However, this Liao Feixiong in front of him was polite to himself and spoke very respectfully. Mr. Chen is joking. With Mr. Chen's ability, unless I don't want to live myself, where would I dare to seek revenge from Mr. Chen? Liao Feixiong said matter-of-factly. Chen Ping smiled. He did not expect this Liao Feixiong to be quite honest. A great man can bend and stretch. He is also considered a lord. Now you can tell me, who wants to buy my life? Chen Ping asked. Xing Jun. He was the one who gave me $1 million to do this. Liao Feixiong, where he still dared to hide, he would not lose his life for any rules. Chen Ping coldly smiled. He had long guessed that it was this Xing Jun who did this. Turning around and walking out of the office, Liao Feixiong then realized that he was already drenched. Brother Xiong, was the gangmaster really injured by this guy? Looking at it is also too young. After Chen Ping left, a big man asked with a face full of shock. Liao Feixiong grimaced. Notify down. No one is allowed to mess with this bogeyman for me before the gangmaster returns. Understood. Nodding, the four big men immediately went down to inform. And at this time, inside the private room, Xing Jun and his men had already had their fill of drinks. Seeing Chen Ping being taken away, Xing Jun was happy, and Cui Ziyuan was also happy. A general manager, a department manager, two people are happy, then how can others not be happy? After drinking and eating, Xing Jun got up and waved his hand. That's all for today. We still have to work tomorrow. I hope your sales department will keep up the good work. Xing Jun also drank a lot because he was happy. His face was red. Since Xing Jun announced that the banquet was dispersed, no one dared to stay, so they all got up and prepared to leave. Brother Chen Ping hasn't come back yet. Aren't we going to wait for him? Seeing that everyone was leaving, Wang Hanin immediately asked anxiously. Wang Han, didn't you hear what Mr. Xing said? Let's go back and rest so we can work tomorrow. Are you trying to disobey Mr. Xing? Cui Ziyuan yelled at Wang Hanin. Wang Han's face was tense. She didn't dare to disobey Xing Jun, but she was worried about Chen Ping's safety. Han, don't care about that Chen Ping. Maybe this guy sneaked back a long time ago. Let's go back first. Sun Xiaoming persuaded Wang Hanin. Seeing this, Wang Hanin could only go back first and take a look before saying anything. On the other hand, the corner of Xing Jun's mouth on the side was slightly raised as he sneered inwardly. Chen Ping will never be going back. But just as the crowd was about to leave, the door of the private room was pushed open and Chen Ping walked in. Chen Ping? Seeing Chen Ping come in, everyone was stunned. They thought that Chen Ping had gone out and had been beaten up long before he could move. And the one who was even more surprised was Xing Jun. He had clearly agreed to help him get rid of Chen Ping. How come Chen Ping would suddenly appear again? Brother Chen Ping. Wang Han saw that Chen Ping had returned and happily rushed to pounce on him. How did you come back? Xing Jun asked incredulously. Chen Ping coldly smiled. After the matter was settled, Of course I came back. Doesn't General Manager Xing want me to come back? Chapter 125, Singing and Harmonizing. Xing Jun looked at the playful intent in Chen Ping's eyes, and for some reason, his body actually trembled for a moment, and he hurriedly fixed his color and said, "What do I hope for or not? If you come back, just come back. Chen Ping, you came back at a bad time. We are already full of wine and food. If you want to eat, there are still some leftovers here. You can eat them. The rest is also a waste," Cui Ziyuan said as he looked at Chen Ping with a mocking face. The others also laughed, their laughter filled with ridicule towards Chen Ping. "What? Your mouth doesn't hurt anymore?" Chen Ping looked at Cui Ziyuan and sneered. Cui Ziyuan froze, scared and instinctively stepped backward, covering his face with both hands. "Ziyuan, ignore him, let's go." Sun Xiaoming was also afraid that this guy Chen Ping was making a move, so she pulled Cui Ziyuan away. All the people also walked out of the private room one after another, and in the end, only Chen Ping and Wang Han were left. "Brother Chen Ping, if you're hungry, let's go eat at the big stall. Don't eat what's left of them," Wang Hanin said to Chen Ping. "You haven't eaten enough either?" Chen Ping looked at Wang Han with some surprise and asked, "Just now you were taken away. I was worried about you." So, Wang Han lowered her head. Just now she was worried about Chen Ping's safety, so she did not eat much. Looking at Wang Hanin that way, Chen Ping felt some guilt in his heart and smiled faintly. Let's go eat a big stall." Chen Ping took Wang Han and walked out, and outside Zion Hezwang, Cui Ziyuan respectfully opened the car door for Xing Jun. "Mr. Xing, get on the car." Xing Jun had one foot up, but in the end had retreated and said, "You guys go first, I forgot there's still something to deal with." Xing Jun wants to go up and ask Liao Fei Xiong what's going on. If things don't work out, he has to get his money back before he can do so. "General Manager Xing, what's the matter? I can help you to deal with it." At this time, Chen Ping walked out with Wang Han as well, his face wearing a light smile as he said, "Chen Ping, who do you think you are? General Manager Xing's matter. You can also handle it." Cui Ziyuan snorted coldly, and then respectfully turned to Xing Jun and said, "General Manager Xing, what is it that I can help you go and deal with it? Some personal matters of mine. You guys go first." After Xing Jun finished speaking, he glanced at Chen Ping and turned around to return to Zion Hezwang. "Chen Ping, didn't you come in a Bentley? Then if you leave now, do you have a Bentley to pick you up as well? I haven't seen a Bentley yet. Can you let your friend drive it so I can see it?" Wang Lanlan suddenly said to Chen Ping with a mocking face. "Yeah, I want to see a Bentley too. I'm curious to know what this so-called friend of Chen Ping's looks like, but don't come in a Bentley and go back on a small electric donkey." The crowd also mocked at Chen Ping. "Who am I to show you guys?" Chen Ping sneered. "You're just blowing awesome. You don't even have any friends who bought Bentleys. The cost of pretending is too low now. If pretending was against the law, he would have been arrested long ago. Even if pretending isn't against the law, he's been arrested before. You forgot that Chen Ping just got out of prison." The crowd sang in unison, attacking Chen Ping. They did this solely to please Cui Ziyuan. "I do know that Chen Ping came out of jail and was directly cuckolded. With this kind of ability, what's the point of bragging in front of us?" Cui Ziyuan saw that everyone was saying this, and also instantly swelled up, forgetting the scene of his face hurting just now, and mocked at Chen Ping. Chen Ping's face suddenly turned cold, and immediately afterward, he waved his palm. Seeing that Chen Ping was about to make a move, that Cui Ziyuan only realized that he was afraid, so scared that he hurriedly covered his face with both hands and actually hid behind Sun Xiaoming. "Chen Ping, what are you doing? If you dare to do it again, I'm not finished with you." Sun Xiaoming looked at Chen Ping angrily. Chapter 126, Taking Your Life. "Brother Chen Ping, forget about it." Wang Han also pulled Chen Ping's arm tightly. Chen Ping looked at Sun Xiaoming's appearance and finally put his hand down. If he and Sun Xiaoming got too stiff, by the time Sun Fuhai spoke to his parents, then they would definitely be worried. Seeing Chen Ping put his hand down, Cui Ziyuan instantly straightened his back again, but did not dare to say anything. Right at this moment, a Bentley car quickly came and then steadily stopped in front of the crowd. Everyone froze for a moment after seeing the Bentley. Chen Ping was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect this guy, Lin Tianhu, to have been waiting for him. As for Wang Han, after seeing this Bentley, she immediately shouted happily, "This is the one." Brother Chen Ping came in this one, only to see that after the Bentley stopped, a young man in a suit walked down, and after walking in front of Chen Ping, he said respectfully, "Mr. Chen, please get on the car." Chen Ping slightly smiled. He didn't expect this guy Lin Tianhu to send someone else over to pick himself up. It looked like he knew that he was afraid of people finding out about his relationship with him. After all, Lin Tianhu's reputation in Hongchang wasn't very good. Han, let's get in the car. Go eat a big stall," Chen Ping said faintly to Wang Hanin. Wang Hanin's eyes were filled with surprise and she nodded happily. She had never sat in a Bentley before. Getting into the car, Chen Ping also deliberately rolled the window down, looking at the crowd with a few sneers on his face. I'll go first. Soon, the Bentley went away, leaving Cui Ziyuan and a group of people standing dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This kid is really sitting in the Bentley. This is also too powerful. This Bentley is not really his friend, right? The crowd all sighed. Humph. What's so great? Not just renting a Bentley. Yuck. Cui Ziyuan spat fiercely, and then got on the car and left. When the crowd saw this, they also dispersed and went back to their own homes. And in the Zion Hezwang office, Xing Jun's face with a few moments of anger found Liao Feixiong. Brother Xiong, I've always heard that the Red Dragon Gang has very strict rules and never misses a promise. How come that Chen Ping is still alive today and isn't injured at all? Xing Jun questioned Liao Feixiong. Facing Xing Jun's questioning, Liao Feixiong slowly got up, and after walking into Xing Jun, he immediately slapped him hard on the face, directly knocking him to the ground. Just after Xing Jun fell to the ground, the four big men took their daggers and put them on Xing Jun's neck. This scared Xing Jun to death. Paralyzed, you almost got me killed, and you still dare to find me to ask for punishment. If not for the sake of your $1 million, I would have thrown you into the river to feed the fish today. Liao Feixiong roared loudly at Xing Jun. This time, let Xing Jun almost. He did not understand this Liao Feixiong in the end. What is wrong? Why suddenly so big fire to himself? Brother Xiong, I wouldn't dare to harm you, but things didn't work out. That 1 million you should always give me. You can't. Xing Jun's words have not finished. A big man's dagger slightly hard. Xing Jun's neck instantly flowed blood. How do you kid talk to Brother Xiong? Don't you know our rules? It's impossible to be pulling out money that's in your hand. The big man roared with a fierce face. This scared Xing Jun. Feeling the cold dagger at his neck, he no longer dared to say a word. And even more so, he didn't dare to ask for money. Get lost. Today's matter, if I hear half a word in someone else's mouth, I'll have to take your life. Liao Feixiong threatened Xing Jun. After all, although their line of work is not a serious line of work, it is also about credibility. If this is spread out, who will still look for them to deal with things? Chapter 127, No drunkenness, no return. If it wasn't Chen Ping that he was dealing with this time, Liao Feixiong wouldn't have been so. Xing Jun was thrown out, and the whole person looked a little disoriented. The $1 million that he had worked so hard for was gone, and in the end, he hadn't even done anything to Chen Ping, and he hadn't even been injured. Xing Jun felt that it was too much of a loss. Xing Jun walked out of Zion Hezwang and fought to yell, venting his heart's dissatisfaction. Yuhua Street, a famous snack street in Hongcheng. It was hard to see a single person here during the daytime, but at night, the place was bustling with activity, and both sides of the road were lined with big stalls. Chen Ping followed Wang Han to find a stall to sit down. After ordering some of his favorite food, he slowly waited. Because there were too many people, they needed to wait a little longer. Brother Chen Ping, just now that Bentley is too comfortable to sit in. Is that really your friend's? Wang Han asked to Chen Ping with some excitement. Of course, what am I lying to you for? The one who just drove is my friend's driver. Chen Ping. This was not considered a lie. Although Lin Tianhu was Chen Ping's henchman, he was also considered a friend. What kind of business does your friend do? Too rich? Wang Han was curious as to what exactly Chen Ping's friend did. I'm not sure. It's just engaging in some trade or something like that. He's still single. He's just a bit older. Otherwise I would have introduced him to you. If Lin Tianhu wasn't a bit older, it wasn't impossible for Chen Ping to introduce Lin Tianhu to Wang Hanin. I don't want it. I want to find a Chen Ping brother like you. Wang Han said as she looked at Chen Ping with eyes full of love. Seeing this, Chen Ping hurriedly twisted his face to the side, not daring to look at Wang Han's eyes. The dishes are here. Let's order some beer before. At this time, the ordered dishes came up. Also forget about saving Chen Ping for a bit. Otherwise Chen Ping really did not know how to face Wang Han. Wang Han's heart to him, simply too revealing, is a person can see out. Good. Let's not get drunk today. Wang Han nodded happily. Chen Ping ordered 2 cases of beer. After all, Wang Han's drinking capacity, he could drink a case by himself. The 2 people drank and chatted about the things they used to do when they were young. They were only in their teens at that time. Chen Ping had moved from the countryside following his mother to Hongcheng, while Wang Hanin's family had lived in Hongcheng since they were young. The neighborhood they used to live in was quite okay, but with the rapid development of the economy, in just a few years' time, there were constantly new high-rise buildings coming up, so Chen Ping's neighborhood for them became old and broken. Brother Chen Ping, I remember when I was a child, when someone bullied me, it was you who helped me out. At that time I hid behind you. I felt especially safe. Wang Han recalled her childhood and said with great emotion. Chen Ping just smiled and did not say anything. Brother Chen Ping, I remember you even pulled out bird eggs for me, being chased and beaten by Uncle Chen. And you even brought me milk candy from home to eat. Wang Hanin recalled more and more. It was all about how good Chen Ping was to her. Just at this time, suddenly a girl with a full head of yellow hair, stepping on high heels and wearing a one-step skirt sat down in front of their table. Han Han, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to come here to eat a big stall too. The yellow-haired girl patted Wang Han Han's shoulder and said. Wang Han Han looked up and also immediately got up and said, Wu Yifan, didn't you go abroad? When did you come back? Wu Yifan awkwardly smiled. What country? Ah, I have been in the country. Said abroad or lying to my parents. Then what are you doing now? Wang Hanin asked as she sized up Wu Yifan. Wu Yifan was silent for a moment, and then awkwardly said, I do public relations. Chen Ping looked at that Wu Yifan. At the first glance he guessed what Wu Yifan was doing. It must be that kind of unspeakable profession. Chapter 128, Classmates Meeting. Wang Han Han looked at Wu Yifan's appearance and also seemed to guess what was going on, and for a while she fell silent, not knowing what to say. Who is this one? Is it your boyfriend? Wu Yifan looked at Chen Ping and asked in order to ease the embarrassment. No, this is my Chen Ping brother. Upon hearing this, Wang Hanin's face flushed and she hurriedly explained. Chen Ping got up and reached out his hand towards Wu Yifan. Hello, my name is Chen Ping. Hello, my name is Wu Yifan. Han Han and I are classmates and roommates. Wu Yifan said as she shook Chen Ping's hand after him. However, looking at Wang Hanin's expression, Wu Yifan knew that this little girl was definitely in love with Chen Ping, but just didn't pick out the relationship. Chen Ping invited that Wu Yifan to sit down and eat together, and Wu Yifan was not polite. Han Han, tomorrow there is a class reunion. Are you going? After Wu Yifan sat down, she asked Wang Han Han, class reunion? Who organized it? Wang Hanin had graduated for 2 years and had not organized a class reunion. This time suddenly held a class reunion. Wang Hanin felt a little surprised. What? No one informed you? Wu Yifan was stunned. Wang Han Han shook her head. Wu Yifan sighed and said, it's no wonder you weren't notified. It was that Zhang Miao who organized it. She is now following Lang Bing. Hearing the name Lang Bing, Wang Han Han's body immediately trembled and anger began to flash on her face. Chen Ping looked at Wang Han Han's expression and asked Wu Yifan, who is Lang Bing? Wu Yifan did not answer Chen Ping directly, but looked at Wang Han Han, and only after Wang Han Han gave her permission would she speak. Lang Bing is that boyfriend I used to have. Wang Hanin answered herself. The same guy who cheated you out of your money? Chen Ping knew that Wang Han Han's job as a dancer was all because she was cheated by her ex-boyfriend and took on loan sharks. That's why she did that. Wang Han Han nodded. Han Han, so Lang Bing cheated you out of money? Wu Yifan didn't know about it yet, so she said to Wu Yifan with some surprise. Wu Yifan heard. Immediately a face of anger. I have long seen this guy is not a good person. There is that Zhang Miao. When she went to school she was targeting you at every turn, and now also with that cold ice to come together. Obviously is targeting you, just so that cold ice the scum of the earth to that Zhang Miao also give a good cure. That is all before. I now do not want to have any more with that cold ice. Reunion I will not go. You also do not say have seen me. Wang Han Han didn't want to go to the class reunion. She also didn't want Lang Bing to know that it was because of him that Wang Han Han didn't go. Since you decided not to go, then I won't go either. It's meaningless. Nowadays the class reunion is just a chance to show off for those classmates who are doing well. Wang Hanin didn't go. Wu Yifan didn't want to go either. Han Han, why don't you go to such an opportunity? It's just as well to show that scummy guy how well you're doing now. Chen Ping persuaded Wang Han Han. Brother Chen Ping? Wang Han Han looked at Chen Ping in confusion, not understanding what Chen Ping meant by this. I'll accompany you tomorrow, just in time to mix a meal. Chen Ping smiled faintly. Wang Hanin had a surprised look on her face, but soon a delighted smile appeared on her face. Hanin, your boyfriend is right. Tomorrow we all go. Let that scummy guy see how good you are living now. Seeing this, Wu Yifan also persuaded Wang Han Han. This time, Wang Han Han did not follow Wu Yifan's explanation, but nodded her head. But just when Chen Ping and the three of them were drinking and chatting, a man with a fat head and a gold chain walked over and directly gave that Wu Yifan a mouth without saying anything. Chapter 129 No need to be afraid. Malagobis, I paid money to call you out. It is for you to accompany me to drink, not for you to accompany others. I said how to find you half a day no one shadow it. The fat head of the man's mouth cursed and said. Wu Yifan saw the situation, hurriedly got up and said with a humble face, Fat brother, I met a friend, so I chatted for a while. I'll go with you right away. And at this time Wang Hanin saw Wu Yifan being beaten, immediately stood up and said with a displeased face, how do you reach out and hit someone? So what if you spent money? It's not sold to you. Wang Han Han had been a dancer, so she knew what these people were thinking. Spending some money to call someone out. It became like his private property. The fat head man saw Wang Han Han dared to follow his own words like this. Immediately his face was cold. Little girl, the courage is not small. Dare to follow my words like this? I see that you look quite iconic. How about accompanying your brother to sleep for a night? It just so happens that the two of you together. I'll have a double flight, the fat-headed man said. He was about to make a move on Wang Han Han, not putting Chen Ping, who was sitting on the side, in the slightest. Fat brother, this is a friend of mine. She does not understand. Tonight I accompany you on the line. To ensure that the fat brother to serve the comfortable service, Wu Yifan hurriedly stopped the fat head and ears of the man said. It has come to this time. Wu Yifan is not afraid of Wang Han Han, and Chen Ping know what he is doing. Get out of the way. Lousy just want to play double flight. You are stopping me. Believe it or not, lousy get you killed, the fat-headed man said as he pushed Wu Yifan away. Seeing this, Wang Han Han hurriedly held Wu Yifan, and then her eyes stared angrily at the fat head and ears of the man. She knows that many people who look fierce and vicious, if you are more afraid, the more he will get an inch. So Wang Han Han showed no fear at all. The little girl has some guts. The fat-headed man saw Wang Han Han glaring at himself, so he grinned and grabbed towards Wang Han Han. Snap, clatter. But just as the fat-headed man grabbed towards Wang Han Han, suddenly Chen Ping, who had been sitting all along, made his move, and a beer bottle smashed directly onto the man's head. Blood instantly flowed out along the man's head, and the man also instantly held his head with both hands in pain and squatted on the ground. When Wu Yifan saw that Chen Ping had actually made a move on the fat-headed man, she was instantly scared and her face turned pale. Fatty, are you okay? Wu Yifan asked as she hurriedly helped the man up. Go to your mother. The man with fat head and ears pushed Wu Yifan away, and then looked at Chen Ping angrily. Paralyzed, you kid dare to hit me. Simply ate the bear heart and leopard doll. Lousy today to get you killed. Chen Ping saw this guy still dare to curse, immediately picked up another bottle of wine, scared the fat head and ears of the man, immediately ran out a long way, and then screamed, you kid, give me weight. I'm going to call someone. Soon, the fat head and ears of the man ran away, while Chen Ping is nothing like a person to look at Wang Han Han and Wu Yifan said, sit down. We continue to eat. Still eat what? Quickly run. You know what this guy is? This trip to the street are covered by him. Under the minions have more than a dozen people. How can you do it to him? This is going to be trouble. Wu Yifan was full of anxiety, as if the ants on the hot pot, where there is still a mood to eat. Don't worry, let's just keep eating. No need to be afraid of him, Chen Ping said with a faint smile. Seeing that Chen Ping was not afraid at all, Wu Yifan looked at Wang Han Han strangely and asked, Han Han, what does this boyfriend of yours do? Isn't he very background? Chapter 130, Pretend to be a bully. After knowing the identity of the man, Chen Ping was surprisingly not afraid at all. In the opinion of Wu Yifan, Chen Ping must have a background, otherwise it would not be so calm. We work together. From the teenage years are neighbors. There is no background. Wang Hanin said with a slight frown. Impossible. No background. How is not afraid at all? Wu Yifan does not believe. If it is an ordinary person, here the identity of that man has long been scared. There really isn't any background. Brother Chen Ping, he just sat in jail and just got out. In Wang Hanin's opinion, Chen Ping's experience in jail should be considered as a background. After all, people who have been in jail, ordinary people are more or less scared to see. No wonder. The original stayed inside. Looks like also know some people. But this fat brother can not only cover a street of punks, he is the people of the Red Dragon Gang, so I advise you to take Han Han away. Wu Yifan advised Chen Ping. Red Dragon Gang? When Chen Ping heard this, he felt something interesting. Why did he always run into people from the Red Dragon Gang today? What? Are you afraid? Red Dragon Gang is the biggest gang in Hanchang. You know those what the 3 religions and 9 streams. It's impossible to protect you. You'd better take Han Han away now. I'll see if I can persuade Fatty in a while. The big deal is that I don't want the money tonight. Wu Yifan intends to follow that fat head and ears man to beg for mercy himself. Afraid? Chen Ping laughed. It's only right that the people of the Red Dragon Gang are afraid of me. They will turn around and run when they see me. Afraid of you? Wu Yifan shot a glance at Chen Ping, and immediately said without any humor, I'm not joking with you. If you want to pretend to be a pussy, you pretend on your own, but you can't get Han Han involved. Wu Yifan said, pulled up Wang Han Han's hand and said, Han Han, let's go. Let him stay alone and pretend to be a pussy. Look at what kind of boyfriend you found. At the beginning when Chen Ping persuaded Wang Han Han to go to the reunion, Wu Yifan still had some good feelings towards Chen Ping, but at this time there was no good feelings at all. In her opinion, Chen Ping was a person who only pretended to be a pussy. Fan. Brother Chen Ping is not the kind of person you said. Wang Hanin didn't want to leave, but she was pulled hard by Wu Yifan to leave. Han Han, don't be silly. You don't mix in the road. You don't know the power of the Red Dragon Gang. In the whole Hong City, There is no one who is not afraid of the Red Dragon Gang. This Chen Ping has done a few years in jail. He really doesn't know the sky and the earth. Wu Yifan pulled Wang Han Han not to let go. Wu Yifan followed Wang Han Han pulling time. Suddenly a group of people surrounded over. And the leader is that fat head of the man. And at this time the man's head has been bandaged. Seeing that man with people came over. Wu Yifan scared pale, let go of Wang Han Han. Some do not know what to do. Wang Han Han saw that the other party was crowded and all of them were fierce. She was also scared. Only Chen Ping was still sitting calmly in place. Kid, you really have the balls to not run. Today I'll let you know my power, the fat-headed man said, bending down and picking up a bottle and swinging it towards Chen Ping. Fat brother. Wu Yifan saw the situation, hurriedly stepped forward to stop the fat head and ears of the man. Fat brother rest his anger. Just now he has regretted it. I followed him to say that the identity of the fat brother. He would have been scared to death. The fat brother in my face. Spare him once. I will later free to accompany the fat brother a few nights, in addition to let him pay some money to the fat brother to make amends. Originally, the fat-headed man still wanted to be unforgiving, but once he heard that the other party was willing to pay money to settle the matter, he withdrew the bottle in his hand and asked Wu Yifan, how much can he pay? My head. It's not for just anyone. Chapter 131, $1. Wu Yifan froze. How would she know how much money Chen Ping could offer? She could only look at Chen Ping and asked, Brother Fatty asked you, how much do you want to offer to settle this? I can tell you, if it wasn't for Brother Fatty looking at my face, even if you offer money, Brother Fatty would still have to waste you. Wu Yifan was bluffing at Chen Ping, hoping that Chen Ping would pay out a little more money to get rid of this man and save him from suffering the pain of flesh and blood. Seeing Wu Yifan bragging about himself like this, a smile finally appeared on the fat-headed man's face. Is this amount okay? Chen Ping slowly extended a finger. $10,000 and you want to get rid of me? Seeing this, the fat-headed man's face turned cold and said, Chen Ping, what do you think? Beating up Fatty and offering $10,000 to get rid of a beggar? Wu Yifan reprimanded Chen Ping, desperately winking at him. I am not talking about $10,000. Chen Ping shook his head. $100,000 isn't much, the fat-headed man said. Wu Yifan also had some difficulties at this time. $100,000 is already quite a lot according to reason. Look at Chen Ping's appearance, and also just came out of jail. It is impossible to have much money. Brother Fatty, look at him. I feel that $100,000 is his limit. He has just been released from jail. I guess he doesn't have much money on him. Wu Yifan was pleading for Chen Ping. Just released from jail? The fat-headed man froze. No wonder the hand is so hard. A little bit of guts. I don't care if he has no money. $100,000 just wanna get rid of me. It's not possible. Wu Yifan saw the man did not agree. Can only once again look at Chen Ping said, you take more. No, I still have some on me. Are lent to you, but I can say goodbye. You are to be returned. And this money as I look at Han Han's face before borrowing. I'm not talking about $100,000. Either Chen Ping shook his head again. Seeing that Chen Ping was not talking about $100,000 either. Wu Yifan froze, but it was the fat-headed man who had excitement on his face, but still pretended to be cold and said, are you talking about $1 million? If you can offer $1 million, I will not bother with you. Seeing as you have also been in the bureau, I can let you mix with me. I'm talking about $1. Chen Ping said, took out a coin from his pocket and gently tossed it in his hand. Seeing Chen Ping just compensate himself for $1, the man was instantly furious, paralyzed. You kid dare to fool me. Today I'm going to get you killed. Wu Yifan was also furious. Chen Ping, what do you mean by this? I help you to plead for mercy. You even ungrateful. Only $1. I don't care about you. Wu Yifan was infuriated by Chen Ping. If not for Wang Han Han's sake, she would not care about Chen Ping. Wu Yifan dodged to the side, while the fat-headed man picked up a chair in his hand and smashed it towards Chen Ping. This time he brought more than a dozen people. Will not be afraid of Chen Ping. The hand is also obviously much more ruthless, directly under the dead hand. But in that fat head and ears of the man smashed to Chen Ping suddenly put the hand of the coin a bullet. The coin is like a bullet, directly hit the man's wrist. A sharp pain came. The man threw away the chair in his hand. In looking at his wrist, at this time, blood had already flowed like blood. Chop him to death. Chop him to death for me. The fat-headed man roared angrily. The dozen or so people that the man brought with him saw this and pulled out their weapons and rushed towards Chen Ping. Brother Chen Ping. Seeing this, Wang Hanin shrieked in fear and wanted to go over to protect Chen Ping, but she was stopped dead in her tracks by Wu Yifan. If Wang Han Han went over at this time, she would be taking her own life in vain. Chapter 132, Regret. Chen Ping faced the dozen or so people, still sitting on the chair, not even moving a bit. The look on his face remained the same. he just picked up a plate of peanuts on the table, then grabbed a handful of them and threw them towards the dozen of people who rushed over. Seeing Chen Ping actually take the peanuts and throw them towards himself, the dozen or so people all had disdain on their faces and none of them dodged. What kind of damage can peanuts do on the body? But soon, these dozen people regretted it, because they felt that the peanut rice hit their bodies, as if they were hit by a bullet. The whole body shook violently, and then fell to the ground. Each person's body appeared a bloody hole, outwardly flowing blood. Seeing this scene, that fat head and ears man was stunned. The whole person was like being made a fixation, motionless looking at these wailing men in front of him. What is going on here? The man with the fat head and ears swallowed hard, did not answer him, because at this time Wu Yifan has also long been frozen. She did not expect Chen Ping was so powerful. Wu Yifan instinctively turned her head to Wang Han Han. She hoped that Wang Han Han can properly explain to her, Chen Ping, this in the end, what is going on? At this time Wang Han Han was also dumbfounded. She herself didn't know that Chen Ping even had such a skill. With a handful of peanuts alone, he directly ate over a dozen people. This was simply too incredible. Are you still getting me killed? Chen Ping looked at the fat-headed man and asked with a bland face. The man's throat rolled, wanting to say something, but looking at Chen Ping's bland expression, he could not utter a single word. After a while, the man with the fat head and ears came to his senses from the shock, and after taking 2 deep breaths, he turned to Chen Ping and said, "Kid, you really do have some skills, but do you know whose man I am? I am the person of the Red Dragon Gang. This trip to the street is also the Red Dragon Gang. You now hit me, is to follow our entire Red Dragon Gang as the enemy. So what if I make an enemy of your Red Dragon Gang? If you have the ability, just use it despite." Chen Ping couldn't help but let out a cold laugh and said. The fat-headed man's face reddened with anger and finally took out his cell phone and dialed out a number. Although he didn't know who he was calling, they all knew that the man with the fat head and ears was definitely calling for help. Soon after the phone hung up, the fat head and ears of the man's face showed a hint of smugness. "Kid, you wait for death. This time Brother Xiong personally come. Even if you have 100, you do not want to leave alive." This man was calling Liao Fei Xiong. Now that Feng Sihai had left Red Dragon Gang, he had handed over all things to Liao Fei Xiong to take care of. So now that there was a problem, he could only call Liao Fei Xiong. Upon hearing the word Brother Xiong, Chen Ping however smiled. He had just come out of Liao Fei Xiong's office. He did not expect to meet again soon. "That's good. I'll wait to see how this Brother Xiong you speak of can actually make me die," Chen Ping said with a face full of disdain. As for Wu Yifan, who heard the word Brother Xiong, her face turned green. She hurriedly made a wink towards Wang Han Han, and then whispered in Wang Han Han's ear, "Han Han, you quickly persuade that Chen Ping. Let's go. Don't think that you are not afraid of anyone if you have a couple of moves. Let me tell you, this Brother Xiong is the right-hand man of Feng Sihai, who is the leader of Red Dragon Gang. He is very capable of fighting and he is ruthless. If he really comes, he is going to kill me. If he really comes, Chen Ping will definitely be lifeless." When Wang Han Han heard this, she was also scared, and nodded slightly, then walked to Chen Ping's side and said softly, "Brother Chen Ping, we'd better go. It's too late." Chapter 133, 100 Lives. Wang Han Han didn't follow Chen Ping to truthfully say that this Brother Xiong's power, because she knew that Chen Ping's heart at this time had long been swollen to the extreme, and if she said so, Chen Ping would be even more unlikely to leave. Chen Ping looked at that Wu Yifan, then looked at Wang Han Han and said, "Han Han, you and Wu Yifan go first. I will go home in a moment." Wang Han Han saw that Chen Ping unexpectedly did not go. Her heart was very anxious. She could only truthfully say, "Brother Chen Ping, just now Yifan said, that Brother Xiong is very powerful. We'd better not provoke him." "It's fine. I'm not afraid." Chen Ping smiled faintly. Wu Yifan saw Chen Ping did not listen to persuasion. He could only loudly reprimanded, "Don't think you have 2 tricks. You feel invincible. This Brother Xiong is the left arm of the Red Dragon Gang's gang leader. He is very capable of fighting. Just like this, it is estimated that 2 or 3 can't beat him. Do you still dare to stay? What's there not to dare?" Chen Ping had a face of indifference. Wu Yifan was going to be pissed off, and finally could only pull up Wang Han Han and desperately pull her away. "Han Han, let's go. Really don't care about him. Now that he has incurred the Red Dragon Gang, it is definitely impossible for him to see tomorrow's sun. It's not worth it for us to die with him." Wang Han Han was pulled away by Wu Yifan. Although the fat head and ears man did not want Wu Yifan and Wang Han Han to leave, but at this time, Liao Fei Xiong had not yet arrived. He did not dare to make a sound, so as not to be beaten by Chen Ping. Wu Yifan pulled Wang Han Han just left soon, only to see a few cars came speeding, and then stopped in front of the stall. The owner of the stall saw the situation, so scared that he hid inside, and the surrounding people who were eating and watching the scene, at this time also dispersed in a flurry. Only some of the bold, hiding far away to watch. They all know Liao Fei Xiong's reputation. who do not dare to provoke such a person, or even lose their lives. Fat head of the man saw the situation, hurriedly ran over, respectfully opened the door of the first car. Liao Fei Xiong walked down from the car with a cigar in his mouth, and that faction looked at the crowd with a burst of envy. Brother Xiong. Seeing Liao Fei Xiong, the fat head and ears of the man hastily shouted, his face with endless aggression. Fatty, look at you. You really disgrace the Red Dragon Gang. Looking at the fat-headed man's appearance, Liao Fei Xiong frowned and said, where are the troublemakers? Brother Xiong. It's sitting right there, the man said as he pointed to Chen Ping. Liao Fei Xiong followed the direction of the finger to look. When he saw that the sitting was actually Chen Ping, Liao Fei Xiong's body slightly trembled, and the cigar in his mouth fell to the ground. Seeing Liao Fei Xiong so out of sorts, the man with the fat head and ears was dumbfounded, and hurriedly picked up the cigar and said, Brother Xiong, this guy is just one person, but there are some hands, and all of those men of mine have been beaten up. Liao Fei Xiong heart that angry he would like to scold this fat boy a meal. Chen Ping this where is some hands, obviously is the strength of superb. Even Feng Sihai was defeated by a kick. Ask the whole Hongcheng who can be Chen Ping's opponent? Brother Xiong. Chen Ping looked at Liao Fei Xiong at this time, his face with a playful flavor. We are really destined to meet again. Upon hearing this, Liao Fei Xiong hurriedly changed into a smiling face and walked up. Mr. Chen is joking. It's all because of my poor discipline. This time, the fat-headed man was dumbfounded. The whole man looked at the fawning Liao Fei Xiong in a daze, not understanding what was going on. Your men are all very impressive, saying that even if I had 100 lives, I wouldn't be able to leave here tonight, Chen Ping said with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. How can that be? With Mr. Chen's skills, who in Hong City can stop them? Liao Fei Xiong smiled awkwardly, and then looked at the fat-headed man and said, Fatty, get your ass over here. Chapter 134, Buying a Car. The fat-headed man was dumbfounded and could only slowly walk over. Still don't kneel down for me and apologize to Mr. Chen. Liao Fei Xiong viciously kicked the man. Plop. The fat-headed man knelt in front of Chen Ping at once. Alright, no need to come with me on this. I won't touch you guys until your gang leader gets his master here. Unless you mess with me ungratefully. Chen Ping knew that Liao Fei Xiong was just making a show in front of him to give him face. Chen Ping had injured Feng Sihai. This revenge was considered to follow the Red Dragon Gang. It was unlikely that this Liao Fei Xiong would sincerely respect himself. Chen Ping finished, got up and left. Liao Fei Xiong looked at Chen Ping's back. His eyes flashed with a cold aura. Xiong brother, this person is. Watching Chen Ping walk away, the man with the fat head stood up, full of puzzlement followed Liao Fei Xiong and asked. Snap. Liao Fei Xiong slapped hard on the face of the man with the fat head and ears. I tell you, in the future to see him, give me to hide far away. Our gang master is he injured. Today you can live. Just burn incense to go. Liao Fei Xiong said, also led people to leave. In the end, only the fat head and ears of the man, a face of panic standing in the original place. Inside the small area, Wang Hanin anxiously waited for Chen Ping at the door. Wu Yifan left after sending Wang Hanin back. Han, if you don't go home, who are you waiting for? Wang Changfeng asked when she saw that Wang Hanin had come back, but she hadn't even gone home yet. Mom, you go home first. I'm waiting for brother Chen Ping. Wang Han said with a few anxious moments on her face. What happened to Chen Ping? Didn't you guys come back together? Seeing Wang Han's anxious look, Wang Changfeng hurriedly asked. Wang Han froze, not knowing how to explain after her own mother. Han, where is Chen Ping? Didn't come back with you? At this time, Tang Hongying and Chen Baogua also came over. Seeing Tang Hongying and Chen Baogua, Wang Hanin was afraid that the two people would be worried, so she hurriedly said, Brother Chen Ping has something to do, so he might not be back until later. This child, I don't know what he's busy with. It's all off duty. How can there be so much to do? Tang Hongying muttered. Auntie Chen, you guys go back first. I'll just wait here for brother Chen Ping. Wang Han wanted Tang Hongying to follow Chen Baogua. After all, it was uncertain when Chen Ping would come back and if he could come back. Originally I wanted to give you a surprise. Chen Ping, this child is not coming back so late. Tang Hongying sighed and said, surprise? Wang Han froze. Wang Changfeng saw the situation, hurriedly explained, your uncle Chen saw you and your brother Chen Ping both work. Back and forth by public transportation is not convenient, so bought a car. Let you guys go to work on the road to drive. Wanted to give your brother Chen Ping surprise? The result is that he has not yet come back. He Wang aunt, this car can also have your money is considered our two families to the two children to buy. Tang Hongying quickly said, forget it, I just added a few $1,000s. The rest of the money is not your money. Wang Changfeng laughed, this is for two people Walker. When their work is stable, let them buy their own. We are old, can only help here. Chen Baogua also spoke up at this time. That's not true. In the future, it's still up to the two of them to live. Wang Chongfeng nodded, listening to a few people chatting. Wang Hanhan's face instantly reddened, feeling that the elders of these two families had long recognized her in Chen Ping's affair. Wang Hanhan did not have any objections in her heart. Following Chen Ping's contact during this period of time, she also found herself slowly falling in love with Chen Ping. Chapter 135, Tweeting. Just Chen Ping's attitude. Wang Hanhan did not know, and she could not guess Chen Ping. What are you guys chatting about at the door so late? Just then, Chen Ping walked over with a smiling face. Brother Chen Ping. Seeing that Chen Ping had returned, Wang Hanhan hurriedly rushed over and surveyed Chen Ping with concern to see if Chen Ping was injured. Wang Changfeng and also Chen Baoguo saw Wang Hanin following Chen Ping in that manner. Both of them smiled. Only Tang Hongying sighed. If I could have seen the two children get married with my own eyes, how nice it would have been. When Chen Ping heard this, he wanted to follow his parents and explained that he only regarded Wang Hanhan as his younger sister. But when he saw the sizzling eyes of the two adults, he didn't know how to open his mouth. Mom, don't worry. I will definitely find a way to cure your eyes. Chen Ping did not explain. He just spoke faintly. It's all customary. Don't mind me. You two work well. In the future, when you have money, buy a matrimonial home, and then buy a car. I guess your father and I can't help you much, Tang Hongying said with some self-reproach. After all, Chen Ping was not married yet, but they as parents were not able to help anymore, and felt very guilty. Hongying, don't be like this. The two children are doing well. Anyway, my family don't want anything. Wang Changfeng patted Tang Hongying's shoulder. Chen Ping listened, a burst of bad taste inside. He really did not know how he should speak. Brother Chen Ping, Uncle Chen bought you a car. Tomorrow we can drive to work, Wang Hanhan said to Chen Ping. She did this also to interrupt the elders' conversation. After all, she and Chen Ping hadn't even established their relationship yet. It was too early to talk about their marriage. Chen Ping, your dad ran all day today to buy you this car. Although it's not a good car, it's more comfortable than taking public transportation to work, Wang Changfeng also said to Chen Ping. The group walked downstairs. Chen Ping and Wang Hanhan saw that in the parking space downstairs, there was a silver-white Chang'an sedan parked, but at a glance, it was not a new car. Chen Ping, this is a second-hand Chang'an. Although it is second-hand, but there are not many kilometers, or someone else's first-hand car, the condition is quite good, as long as more than 40,000 yuan. I'll buy it for you. Don't blame Dad for not being able to, Chen Baoguo said after Chen Ping with some apologies. Chen Ping listened to Chen Baoguo words. I suddenly moist peace. Dad, this car is quite good. I can now earn money. You do not have to worry. Well, I'm relieved to see you working at ease. As long as you do a good job, everything will be there in the future. Chen Baoguo nodded and encouraged Chen Ping. Chen Ping originally wanted to go to work for a few days and find an excuse not to go on, because going to work too much affects his cultivation. But now he dares not think about not going to work. He can only go to work for the time being to stabilize his parents' emotions. The next day, when Chen Ping drove a second-hand Chang'an to the company, not surprisingly, he was again ridiculed by a group of people. Wang Hanhan also turned a deaf ear to the words of the crowd. At the moment she was very happy inside. To be able to sit in the co-pilot every day and follow Chen Ping to and from work was happiness. Chen Ping, today's accounts, you must all come up, or you're out of here. Not long after going to work, Cui Ziyuan found Chen Ping and ordered. Last night's events, Cui Ziyuan has already hated Chen Ping, beating himself in public and humiliating himself. Cui Ziyuan could not just let it go. Chen Ping coldly looked at Cui Ziyuan for a couple of moments, but ignored him. But it was Wang Hanin who was a little anxious. Manager Cui, so many accounts. How can brother Chen Ping ask for them in one day? Aren't you making it difficult for him? Chen Ping didn't say anything, but Wang Hanhan was angry for Chen Ping. Chapter 136, there's no mistake, right? What? You also want to go with him to ask for money? If that's the case, you go with him to a group. If you can't finish today, all of you don't do it. Seeing that Wang Hanhan dared to question himself, Cui Ziyuan said with a cold face, Manager Cui, I choose to transfer the group. At this time, Zhang Tongjian hurriedly raised his hand and said, he could see that Cui Ziyuan was targeting Chen Ping, and since Chen Ping was disrespectful to even Xing Jun yesterday, he felt that if he followed Chen Ping in a group, sooner or later, he would be dragged into bad luck. Good then, let Wang Hanhan follow you for a transfer. Cui Ziyuan nodded. This time, Sun Xiaoming looked on and was not helping Wang Hanhan. After all, Chen Ping had beaten Cui Ziyuan yesterday, which also made her very unhappy, especially since this Chen Ping also dared to offend Xing Jun, which was an act of looking for death. Cui Ziyuan went back to the office. Zhang Tongjian was like avoiding the plague, hurriedly cleaned up the things on his desk and moved away. Looking at Zhang Tongjian that way, Chen Ping coldly laughed. He originally felt Zhang Tongjin, this young man is not bad, thought to reuse him in the future. After all, who want to reuse? But also Chen Ping, a word of things. Su Yuqi will not care. But now, Chen Ping did not have this kind of idea. Maybe this is the so-called workplace it, in the face of conflict of interest, will save themselves. Brother Chen Ping. What? About this? Wang Hanin looked at Chen Ping somewhat helplessly. They can find such a good job. Their parents are also happy. But if they are fired, how can their parents explain? Don't worry, those accounts will soon be paid into the company's account. Chen Ping comforted Wang Han. Despite this, Wang Hanin didn't quite believe it. Those companies that owed money, how could they take the initiative to pay back the money? Unless those bosses were sick in the head. Han, you say you this is why bitter it. This finished, even you are afraid to be fired. To your condition, find what kind of boyfriend cannot find. You follow Chen Ping divided. Sister to find you a rich second generation. Wang Lanlan came over and said to Wang Hanin. Wang Han did not speak, just shook her head. Even if she was expelled, she would not separate from Chen Ping. Silly girl. Wang Lanlan saw this and could only smile helplessly. Sun Xiaoming originally also wanted to persuade Wang Han, but looking at this situation, she also felt that it was unnecessary. She knew that Chen Ping and Wang Han were just going to work on their last day today. This just came 2 days ago, and was directly fired. This is afraid to be the first case in the company. That's right, I've never seen such a crazy employee. Even the manager dared to hit him. He deserves it. What's the point of pretending? If he's really capable, will he come here to work? The other people in the sales department were talking to Chen Ping. Just as the people were talking, suddenly the person from the finance department came in a hurry. Little son, why did you come to our sales department? Is there something wrong with the accounts again? Seeing the person from the finance department come, Sun Xiaoming went forward and asked, Sister Xiaoming, your sales department is too good. Today a work, outside the arrears of money even all into the company account. Now there is no company in arrears. This is your sales department who is responsible for it. Simply awesome death. Finance Xiao Sun said after Sun Xiaoming with gusto. What? All the money owed her back? Sun Xiaoming froze at once, and the other people in the sales department also got up and looked at the finance Xiao Sun with an unbelievable face. Little son, you're not mistaken, are you? So many arrears, are they really all paid back? Wang Lanlan also asked incredulously. What am I lying to you guys for? Don't you know? This owed money has always been chased by your sales department. Who chased it back? Would you not know? Finance Xiao Sun looked at Sun Xiaoming and Wang Lanlan curiously and asked. Chapter 137 Big Client. Oh, no, of course it was our manager who stepped in to recover it. Sun Xiaoming suddenly reacted and said hurriedly. This kind of good thing, of course, should be put on Cui Ziyuan's head. Maybe this time, Cui Ziyuan can be promoted to become the purchasing department manager. Manager Cui is really capable. Xiao Sun smiled slightly. Not to chat with you guys, I'm going to go and reconcile the accounts with Manager Cui. Xiao Sun walked into Cui Ziyuan's office, while the people in the sales department all exploded. Holy, who is this so powerful? All the accounts are coming up? It's too awesome. To know a lot of accounts, can be a few years ago, especially difficult to ask for. Could it be that Chen Ping? Look at his confident look today, as if he knows that the money owed will be claimed back. Come on, how can he ask for all these accounts? I've never heard of companies taking the initiative to pay them back. It's got nothing to do with him. Speaking of which, this Chen Ping is really lucky. Looks like he won't be fired today. The people from the sales department gathered around and discussed. Brother Chen Ping, great, we won't be fired. Wang Hanin excitedly asked to Chen Ping. Didn't I tell you a long time ago that there's no need to rush? Chen Ping smiled faintly. How did you know that the money owed would come back today? Wang Han looked at Chen Ping strangely and asked. Confidentiality. Chen Ping smiled and did not tell Wang Hanin. There were some things he did not want Wang Han to know yet, but sooner or later he would follow Wang Han and confess. Just as the people in the sales department were talking, Cui Ziyuan followed the financial Xiao Sun out. Seeing Cui Ziyuan come out, everyone stopped talking. Cui Ziyuan coldly looked at Chen Ping's side, and then left. And at this time, in the company's general manager's office, Xing Jun sat behind his desk with a gloomy face. Xing Jun's neck was still plastered with band-aids. His neck had been scratched last night, and 5 faint handprints could still be vaguely seen on his face. Knock knock knock. The knock on the door sounded, and Xing Jun coldly said, Come in, Mr. Xing, you're looking for me. As soon as he entered, Cui Ziyuan asked respectfully. Only when the words just fell, Cui Ziyuan froze, because he looked at all Xing Jun's face unexpectedly had a few faint red marks, obviously from being slapped. Seeing Cui Ziyuan staring at himself like this, Xing Jun frowned slightly. Does it look good? Upon hearing this, Chui Ziyuan shivered in fear and hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. The sales department's accounts. You gave them to that Chen Ping to ask for? Xing Jun asked. Chui Ziyuan didn't know what Xing Jun meant. He could only nod. Yes, I just want him to touch the wall. Kill his sharpness. But I don't want this kid to be so lucky. Today those companies that owe the accounts put the money to even pay back. Xing Jun smiled coldly. He knew why those debts were suddenly paid back. It must have been Su Yuqi who helped behind the scenes. Otherwise he could not have done it if he relied on Chen Ping alone and gave him heavenly ability. However, inside the company, Xing Jun was the only one who knew about Chen Ping's relationship following Su Yuqi. In the future, all the contracts that follow Tianmei Daily Chemical, let Chen Ping talk about them. Xing Jun looked at some of the partner information in his hand and said to Chui Ziyuan, Tianmei? Chui Ziyuan froze. Mr. Xing, Tianmei is a big client, and the Shao family has been eyeing this client, letting Chen Ping negotiate. Will this make Tianmei resentful and think we are not sincere? Chui Ziyuan didn't understand why Xing Jun gave such an important customer to Chen Ping, knowing that when this kind of customer signs a contract, the commission they get from sales is sky high. What? Are you questioning my decision? Xing Jun's eyes glared slightly. Chapter 138. Don't nonsense. I wouldn't dare. Everything is at Mr. Xing's disposal. How would Chui Ziyuan dare to disobey Xing Jun? After all, he was the top boss. When Chui Ziyuan left, Xing Jun slowly picked up the phone and pressed a number to dial out. Mr. Xiao, things are arranged. Tianmei's contract. I will send Chen Ping to talk about it. Ha ha ha, you're doing a good job. Work well with me. What the Su family can give you, I'll double it. A burst of reckless laughter came from the opposite side of the phone and hung up after saying that. Xing Jun's call was dialed to Xiaolei. Xing Jun knew about Chen Ping's beef following Xiaolei, and also knew about Chen Ping's girlfriend being dominated by Xiaolei. In Hongcheng, the Xiao family and the Su family were equal in strength, and the two families were also rivals. The Xiao family had once dug up Xing Jun with a high salary, except that Xing Jun liked Su Yuqi, and had always wanted to get together with her, so he rejected the Xiao family. But after last night, Xing Jun's failure in hiring someone to kill Chen Ping and getting slapped himself made Xing Jun more and more angry, so he followed Xiaolei to get in touch. The reason why Chen Ping to follow Tianmei to negotiate the contract. This is Xiaolei's idea. Xiaolei is to humiliate Chen Ping at that time. Tianmei such a big customer. Chen Ping a small salesman. How can talk down? At that time, Xiaolei personally go. Properly put Chen Ping humiliated a meal. Inside the hospital ward in Hongcheng, Xiaolei is still recovering from his injuries. Brother Lei, look at you happy. Chen Ping that guy, where is worth you so targeted? He for you, but just an ant. Without Su Yuqi shelter him, he counts for nothing ah. Gung Shanshan looked at the happy Xiaolei who was sitting on the hospital bed and said happily as well. Broke my arm. Of course I'm going to play with him properly. I'm going to slowly play him to death. The corner of Xiaolei's mouth rose slightly. His eyes were filled with coldness. Brother Lei, Chen Ping that guy will 2 times. You can't beat him ah. And find that Lin Tianhu and unreliable. In order to deal with Chen Ping, I think it's better to find a few other experts. Gung Shanshan suggested. Don't worry, I have sent someone to contact the Red Dragon Gang, the entire Hongcheng, and not only Lin Tianhu a gathering hall. The Red Dragon Gang followed the gathering hall of the same name. To deal with a Chen Ping is more than enough. Xiaolei knew that he couldn't beat Chen Ping, and the Lin Tianhu he found was useless, so he found someone to contact the Red Dragon Gang again. Although the Xiao family was very powerful in Hongcheng, but after all, it was a business family, so following a gang force like the Red Dragon Gang was not familiar with it, and they needed to find an intermediary to introduce them. Brother Lei, when it's time to talk about the contract, I'm going to go as well. I want to see Chen Ping's shabby look. Some time ago he dared to be so cocky on the back of Su Yuqi. Now I want to see if he can still be cocky. Gung Shanshan was furious in her heart when she remembered how she was humiliated by Chen Ping some time ago. No problem. Just watch him get stepped on by me. Xiaolei smiled smugly. In the sales department, Chui Ziyuan was puzzled as to why Xing Jun gave such an important client to Chen Ping, but he couldn't help but do as he was told by Xing Jun. Chen Ping, you kid is lucky. The arrears are suddenly all paid back, but as a qualified salesman, not only should you be able to collect accounts, but you should also be able to negotiate contracts before you can do so. So you have to learn to negotiate contracts, and according to the regulations, you cut the crap. Something direct. Chen Ping impatiently said to Chui Ziyuan. The one who dared to follow Chui Ziyuan and talk like this was probably only Chen Ping himself. Hearing Chen Ping's phone call, Chui Ziyuan's face was furious and he was so angry that he almost didn't spit out blood. But he didn't dare to fire Chen Ping without any reason, because he didn't know what Xing Jun really thought. The company has decided to let you go and follow Tianmei Jiwa to talk about cooperation. You know Tianmei Jihua is also considered the biggest cosmetic industry enterprise in Hongqiang. If you can talk it down, the commission will naturally be a figure you can't think of. But if you talk it down, then, chapter 139 out of your mind, right? Cut the crap, give me the information. Chen Ping had a face of impatience. This Cui Ziyuan said so much nonsense. In fact, in his heart, he was still not cynical about himself and wanted to embarrass himself. Cui Ziyuan's face was icy cold, and he directly flung the information to Chen Ping. Humph, this time I will definitely find a way to fire you for being so arrogant. Cui Ziyuan gritted his teeth and thought secretly in his heart. Cui Ziyuan, what do you mean by this? This Tianmei has always been the one I've been talking to. Do you know how long I've been following him? Why did you suddenly give it to him? At this time, Sun Xiaoming got anxious and directly yelled at Cui Ziyuan. Everyone knows that Tianmei is a big customer. To be able to negotiate down, the commission must be particularly large. So at the beginning Cui Ziyuan gave this Tianmei to Sun Xiaoming. After all, he and Sun Xiaoming's relationship, the sales department no one dares to say anything. And for this customer, Cui Ziyuan accompanied Sun Xiaoming to run many times. Sun Xiaoming has also been working hard, but this time suddenly gave the customer to Chen Ping. How could Sun Xiaoming not be angry? Cui Ziyuan pulled Sun Xiaoming and said to Sun Xiaoming, "Stop it, I'll explain it to you later." After saying that, Cui Ziyuan looked at Chen Ping and said, "Chen Ping, this customer is the most important customer of our company, so you have to hurry. You set a time. When can we talk about it?" Tomorrow. Chen Ping originally wanted to say afternoon, but he thought that he still had to notify Lin Tianhu and go ahead to make some points. So he said tomorrow. Tomorrow? Cui Ziyuan froze. Everyone in the sales department froze, each looking at Chen Ping incredulously. Chen Ping, are you out of your mind? This is Tianmei Sun Chemical. You're saying you can negotiate the contract tomorrow? Wang Lanlan snorted out a laugh and said with a face full of contempt, "Chen Ping, can you stop blowing awesome? Do you know how long I've been following this customer? It's been 3 months. 3 months and I couldn't even talk it down. You can talk it down tomorrow?" Sun Xiaoming looked at Chen Ping with an exasperated look. This Chen Ping saying this was simply humiliating her. She hadn't been able to negotiate it down for 3 months, but Chen Ping said that he could do it in a day. Wasn't this a disgrace to her own incompetence? When Cui Ziyuan saw Chen Ping's look, he immediately sneered. "Chen Ping, this is what you said. If you can't negotiate it down, you'd better get out yourself. Our sales department doesn't want people who talk big." "No problem." Chen Ping agreed painfully. This time, Cui Ziyuan was happy. He knew that Chen Ping could not negotiate the contract down tomorrow. If it was so easy, he would not have accompanied Sun Xiaoming for 3 months. And Tianmei, a big customer, there is still the Xiao family staring at, which is not so easy to negotiate down. Cui Ziyuan pulled Sun Xiaoming into the office to explain, while the rest of the sales department looked at Chen Ping with disdain and dispersed. Chen Ping got the information and did not read it, but sent it to Lin Tianhu, while Wang Hanin got nervous and spent the whole day studying Tianmei's information. "Han Han, you have a class reunion at night. Now it's almost time to go to work. Get ready first. Don't look at that information." Chen Ping saw Wang Han's anxious face, constantly studying Tianmei's information, so he persuaded, "Brother Chen Ping, this Tianmei Japanese chemical is too difficult to handle. The general manager of this Tianmei is a person who can't get into oil and salt. What are we going to talk about tomorrow?" Wang Han now where there is still mind to participate in the class reunion thing. If there is no way to negotiate a contract tomorrow, Chen Ping will be fired. If Chen Ping is gone, Wang Han himself does not want to stay. "You don't believe me?" Chen Ping looked at Wang Han. "If I say I can, I can. Don't worry." Chapter 140 Versailles. Wang Han looked at Chen Ping's determined eyes and finally nodded. "I believe." Chen Ping smiled faintly and gently patted Wang Han's head, his eyes revealing that kind of brother-to-sister doting. Just after getting off work, Wang Han received a call from Wu Yifan, urging her to hurry up. Many of her classmates had arrived. Wang Han inquired about the address. The reunion was even selected in the Regal Hotel. This makes Wang Han a little hesitant, because this reunion is the AA system, selected in such a luxury hotel. Spending is certainly not small. She does not want to spend this money, feel too wasteful. However, under Chen Ping's persuasion, Wang Hanin agreed to go. The two drove the second-hand Chang'an straight to the Regal Hotel. The two people just arrived at the Regal Hotel entrance. They saw Wu Yifan has been waiting anxiously at the door. When Wu Yifan saw Chen Ping, slightly surprised, she felt that last night Chen Ping offended the Red Dragon Gang. Surely will be killed, even if it is not killed, but also beaten head to head. But now look at Chen Ping, even a little thing is not. "You didn't get beaten last night?" Wu Yifan asked with a puzzled face. "Didn't I tell you? The Red Dragon Gang's afraid of me. How could they dare to beat me?" Chen Ping smiled faintly. You just blow it. Wu Yifan rolled her eyes. She didn't believe what Chen Ping said. Red Dragon Gang was such a big gang. How could it be afraid of Chen Ping? It must be that Chen Ping used some way to smooth things out. Maybe it was spending money. Believe it or not, Chen Ping did not explain any further. Today, Han Han's classmate party. You're driving a Chang'an? If you don't have a good car, a cab is better than driving a broken Chang'an. Look at the parking lot here. Is there a broken car like this? Wu Yifan reprimanded Chen Ping with a displeased face. At that time, Chen Ping encouraged Wang Han to come to the reunion. Wu Yifan also thought that Chen Ping would find a way to give Wang Han a long face above the reunion. But now driving a broken Chang'an will not be laughed to death. What's wrong with Chang'an? Support domestic production. Chen Ping did not care at all. Wang Hanin also hurriedly said, I feel that this car is quite good, much more comfortable than taking public transportation. Let's go in quickly. Seeing Wang Han also said so, Wu Yifan then did not continue to reprimand Chen Ping, and the three of them walked into the hotel together. Inside a luxurious private room, there were already a dozen of them sitting, both male and female, talking and laughing very lively. One of them has a parted hair, hands wearing a gold watchman, extra attention. Everyone almost all to this man is the center, constantly talking to brag about. This man is Lung Bing, Wang Han's ex-boyfriend. Although it is not followed by Wang Han they are a class, but this Lung Bing is to Zhang Miao's boyfriend identity to participate in this reunion. Miao Miao, you're really lucky to have found such a good boyfriend. You know that Ice used to be the school bully at school. That's right, when I first joined the school, Ice was a big shot in the school, and I had a crush on Ice at the time. Look at this watch that Brother Bing is wearing. It's estimated to cost more than $100,000. This is a successful person. Brother Bing is now opening his own company, old and powerful. Crowds of people touted at Lung Bing and that Zhang Miao, talking the two people into a flutter. I'm just trying to make a living. What kind of successful person is it? This watch is not worth much. I asked a friend to bring it back from Switzerland, and it's only more than $300,000. Although Lung Bing's mouth was modest, the tone of his voice was obviously showing off. In fact, Lung Bing said this, who cannot hear the meaning of his bragging, but who dares to say it at this time? It could only make Lung Bing sigh for once. Chapter 141, First Class Acting. Holy, more than 300,000? Bing a watch. I have to struggle for 10 years people then people die. Goods then goods throw. We cannot compare. Brother Bing is a man with good looks and financial strength. Such a man is simply the best. Meow meow. When you follow Brother Bing break up, I booked in advance. Even if to do Brother Bing one day girlfriend, I am willing to. A bunch of people said as they bragged and joked, causing Lang Bing and that Zhang Miao to burst into laughter. The feeling of being envied and jealous by people like this was really great. I remember Brother Bing used to follow Wang Han together. Why did he break up? Suddenly a long-haired girl wearing a dress said. This girl was also from Wang Han's dormitory. Her name was Wang Yutian, so she knew some of the things about Wang Han following Lang Bing. When Wang Yutian asked this question, instantly no one was talking, and the atmosphere became awkward for a while. After all, Wang Han and Zhang Miao were roommates in the same dormitory, and now Zhang Miao is equivalent to robbing Wang Han's boyfriend. How to say it is a bit unorthodox. Lang Bing saw the situation. Suddenly his face showed sadness, pretending to be a little reluctant to say, it's hard to say this is the thing I hate to bring up. I paid so much affection to Wang Han, but she does not know enough. In addition to like to spend money, but also like to bubble bar, and finally went to the bar to do the dancer. I cannot stand it, Lang Bing said very emotionally, causing a group of people to look at him with pity. It seems that Lang Bing knows Wang Han very well. Even Wang Han went to be a dancer. He knows everything. How is this Wang Han such a person? I didn't see her in school before, but she can go to the bar to be a dancer? I don't know what I'm talking about. Wang Han is quite innocent, but she's such a woman. It's really poor Bing, such a good man. At the beginning of that Wang Han so good, she even do not know cherish. I heard that Wang Han will also come to the reunion. I really don't know where she got the courage. Brother Bing, that kind of woman doesn't deserve your heartbreak for her. And now you're with Miao Miao. Quite a match. The crowd blamed Wang Han and comforted Lang Bing. Lang Bing had tears in his eyes and nodded slightly. Luckily I have met Miao Miao now, so that my wounded heart has a place to rely on. It must be said that Lang Bing's acting skills are first class, instantly pulling the crowd to his side, all accusing Wang Han. At this moment, Wang Han didn't know that she had become a target before she even arrived. Hey, after following Wang Han for 3 years, I didn't even know she was this kind of person. Wang Yutian skimmed her mouth. No wonder she's looking for a laborer as her boyfriend now. As soon as Wang Yutian's words fell, instantly everyone exploded, each one looking at Wang Yutian incredulously. Wang Yutian, who did you hear that from? Is it reliable? Zhang Mang hurriedly asked at Wang Yutian. I also heard it from Wu Yifan. Last night we talked on the phone. She told me that Wang Hanhan found a laborer who just got out of jail as her boyfriend. I was still feeling surprised, but now that Wang Hanhan is even a dancer, it's not bad to find a laborer, Wang Yutian said. After hearing this, Zhang Miao's whole suddenly burst into laughter. She was calculating that if Wang Hanhan brought her boyfriend, she must properly humiliate Wang Hanhan. Long Bing, on the other hand, after hearing that Wang Hanhan had found a laborer boyfriend, the corner of her mouth raised inadvertently. Just then, Wu Yifan and Wang Hanhan arrived and pushed open the door and walked in, followed closely by Chen Ping. Hello everyone, long time no see. After Wu Yifan entered, she followed everyone and greeted them. Chapter 142 Making a Fool of Himself. Hello everyone. Wang Hanhan also smiled and greeted after everyone, but when she saw cold ice, her eyes dodged and didn't dare to look directly at cold ice. Wang Hanhan was afraid that she couldn't help herself for a moment and started a fire at cold ice. After all, this cold ice caused her a lot of misery. But this is a class reunion. Wang Hanhan didn't want to mess it up. Seeing Wang Hanhan see Lang Bing eyes dodge, this more let the crowd believe the words of Lang Bing. Wang Hanhan must have done something wrong, Lang Bing, so there will be this kind of performance. Wu Yifan followed Wang Hanhan greeted, found that the crowd all looked at Wang Hanhan with strange eyes. This time the two people are a little confused. Wang Hanhan, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. How dare you come to the reunion? Really misjudged you. At this time, Wang Yutian said to Wang Hanin with some exasperation. At this time, Wang Hanhan was directly blinded. She did not understand what this Wang Yutian was saying. Wang Yutian, where did Hanhan piss you off? Old classmates haven't seen each other for many years. Why do you say this kind of words when you meet? Wu Yifan stepped forward and questioned Wang Yutian. But when Wang Yutian was about to open her mouth, Lang Bing stood up. Well, the things of the past are not to be mentioned. Today we are all here to drink and talk about our feelings. No one should make it unpleasant. Lang Ice opened his mouth. That Wang Yutian this did not speak. Inexplicable. Wu Yifan pulled Wang Hanhan to find a seat, and Chen Ping also sat next to Wang Hanhan without any hesitation. Seeing Chen Ping, the crowd all looked up and down with playfulness and contempt in their eyes. Han, who is this man? This is our class reunion. It's not good to bring outsiders here, right? Zhang Miao took the lead and asked Wang Hanin. She asked this on purpose. She wanted to see how Wang Hanin answered. Wang Hanhan looked at Chen Ping and opened her mouth but did not know how to introduce Chen Ping. If she said that Chen Ping was her boyfriend, the two of them had not established a relationship at all. But if they said that they were their friends, it was not appropriate to bring a friend to an occasion like a class reunion. Hello everyone, my name is Chen Ping. I am Han's boyfriend. Chen Ping graciously got up and introduced himself with a slight smile. Seeing Chen Ping explaining in this way, Wang Hanin's face instantly revealed delight. Nodding toward Zhang Miao. This is my boyfriend. Zhang Miao sized up Chen Ping and asked with a few moments of contempt in her eyes. What does your boyfriend do? We work as salesmen in a company. Wang Han said truthfully. Working as a salesman? Then there should be a lot of commission, right? Nowadays. I heard that salesmen make quite a lot of money. Zhang Miao continued to ask, looking like he wanted to get Chen Ping's bottom line. I'm not sure. We've only just started work a few days ago. Wang Han said with an expression on her face. She didn't want to care about this Zhang Miao. But the more Wang Han does not want to take care of Zhang Miao is more and more complacent. Still unforgiving to Wang Han asked, so what did your boyfriend do before he became a salesman? Zhang Miao was trying to force Wang Han to say that Chen Ping was in jail, so as to embarrass Wang Han. Wang Han wasn't talking this time because she didn't know how to answer. After all, Chen Ping had just been released from jail. She couldn't just say it directly. That would definitely be laughed at by the crowd and Chen Ping would be disgraced. Why are you still embarrassed to say it? They are all old classmates. There is no shame. If your boyfriend's job is not good, we can all help to introduce him but before you introduce him, you have to understand him first. Although Zhang Miao spoke nicely, she obviously wasn't there to introduce Chen Ping to a good job. She just wanted to make a fool out of Wang Han. Chapter 143, Quite a Match. Zhang Miao, are you checking the account? Ask questions. Hurry up and serve the food for dinner. Wu Yifan hurriedly said to Zhang Miao in order not to embarrass Wang Han, but Zhang Miao did not let go, but looked at the face of Wang Han said, Han, your boyfriend's previous work is still confidential. Is there anything you can't tell us, such as having been in jail? Between Zhang Miao's words, he even picked it up directly. Hearing Zhang Miao say this, Wang Hanin was surprised. This thing she did not say to anyone. Why would Zhang Miao know? At this moment, Wang Han looked at Wu Yifan, because only Wu Yifan knew about Chen Ping's imprisonment last night. Wu Yifan was also surprised, and finally put his eyes on that Wang Yutian. His eyes were full of anger. Wang Yutian, is it you who chewed the tongue? Last night, Wu Yifan had followed Wang Yutian's words, and now Zhang Miao even knew about it. So it must have been Wang Yutian who said it. Wu Yifan, how is this chewing on the tongue? I'm just saying it matter-of-factly. Wang Yutian didn't defend herself and directly admitted it, which made Wu Yifan angry. At the same time, Wu Yifan was also a little worried, because she is a young lady thing. Wang Yutian also know, this time if stabbed out, then she will really have no face to see people. Wu Yifan was afraid of provoking Wang Yutian, and her own things also shook out, so she stopped talking. Han, your boyfriend has been in jail and is not something difficult to talk about. Why do not you say it? We did not discriminate against him. Your current status following your boyfriend is a very good match. A dancer, a prisoner of labor, a match made in heaven. Ha ha ha. After Zhang Miao finished speaking, the crowd all followed and laughed, the mockery in their eyes showing without shelter. Wang Han's face was red with anger. She didn't want to come. She knew that by attending this class reunion, she would definitely be mocked by the crowd, and now in this situation, she didn't have the courage to stay. Wang Han got up and wanted to leave, but was pulled by Chen Ping. Han, the meal has not been eaten yet. How can you just leave? Finish the meal and then say it. Right, it's just a joke with you. Why get angry? You see how atmospheric your boyfriend. This is the Regal Hotel. If there is no reunion, for fear that your whole life do not want to come here to eat, if you are afraid that you do not have the money to take their own share, you can talk to me. I help you out of the 100,000 or 800,000 for me. Not much, Zhang Miao said to Wang Han with a sneer. Zhang Miao said, Wang Han is no way to leave. If you leave now, it proves that you are afraid to spend money to leave. No need. This amount of money. We still have it, Chen Ping said with a faint smile. Alright then, since you guys have money, then I don't have to worry about it. I'm really afraid that in a while after we finish eating, there will be those who skipped out on the bill again. It'll be a shame, Zhang Miao said, and then looked at Lang Bing and said, Brother Bing, didn't you say that you booked the banquet in advance? Let them serve. No problem. Lang Bing smiled faintly. I booked a banquet of 58,800 this time, not including the drinks. The drinks are the Maotai that I brought myself, counting the dozen or so of us. We can't spend 10,000 or 18,000 each. I'll let them serve the food now. After Lang Bing finished speaking and made a phone call, soon the door of the private room was pushed open, and one by one exquisite dishes were served. Only these people look at the table full of dishes. No one has a happy expression. After all, are just joining the work not long? Many people simply do not have deposits. This meal to eat in 10,000 800,000 are going to be heartbroken to death. There is no money to give. Chapter 144, Selling Out. Lang Bing looked at that expression of the crowd, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Although this meal today doesn't cost much, but I know that many people are not rich in their hands right now. You guys only need to call me Brother Bing now, and toast me, and I'll pay the bill for you. After Lang Bing finished speaking, his eyes looked towards the two people Wang Han and Chen Ping. It was obvious that Lang Bing's proposal was aimed at the two of them. Brother Bing is mighty. I will toast you first. As soon as the words fell, someone immediately picked up a glass of wine and toasted Lang Bing. Soon, one by one, they all toasted Lang Bing with flattering faces, and in the end, only Wang Han, Chen Ping and Wu Yifan were left. Yifan, aren't you going to toast Brother Bing? Wang Yutian asked. $10,800. I still have it. Wu Yifan's meaning was obvious. She would rather pay out this share of money herself and not give Lang Bing a toast. Pretend what big money? This $10,800. You have to be slept with how many times to earn up for your own good. Still do not appreciate. Wang Yutian rolled her eyes and said, this sentence, like a bolt from the blue, suddenly exploded. Everyone looked at Wu Yifan, and Wu Yifan's face turned blue. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, he even felt like drilling into a rat hole. Wang Yutian, what the are you babbling about? Believe it or not, I'll get you killed. Wu Yifan dabbed and stood up, still carrying a bottle in his hand. Wu Yifan, your mouth is cleaner. Who is talking nonsense? What do you do yourself? Aren't you clear yourself? Wang Yutian was also not willing to show weakness. Wu Yifan was shaking with anger with the bottle in her hand. The bottle in her hand was about to be thrown towards that Wang Yutian. She now regretted to death. She took Wang Yutian as her sister, but the other party betrayed her. At this time, Zhang Miao got up, grabbed the bottle in Wu Yifan's hand, and roared with a cold face, what are you two fooling around for? Today this reunion is organized. You two make such a mess. Is it not give me face? If that's the case, you two get out of here. Zhang Miao himself relied on the fact that Lang Bing was his boyfriend, so he made himself the dominant one. But after roaring like this, Wang Yutian didn't dare to speak anymore, and Wu Yifan's angry eyes filled with tears also sat back. Only the crowd in the gaze to Wu Yifan. with a few points of fire, especially those male students. After all, Wu Yifan looks pretty good. Now they may only spend a few $100s, can follow Wu Yifan sleep one night. After this incident, Wu Yifan kept her head down, not saying a word. Come on, let's all eat together. Normally you guys can't eat something this good. Zhang Miao didn't care about Wu Yifan, but said to the crowd. The crowd started to eat lively. No one bothered about Wu Yifan. Only Wang Han kept comforting Wu Yifan, but Wu Yifan still didn't say a word. The crowd pushed their cups and exchanged drinks, while Chen Ping just ate by himself. No one in the crowd paid any attention to him, and he likewise didn't pay any attention to anyone. Lung Bing looked at Chen Ping. The corner of his mouth lifted up a glass of wine and said, "Brother Chen Ping, why are you only eating the food and not drinking? Do you want to eat your share back? Don't prop it up. Ha 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 ha." As soon as Lang Bing's words fell, the crowd roared with laughter. Chen Ping wiped his mouth with a paper towel and said without the slightest bit of anger, "This wine is too inferior. I'm not used to drinking it." Chen Ping's sentence. The crowd was stunned. This wine is Mao Tai, thousands of dollars a bottle. Chen Ping even said that he is not used to drinking? Lung Bing laughed coldly. This Mao Tai you are not used to drinking. What do you want to drink? This wine does not cost you money. If you choose another wine, you also have to spend a share of money. Money does not matter. The main I drink too inferior wine. Cough. Chen Ping said indifferently. Chapter 145 Fake Watches. Asterisk. Blowing them, what great. I haven't heard of anyone who coughs after drinking sublime wine. A labor prisoner. What are you pretending? Guess you haven't even drunk Mao Tai. I really can't listen to it anymore. Spicy ears. When the crowd heard Chen Ping's words, one by one, they all roared in anger. Zhang Miao also smiled disdainfully, and then said to Wang Han, look at your own boyfriend. Really a strange their own poor even if, but also pretend what big money. Wang Han ignored Zhang Miao, but she also did not understand what was wrong with Chen Ping today. Brother Chen Ping, if I'm not mistaken, you came here in a Chang'an, right? These few bottles of wine can probably buy you a car. So what do you think you're still pretending? Lung Bing asked with a sneer on his face. Only after Lang Bing said this did the crowd realize that Chen Ping had a Chang'an car key hanging from his waist, just supporting domestic production. There is a Bentley. I just don't like to drive it, Chen Ping said indifferently. Lin Tian whose Bentley? Chen Ping can open it if he wants to. The whole gathering hall is his own, let alone a car. Put. Lang Bing had just taken a sip of water and when he heard Chen Ping's words, he directly sprayed it out. Ha ha ha, I live so big. Have not seen blowing powerful so calm. You are also considered a wizard. You still have Bentley? I see you have not even seen what a Bentley looks like, right? Lang Bing laughed and laughed so hard that he was about to turn off his breath. Everyone else also laughed and laughed their asses off. Some even burst into tears. Compared to you, I'm still close, and I've never seen one who cheated a girl out of her money and could still be so calmly pretending to treat her to dinner, Chen Ping said with a cold smile. When Lang Bing heard Chen Ping's words, the smile on his face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a face full of gloom. What are you saying? I'm a bit confused. Lang Bing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Chen Ping. What I said, you understand in your heart. Whether or not you cheated people of their money, you yourself are clearer than me. Chen Ping also stared at Lang Bing's eyes without showing any weakness. The gazes of the two collided together, and the atmosphere in the entire private room instantly became tense. What are you babbling about? Brother Bing has hundreds of thousands of dollars for a single watch. How could he possibly cheat people out of their money? Zhang Miao yelled loudly at Chen Ping. In Zhang Miao's mind, Lang Bing was an ideal man with talent and wealth. How could someone so rich cheat others out of their money? Yes, Brother Bing's people a watch. I'm afraid your entire fortune can't afford to buy it. You're less likely to spit blood here. Wang Yutian also said to Chen Ping. Obviously no one believed Chen Ping's words. None of them believed that Lang Bing would cheat people out of their money. A fake watch is just a fake watch. Is it worth showing off? Chen Ping smiled coldly. From the moment he entered the door Chen Ping had realized that Lang Bing's watch was fake. Now Chen Ping only needed to emanate his spiritual energy to faintly test it and he would know. Fake? Everyone looked towards Lang Bing. Even Wang Han, who had been comforting Wu Yifan, could not help but look towards the gold watch on Lang Bing's wrist. Lang Bing's eyes flashed a trace of panic, followed by a sudden burst of anger. You're talking nonsense. My gold watch is imported from Switzerland. Have you ever seen a gold watch? Have you ever seen a gold watch? You dare to decide that it is fake? Chen Ping, even if you are jealous of Brother Bing, who are you to say that his watch is fake? It's just a few $100,000 for a watch. It's not like Brother Bing has no money. Why would he wear a fake one? Brother Bing drives a $1 million Mercedes-Benz S. You're not going to say that his car is fake too, are you? Zhang Miao questioned at Chen Ping. What is Brother Bing's status? How could he wear a fake watch? When I was in school, I've heard that Brother Bing is very rich. How is it possible for this to wear a fake watch? Mourning his misfortune, angry at him, if you don't have one yourself, then you say that other people's are fake. What kind of mentality are you? After the crowd heard Zhang Miao's questioning, they all accused Chen Ping as well. Chapter 146, take a look. Wang Yutian was also glaring at Chen Ping. You didn't even look at this gold watch before you said it was fake. It's obvious that you're jealous. Is it that you can't mentally handle seeing that your girlfriend's previous boyfriends are better than you? I'm just telling the truth. Chen Ping smiled faintly. Bah! Wang Yutian poo-pooed. You're just jealous. If you have the ability to come up with evidence. Chen Ping, you and I only met today. What do you mean by targeting me at every turn? Seeing so many people helping themselves and believing in themselves, Lang Bing immediately said with a cold face, if you don't give me a statement on this matter, I'll let you go out horizontally. Do you believe me? Good. Chen Ping sneered. Whether it's a fake watch or not, you know best in your heart. Now since you're looking for humiliation yourself, don't blame me. Chen Ping said, stood up and said, give me the watch. I'll prove it to you. How are you going to prove it? Lang Bing's hand shrank and did not give Chen Ping the watch, but asked vigilantly, my watch is hundreds of thousands of dollars. Can you afford to pay for it if you break it? Lang Bing would not give the watch to Chen Ping. After all, Lang Bing himself knew that the watch was fake. He was just creating a rich man's identity. It's very simple. Just drop it on the ground. The real and fake will be immediately recognized. Chen Ping said indifferently. As long as the gold watch fell open, whether it is real or not can be seen immediately. The movement of the gold watch are all made of gold, and it is impossible for this fake to give you even imitation of the movement are exactly the same. You want to drop my watch? When Lang Bing heard this, she said, Chen Ping, this watch is hundreds of thousands of dollars. Can you afford to pay for it if you drop it for me? Lang Bing wouldn't let Chen Ping drop it. The watch was fake. Once it was dropped, it would be exposed. Yeah, can you afford to pay for it? Hundreds of thousands of watches. You also dare to fall on the ground. What kind of identification method is this? Don't blow it off if you don't have that ability. You still think you really know how to identify real or fake? The people were accusing and sneering at Chen Ping. Chen Ping smiled slightly and said, there is a way to identify it even if you don't drop it. You have to know that gold and other metals are different. Just weigh this watch and then compare it after following the official website and you'll know. Fake watches do in the real. This weight is no way to do fake. After all, the weight of gold and other metal materials are not the same. When the crowd heard, this is a way, and there is no need to damage the watch. You say weigh it? A hint of panic flashed in Lang Bing's eyes. He was not going to weigh it. After all, he also knew that there was no way to fake the weight. Chen Ping, you're jealous of Brother Bing, saying that his watch is fake. If it's not fake, what will you do? You can't just say it out of your mouth and Brother Bing has to listen to your arrangement. Zhang Miao asked at Chen Ping, if the watch is real, I'll pay for this meal myself. Chen Ping said with confidence. Chen Ping had full certainty that this watch was fake. When the crowd heard this, they all looked at Lang Bing. Brother Bing, just let him claim it. Since he dares to say that, then let him die, and we can have a meal for nothing. Lang Bing was a bit flustered at this time, and a cold sweat began to form on his forehead. How could he not have imagined that this guy Chen Ping was dead set on holding onto his watch? This watch needs a precision weighing instrument, but we don't have one now. How can we weigh it? Could it be known by pawing it? Lang Bing questioned. Alright, since you're right, there's no weighing instrument right now, but do you dare to show me the watch? I just need to look at it? Chen Ping laughed. What do you want? Drop it for me? Lang Bing asked vigilantly. No, I will never damage it. If I damage it a little, no matter if your watch is real or not, I will compensate you according to the real price. Chen Ping shook his head. He didn't need to drop Lang Bing's watch. Just now when he said that he would know whether it was real or not once he dropped it, he was just teasing Lang Bing.